Xia Qingzhi hid in a lifeboat due to a disaster, and when she woke up again, it had been 10,000 years since. She originally planned to find food in this primitive-like world, but suddenly a knife was pressed against her neck. The person with the knife spoke coldly, saying she was a Nian and that she had to pay a price. Xia Qingzhi was confused who was Nian. The half-human, half-snake masked man wanted to transform her because she was Nian. The people in the tribe wanted to kill her because she was Nian. Everyone on this continent regarded her as Nian, but she clearly was not Nian, yet she suffered greatly because of it. Later, she finally met the Nian everyone spoke of and discovered that she looked exactly like her. She also found that she harbored a huge secret. Chapter 1. After the destruction of civilization. It is now the year 19999 AD. 10,000 years have passed since the destruction of human civilization, and it is also the second day of my awakening, Xia Qingzhi said, looking down at her bracelet and recording her voice diary. She had originally lived in a highly advanced technological society. Although people there lived in abundance, they were spiritually very lacking. One day, a certain country, feeling that life was dull and disregarding human life, initiated a nuclear war. From then on, the earth was left in ruins, a scene of devastation. Perhaps Mother Nature could not bear to see a tsunami destroyed a certain country, and, in turn, destroyed human civilization in the face of nature. Human power was too insignificant. As the tsunami was about to engulf the buildings, her father, who had never liked her, hurriedly shoved her along with the seed vault into an egg capsule and kicked it into the water. Time passed, and when she opened her eyes again, the earth was no longer the planet she remembered. She found this eggshell upon awakening, inside which was her sister's wedding ring. This meant her sister was still alive in this unfamiliar world. Only her sister's presence could bring her peace, so she had to find her no matter what. And also her father in Puh. She went to the water's edge, looking at her reflection that was trembling and shivering, trying to comfort herself. Xia Qingzhi, don't be afraid. You have to be brave. If you cower, how will you find your sister and father? Gurgle. Her stomach growled. Xia Qingzhi rubbed her flat stomach and sighed. It seems that before finding my sister and the others, I need to fill my stomach first. What she called a shelter was merely a crude structure built from branches and leaves, resembling a triangular tent. Xia Qingzhi sat cross-legged, raised her hand, and operated on the ring, closing her eyes. After a puff of smoke, she saw bookshelves 10 times taller than herself, with each shelf divided into many transparent cabinets with drawers, inside which were seeds labeled with plant descriptions. Besides ordinary seeds, there were also some special seeds locked away, though she did not understand why her father left such an important seed vault to his useless daughter in his eyes. But thanks to these, she wouldn't starve to death in this strange world. After finding cucumber seeds, she left there. She placed the seeds on the ground, her eyes shining as she stared intently, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes. Moments later, she opened her eyes and pointed at the seeds on the ground. The seeds remained completely still, showing no reaction. That's not right. How could this be? Yesterday, I successfully induced the cucumber seeds to sprout, so why can't I today? Yesterday, she had awakened from the eggshell, starving to the point of her stomach sticking to her back. But she was afraid of danger, so she had stayed by the eggshell. When she could no longer bear the hunger, she remembered the seed vault left by her father and randomly picked some cucumber seeds from it. After looking around to ensure there was no danger, she finally relaxed. She looked down at the seeds in her hand and sighed. If only the seeds could grow fruit by themselves. Then she shook her head. Xia Qingzhi, are you confused from hunger? How could seeds grow by themselves? But unexpectedly, as if hearing her, the seeds instantly burrowed into the soil, taking root, sprouting, growing, flowering, and bearing fruit. She rubbed her eyes, incredulous at the scene before her. Raising her hand, she pinched her own face hard, feeling the pain, confirming that everything in front of her was real. But the plant quickly withered. There must be wild beasts in the forest. What she got eaten before finding food, but if she didn't go, she would starve to death here. How would she find her sister and the others then? Her mind was in turmoil, and eventually, she could no longer bear the hunger. Summoning her courage, she gripped a wooden stick and cautiously made her way toward the distant forest. In the dense, dark green forest, trees rose high into the clouds, surrounded by various nameless plants. Xia Qingzhi felt as if she had stumbled into a land of giants. walking while shrinking her body, muttering, "Heaven bless. Please don't let me encounter danger." As a result, when she turned a corner, she bumped into a wolf about 10 times her size with tusks. Xia Qingzhi's legs trembled, and she collapsed to the ground. She looked up, dazed. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The beast was so close, and in fear, she shouted for help. In an instant, green vines from all directions wrapped around the beast, lifting it into the air. She stared blankly at the beast, and then looked at her hands, filled with disbelief. She could control plants. Seeing the beast about to break free, she didn't think much and turned to run. Xia Qingzhi ran through the forest and came to a low shrub, looking at the tempting purple fruits hanging from it. Hungry, she didn't care whether they were poisonous and unhesitatingly picked several fruits, stuffing them into her mouth and gobbling them down. "They're poisonous." She suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed. When she opened her eyes again, she was stunned to see the scene before her. She could actually come back to life. Just as she was about to verify her thoughts, a dagger suddenly appeared against her neck. Xia Qingzhi was dumbfounded. She looked down that a bone knife was across her sight, making her body tense up immediately. Raising her hands, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. "Nian, I finally found you," came a voice so cold it sent shivers down her spine. "Big brother, let's talk this out," she stammered. "Can you please put the knife down first?" She trembled all over, raising her hand to try to push the blade away from her neck. The man remained unmoved, pressing the bone knife even closer to her throat. "Nian, you made me lose everything. I want you to pay the price." Xia Qingzhi heard the man calling someone else's name and immediately trembled as she began to explain. "Big brother, you've got the wrong person. That I am not Nian. I'm Xia Qingzhi." The man leaned closer to her, his cold, magnetic voice entering her ears. "Nian, even if you turn to ashes, I will recognize you." "No, I'm really not her. You can't kill innocent people." Her voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Why is she so unlucky? If she had known, she wouldn't have come to the forest. "Nian, do you think I would believe your nonsense?" He sneered coldly, then gripped the knife and drew it closer to her neck. Xia Qingzhi felt the pain on her neck, closed her eyes, and awaited the end of her life. The faces of her sisters smiling, her father's serious face, and Poe's gentle face flashed in her mind. She clenched her fists, opened her eyes, and bit down hard on the man's arm. The dagger fell to the ground, and Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to escape. The man stared at her retreating figure, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you think you can get away?" Chapter 2. How do you plan to die? Xia Qingzhi struggled against the vines on her body, flames dancing in front of her eyes. "Stop wasting your energy," a cold voice came. Xia Qingzhi looked over. The man leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, his tanned skin exposed, revealing well-defined 8-pack abs, each groove visible, with animal skin barely covering his lower body, with shoulder-length black hair and a necklace made of animal teeth around his forehead. His narrow, amber eyes and chiseled features made it hard for one not to look multiple times. He made a sound like a mosquito. "Let me go." If it weren't for tripping over a rock earlier, she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. The man sneered, walked over to her, and bent down to stare at her. The darkness obscured his face, and she couldn't see his expression. He suddenly spoke. "Nian, I've been looking for you for over a year. Do you think I will let you go? Tell me, how do you plan to die?" He stood up, looking down at her with his arms crossed. Xia Qingzhi felt anxious upon hearing this, looked up at the man who was significantly taller than her, her eyes reddening as she stammered. I'm really not." "Nian, you tell me, how do you want to die? Buried alive, strangled, sliced throat, or poisoned?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qingzhi turned her head. The man's hand grasped nothing but air, and he coldly snorted as he stood up, looking down at her from above. "Can I not die?" Xia Qingzhi turned to look at him, cautiously asking. The man stared at her, playfully saying one sentence that, "It seems you want to live a life worse than death." Xia Qingzhi shivered at his words and immediately shut her mouth. "Since you can't choose, I'll choose for you." The man pulled out a colorful snake from behind and slowly walked toward her. Xia Qingzhi was terrified of snakes, leaning back in fear and crying out loud, "Get that away from me." Still claiming you're not her? The man stepped closer, holding the snake's head towards her turned face. Hearing the increasingly close hissing sound, Xia Qingzhi bravely asked him, "This snake is highly poisonous. What did I do to offend you? Why are you being so ruthless to me?" Hearing this, A flame ignited in the icy amber eyes of the man. He raised his hand, and the snake gracefully arched through the air before vanishing. He reached out and forcefully pressed down on her shoulder, gritting his teeth. "Have you forgotten all the things you've done to me? If it weren't for—" Before he could finish, Xia Qingzhi's sharp voice pierced the night sky. "Watch out behind you." The man heard this and scoffed. "Nian, do you think I would fall for that trick again?" "Really?" Xia Qingzhi anxiously pointed behind him. The man turned to look. The monster from before had reappeared. Xia Qingzhi looked at the bloody mouth and stomped her feet in desperation. "Quick, let me go." The man pulled out the dagger, and she thought he was going to kill her, but unexpectedly, he cut the vines and let her go. "Nian, our matter is not over. After I deal with this guy, I'll come for you." After saying this, he turned to lure the beast away. Xia Qingzhi's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, still in shock. The man fought fiercely with the beast, but he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xia Qingzhi wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but seeing the man's condition, her heart softened. Turning her head, she saw some purple fruits nearby, gathered a handful, and stumbled towards the beast, dropping fruit along the way. The beast turned its head, moving its feet away from the man and charging toward her. Seeing the monster, Xia Qingzhi, frightened, threw the fruit she had just picked at the beast. The beast was agile, dodging the fruit and charging straight at her. Just as the wolf opened its mouth to devour her, she threw the last fruit in her hand into its mouth. The beast's body tensed, foam spitting from its mouth, and it died on the spot. Seeing her life saved, Xia Qingzhi wiped the sweat from her forehead. She approached the man, seeing him unconscious, and squatted down to examine him closely. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and grabbed her hand. Xia Qingzhi felt the cold touch on her hand. Scared, she pulled away and fell to the ground. The man stood up, looking at Xia Qingzhi in the moonlight. He opened his mouth, spitting out cold words. "Don't think that saving me means we can wipe the slate clean." Xia Qingzhi stared at his indistinguishable face, stuttering in reply. I saved you. You can't treat me like this. That if you do this, it would be repaying kindness with malice." She really wanted to escape, but she had sprained her ankle from being scared earlier. "I saved you back then, but how did you treat me?" The man stood up, walked toward her, and scoffed. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, looking around, and saw one purple fruit remaining on the ground, reaching out to grab it. Lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, "I have no memory of what you're talking about." The man opened his mouth. Xia Qingzhi seized the opportunity and threw the fruit in her hand at him. However, the man quickly caught it with his hand, turning to glance at the fruit, his stern face twitching at the corners of his mouth. In just a few steps, he caught her. Xia Qingzhi felt the chill on her shoulder. Startled, she turned her head, bumping her forehead against the tree and fainting. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes, the man's handsome face gradually becoming clear, and she watched him warily. "Who are you?" She stood up and took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from him. The man looked puzzled. "You don't remember me?" Xia Qingzhi stared at him intently, then shook her head. The man's pale face instantly flushed red, sparks of anger erupting in his eyes as he grabbed her hand. "Nian, stop pretending." Xia Qingzhi furrowed her brows, the pain in her arm shooting through her heart. "This is our first meeting, and you're treating me like this? That's too rude." The man forced himself to calm down and scrutinized her, his eyes regaining their former indifference. "What's your name?" he asked. Xia Qingzhi, she said weakly. Upon hearing this, the man's expression became complicated. Xia Qingzhi turned to look behind her at the pitch-black surroundings, asking in confusion, "Where is this?" At the moment it got close to her body, the wooden knife handle sprouted and bloomed with rows after rows. "Where did you find these roses?" The man looked down at what was in his hand, his face dark enough to drip ink. He looked up, staring at the woman in front of him, contemplating that it seemed a bit difficult to kill her. The best approach was to stay by her side and look for another opportunity. Chapter 3. Poisoning the underworld. Xia Qingzhi shrank beside the eggshell, watching the man roasting by the fire not far away, shivering. In fact, she had not lost her memory at all. If she didn't pretend to have amnesia, he would definitely kill her. Right now, she really wanted to shake off this man. But his gaze was fixed on her, giving her no chance at all. Xia Qingzhi looked at you drinking water with her head tilted back, licking her parched lips. She was so thirsty. Where could she find water? You walked over, looking down at her from a height. "You look very thirsty. Let's go find water in the forest." Upon hearing that there was water to drink, Xia Qingzhi immediately nodded excitedly. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for her to escape. Moreover, finding a water source would be very beneficial for her. With a water source, she could farm to store food, and then she could go look for her sister. Xia Qingzhi looked at the vast forest. The flowers, grass, and trees were arranged in an orderly manner, with sunlight filtering through the branches, creating dappled patterns on the leaves. Crystal clear dewdrops fell from the tips of the leaves, gathering into droplets along the veins of the leaves below. What a beautiful scene. But when she turned her head and saw you, she shivered from the cold. It would be better if you weren't here. She tried to distance herself from you. But after just a few steps, he chased after her, sticking to her like a stubborn plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Although she couldn't shake off you, she unexpectedly discovered mugwort. It had obvious longitudinal ridges, with a slightly woody base and short, small branches above. The leaves were thick and paper-like, covered with gray-white soft hairs. It was mugwort. You suddenly approached and glanced at the mugwort, asking her, "Is this plant poisonous?" She looked up at the man's amber eyes, feeling a bit nervous inside, and quickly lowered her head, whispering, "It's called mugwort, and it's not poisonous. We need its help to find a water source." "Just this?" You scoffed, looking disdainful. "Well, if we burn the mugwort until it's dry, the heat will sink underground, and when it encounters a water source, it will evaporate to the surface and form mist. At that time, we can search within a few miles around here, and perhaps we can find the water source." Xia Qingzhi pinched the hem of her clothes and looked up at him cautiously. "Really?" Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. Xia Qingzhi was intimidated by his gaze, feeling quite lacking in confidence. "Yes, it should be true. The book said so." After pondering for a while, he cast a cold look at her. "Finding a water source will take some effort. Shall we fill our stomachs first and then make plans?" Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt uneasy. How could he, who hated himself so much, genuinely care for him? There must be something fishy. You could see her lost in thought. And then he pulled at her clothes to lead her away. He was responsible for picking the fruits, while Xia Qingzhi was in charge of identifying them. "How is it?" you asked, sitting across from Xia Qingzhi after putting down the fruits in her hands. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head and shakily pointed to the left, saying guiltily, "You can't eat this one. It's poisonous." You followed her and half closed her eyes. While she wasn't paying attention, you secretly picked a red, tempting fruit and stuffed it into her clothes. When it was time to leave, you stood up, supporting her head, feeling a bit dizzy. Then everything went dark in front of her eyes, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief as she saw the fruit take effect. She stood up and deeply bowed to the unconscious Yushan. "I'm sorry. I just lied to you. But don't worry, this fruit won't take your life. You'll wake up in half an hour. I hope we never meet again." Among the pile of non-toxic fruits, she had mixed in a few that could make a person faint. Xia Qingzhi looked around to confirm it was safe, then immediately ran away to another forest. She picked a bunch of grass and sighed helplessly at the sight in front of her. It would be great if this grass could just dry up by itself. By the way, since she could stimulate seed growth before, could she also make plants with her? It would be nice to have fire. Looking at the withered grass in front of her, she squatted down and sighed. "Let's use this." Suddenly, a fire starter appeared in the air. Xia Qingzhi caught it with her hand and excitedly said thank you. Realizing something was wrong, she looked up. When she saw you behind her, her mouth twitched, and she nervously took a few steps back. "Why is it you? This is bad. He will definitely kill me because of what happened before. What should I do?" You leaned against the tree, looking at her with a calm expression, arms crossed. "I felt a bit tired after eating the fruit, so I took a nap. When I woke up and found you were gone, I came to look for you." Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Looking at the fire stick in her hand, there was a hint of surprise on her face. "Did you make this yourself?" she asked. "It was exchanged from the Mingjiang tribe. It's said to be a gift bestowed upon them by the celestial goddess." "Goddess? Is it my sister?" Looking at the man leaning against the tree, she felt very anxious. How on earth could she get rid of this ticking time bomb? Xia Qingzhi wanted to light the grass, but you stopped her. "It's late, and there will be many wild beasts out. Let's go tomorrow." Xia Qingzhi hesitated for a moment and nodded. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse in the sky. She sat on a nearby stone, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the dazzling stars while thinking of her family. You stepped forward and handed her some fruit. "Eat something. Xia Qingzhi looked up warily at you, not daring to extend her hand. Afraid I'll poison you? He sneered, raised his hand to take a bite, and then broke it in half. Xia Qingzhi blinked and bit into half of the fruit. You could see her eating the fruit, and his dangerous eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave. After a while, Xia Qingzhi began to experience unbearable stomach pain. She walked towards the fire. The red fruit looked even more tempting under the glow. Licking her dry lips, she squatted down and rubbed her stomach. This fruit is poisonous. Why is he fine? She only intended to knock him out, but she never expected he would want to poison her. Xia Qingzhi ultimately could no longer endure the pain and collapsed to the ground, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the pitch-black void ahead. Sister, father, where are you? Slowly, everything around her began to blur until it sank into darkness. Hiding behind a tree, watching Xia Qingzhi lying on the ground, barely alive. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes and gave a cold smile. Nian, because of you, my life has fallen into an abyss. Because of you, half of the tribe has starved to death. So, you must pay for all your sins with your life. After that, he turned and vanished into the endless darkness. In the night, another man stepped forward, crouching down to check on the person before him. Nian? No. She is dead. Could it be? Xia Qingzhi. Chapter 4. Goodbye, Paul. Xia Qingzhi was stung by the light and slowly opened her eyes, with dew from the leaves dripping onto her face. Just as she was about to get up, a shadow blocked her view. The man's face was so familiar, with deep eyes like black gemstones. His lips, always curled up in a smile, made people feel a sense of intimacy. His delicate features were exquisite yet somewhat enchanting. Zatsa, long time no see. Xia Qingzhi listened to the familiar voice and couldn't wait to get up and hug him. Tears streamed out like a flood that had burst its dam. I miss you so much, she sobbed, feeling the warmth in her embrace. He was stunned. His hand paused in midair for a moment before he hugged her back and comforted her. Gigi, I miss you too. Oh, right. Have you seen my sister and father? Xia Qingzhi asked as she pulled away from his embrace and looked up at him. Well, he smiled slightly, looking at her. Should he tell her that Xia Qingzhi was in Qian City? If he told her, she would definitely leave him to seek refuge with Xia Qingzhi. She was an important bargaining chip now. Losing her would make it difficult to carry out the revenge plan. If he didn't tell her, he would feel a bit guilty. What if one day the truth came out? She would surely hate him. It's a bit complicated. You have seen my sister, haven't you? Xia Qingzhi suddenly pulled his hand excitedly, looking at him with longing. He took her hand and held it, speaking deeply and sincerely. Gigi, I don't remember what happened before. What's wrong with you? Xia Qingzhi looked up at him, her face filled with concern. I don't know. I only remember waking up with an injury on my head, and I have no impression of what happened before. However, I haven't forgotten what happened 10,000 years ago. Did you get hurt? Xia Qingzhi looked him up and down, clearly worried. He shook his head. It's fine then. Xia Qingzhi lowered her gaze, her face filled with disappointment. Gigi, if you want to see your sister, perhaps I have a way to help you. He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. What way? Xia Qingzhi looked up at him, her eyes filled with longing. He took his hand away and said seriously to her, create a powerful tribe. Establish a strong tribe, and you will have the ability to confront that person. Xia Qingzhi heard this idea and lowered her eyes in disappointment. How about we build a base, cultivate land, gather enough supplies, and then go out to search? She suddenly looked up and excitedly expressed her thoughts. He heard this and raised the corners of his lips while pinching her face. Gigi, you really think too simply. He raised his hand to open a ring, revealing a large screen. This is the information I saved before my memory loss. The current Earth is fraught with dangers, genetic beings, supernatural powers, mutated beasts, and zombies. Those things you used to see in movies have become reality. This is no longer the Earth it once was. Do you really think you can handle those unknown dangers all by yourself? His gaze turned to her. Gigi, I'm sorry. I can't let you meet Xia Qingzhi. Is it really that dangerous? Xia Qingzhi looked at the images inside, scared and shivering. Yes, it's very dangerous. However, as long as we can establish a strong tribe, we can join the Earth Organization. The Earth Organization? Xia Qingzhi looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's a mysterious and powerful organization. There's nothing they can't accomplish. It will be much easier to find my sister then. Is this the only way? Establishing a tribe takes too much time. Xia Qingzhi just wants to see her sister as soon as possible. We can join a tribe with a larger population and get into their management. Then we can use our knowledge to help them develop. In this era, although dangerous, the living standards are not much different from primitive society, except for those surviving primitive humans. But we have nothing. How can we blend in? Xia Qingzhi voiced her doubts. Why don't we? Before she could finish her sentence, Pa interrupted. Food. The most scarce resource in this world is food. Xi has a seed bank, and she is also a major in agriculture. I think food shouldn't be a problem for you. How do you know the seed bank is in my hands? Xia Qingzhi suddenly looked at him warily. My teacher told me. Pa lied to her. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. How long will it take for the tribe you mentioned to be established? She suddenly asked. 3 years. Really? Xia Qingzhi looked skeptical. Zatsa, I promise you. Pa raised his hand to swear. Xia Qingzhi bit her lip and pondered repeatedly before slowly saying, Okay, I will listen to you. Xia Qingzhi saw you. Who had actually set up camp here? At that moment, you swung a stone axe at a tree, and the thick trunk fell to the ground in an instant. Pa was stunned by the man's incredible ability. Could he be an ability user? If he could be pulled into the team, he would definitely be of help. Pa didn't notice the woman behind him, nervously clutching her clothes and trembling. Truly impressive. Pa clapped, the sound catching Yu's attention. He turned to look, and when he saw Xia Qingzhi behind him, he frowned without hesitation. She didn't die? To confirm whether her words were true, he had even specifically conducted experiments on animals. But how could she be completely unscathed? Pa, let's go. Hearing the woman's weak voice, Yu snorted coldly. Pa pulled her forward and introduced himself. I am Lin Pa. You had no time to listen to him, his resentful gaze fixed on Xia Qingzhi. Seeing this, Pa maintained a smile on his face and pulled Xia Qingzhi behind him, just in time to block the man's line of sight. I think we hit it off pretty well. Why not be friends? Yu silently stared at him, feeling a chill run down his back, causing him to shiver. If I become friends with you, can I join you? Yu suddenly asked, then looked at Xia Qingzhi. She didn't die after all, so he would definitely make her pay a price. Of course, no problem. Po's mouth curved up, revealing a professional smile. Xia Qingzhi heard these words, as if struck by lightning, feeling as though she was facing a great enemy. She tugged at Po's hand, making a sound like a mosquito. Pa, please don't let him join us, okay? Pa turned his head, looking at her fearful eyes, and asked with concern, Do you know him? I. She turned a glance at you, and then back at Pa. I know him, I suppose. Oh, that's really great, Pa said, pulling the frightened Xia Qingzhi towards you, and then began to converse with him. Xia Qingzhi listened absent-mindedly. We need to get along well from now on. The cold words startled her. Chapter 5. You want to kill her. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened by these words that she trembled and nearly fell to the ground. She tugged at Po's sleeve, making a sound like a mosquito. Pa, do we really have to keep him? Pa replied, Xi, the development of the tribe needs partners. He must stay. Xia Qingzhi heard this, and her eyelashes trembled as she clutched her clothes. If she kept him, he would definitely find a way to kill her. If she didn't keep him, her soul would be troubled. Moreover, her hope of seeing her sister would become even more elusive. Xi, why are you in a daze? She turned her head to glance at you, and, feeling tense all over, lowered her head and remained silent for a long time before finally saying, No, it's nothing. You stay behind. The three of them gathered around the campfire, chatting. Xia Qingzhi listened to Pa say that his first step in the plan was to stock up on a large amount of food. In this world, the most lacking resource is food. However, before that, they need to find a water source. She told Pa her thoughts, and he quickly found a water source. But they lacked the tools to dig for water. In the middle of the night, Xia Qingzhi was awakened by you. Yu's cold and indifferent gaze stared at her as he said lightly, There's a type of plant in the forest that is very hard and can help us. Are you going? Xia Qingzhi shivered upon hearing this, a chill running through her body. She shook her head at him and timidly said, I will go ask Pa. After speaking, she stood up and was about to leave. It seems you don't plan to go? Came a voice from behind her, sounding ethereal. Xia Qingzhi was stunned for a moment, wanting to quickly run towards Pa. You stepped forward and struck her on the back of the neck, causing her to faint instantly. You picked her up and walked into the depths of the forest. You placed Xia Qingzhi on a large stone. The moonlight shone on her face, making her skin appear even more delicate and translucent. He stood there, looking down at the woman before him, and curled the corner of his mouth. Nian, take care of yourself. After saying that, he raised the torch and was about to leave. Xia Qingzhi suddenly woke up, looked up at the eerie forest, and immediately grabbed his arm in fear. Trembling as she gazed at his tall figure, she said, "Why, you don't want the beast to eat me, do you?" You turn around, ruthlessly shook her off, and faced him with indifference. Nian, I can't kill you, but I can let the heavens take care of you. Listening to the howls of the beast, Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately got up, looking around anxiously while nervously clutching her clothes. The forest was pitch black. A cold wind howled, and the leaves rustled. Feeling the cold air brush against her face, she immediately looked up and shouted at you while crying. I told you I'm not Nian. Why do you still want to harm me? The sound of the beast grew nearer, and her heart raced wildly. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she curled up, her hair standing on end, and turned to run towards the forest. As a result, she was grabbed by you and tied to a tree with vines. Xia Qingzhi struggled, tears about to fall. You let me go. The beasts are coming. I don't want to become their food. You leaned against the tree, the stray hair on his forehead obscuring his amber eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Then, she heard you say, "This is all your own doing." After saying that, he left. Xia Qingzhi immediately called out to him upon hearing that. After a moment of silence, she nervously spoke up. Before you leave, I want to have one last hearty meal. He paused for a moment, turned to look at her without saying a word. Then he stepped forward, took out a fruit from his pocket, and handed it to her while turning his head away. Here, eat. Xia Qingzhi was blocked from seeing by the fruit. How am I supposed to eat this? You raised her head and immediately moved her hand down a bit. Xia Qingzhi seized the opportunity to bite his hand and refused to let go no matter what. Yu's face showed pain as he pinched her jaw with one hand and revealed his injured hand. If you don't let go of me, don't even think about leaving, she weakly threatened while looking at the green eyes behind you. He turned to look, and a group of green eyes appeared under the moonlight. His face instantly darkened, almost as if it could squeeze out water, and he turned to Xia Qingzhi and shouted, Nian, you're ruthless. Xia Qingzhi lowered her gaze and didn't look at him, her hands nervously clutching her clothes. A pack of wild beasts rushed out of the woods, surrounding them. Yudong frowned in displeasure as he looked around. Xia Qingzhi saw a group of monsters taller than humans and was frightened into negotiating with you. You, let me go. Maybe I can find a way to deal with them. You turned her head and glared at her, causing her to immediately lower her head. So many wild beasts, you can't fight them off barehanded. Xia Qingzhi, undeterred, raised her head and weakly spoke. Last time when I encountered danger, I summoned vines. Maybe I can do it again this time. Seeing that you remained unmoved, she continued, deliberately raising her voice a few notches. If this goes on, you will die too. You turned her head and scoffed. As long as I can send you to hell, I don't care. Xia Qingzhi looked up at his resolute expression, glancing at the approaching beast behind him, feeling flustered and at a loss. She never expected that he would be willing to sacrifice his own life just to kill her. But she didn't want to die. Just as the beast was about to attack you, you leaped into the air, quickly grabbing onto the vines of a tree. The beast missed its target. You turned his head, looking at Xia Qingzhi with a complex expression, and softly said, Nian, goodbye. After saying that, he used the strength of the vines to swiftly jump to another one. The beast jumped up, trying to tear him apart, but you turned and jumped to another tree. The frustrated beast clawed at the tree bark, leaving behind a gruesome mark. Xia Qingzhi saw this scene, crying while staring in shock with her mouth agape. She never expected that in the end, only her own wounded world would come to fruition. The beasts were getting closer to Xia Qingzhi, and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. As they howled, a large flock of crows flew away from the forest. She widened her eyes, staring blankly at them, at a loss for what to do. The beast in the front lunged at her with its blood-soaked mouth wide open. Xia Qingzhi shook her body and immediately closed her eyes. She thought she was done for. The air became quiet, so quiet that she could almost hear the wind howling in her ears. She slowly opened her eyes and gasped in surprise. The monsters were tied up like zongzi by vines and were hanging in the air. Looking down, the vines on her body fell to the ground. She moved her wrists, glanced at the sky, and let out a sigh of relief. Could this be the legendary superpower? She wondered. Nian, I didn't expect you to be a monster, just like me. A chilling voice suddenly came from behind, startling her and making her shiver. She immediately ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 6 Modern Laboratory. Xia Qingzhi was desperately running forward, but the shadow behind her clung on like a stubborn plaster, refusing to shake off. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, but it suddenly started pouring rain. She ran towards a hidden spot ahead. However, she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Looking up, she saw two glowing green gems floating in the air. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and thunder, and a giant snake's head was staring intently at her. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she opened her mouth and shouted for help. Just when she thought she was doomed, a figure flew over and kicked the snake's head. The snake fell to the ground with a thud. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at him. You? She found it hard to believe that he would actually save her. Hurry up, if we don't leave now, neither of us will be able to get away. Yu's voice was urgent. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look, and several green gemstones floated in the air. She trembled in fear. With so many eyes, how many giant snakes could there be? Xia Qingzhi looked at Yu, biting her lip to find an excuse for herself. You hold on, I'll go find Pa. After saying that, she turned and ran, leaving Yu alone to face the group of snakes. By a bush, Xia Qingzhi stopped, her hand on her knee, breathing heavily. It should be fine now, right? Just as she was about to continue walking forward, she stopped. If she just ran away like this, what would happen to you? But with her limited skills, going would only mean death. You saved her. She couldn't be ungrateful. But he was someone who wanted to kill her. The rain had stopped, and the sky was breaking dawn. Xia Qingzhi crouched on the ground, biting her teeth and crying with guilt. It was over. You had been eaten without a trace left. Just as she got up, she accidentally brushed against a nearby leaf, and the image of you being taken away by a man with a snake tail flashed in her mind. You was not dead. Xia Qingzhi felt a bit excited upon learning this news, and she followed the clues provided by the plants to find where you was being held. A tall rocky mountain reached into the sky, entwined with green thorns, and red roses bloomed on the thorns. It had the feel of a vampire's castle. She looked down, left and right, searching for an entrance, but couldn't find one. Suddenly, two upright cats appeared and walked toward the thorns. Xia Qingzhi was so surprised that her mouth almost dropped to the ground. A monster? Although she was scared, she still followed the two creatures into the thorns. After going in a big circle, she finally discovered the entrance. Just as Xia Qingzhi was excitedly about to go inside, a small snake suddenly emerged from above the entrance, hanging there and flicking its tongue at her. She was so frightened that she immediately took a step back, her eyes wide open as she stared at it in a daze. Then, one colorful snake after another came out, eager to try and flicking their tongues. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi trembled. How could there be a snake here? She had a phobia of snakes. Her father had previously thrown her alone into the woods to toughen her up. As a result, she was bitten by a venomous snake and nearly died. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Looking at the colorful snake curtain, she suddenly had the urge to retreat. She turned around. After taking a step forward, she stopped. No, that man is still inside. Xia Qingzhi turned around and took a deep breath. Carefully reaching out her hand through the thorns at the entrance, a snake suddenly darted out, opening its fang mouth. Her finger was cut, and blood dripped onto the thorns. She looked up at the opening, frowned, and comforted herself. Xia Qingzhi, don't be afraid. Just close your eyes and rush in. It will be over soon. She got up and leaned against the opening again, and the snake lunged out once more. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she ran backward, only to see countless snakes weaving through the thorns and winding around the roses, rushing towards her from all directions. Snakes were everywhere. How could she be so unlucky? Now, she had only two choices in front of her. 1, to be bitten by these snakes until there was nothing left but bones. 2, to rush into the cave. Although she would still be bitten by the snakes, at least she wouldn't die without anything left. Suddenly, a snake crawled onto her shoe, and Xia Qingzhi lifted her foot in fright and screamed, then immediately covered her mouth. She turned to look at the cave entrance and closed her eyes. Since death was inevitable, she might as well die in a more beautiful way, with no other choice. She clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and rushed into the cave. Afterward, she turned to look at the entrance, and the snakes scattered. The hissing sound came from above her head. She looked up, and the ceiling was covered with snakes. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she turned and ran. She ran for an unknown amount of time before finally escaping that haunted place. Looking at the snake bite on her hand, Xia Qingzhi gently blew on it in pain. Just as she was thinking about how to detoxify, the wound suddenly disappeared. Xia Qingzhi was stunned, but she didn't think much and continued to walk inside. When she saw the structure inside, she was amazed. White walls, bright lights, high-tech experimental equipment. This is a laboratory. Isn't this the primitive society? Gathering her courage, she continued to walk in and saw one large jar after another filled with green liquid. As she approached and clearly saw the creatures inside, she raised her hand in shock to cover her mouth. Humans with wings, cat-headed bodies, human bodies with snake tails. Who could be so insane as to experiment on humans? Just then, she heard footsteps coming from a distance and immediately found a place to hide. Accidentally, she knocked over a bottle, and the white mist rushed into her body. Today, we caught dozens of new humans, one voice said. Meow, I'll go transform them right now. Another voice responded. If successful, the leader will definitely be very happy. Maybe then the leader will reward me with special powers, the first voice said. Meow. Then we will also be able to wield special powers, the second voice replied. Transform? Special powers? Xia Qingzhi felt a bit dizzy and then shook her head. The person just now said they would use today's people for experiments. Would you be among them? After seeing them walk away, she quietly followed them, tiptoeing. They entered a door, and at the moment the door was about to close, Xia Qingzhi rushed in. Inside was a very narrow cave, with kerosene lamps placed on the walls. Xia Qingzhi walked along the road and finally saw the exit. She hid there and watched the scene inside. The room was brightly lit by ceiling lights, and there was a huge machine in the center. A few people were sitting in chairs next to the machine, operating computers. Xia Qingzhi was stunned by all of this. Had human civilization really been destroyed? She looked around and found you, who was locked in a cage. Just as she was about to move, a terrifying sound suddenly came from behind. Meow, who are you? Chapter 7, 13-14. How could it be you? Xia Qingzhi's body stiffened, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Meow, are you talking to you? Didn't you hear me? The person behind her sounded clearly displeased. Xia Qingzhi slowly turned around to look at the cat-faced monster behind her, trembling in fear. The cat-headed figure looked at her with a puzzled expression. 1314. Why are you here? Weren't you with the leader? 1314? Xia Qingzhi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Could it be that she was like the 1314 mentioned by the cat-headed man? If that was the case, did it mean she had a chance to escape here with you? She forced herself to calm down and cautiously probed him. That is why the leader sent me here. The cat-headed man squinted his eyes and looked her up and down. What did the leader send you here for? Xia Qingzhi shivered at these words and immediately lowered her head, stammering. Oh, let me find you. Call you over. The cat-headed man opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seems the leader has been indulging in the comforts of love for too long and intends to find something else to do. Xia Qingzhi looked up and stared at him in a daze. What did he mean? The cat-headed man suddenly said to her, 1314, since you're fine, go inside and keep an eye on things for me. If the experiment is successful, remember to call me. After saying that, he was about to walk out. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Wait, why is there no mark on your arm? The cat-headed man suddenly turned around and grabbed her arm, glaring at her fiercely. Xia Qingzhi felt the pain and was trembling in fear. What should I do? I've been discovered. She lowered her head, stammering and unsure of what to say. The cat-headed man, seeing this, directly exposed her purpose. You came to save someone? Xia Qingzhi looked up at him and babbled. I hate the mark on me. Get rid of it. Then her tone weakened a bit. No, can't we? She said with little confidence. The cat-headed man stared at her intently. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi bit her lip and clutched her clothes tightly. It's over. He definitely won't believe it. As a result, the cat-headed person suddenly let go of her arm. Well, who would want to be one of someone else's substitutes? I understand you. Xia Qingzhi blinked and stared at him in a daze. Is this also possible? The cat-headed person gave a few more instructions and left the laboratory. Xia Qingzhi thought that if the cat-headed person could mistake her identity, then the people inside wouldn't doubt her either. So she walked in. 1314, how did you get here? The dog-headed person stopped what he was doing and turned to ask her. Xia Qingzhi looked at him stammering. Well, the leader has something to discuss with you. The Knoll believed her, gave her a few instructions, and then left with everyone from the laboratory. Xia Qingzhi took this opportunity to walk in front of Guan Yu's cage, looking for something to unlock it. Yu looked surprised and said, Nian, I didn't expect you to come to save me. Xia Qingzhi looked around anxiously and quickly made a shushing gesture. Be quiet, or we'll be in trouble if we're heard. After fiddling for a while, she finally opened the cage and released him along with those innocent people. Just as they were about to escape, a group of rabbit-headed people rushed in. The rabbit leader, with a delicate gesture, said to the people behind him, What are you staring for? Catch them. Got it, Lord Rabbit. The rabbits behind him surrounded them with a group of people. The scene was chaotic. Seeing this, Yu pulled Xia Qingzhi's sleeve and took advantage of the confusion to escape. The rabbit leader was checking off names from a list, one by one. 1, 2, 18. He looked up at the empty cage and angrily scolded the rabbit-headed people behind him. Where are they? They escaped, one of the rabbit-headed people said in fear, lowering his head immediately. Why aren't you looking for them? What are you waiting for? Do you believe I'll roast you? The rabbit leader was so angry he was stomping his feet and said in a spoiled tone, Lord Rabbit, I'm going right now. The rabbit-headed person was so frightened he stumbled and fell as he rushed out. In the green forest, Xia Qingzhi bent down, panting heavily. We finally made it out. You turned to look at her, frowning tightly. We should hurry, or they'll catch up with us. But she turned her head to look at the cave. Then back at him. What about them? You should take care of yourself. You retorted. After listening to Xia Qingzhi, she lowered her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she tugged at her sleeve and ran deeper into the jungle. The cat-headed man stood at the door and raised his hand to knock. The cat-headed man, thinking the leader had agreed, excitedly pushed the door open. He saw 1314 sitting intimately next to the leader, holding fruit and attentively feeding the leader, occasionally pouting playfully. The leader, seeing his good fortune interrupted, had a grim expression on his handsome face. He raised his developed biceps. A fireball flew toward him. The cat-headed man was so scared that he immediately crouched down, and the fire ignited the 3 tufts of hair on his head. He was frightened and quickly raised his hand to pat at it. Get out! The man shouted impatiently. The cat-headed man touched his burned bald head, trembling. Elida, didn't you ask 1314 to tell me to come find you? The leader turned to look at the woman next to him, closing his dangerous eyes. Is it true? 1314, looking at his handsome face, shook her head in fright. I really didn't. Haven't I been here with you? The leader turned his head and raised his hand. The cat-headed man was lifted into the air, feeling like he was about to suffocate. Cough, cough, leader, I have evidence. The leader released him, and the cat-headed man quickly took out a video. The leader looked at the people in it, his anger intensifying. Xia Qingzhi, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The way I am now is all thanks to your father. So, you must repay your father's debts. I will make you experience the taste of being transformed into a monster. He looked down at the huge snake tail coiled in circles, his eyes filled with disgust. No. Seeing his concern for her, Xia Qingzhi's face turned a bit hot. Po's expression suddenly became sharp, unlike his usual gentleness. Where have you been? Do you know I searched for you all night? I got lost, Xia Qingzhi said, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers, deliberately lying. On the other side, the leader arrived at the control room and pulled up all the surveillance footage. The screen froze on the scene of Xia Qingzhi helping the man leave. He pressed his muscular arm against the table's edge and, facing the intercom on the table, angrily said, Kata, get in here quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kata immediately pushed the door open. What's wrong, leader? He asked, following the leader eagerly. The leader glared at him, sent a group of people to find the woman in the footage, and kill the man next to her. Chapter 8, Building the Base Cat, looked at him in confusion. Leader, isn't that 1314? If you dare to say another word, I'll make you bald. The leader gritted his teeth in anger. Hearing this, Kata was so scared that he quickly ran away. After handling the water source, Pa found a nearby mountain to build a house. A group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain, looking at the barren, steel-like mountain. Xia Qingzhi touched the wall and turned to look at Pa, sighing. Well, how can we break through such a hard wall? This is indeed a problem, Pa said lazily, then turned his head towards you. You remained silent for a moment, then spoke indifferently. I'll do it. After saying that, he walked up the mountain wall and placed his hand on it. The wall became as fragile as paper, instantly turning into a puddle of mud. Xia Qingzhi was stunned. What kind of hand is this, able to corrode hard stone? Soon, he had excavated nearly 50 meters of tunnel. What else do you need me to do? You asked as he turned to Pa. Pa raised the corner of his mouth and stepped forward, pointing to the wall. First, dig 10 caves of 25 square meters on each side of the tunnel. Okay, you said, and immediately began to take action. Pa and Xia Qingzhi used wicker baskets to carry out the soil. Soon, the caves were completed. Xia Qingzhi held up the torch, looking at the empty cave with great satisfaction. They would no longer have to endure wind and rain. Afterward, with the help of you, they built a door. However, every time they were about to speak, they hesitated. After solving the housing problem, they began to discuss farming. So, have you found suitable land? Pa asked. Well, after searching for so many days, I feel that planting crops around the cave as a center within a 1-mile radius is likely to yield better results. Pa frowned. So, there isn't a single suitable piece of land for cultivation nearby? Actually, the area around here is still okay, but it's too barren. If only there were something to enrich the soil. I've thought of something. She suddenly brightened, but a moment later, her eyes drooped, and she sighed. But there's no calcium carbonate here. What is calcium carbonate? You suddenly asked curiously. Xia Qingzhi is a simple explanation. It is something that can fertilize the soil. So that's what you've been worried about. I have a solution. Pa is leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and his dark eyes give a sense of wisdom. What solution? Xia Qingzhi blinked and stared at him intently. Pa walked to the cave entrance and turned to look at the two people behind him, who were exchanging glances. Let's go. Go where? Xia Qingzhi looked at him in confusion. To get calcium carbonate, Pa said. The three of them stood by the sea, where the endless deep blue ocean met the sky. The sea was calm, with ripples forming on the surface due to the sea breeze. Where's the calcium carbonate? Xia Qingzhi looked around, searching for the raw material he mentioned. Pa bent down to pick up a shell from the ground, holding it up and looking at it. Under the sunlight, the shell sparkled. The shell is made up of 95% calcium carbonate. Later, we can crush it and mix it with the soil, which will make the soil more fertile, he said slowly. Xia Qingzhi nodded. Pa lowered the shell and glanced at Xia Qingzhi before looking at you. We will divide the work. Xia Qingzhi and I will collect shells, and you, since you have great strength, will be in charge of crushing them. You replied faintly. After that, the three of them began to get busy. 7 days later, the 500 square meters of wasteland was processed. With winter approaching, normal planting wouldn't work. Pa asked Xia Qingzhi to go to the seed bank and said there were seeds called 7-day harvest. You just need to plant a few in the ground, and after 3 days, the plants will grow and spread over a large area. The next day, the plants will decompose and mix with the soil. This kind of soil can not only provide enough nutrients for the crops, but also allow the seeds to grow quickly and be harvested within 7 days. Xia Qingzhi walked into the seed vault and indeed saw the seeds that Pa had mentioned, but the drawer was locked. She tried everything she could to open it, but in despair, she wiped her sweat and picked up a nearby stool to smash it open. Just as she was about to make a move, the drawer inexplicably opened. What? It just opened like that? Xia Qingzhi looked bewildered. In this day and age, has the cabinet come to life? She slowly counted out 20 seeds, wrapped them in leaves, closed the drawer, and left. Standing in the fields, she gazed at the well-prepared land, feeling a little excited. The 500 square meters of land was divided into 5 acres, and each acre was further divided into smaller plots where she could plant many of the vegetables she wanted. She bent down and carefully buried the seeds in the soil, and as soon as she buried them, the seeds began to sprout. Are the seeds all planted? Pa asked, stepping forward. Xia Qingzhi nodded. By the way, did you go hunt wild boars? We want to dig a well. Yu's gaze shifted toward her. Their eyes met in the air. And Xia Qingzhi saw him lower his head in fear and let out a small sound. Right, without materials. What are you using to dig the well? She suddenly looked at Pa. We mixed the calcined calcium carbonate with sand and added water, which gives us mortar. Then we use stones to form a shape similar to a well at the water source, and smear mortar on top. Once it dries, it should provide some protection. Can I go take a look? Xia Qingzhi asked Pa. Let you take you there. I need to deal with the wild boars. Pa tugged at the pig's leg. dragging it in place, his eyes fixated on the delicious meat, drooling. But Xia Qingzhi thought about the awkward relationship between the two and walked up to him, pulling his arm and saying, "Forget it. I'll help you deal with the wild boar. You can rest assured, I will take good care of her." Umo didn't give her a chance to refuse, coldly saying a sentence and pulling her away regardless of Xia Qingzhi's will. He raised his eyes and glanced at the two in the distance, narrowing his eyes with an unclear expression. Xia Qingzhi stood quietly by the water, staring at him, her face flushed. "If I say it, only then can there be a way to solve it. I'm not the person you are looking for. So, I don't need to bear the consequences of others." You had a calm expression, showing no signs of change in your emotions. "Since you say you are not her, all right, then expose your collarbone." Xia Qingzhi heard this and hugged herself with both hands, frowning as she looked at him. You didn't pay any attention, your gaze falling on her neck. She had a mole there. If you weren't her, there wouldn't be this mole on her collarbone. What? Xia Qingzhi was stunned upon hearing this. How'd he know about the mole? Chapter 9. Parting ways. He moved closer to her, leaning into her ear, and continued. "Also, you have a flower-shaped birthmark on your chest." After hearing this, Xia Qingzhi's ears turned hot, and her face flushed. She was sure she had never taken off her clothes in front of him. How could he know? This was something even Pa didn't know. "I don't have the birthmarks you mentioned. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Xia Qingzhi reached out to push him away, but the man's strength was too great, and she couldn't move him. "Fine, since you say I've mistaken you for someone else, then let me see." He looked at her coldly, with no expression on his face. He raised his hand and tugged at her clothes. Xia Qingzhi felt violated. She raised her hand and slapped him. Trembling, she said, You rogue." You, who had been hit and turned away, glared at her, grabbed her hand, and looked very angry. "You dare hit me?" Xia Qingzhi was startled by his words, frozen in place. "Let her go." Pa suddenly rushed over, pushing you aside and protecting her behind him. You stumbled and almost lost her balance, looking at them with her brow furrowed. Her amber eyes glared at the woman who was sobbing softly behind Pa. You snorted coldly, turned around, and her tall figure disappeared into the forest. Is what he said true? Yes, it is true, but I can guarantee that there is nothing between him and me. Afraid that Pa might misunderstand, she immediately looked up to explain. At that moment, Po's face was dark enough to rival ink. Innocent? Pa sneered as he looked at her. "Don't you trust me?" Xia Qingzhi asked him, gripping her fingers. Pa met her worried gaze, forcing a smile, and placed his hand on her shoulder nonchalantly, saying, "Zhizhi, we are just a couple in name only. You have the right to pursue your happiness." "No, it's not like that." Xia Qingzhi looked at his handsome face with wide eyes, immediately waving her hands to explain. Pa stared at her for a moment, his mouth opening and closing. He removed his hand and resumed his usual sunny demeanor. Back in the cave, Xia Qingzhi went to find you, who was leaning against the door with her arms crossed. Her amber eyes filled with indifference. Can you help me explain to Pooh that I'm not the person you're looking for?" she said timidly, not daring to look into the man's eyes. "You might really have mistaken someone," you replied. "I'm really not her." Xia Qingzhi raised her head to explain. "In this vast world, it's not strange to have someone who looks a lot like me." "All right, then look into my eyes and swear you're not lying." You locked eyes with her. Xia Qingzhi looked at his indifferent eyes with some fear and distanced herself from him. You looked at her, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. "I'm really not." Xia Qingzhi hurried to explain. As a result, her clothes got caught on a branch, tearing with a ripping sound. The mole on her collarbone and the birthmark above her chest fell into Yu's eyes without omission. His expression changed suddenly, and he grabbed her hand, his eyes turning red. "Nian, it really is you." Yu's voice was as cold as if it had been dipped in ice shards, making Xia Qingzhi feel a chill all over and unable to stop shivering. "Let go of me." Xia Qingzhi shrugged in fear. "Let her go." Pa stepped forward, grabbing his collar and punching him without hesitation. Yu tilted his head, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and let out a cold laugh. Raising his hand to wipe it and turning to Xia Qingzhi, suddenly saying, "Do you think changing your name can erase everything?" After saying this, he leaned on his body and walked outside. "I." Xia Qingzhi grabbed the hand of the man in front of her, wanting to explain, but turned around and smiled to comfort her. "Don't worry, I won't blame you." Xia Qingzhi looked at him with a calm and indifferent expression, feeling increasingly wronged. For the next few days, you didn't talk to them, and Xia Qingzhi kept wanting to find an opportunity to clarify things with Pa, but Pa always appeared unconcerned. On the day of the harvest, the ground was covered with colorful food: tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, all growing beautifully. Suddenly, Pa proposed to part ways. These results are the result of our collective effort, so I will divide them into 3 portions, one for each of us. Xia Qingzhi heard this, and her shoulders slumped. She looked at him in disbelief with wide eyes, her eyes slightly red. She bit her lip and said nothing. What did he mean by this? Did he plan to part ways? Would he abandon her? What should she do if he really intended to leave her? You leaned against the tree with your arms crossed, coldly looking at the things on the ground, suddenly saying, "So, what do you mean?" Pa raised his eyelids and smiled faintly at him. "I found that we are not suitable to be partners, so I will give you your share of the results. In this way, we can settle things. What about her?" You raised her eyes, locking her gaze on Xia Qingzhi. At this moment, Xia Qingzhi, who was worried about being abandoned, saw her face lose all color upon hearing this. "She will of course follow me." Po's smile faded, and he sheltered Xia Qingzhi behind him, calmly speaking to you in front of him. Xia Qingzhi heard this and looked at Po's perfect profile, feeling relieved. "What about that house?" You turned to look at the rocky mountain. "Are you not planning to leave?" Po frowned slightly, a bit displeased. "But it seems I have no reason to drive him away. Why should I leave?" You looked at Po with some amusement. "All right, this place is yours. I'll leave with Zatsa." Po, too lazy to argue with him, put away the food in front of himself and Xia Qingzhi into his space and turned to leave. "Meow, I've finally found you all." Xia Qingzhi looked in the direction of the sound. Cat, accompanied by some strange people, appeared at the door and was walking towards them. She stared at the person she had seen before, frightened and hiding behind Pa. "Capture the 3 of them for me." Upon hearing this, Pa immediately stepped forward, putting on a professional fake smile. "Big brother, have we offended you in any way?" Katta rubbed her eyes, carefully identifying the person in front of her. "Who are you?" "I am." Pa hadn't finished speaking when Katta interrupted. "I don't know you. Step aside and don't interfere with what we're doing." "Okay." Pa nodded and tried to pull Xia Qingzhi away. "Wait." Katta called out to him. "Is there something else?" Pa asked. Katta raised her hand and pointed at Xia Qingzhi. "She has to stay." Chapter 10. Transformation. Pa maintained his usual smile. "Big brother, she shouldn't have offended you, right? She is someone our leader wants, and she must be taken away." Upon hearing this, Po's smile vanished completely. He grabbed Xia Qingzhi and ran in the opposite direction. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase after me." Katta angrily licked her claws and shouted at the people behind her. Then she turned to look at you beside her and raised her hand. "Kill him." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, Katta's subordinates began to take action. Xia Qingzhi and Po were forced to the edge of a cliff, and those people stood not far in front of them, staring intently. Katta walked out from the crowd, licking its paws. "Don't run, you can't escape. It's better to surrender obediently." Xia Qingzhi held on to Po's hand, trembling slightly. Po turned his head, and a stone fell down. Xia Qingzhi looked at the giant cat in front of her, then glanced at the bottomless cliff behind her. No matter what choice she made, she was undoubtedly doomed. "Big brother, as long as you let us go, we will give you a generous reward," Pa said flatteringly. The giant cat looked at him and casually replied, "I never said I wanted to hurt you. I just want the person next to you." Po frowned, his emotions losing their usual stability. "What do you want to do to her? Talking to you is really annoying." The giant cat rolled its eyes in silence and looked at Xia Qingzhi, who was trembling beside her. "Hey, 13-14. No, wait. 13-15. I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, come with us willingly, and we one team make things difficult for this handsome guy next to you. Second, we kill him and force you to come. You choose." Xia Qingzhi felt nervous and bit her lip upon hearing this. Pa turned his head and, with a serious expression, said, "Ji, don't worry, I will protect you. If it comes to it, we can jump off the cliff together." Xia Qingzhi wanted to speak, but hesitated. They wanted her, and as long as he went with them willingly, they wouldn't make things difficult for Pa. If he resisted, Pa might really be killed by them. She didn't want Pa to die. Taking a deep breath, she released her grip on her clothes and looked at Katta, as if she had made up her mind. I can go with you, but you can't make things difficult for him." Upon hearing this, Pa turned to look at Xia Qingzhi. His expression looked extremely grim. Gigi, what do you mean? Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at Puh, raising her hand to wipe away the tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Puh, we can't fight against so many people. I don't want you to die. This is the best way. Puh pulled her hand down, refusing without hesitation. No. I won't agree. Hey, what have you all decided? Katta suddenly interjected. Seeing this, Puh immediately stepped forward to grab her hand, feeling very downcast. Gigi, don't go. Xia Qingzhi helplessly shook off his hand. Well, let go. The nearby cat and the others were moved to tears by the scene in front of them. They raised their paws to wipe away their tears and turned to the people behind them, saying, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring her over. Hearing the cat's words, they stepped forward and forcefully separated the two, taking Xia Qingzhi away from there. Huo watched their departing figures, lowered his gaze, and opened the screen, which displayed Xia Qingzhi's location. Xia Qingzhi was pushed into the laboratory she had visited before, and Katta tied her to a chair. Very close to her was an iron cage. Inside the cage was a python. She heard the hissing sound from the snake and screamed in fear. You guys, move it away. I'm most afraid of snakes. Katta stopped what he was doing, turned his gaze from the screen to her, and rolled his eyes. Then you better get used to it quickly, because it will become a part of your body. Xia Qingzhi was struck by these words like a bolt from the blue. She turned to glance at the big snake beside her, which was shivering. What does that mean? The cat was too lazy to pay her any attention and turned around to continue with its work. Xia Qingzhi suddenly had a bad premonition when she thought of the jar filled with green liquid that she had seen before. She was so frightened that she shook her chair. Let me go. I don't want to become a monster. I'm sorry, but this is the leader's order, and I can only follow it. A light voice from Katta floated into her ears. Xia Qingzhi heard these words and thought of the slippery feeling of a snake, as well as the image of a snake merging with her body, almost making her vomit. Chief, who is your chief? She asked anxiously. The cat fell silent again. After a while, it looked up at her and changed the subject. Don't worry, the merging will be quick and won't harm you. Moreover, I assure you that the chief will treat you very well. It smiled. Xia Qingzhi felt that his smile was somewhat creepy, nervously gripping the chair. She looked up with red-rimmed eyes and asked Katta, who is your leader anyway? Why are you treating me like this? Meow, you're so annoying. Katta huffily slapped the keyboard, walked up to her, and sealed her mouth with a strip of cloth. Then he stretched lazily and said, The world is finally quiet. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes wide and sobbed. What did you do wrong? Just waking up. She was mistaken for another woman by you and was constantly thinking about how to kill her. Now, she encountered a leader who wanted to turn her into a monster. Someone she had never even seen before. But where are you? Maoda listened to the sobbing sound beside him. His gaze shifted from the screen again as he irritably rubbed his forehead. Are you annoying? Can you stop crying? Xia Qingzhi stopped her crying upon hearing his words. She looked up cautiously and asked him, Can I meet your leader? Maoda looked at her and reached out to touch the 3 charred tufts of hair on her forehead. Don't worry, after your transformation, you will meet him. Xia Qingzhi felt her fear deepen upon hearing those words. It seemed that he was determined to turn her into a monster. What should she do? She anxiously looked around, her gaze landing on the giant snake, trembling. It appeared that she could only rely on herself now. How wonderful it would be if this snake died. Perhaps she would have a glimmer of hope. Xia Qingzhi suddenly thought of the seed bank left to her by her father and closed her eyes. Inside, she found a type of snake fruit. It would be deadly for a snake to consume it. But the problem was, she only had the seeds in her hand. Perhaps she could ripen the seeds like before. Are you ready? Chapter 11. Half human, half snake leader. Wait. Xia Qingzhi hurriedly spoke out in fear. She looked at Katta and awkwardly smiled. I'm hungry. Can I have something to eat? Katta stared at her, thinking carefully. All right, who knows? You might become an important person beside the leader in the future. As he spoke, he turned to get some food. Xia Qingzhi took advantage of his absence to diligently ripen the seeds. What the hell is this? She turned her head to look at the iron cage beside her, and the big snake had already breathed its last. Xia Qingzhi let out a sigh of relief. The cat strode up aggressively, glaring at her and shouting, 1315, you're finished. This is the leader's favorite pet snake. I'm going to tell the leader. After saying this, it stormed off in anger. Shortly after, A group of people burst in and dragged Xia Qingzhi away. When Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes and looked around, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. Modern walls, modern furniture, a modern bed. The bed was surrounded by a canopy, and the person inside was barely visible. Xia Qingzhi wanted to speak, but when she saw a snake tail exposed from the blue veil, she widened her eyes in fear. She was all too familiar with this. It was a snake's tail. As the curtain opened, Xia Qingzhi looked over. The man was wearing a mask with neat black hair. He was dressed in what looked like an expensive silk pajama, with a large, toned chest exposed. Below was a white snake tail. Following the direction of the snake tail, it was long enough to almost wrap around the bed twice. Strange monster. Seeing the situation, Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear and cried out. Hearing her voice, the snake tail reached out. She was so scared that she fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the bed, and the masked man came into view. Long time no see. He greeted her. Xia Qingzhi immediately jumped up, moved a few steps to the side to maintain distance from him, and spoke tremulously. Do I know you? The leader approached her, and the voice from beneath the silver mask felt hot. I know it's hard for you to accept me like this, but soon, you will become the monster you speak of, just like me. Xia Qingzhi tightened her body, her fingertips turning white upon hearing this. She looked up at him and asked, What deep hatred do I have with you? Why do you treat me like this? The masked man leaned back against the bed, and seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately curled up her body and cried out in fear, Stay away from me. The masked man suddenly stepped forward, gripping her shoulders and shaking her angrily. It's all because of you that I've become like this. What right do you have to disdain me? Xia Qingzhi mustered her courage to look up at the man in front of her. She had never seen this person before and couldn't possibly have offended him. Could it be that, like you, he'd been hurt by Nian? So, was she once again the unfortunate substitute? I didn't. She tightly clutched the bedsheet, stammering an explanation. Have you mistaken me for someone else? She asked. Mistaken? How could I possibly be mistaken? The masked man laughed, reaching out to touch Xia Qingzhi's face. Xia Qingzhi immediately turned her head upon seeing this. The masked man looked at his empty hand and let out a cold snort. Xia Qingzhi heard the cold snort and looked up at him, who had his eyes closed, quickly saying, The person you are looking for is Nian. But I am not her. You cannot transfer the hatred between you and her onto me. I am innocent. The masked man laughed upon hearing this. Innocent? You just look innocent. After saying this, he held her hand to his lips. He tightened his grip on her wrist and warned fiercely, Let me tell you, either obediently accept the transformation, or I will throw you into the snake pit. Xia Qingzhi shook her head frantically, then eagerly tugged at his sleeve, saying timidly, How about this? I'll stay here. You don't have to change me. The masked man looked at her with amusement. What use is it for you to stay here? Xia Qingzhi felt his malicious gaze and scaredly hugged her knees, stuttering, I can help you plant. The masked man stared at his hands, his voice very irritable. I don't lack food. Then he seemed to think of something and spoke again. How about this? You come up with a way to cheer me up. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I won't want to transform you. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes, blinked, and timidly said, But before I think of that method, you can't take me to the laboratory. The masked man twisted his wrist, and flames ignited in his hand. Let me tell you, don't even think about playing any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were alive but can't live, and wish you were dead but can't die. Also, becoming someone like me is an inescapable fate for you. Xia Qingzhi nodded frantically. She had to find a way to escape. She looked at the flame in the man's hand, and her heart began to murmur. Could he be a supernatural being? This is bad. It would be even harder to escape now. If there's nothing else, I'll just take my leave. Xia Qingzhi took advantage of his daze and quickly jumped out of bed. Feeling the sensation under her feet, her spine went cold. Looking down, she realized it was actually a snake's tail and immediately apologized. Yes, I'm sorry, but he had an important experiment, one that determined whether he could leap to a higher status. In the face of glory and wealth, he abandoned his family ties. The experimental data came out, and overnight he became famous, winning several awards and obtaining valuable shares. Yet, he couldn't feel any joy. At the celebration banquet, he hid in a corner of the balcony, smoking a cigarette. The phone rang. It was Xia Qingzhi calling. He had heard that name before. It seemed to be the teacher's daughter. When he answered the call, a gentle and timid voice came through. Your grandmother is fine. He saw her and her grandmother making dumplings together. Flour was stuck to her face, and she looked very happy. At that moment, he heard his heart pounding. You should rest well. After saying that, he left. He took a shower, thinking about going out to level up. The cat ran over to tell him. Xia Qingzhi ran away. Upon hearing this, the masked man was so furious that flames erupted all over his body, and he shouted at the cat, "Why aren't you going to find her for me?" Chapter 12. The road to escape Xia Qingzhi was chased to the riverbank by a group of people. Just as she bent over, panting heavily, she suddenly heard a voice in the distance. "She's over there. Hurry, catch her." She shivered, turned her head, and desperately ran along the riverbank. But they kept chasing her closely from behind. Whenever she felt she couldn't hold on any longer, the image of her transforming into a snake would flash in her mind, and she gritted her teeth to keep moving forward. In the end, she was still caught by them. Xia Qingzhi hugged her legs and looked at the rabbit-headed man in front of her, trembling and constantly retreating. Gritting her teeth, she stammered, "Why you don't come any closer." The cat walked out, licking its paw, and its eerie gaze fixed on her. 13:16. Being modified is a supreme honor. Don't be ungrateful. Xia Qingzhi looked at Cat Dao in fear, shaking her head frantically. No, I don't want to be transformed. Then she turned to the person behind it, rolled her eyes, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take her away." Xia Qingzhi looked at the approaching shadow, biting her lip and turning her head to take a glance, constantly moving her body backward. When she turned back again, she found herself at the water's edge. But that group of people was still closing in on her step by step. Xia Qingzhi looked at the rushing river and then at the approaching mutants, trembling with fear. In front of her were people who wanted to harm her, and behind her was a river that could lead to her death. She couldn't swim, but she also didn't want to be transformed into a monster, especially not one of the kind she hated. Just as those people reached out their claws towards her, she closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and jumped. When she opened her eyes again, a disheveled woman with a dirty and chaotic appearance and a numb expression met her gaze. Xia Qingzhi thought she was going to hurt herself, so she sat up and watched her warily as she slowly moved back. The woman tilted her head and looked at her, and her numb eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light. She eagerly stepped forward, opened her arms, and embraced her tightly, almost making her gasp for breath. "Cough, cough. Let me go." Xia Qingzhi felt uncomfortable and wanted to push her away, but that woman held her tighter, showing no intention of letting go. Xia Qingzhi exerted all her strength to finally push away the woman in front of her. Just as she was about to escape, she suddenly heard a man's angry and resentful voice. "Nian, it's actually you, this jinx." Xia Qingzhi looked up, her eyes wide open as she stared at him in a daze. The man's hateful gaze was fixed on her, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Could he be another man hurt by love? Who exactly is Nian? Because of her, she has suffered so much injustice. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and capture her. The man suddenly shouted at the person behind him, then turned to Xia Qingzhi, yelling, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Xia Qingzhi was taken aback for a moment, looking at the people surrounding her, and in fear, she got up and ran. As a result, a man reached out long arms and grabbed her by the arm, threatening, "Nian, I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. I'll take you to see the leader now, and let the leader kill you to avenge those who died." Xia Qingzhi shivered upon hearing this. What? He wants to kill me. Thinking of this, she desperately tried to break free from the man's grip, but found it was all in vain. Feeling the pain in her wrist, she frowned. Xia Qingzhi suddenly panicked. "Let go of me." The man laughed loudly, then looked down at her with a sinister expression and said, "Nian, I finally caught you. How could I easily let you go?" Xia Qingzhi struggled even harder upon hearing this, but it was all in vain. Just as the man was dragging her inside, the woman beside them rushed over and bit the man's arm, saying indistinctly, "Don't hurt my child." Xia Qingzhi seized the opportunity to break free from his hand and ran away. She hid behind the dark bushes, breathing heavily, thinking she was finally safe, when she heard a woman's voice. "Are you reading?" Xia Qingzhi frowned and turned her head stiffly to look at her. The woman covered her mouth in panic, staring at her in disbelief. She trembled as she stood up, ready to flee. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Over there, catch her. Xia Qingzhi was frozen, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. In front of her were people, and behind her were still people. Most likely, they were all in cahoots. Where should she escape to? What should she do? Was she really going to lose her life here? Feeling her eyes moisten, she suddenly felt a sense of despair. At that moment, a woman suddenly grabbed her hand, and Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she pulled away. The woman turned to look at her, her expression gentle as she said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Come with me." After saying that, she turned and took Xia Qingzhi's hand, running into the darkness, while the people behind them continued to pursue closely. However, the woman managed to shake them off. Xia Qingzhi hid in the thatched cottage, looking out at the night, her body stiff and hesitant to relax. "Don't worry, you're safe now." A woman came over holding a cup made of bamboo and handed it to her. "Have some water." Xia Qingzhi turned her head and stared blankly at her. After a long time, she dared to reach out her hand and said, "Thank you." "No need to thank me. After all, you helped me back then," the woman suddenly said, and then continued to comfort her. Xia Qingzhi slowly relaxed her body, no longer as tense as before. She learned from the woman's words that her name was Lu Xiang and that she was under the protection of Nian, so she should be relatively safe for now. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. "You must be hungry. I'll go get you some food," Lu Xiang said to Xia Qingzhi, who was squatting on the ground. After speaking, she ran out. Xia Qingzhi watched the disappearing figure in the night, her eyes feeling a bit warm, and she quietly sighed. She is really good. Just as she sat on the ground waiting for Lu Xiang, a group of people suddenly rushed in. The firelight shone on her face, making it feel somewhat dazzling. "You are really here. Grab her and take her away," the man who had captured her said to the people behind him. Just like that, Xia Qingzhi was dragged out. Let go of me." Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look left and right, panic rising in her heart. Seeing they wouldn't let her go, Xia Qingzhi bit down on their hand. Without the restraint of that person, she used all her strength to break free from another and ran towards the darkness. Just when she thought she could escape, a hand grabbed her arm, causing her to frown in pain. She turned her head to look back. The firelight illuminated the man's face, making it appear even more sinister. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that her whole body broke out in goosebumps. The man glared at her, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Stop wasting your energy. The leader has already spoken. He wants you dead." Chapter 13, I'm not Nian. "Why did you take Nian away?" "Lu Xiang, get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you." The man rudely pushed Lu Xiang to the ground and took Xia Qingzhi away. Xia Qingzhi was taken to an open area surrounded by a large crowd. Above her, about 100 people were seated. Seeing this scene, she appeared at a loss, nervously clutching her clothes and not daring to look up. "Nian, you colluded with outsiders, causing the tribe to lose food, leading to the starvation of most people. Do you know your crime?" The chief's voice came from the front. I am not Nian." Xia Qingzhi, hearing the voice, turned pale with fear, stiffening her body and softly denying it. Then she clenched her fists, raised her small face, and trembled as she said, You all say I am Nian, but do you have any evidence? Is it just because I look like her?" The chief frowned in displeasure. "There are no two identical leaves in this world, so how can there be two identical people?" He then stroked his chin, his eyes glancing at her. "Unless she is your twin sister." He narrowed his eyes. "If that's the case, I can't let you go either. Since her sister has run away, the price will be paid by you, her sister." Xia Qingzhi was so anxious upon hearing this that she started to cry. I don't know what Nian is. Just because I'm the same as her, you're convicting me? That's unfair. Unless you have other evidence." "Who says there's no evidence?" "She is the evidence." A man's voice came in. Xia Qingzhi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of men walking in with great momentum. Among them was a middle-aged woman she recognized, the one who had exposed her. "Yintian, what brings you here?" The leader turned to ask him. "To deliver the witness, and to take revenge on my enemies and avenge my father. Of course I had to come." Yintian looked at her, his eyes fixed intently on her. Xia Qingzhi felt a chill run down her spine as she was stared at. "Child, my child." The woman with disheveled hair saw Xia Qingzhi kneeling on the ground and rushed over to embrace her. Xia Qingzhi was gasping for breath as the madwoman asked, Who is she? The leader, squinting his eyes, suddenly spoke to her. But the madwoman ignored him, continuously staring at Xia Qingzhi and muttering, "Child, my child." Tian, growing impatient, stepped forward and tugged at the madwoman's arm, causing her to fall to the ground. "The leader is talking to you. Are you deaf?" Tian said, a bit irritated. "Bad person. You are a bad person." The madwoman looked at him and started to cry. "You." Tian raised his hand, intending to strike. The leader suddenly stepped forward, grabbing his hand with a conciliatory demeanor. "Hey, Tian, it's not good to resort to violence." After speaking, he squatted down and, with a friendly tone, pointed at Xia Qingzhi and asked the madwoman, "Who is she?" The madwoman followed his finger and, in an urgent tone, replied, "She is the child." "My child." Xia Qingzhi could sense that the leader in front of her seemed to be deliberately guiding the madwoman to say the answer he wanted. "Then what is her name?" The leader asked again. Child, Nian, my child," the madwoman muttered incoherently as she looked at Xia Qingzhi. "So her name is Nian. She's your child, right?" The leader continued, his tone becoming more intense. "Nian, my child," the madwoman said, her emotions becoming agitated as she pushed the leader aside and lunged towards Xia Qingzhi. "Tian, have someone take the madwoman away," the leader said uprightly. After that, Tian found a few people to drag the madwoman away. "Nian, do you have anything else to say?" Then he turned to the people beside him and said, "Take her away and burn her immediately." Xia Qingzhi lay on the ground, her body trembling like a sieve, staring blankly at the floor in a state of despair. Tears as big as beans fell to the ground. Could it be that she really ended up like this? "Leader, this is unfair." Xia Qingzhi heard the voice and looked up, somewhat surprised. It was Lu Xiang. The leader glanced at her, rubbing his forehead with some impatience. "I know you have a good relationship with her, but you can't protect her. Leader, this is not enough to prove that she is innocent." Lu Xiang turned her head to look at Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi looked grateful. "Lu Xiang, I see you were just covering for her." Tian walked out and glared at Lu Xiang, then turned to the leader and said anxiously, "Leader, it's better to burn her to death as soon as possible." Xia Qingzhi trembled with clenched teeth upon hearing this. The leader immediately shouted, "Come, take her away." After saying this, Xia Qingzhi watched helplessly as they restrained her and dragged her outside. At that moment, Lu Xiang suddenly stood in front of them and looked at the leader. Nian was most afraid of snakes, and everyone knew this. The people below exchanged glances upon hearing Lu Xiang's words. Lu Xiang continued, "If she dares to touch a snake, wouldn't that prove she is not Nian?" The leader looked at everyone, trembling with anger. "Leader, we don't have sufficient evidence to handle her like this. It is unfair." An old man with a white beard beside the leader stroked his beard and said, "Yes, it's unfair." The people below looked at the leader in unison. Under the pressure from everyone, the leader forced a smile and looked at Lu Xiang. "All right, let's do it this way." Xia Qingzhi's expression of fear and anxiety was fully exposed to the leader's gaze. Lu Xiang stepped forward and opened her mouth to Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi understood what she meant. Lu Xiang said not to worry, that the snake was raised by her and wouldn't harm her. After that, Tian brought in a few small snakes from outside. Xia Qingzhi looked at the slippery snake wrapped around his hand, frozen in fear and almost fainting. But thinking about how she hadn't seen her sister and father yet, she mentally encouraged herself and mustered the courage to walk over. Watching the snake hissing at her, she tightly closed her eyes, listening to her heart pounding. Trembling, she reached out to touch the snake's body. The slimy, cold feeling made her stomach churn. Then, forcing herself to open her eyes, she looked at the leader and weakly asked, "Is it okay now?" The leader looked at her wrist and revealed a strange smile. "Since you have proven yourself, I can only let you go." Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Elder, we can't let him go." Tian stepped forward unwillingly to stop them. "There's a birthmark on Nian's collarbone. If she is not Nian, then let her show her collarbone to everyone." How could he know? Xia Qingzhi felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar upon hearing this sentence. Chapter 14. Liu helps her. "Stop." A cold voice came from behind, and everyone turned to look. "Liu, how is it you?" Tian turned to look at the person in front of him, his expression changing dramatically, his eyes burning with fierce flames. Tian let out a cold snort, pulled out a bone knife, and revealed a sinister smile. Since you want to make amends, then first kill Nian. What? Xia Qingzhi heard these words and looked at Yu's profile, her heart rising to her throat. It's over. He hates her so much, he will definitely kill her. Yu calmly took the knife from his hand. Xia Qingzhi listened to the pounding of her heart, biting her lower gums helplessly as she looked at him. Yu glanced at her, stepping closer step by step, while she retreated in fear with each step. Each step was undoubtedly a form of torment for her. He approached her, looking at her, his expression somewhat obscure. Xia Qingzhi shook her head in fear. He lowered his head to take a look at the dagger and slowly picked it up. Xia Qingzhi watched in horror as something was about to stab her, her heart racing as she bit her lip and closed her eyes in fear. Just when she thought she was doomed, a cold and ethereal voice came through. Chief, I can kill Nian, but the person in front of you is not Nian. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes and looked at Yu, who was flattening the bone knife in his hand towards the leader, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. The hot-tempered Yin Tian anxiously glanced at the leader. Leader, you can't trust just his word. The leader slightly raised an eyebrow and looked at the people below. Then what do you want to do? According to my method just now, strip and inspect. Yin Tian made a respectful gesture towards the leader. What? Xia Qingzhi couldn't believe what she heard and stepped back. What's wrong? Scared? Yin Tian mocked, his gaze provocative. There are rules in the tribe. Only a husband can see his wife. Any other man who sees her, no matter who it is to be killed without mercy. Do you want her to take off her clothes and not fear the consequences? You might not care about the consequences. Does everyone here have to pay the price because of your actions? He turned to the crowd and waved his hand. Yeah. Yin Tian, do you want to get us killed? The people below murmured. Li Yu, you're just protecting her. Yin Tian angrily pointed at Yu. Have you forgotten that it was because you protected her that part of the tribe died before? You sinner, do you still want the tribe to repeat the same mistake? He deliberately dragged you into it. I almost forgot about that, he said, looking at Li Yu, squinting his eyes and pointing at him with authority. What do you mean? The leader asked him. Yu lifted his eyelids to look at him. The tribe has always lacked water. If I can find a water source for everyone, can I redeem myself? Really? The leader looked at him in surprise. Leader, don't believe his nonsense. He just wants to shift the blame to Nian. Please punish him. Yin Tian said angrily. This. The leader seemed troubled. Suddenly, the chief of the first clan stood up. Leader, Li Yu is my son. Please let me handle him. The leader nodded after a moment of silence. Just like that, he was dragged away. Before leaving, he glared hatefully at the chief of the first clan. After you left, Yin Tian suddenly stared fiercely at Xia Qingzhi and said to the leader, we should continue judging Nian. I'm not. Xia Qingzhi trembled as she looked at him, innocently defending herself. Yin Tian stared at her and said this sentence with hatred, word by word. If you take off your clothes, you'll know naturally. Xia Qingzhi watched him approach, anxiously clutching her clothes. Don't forget, your tribe has rules. Yin Tian interrupted with a sneer. I just remembered. This rule only applies to our tribe members. Unless. He looked at Xia Qingzhi, deliberately elongating his tone. Xia Qingzhi was about to speak when she suddenly realized something. He did it on purpose. If she admitted to being from the tribe, it would mean acknowledging her identity as Nian. What to do? Just when she felt most helpless, Lu Xiang suddenly stepped forward, staring at his profile with indignation. From the very beginning, I proved she is not Nian with the snake, and the chief saw it too. What you're doing now is too much. The one who harmed your father was Nian. You can't take it out on her just because she looks like Nian, and to make her undress in front of everyone. Isn't that disrespectful to us women? After she finished speaking, she turned to look at the people behind her. The women below exchanged glances upon hearing her words, and then all stood up. Yin Tian, would you be happy if Yinya were treated like this? One woman said, Yin Tian, you're really something. Another woman pointed at him and scolded. You're really lacking in class. No wonder Lu Xiang doesn't like you. Another person added sarcastically. Xia Qingzhi looked at the many people below who were speaking up for her and suddenly felt a bit moved. You all. Yin Tian listened to the noisy voices around him, looked around and pointed at them, his eyes red with anger, then turned to glare at Lu Xiang. It was only through love that one would willingly protect another. Xia Qingzhi found this remark a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. Lu Xiang frowned upon hearing this and clenched her hands tightly. Xia Qingzhi noticed her change and felt puzzled. When mentioning you, Lu Xiang seemed very excited. The leader said there was no reason to punish her. Are you trying to imply that the leader is covering for her? He immediately turned around and respectfully explained to the leader, whose expression was not good. Leader, I didn't mean to doubt you. The leader glared at him, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Xia Qingzhi. Chapter 15. Framed by Others. Xia Qingzhi looked at his face, her eyelashes trembling, and she shivered. The leader spoke. Since you're not Nian, you can leave now. Xia Qingzhi's eyes widened in excitement as she looked at the leader and exclaimed, Are you saying that I'm free? The leader chuckled and asked, What? Do you have any objections? No, no, Xia Qingzhi replied, waving her hands excitedly. After the crowd dispersed, Xia Qingzhi caught up with Lu Xiang, grasping her hand and sincerely thanking her. Lu Xiang, thank you for saving me time and again. I will remember your kindness. When you need help, I will definitely lend a hand. It's nothing. After all, you have helped me before, Lu Xiang replied, gently with a smile. She then lowered her gaze, her eyes resting on Xia Qingzhi's hand, where the snake bite was starting to ooze blood. Lu Xiang curled her lips, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. Xia Qingzhi planned to leave the tribe to find Pa. As a result, she got lost and accidentally walked into a sea of flowers, and it was already night. She walked further in and suddenly saw a man and a woman embracing under the moonlight. Her face immediately turned red when she saw the man spread his wings. She was astonished and covered her mouth. How could there be mutants here too? Just as she was in a daze, the two suddenly appeared in front of her. Xia Qingzhi shrugged, looking at them with an awkward expression. Nian, is that you? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Xia Qingzhi was just about to speak when a handsome guy with wings adjusted his glasses, squinting as he looked her up and down. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? The woman tugged at the man's shirt, playfully pouting. Moo. She saw what we did. Let's kill her. The man straightened his glasses, turned to the woman, and gently stroked her face with a wicked smile. I have a more fun idea. Xia Qingzhi looked at their affectionate appearance and suddenly had a bad premonition, immediately turning around and running towards the sea of flowers. Moo spread his wings and soared into the sky, the sea of flowers creating waves of blossoms. After that, he landed in front of Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi raised her hands to smooth her hair that was blown messy by the wind, staring blankly at the man in front of her. She immediately turned around, wanting to run in the opposite direction, but the woman walked towards her. You all don't come over. Xia Qingzhi stepped back in fear. As the two men approached her little by little, one of the men reached out his hand and waved at her. Everything went black in front of her, and she fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the leader. Through him, she could see a thatched hut. Looking to the side, she noticed that there were people surrounding her. Xia Qingzhi felt a surge of confusion in her heart. Why is everyone looking at me? Someone, take her down and immediately carry out the fire punishment. The leader's voice came through. She looked up at the middle-aged man in front of her, who was standing with his hands behind his back and had an angry expression, feeling bewildered. What did I do wrong? Why are you capturing me? Xia Qingzhi, once again being held up, asked the leader in confusion. The leader snorted coldly and glared at her. You still have the face to say that. Xia Qingzhi lightly trembled her eyelashes and stammered to ask him, What's wrong with me? The leader crossed his arms with an expression that looked like he was about to explode. What? Are you pretending to have amnesia here? Let me tell you, I won't fall for that. Xia Qingzhi wanted to speak again, but the leader didn't give her the chance and directly ordered his subordinates to drag her away. Xia Qingzhi looked at the setup in front of her, her heart racing uncontrollably. The leader stood above, looking down at her like an ant. His expression filled with anger as he raised his hand to signal. Light the fire. Xia Qingzhi looked at the person approaching her with a torch, biting her lip and raising her head to look at him. Anxious. What did I do wrong? Why do you all have the right to take the law into your own hands against me? The leader's expression was very unpleasant. You conspired with that group of wanderers and stole our food for the winter. How dare you still ask? Xia Qingzhi was stunned by the leader's words. When did she collude with the wanderers to steal food? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and light the fire. The leader glared at the people below. Xia Qingzhi saw this and immediately shouted, I didn't. The leader, seeing that she refused to admit it, furrowed his brows so tightly that they could drip ink, gritting his teeth and staring at her. "Stop quibbling. Someone saw you taking the wanderer to the granary and stealing all the food inside." "What?" Xia Qingzhi was stunned when she heard this. Could it be that the legendary saying "one sits at home while disaster comes from the sky" was true? She looked at the flickering flames in front of her, feeling a chill down her spine, gritting her teeth, and nervously clutching her clothes. She absolutely couldn't die here. She and T found her sister yet. She raised her head to look at the leader, steeling herself and speaking with a shaky tone. "Leader, please allow me to confront the person who witnessed it firsthand. I don't want to die without knowing the truth." The leader looked her up and down, his gaze turning sharp. "All right, then let us make sure you die knowing the truth." He turned to the crowd and said, "Yin Yi, tell everyone what you saw last night." Xia Qingzhi looked in the direction the leader's gaze fell upon, and her heart skipped a beat. The woman had short hair that reached her ears, wore round bone earrings, and a skirt made of animal skin that reached her thighs. Her brows and eyes were slender, and there was a prominent scar on her forehead. Yes, it was the woman she had seen yesterday. Yin Yi walked into the center of the crowd with her arms crossed and began to tell her lies. Xia Qingzhi exclaimed in urgency, "You are simply talking nonsense. I didn't do those things, it was clearly you." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Yi interrupted, "I saw everything, so don't try to argue. What you did is really too much. How many people will die this entire winter because of your selfishness?" Then she looked at the leader with a pitiful expression. "Leader, yesterday when I saw them stealing food, I intended to inform you. But she discovered me, and she wanted to kill me. I knocked her out while she wasn't paying attention to protect myself. Leader, you must punish her properly." Xia Qingzhi looked at her, feeling a chill in her heart as she fabricated facts without a hint of embarrassment. After Yin Yi finished speaking, he walked over to Xia Qingzhi, his gaze lingering on her, a smug smile playing on his lips. Then he changed to an innocent and pure expression, reached out to pull her up, and feigned a righteous demeanor. "Nian, how could you do such a thing? What are you saying? He is Nian." The leader suddenly walked over to Yin Yi, looking at Xia Qingzhi in surprise. Chapter 16. Inversion of Truth and Falsehood. Yin Yi turned his head, looking at the leader with an innocent expression, blinking his eyes. "Well, I heard the people over there calling her Nian." Xia Qingzhi immediately pinched the hem of her clothes and retorted anxiously, "I'm not. You're talking nonsense." Then she turned to look at Lu Xiang, but Lu Xiang had her arms crossed, looking indifferent. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head. What should she do? Why did Yin Yi want to put her in danger? Was it because she saw Yin Yi and that mutants incident? Why was she so scared? Unless, Yin Yi, you're just afraid that your association with the outsiders will be exposed, so you framed me, right? Upon hearing this, Yin Yi's smile faded, and she glared at her with a cold look. Then she put on a wronged expression and stepped forward. "Nian, it was clearly your mistake. Why do you still have to accuse me? The Wanderers killed my father. They're my enemies. How could I possibly be with someone among them?" Xia Qingzhi was about to speak when Yin Tian stepped forward, waving his fist. "Nian, I warn you, if you dare to slander my sister again, I'll beat you up." Yin Yi stopped him, looking like a good person. "Bro, don't blame her. She had no choice but to deliberately frame me." Xia Qingzhi gritted her teeth tightly, looking at the innocent Yin Yi, forcing herself to calm down. "Yin Yi, I see that your love for him is nothing special. If you really loved him, how could you not dare to admit your feelings for him? You're talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, Yin Yi indeed got anxious, but she soon changed to a pitiful expression, raising her hand to rub her eyes. "Nian, how can you slander my innocence? How will I live in the tribe after this? I know you're unwilling, but you can't treat me like this. Nian, the way you are today is entirely your own doing. How can you blame me? I was thinking of everyone too." After that, she turned to look at the people, and everyone below was supporting her and cursing Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi saw the situation and was so anxious that she didn't know how to defend herself. "Yin Yi, you are turning black into white." The leader looked at her and angrily pointed at her, shouting, "Nian, you have repeatedly colluded with outsiders to steal the tribe's food, and today I will eliminate you on behalf of those souls who have died." He shifted his gaze to those holding torches and glared. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and burn her for me." Upon hearing the leader's order, the torches slowly lowered. Xia Qingzhi struggled desperately, twisting her body. and caught a glimpse of the mocking expression on Yinye's face. Just as the torch fell onto the dry haystack, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She hurriedly looked at the leader and said, "I have evidence. I have evidence that proves Yin Yi is colluding with outsiders to steal food." Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Yin Ye's eyes, but her face remained as calm as ever. "What method?" the leader asked her. "A lie detector." Xia Qingzhi couldn't wait to speak, fearing that if she waited a moment longer, her life would be in danger. "A lie detector?" The leader looked at her with confusion. "Yes, she could use it to test who is lying between me and Yin Yi. If the leader doesn't believe it, he can randomly select a few people to test." The leader narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. "Why should I listen to you?" Xia Qingzhi recalled the way he looked at her before, and she suspected that he might have discovered some of her secrets. So she pretended to test him and said, "Leader, aren't you afraid that I will tell others?" "All right, I'll give you another chance." The leader suddenly interrupted her anxiously. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed that there was indeed some secret between him and Nian. The leader looked at the person holding the torch and said sternly, "Let her go. I want to see what kind of tricks she can pull." "Leader, she is." Yin Yi became a bit flustered. The leader turned and glared at her. "Shut up." Yin Yi immediately fell silent. Xia Qingzhi reached into her pocket, closed her eyes, and pulled out a stick from her storage space. Initially, she had wanted to deceive her sister about something, but her sister brought in a lie detector, and all her secrets were revealed. After that, this item had been kept in her storage space. She never expected it would come in handy this time. The leader raised his hand and called over several couples. The man held the stick, and the woman asked him, "Did you marry me because I am the daughter of the clan leader?" The man replied firmly, "No. I love you. That's why I married you." As soon as he finished speaking, the stick turned red and started to hiss. Xia Qingzhi said without looking, "He's lying." The woman, angered, slapped the man and turned to leave, while the man rushed after her. After testing a few more, they indeed found problems. The leader held the stick in his hand and squinted his eyes. "This thing is really amazing." Xia Qingzhi stepped forward and took the item from his hand, speaking weakly. "Leader, it's time to test me and her, right?" The leader's gaze was fixed on the stick, and he responded with a faint Xia Qingzhi looked at the somewhat flustered Yin Yi and turned to the leader, saying, "How about I go first?" The leader nodded and then asked Xia Qingzhi a question. The stick did not turn red, nor did it make a hissing sound. He turned to look at Yin Yi. "Yin Yi, it's your turn." Yin Yi bit her lip, clutching a handkerchief in her hand, her face a bit pale, hesitating to step forward. Xia Qingzhi didn't dare to look into her eyes. Yin Yi must hate her to the point of wanting to tear her apart. "Yin Yi, what are you afraid of? Could it be that what she said is true?" The leader frowned unhappily as he looked at the stick suspended in the air. "No, leader." Yin Yi immediately raised her head to explain, as she slowly walked forward and gently reached out to grasp the stick. "I ask you, are you with the outsiders? Is the incident of the food theft yesterday related to you?" Xia Qingzhi felt her heart leap to her throat upon hearing this. Soon, she would be able to prove her innocence. This was finally coming to an end. Yin Yi bit her lip and slowly spoke. Just then, a guard walked in, tying up a winged creature. "Chief, we caught someone from the wandering tribe during our patrol," one of the guards said. The chief turned, squinting his eyes, carefully examining the winged creature in front of him, and straightened up. It was indeed a person from the wandering tribe. Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath upon seeing this, finally putting down the stone that had been hanging in her heart. Now, the matter of Rock Lee framing her was a done deal. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly turned to look at Xia Qingzhi, revealing a very surprised expression. "Nian, you're really here?" Chapter 17, Turning Crisis into Safety. "No wonder I couldn't find you when I was moving grain yesterday. It turns out you really were captured. Chief, look, I didn't lie." The chief angrily slapped a nearby stone, shaking his hand in pain, and turned to glare at Xia Qingzhi. "What else do you have to say?" Xia Qingzhi turned to look at Mu, then glanced at Yin Yi, and turned to the leader, frowning and saying urgently, "Leader, they're in cahoots." Mu broke free from his restraints and ran in front of Xia Qingzhi to block her view, adjusting his eye sockets and pretending to show deep affection. "Nian, how could you do this to me?" Then, with a face full of complaints, he sulked and said, "If it weren't for you, how could I have been captured here?" "Don't talk nonsense, I don't know you at all." Xia Qingzhi looked at him, her mouth stammering in anxiety. Mu raised his head, looking quite innocent as he gazed at her. Nian, how could you turn your back on me? Have you forgotten all the little moments we shared? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. What? Not only was she involved with Liu, but she was also entangled with the people from the Wandering tribe. How shameless! Indeed, how could there be such a woman? They began to discuss among themselves. Xia Qingzhi looked around anxiously, seeing that they misunderstood her, and hurriedly explained, "It's not me, I didn't. Nian, although he is an outsider, you shouldn't betray his feelings like this." Yin Yi suddenly stepped forward, crossing her arms in indignation. "Yin Yi, he is clearly your partner," Xia Qingzhi said urgently. Mu heard this and looked sad, saying, "Nian, you are really a heartless woman. You all." Xia Qingzhi looked at them as they falsely accused her, speechless. Yin Yi turned to look at the leader, a sly smile on his face. "Leader, Yin, he has repeatedly betrayed the tribe. Please kill her and give everyone a fair justice." The leader turned his head and gazed at Xia Qingzhi, slowly speaking, "Someone, take her away, and carry out the fire punishment immediately." He turned to Mu again, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Take him away." Mu smiled and left with the others. Yin Yi remained in place, his gaze fixed on her. Xia Qingzhi struggled, but could not break free, bound to the cross. A torch was thrown into the haystack. She watched the flames blaze up, her eyes wide with panic. On the other side, Mu, after being taken outside, exerted a bit of force, and the ropes on his body snapped in two. He cast a disdainful glance at the guards nearby. "With just you few, you think you can control me? It's simply a delusion." He raised his hand, and a whirlwind swept them into the sky, after which they fell to the ground and died. Mu smiled slightly and spread his wings to fly towards the sky. The surroundings grew increasingly hot, and Xia Qingzhi was sweating profusely, gritting her teeth as she watched them. "Am I really going to die like this?" Her voice gradually weakened as she closed her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling out, "Stop it! Am I imagining things?" She shook her head helplessly and then heard the man say, "Ji, don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let them hurt you." Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes immediately upon hearing those words. Looking at the familiar figure, tears couldn't help but flow down her face. "Puh, you finally came." Her gaze passed through him and saw an old man in a white robe following behind. Everyone present knelt in reverence upon seeing him. "Saint, what brings you here?" The chief stepped down from the high platform, bowing with a smiling face to greet him. The saint glanced at Xia Qingzhi, then turned to the chief, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding righteousness. "Release this girl." "Saint, this." The chief looked at him with a troubled expression. "What is it difficult?" The saint asked sternly. "Saint, we cannot release her. She has harmed our tribe's people." Yin Yi stepped forward, unwilling to back down. The saint turned his head, stroking his beard while sizing up the person in front of him. "Do you really think I don't know the truth of this matter?" Yin Yi was stunned by this statement, his mouth opening and closing. The saint looked at the chief, warning him with a sidelong glance. "Are you sure you don't intend to release her?" The chief nervously raised his hand to wipe the sweat dripping from his forehead, immediately walking back up to the high platform, addressing the crowd below. "Ahem, the saint has informed me of the truth. We have misunderstood her. Therefore, this matter is hereby resolved." The crowd began to murmur. The saint suddenly coughed, and the chief immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet. "Also, she is not to be bothered by anyone. Otherwise, you will be going against me. All right, if there is nothing else, everyone can disperse." Hearing this, Yin Yi trembled with anger. Wanting to argue, she was given a warning look from the saint beside her. She immediately shot a resentful glance at Xia Qingzhi, clenching her fists and secretly vowing, "This matter is not over. I will definitely kill you." "Chief, the food is gone. How will we survive the winter?" Suddenly someone stood up and said, "Yes." The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Seeing this, the saint coughed again. The chief immediately understood and looked troubled. "I will find a way regarding the food situation, so everyone don't worry." When the crowd heard the chief's words, they quieted down. After the chief and the saint left, everyone began to disperse. Xia Qingzhi saw Po leaving alone and followed him. In a secluded corner, Po was chatting with the sage. "I keep my promises," but took out 5 beautiful amethysts from his pocket and the sage's eyes lit up upon seeing them. These amethysts are quite rare. Just one costs a great price, even a life. How come you have so many? He was surprised as he took the crystals. That's something you don't need to know. To the sage, the treasures in his eyes were merely a pile of worthless stones, beautiful but useless. By the way, let's talk about a deal. After the matter is done, I'll give you 10 amethysts. What deal? The sage asked excitedly upon hearing about the amethysts. Find a way to make you the leader of the tribe, Pa said. Okay, I agree. The sage nodded eagerly at the amethysts. After the sage left, Xia Qingzhi ran up and said honestly, I heard everything you just said. What are amethysts? And why does the sage want them so badly? Is it a dowry? Hearing this, Xia Qingzhi's eyes became slightly moist. This is a secret between me and the teacher, but did not intend to tell her and change the subject. In fact, the reason that person needed the amethyst was to enhance their supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities? Xia Qingzhi was stunned. Chapter 18. Supernatural powers. As long as a person's conditions are suitable, they can awaken supernatural powers. Pa looked calmly into the distance, his face showing no expression. But Xia Qingzhi could still see the worry on his face. This is an era of spiritual energy revival. What will happen if one awakens supernatural powers? Xia Qingzhi suddenly asked him. Could it be that you have awakened supernatural powers too? Xia Qingzhi immediately lowered her head to avoid his gaze and shook her head to deny it. No, no. Looking at her expression, Pa felt that something was off. Was she hiding something from him? Did she really awaken her abilities? He pressed his hands on Xia Qingzhi's shoulders, looking excited. You really awakened your abilities? Xia Qingzhi shook her head frantically. Then do you dare to look in my eyes? Pa insisted relentlessly. Xia Qingzhi felt that Po's eyes could see through everything. Lowering her gaze and not daring to look up. Look, you can't even look me in the eye, yet you say there isn't anything. Through her previous actions, Pa confirmed his thoughts. Xia Qingzhi must have awakened her special abilities. He continued, Zatsa, lying is an art, but you have no talent for it at all. What's wrong? Don't you trust me? No, I don't. Xia Qingzhi heard this and immediately raised her head to defend herself. I just haven't decided whether to tell you or not. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Oh, it seems to be true. His dark eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of light. Then tell me, what have you awakened? He asked. Xia Qingzhi looked up at him and remained silent for a while before slowly speaking. Well, I can see what plants see. And? Pa asked eagerly. Control. Control the plants. Xia Qingzhi continued. And? Pa pressed her further. Stimulate. Stimulate the growth of plants, Xia Qingzhi said. Is that all? Pa stared into her eyes as if trying to see through her. Well, it seems that's all. Xia Qingzhi intentionally concealed her ability to resist poison. A trace of disappointment flashed in Po's eyes, but quickly dissipated. He then looked at her, excitement on his face. I'll take you to meet someone. Without waiting for Xia Qingzhi to react, he pulled her away. The two arrived at a thatched cottage. The sage was kicking someone on the ground, cursing loudly. He showed none of the righteousness Pa had seen before. Instead, he appeared as a brutal master chastising a slave. Pa laughed at the sage's behavior. Upon seeing Pa outside the door, the sage immediately greeted him with a smile. What brings you here? Pa took out a purple crystal from his hand and said with a gentle smile, Tell me everything you know about supernatural abilities, and this will be yours. I'll give it to you after you finish. Pa lifted his eyelids and smiled slightly at him. Inside the thatched cottage, the three sat on a straw mat. The sage raised his hand to set up a barrier and smiled at Pa, saying, Don't mind me. I'm afraid they might hear. Pa lazily stretched and yawned. Just hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Among the survivors, some have awakened supernatural abilities for various reasons, and I am one of them. There are 3 types of supernatural abilities in this world. A small portion of ability users can control everything related to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Another portion has the power of nature, like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Most ability users possess some peculiar abilities, like invisibility or telepathy. The strength of a person's supernatural ability, besides killing other beasts and ability users, can also rely on external sources to obtain powerful energy. The most helpful is a type of crystal. I forgot its name, but it is very precious and a resource many ability users fight over. These crystals come in 9 colors: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple and black. The further you go, the higher the energy, but also the more precious it is. However, how do you have so many purple crystals? The sage suddenly looked at him, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy. Does this have anything to do with you? Pa distanced himself from him and looked at him warily. I advise you not to have any crooked ideas, or I will destroy all the purple crystals in my hand, and you won't get a single one. He warned the hypocritical sage in front of him. Oh, by the way, as an ability user, aren't you afraid of becoming a target? Pa asked deliberately. I have this. The sage looked down, turning the red gemstone ring on his hand. What is this? Pa asked him. With this gemstone, your supernatural ability won't be detected by those of a lower rank than you. This is something I obtained at a great cost. The sage said proudly. Po's eyes showed no ripple of emotion. So it's just a small stone. He thought it was some rare treasure. Does this gemstone have any other functions? Pa felt that something revered by these ability users couldn't be that simple. With it, the abilities used by lower-ranked ability users against you will be ineffective. The sage cherished the ring in his hand. Pa asked him, last question, among all ability users, who is the strongest? The leader of the Wanderers, a half-human, half-snake figure. He is at the 5th rank and can control everything related to fire elements. Besides that, he also has the ability to awaken ordinary people's supernatural abilities and can easily control those who have gained abilities. After listening, Xia Qingzhi felt a bit incredulous. After leaving the sage, Pa took Xia Qingzhi to the thatched cottage he had built. At night, Pa entered the space and took out a red gemstone and a white crystal. He made the red gemstone into a beautiful necklace. To avoid being discovered by those with supernatural abilities, he deliberately shaped the gem into the form of a gardenia flower, symbolizing bravery. As for the white crystal, it was meant to enhance her energy. He originally wanted to use a black one, but fearing she might not accept it, he decided to take it step by step. The next morning, Pa brought the necklace to her. When Xia Qingzhi saw the beautiful accessory, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Is it really for me? She looked up to confirm again. Then I'll help you put on. Pa walked behind Xia Qingzhi, lifted her hair, and placed the necklace around her neck. After that, they went to find you, only to see him weakly hanging his head, bare-chested, covered in wounds, and bound to a cross. Tian and a group of people were holding torches, seemingly intending to burn him alive. Stop it! Everyone stop! Xia Qingzhi suddenly appeared in front of you. Chapter 19. Saving you, Nian, it's you again. Why are you so persistent? Tian exclaimed in anger upon seeing her. She must be here to save you. Xia Qingzhi frowned unhappily when she heard the word Nian and looked at him as he defended her. I'm not Nian, I am Xia Qingzhi. Tian glared at her fiercely, his eyes filled with turbulent emotions, clearly very angry. I don't care who you are anyway. No one is going to stop me from killing you today. Xia Qingzhi looked at his cannibalistic expression and shivered all over. Remembering what the leader had said before about Tian avenging his father, she gathered her courage. You killed you because of your father. But the one who hurt your father was Nian. What does that have to do with you? If it weren't for him bringing Nian to the tribe, my father wouldn't have died. She turned her head and glared hatefully at the barely conscious you. In the end, the real culprit was him. He deserves to die. You regained consciousness and propped himself up, looking at Xia Qingzhi who was blocking him, feeling an indescribable emotion inside. Xia Qingzhi firmly argued against his angry face. There's a reason for every grievance and a master for every debt. You also deceived you. You can't blame all the responsibility on her just because Nian is no longer here. I don't have time to argue with you. Get out of my way quickly, or I'll deal with you too. Tian shouted at her. I won't let you. Xia Qingzhi spread her hands to block you. Tian's face turned red. His nails creaked with tension as he angrily threw away the torch in his hand, wanting to charge at her. The people nearby exchanged glances and immediately pulled him back. Tian, she is someone protected by the saint. You can't touch her. Upon hearing this, Tian glared at her, gritting his teeth. Xia Qingzhi took a step back in fright, trying to steady her gaze and glare at him. Even if they were to deal with you, it should be the leader's decision. At the very least, it should be the clan leader. You are neither the leader nor the clan leader. So what right do you have to deal with him? Tian heard this and turned his head to glance at you, sneering. Dealing with him is an order from my uncle himself. What? Xia Qingzhi looked at him with disbelief. You're talking nonsense. You is the son of the tribe leader, and even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How could he possibly kill his own flesh and blood? Yin Tian laughed heartily at her words and then looked at her. In my uncle's eyes, you is not as important as I am. He is just a child born of an alien race, and my uncle has never valued him, especially since he, like your mother, is a monster. More importantly, because of the stupid things he did, my uncle lost his position as leader. Tell me, what does my uncle need such a fool for? The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Then he fixed a piercing gaze on her and gritted his teeth, saying, "Get away from me. Don't act like I care. I won't." Seeing that Xia Qingzhi didn't move, he quickly stepped forward, grabbed her shoulder, and pushed her aside. Fortunately, Pa caught him. Earlier, when she saw this situation, she wanted to rush up directly, because Pa had said that you was a very important part of their plan. As a result, Pa stopped her, saying he would find a big figure to suppress Yin Tian. The most important figure here was not the leader, but the sage. Pa asked her to stall for time while he went to find the sage. Are you okay? Pa asked with concern. Xia Qingzhi stood up and shook her head. Yin Tian, being so harsh to girls won't help you find a partner. The saint walked over from his side. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Tian's complexion suddenly drained of color. Saint, what brings you here? He immediately became very respectful. I heard you want to kill you, so I came to take a look, the saint said. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian suddenly understood his meaning, but still felt a bit unwilling. Saint, this is the order of the first clan leader. I am just carrying it out. I hope the saint won't make it difficult for me. This time, he must kill you to avenge his father. The saint stroked his white beard and smiled at him. Oh, so was his order. You don't need to worry. I will go talk to him later. Hearing this, Yin Tian became anxious and raised his eyelids to meet the saint's gaze. Saint, because of him, more than half of the people in the tribe have died. How can I explain to those who have died if we just let him go? The saint smiled lightly and said, the past cannot be pursued. Let you go. After that, the saint walked up to the cross and untied the ropes binding you. Yin Tian watched everything in front of him, rage burning in his eyes, gritting his teeth. By the way, from now on, no one is allowed to make things difficult for you, or else you will have to deal with me. The saint walked among the crowd, issuing orders. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian's veins bulged, and his face turned pale. With the saint's help, no one dared to make things difficult for you, and he was supported by Po to leave, leaving only Yin Tian sulking in anger. In the thatched cottage, you lay on a straw mat, while Xia Qingzhi held the medicine she had taken from her space, and Pa helped him clean his wounds. Thank you for saving me, you said, propping himself up to look at Xia Qingzhi, while Pa deliberately increased his grip while treating the wound, causing you to wince in pain. You should be thanking Pa. If it weren't for him bringing the saint, you might have been done for, Xia Qingzhi said, looking at Pa. You looked at Xia Qingzhi with an ambiguous expression. She harmed me, but also saved me. Why? Xia Qingzhi stood at the door, looking up at the swirling snowflakes. She stretched out her delicate hand, and the snowflakes landed on her hand, quickly melting into droplets. Isn't it autumn now? Why is it snowing? She asked Pa, who was next to her. Who knows? Pa shrugged and smiled. Paul, what should we do next? Xia Qingzhi saw everything developing in a positive direction and thought of her sister. Are you going out? For some reason, she had a bad premonition in her heart, and her right eyelid kept twitching. I want to find something. Pa looked at her, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and revealed a beautiful smile. Xia Qingzhi looked at him with concern. The snow was so heavy, should they wait until it stopped? Pa shook his head and ran into the snow. The drifting snowflakes and his tall, slender figure formed a beautiful scene, at least in her eyes. Pa waved his hand, and the sound of warm sunlight came. In the afternoon, someone ran to tell her that Pa had been captured for taking the most precious thing from a sage. What? Xia Qingzhi was stunned and a bit at a loss upon hearing this. Chapter 20. The agreement. Without thinking too much, she ran into the heavy snow. Realizing she wasn't wearing shoes, she turned around and ran back into the house, quickly changed her shoes, and hurried to the place where the sage was. Xia Qingzhi stood at the gate of the saint, blocked by the guards. Let me in. She struggled anxiously. Ahem, let her in, came the voice of the saint from inside. Xia Qingzhi pushed aside their arms and walked in. Inside the room, besides the saint, there the leader and the patriarch of the first clan, who were all staring at her in unison in front of the fireplace. Xia Qingzhi felt embarrassed under the gaze of so many people and immediately lowered her eyes. But thinking of Pa, she bravely spoke up. What's wrong with Pa? Why did you capture him? The sage took a sip of tea, set down the cup, looked up at her, and slowly replied. He stole my gem and refuses to hand it over. According to the tribe's rules, I can only imprison him and execute him publicly. Xia Qingzhi was anxious and shook her head, her lips trembling upon hearing this. He couldn't possibly have stolen anything. There must be a misunderstanding. We witnessed it with our own eyes. How could there be a misunderstanding? The sage calmly picked up a bamboo cup. Hearing this, her heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cellar, and she wanted to grasp the last glimmer of hope. Biting her pale lips, she cautiously asked, Given that it's his first offense, can you give him another chance? Did you not hear clearly? He broke the law and must die, the leader said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingzhi's heart raced to her throat, and she felt a bit helpless. Why you? Please give him another chance. The sage put down the cup in her hand and looked at the helpless girl, speaking calmly. If you want us to let him go, it's not impossible. Tell me, what should I do? Upon hearing this, a spark of hope suddenly appeared in Xia Qingzhi's eyes. This is a bit difficult. You might not be able to do it. The sage stroked his beard. As long as I can save him, no matter how difficult it is, I will do it, Xia Qingzhi said excitedly. The tribe is currently short on food. If he can gather enough food for a thatched house, I might consider letting him go. As for the deadline, let's say 1 month. All right, I agree, Xia Qingzhi blurted out without a second thought. The 3 people present dropped their cups in unison upon hearing her words. The leader looked at her in shock. Nian, are you joking? Do you know how scarce food is? Do you know how many people are in the tribe? How could you possibly gather that much food by yourself? Xia Qingzhi clenched her fists, her gaze resolute as she looked at them. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to save him, I will not give up. Saving him is not only because he is her husband, but also because he is the only one who can help her find her sister. Therefore, no matter what, she must find a way to save him, no matter how difficult this task may be. The sage looked at her calmly. Then it's settled. 1 month as the deadline. Gather enough food, and I will release him. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes, nervously nodding. By the way, seeing that you were just a young girl, it would be difficult for you to complete this task, so I have assigned you some helpers. Xia Qingzhi looked puzzled. You know this person too. He clapped his hands, and a tall figure walked in. A cold voice rang out. Saint, what do you need from me? I've called you here to give you a chance to atone for your sins, the leader said. What kind of chance? You asked directly. The tribe is currently facing a food shortage, and people are dying of hunger every day. So I need you to help gather food, the leader replied. All right, you answered coldly. When Xia Qingzhi saw this person, she felt a bit heavy in her heart due to the previous unpleasantness. She gritted her teeth and looked at the sage, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by the sage who said, All right, I've said what I needed to say. You can go now. He tugged at the bee skin on his body and sniffed. Xia Qingzhi stood still, stunned for a moment, then mustered her courage to speak slowly. Saint, can I not cooperate with you? The saint looked at her with a puzzled expression. I see that you have a pretty good relationship. I still remember how you stepped up to save him. Xia Qingzhi heard this and hurriedly explained. There was a reason for it. She couldn't be alone with you. What if he wanted to kill her? Oh, I see. Xia Qingzhi was a bit excited to hear this, thinking that the sage would reconsider, but to her surprise, he said, Since that's the case, you all need to get along well. Xia Qingzhi was undoubtedly struck by a bolt from the blue upon hearing this. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Her legs trembled involuntarily as she took a step back. A cold voice suddenly came from the shadows. During our cooperation, let's temporarily set aside our personal grudges. Upon hearing this, she immediately turned to look at him, blinking her eyes in disbelief, and asked, Really? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Listening to use proud yet in different words, she breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the place where the leader resided, you told her that she had a way to find him, and with that, she disappeared into the snow. Outside, the snow had already accumulated to a foot deep. Xia Qingzhi was hiding in a thatched hut, roasting a fire and staring at the potatoes on it, muttering to herself. I can't be expected to farm in this kind of weather. That's simply absurd. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she went to the seed storage, finding a seed called soil. This seed could grow into black velvet grass in just 5 days, regardless of the conditions. One seed could produce 50 square meters of velvet grass. The grass could mimic the growth environment of different seed types, and within 10 days, she could harvest the fruits. Originally, she wanted to plant it in 7 days, but that required suitable soil to grow. However, why was there only one seed? She looked down at the only soil seed in the drawer, feeling troubled. One seed wasn't enough. Then she slapped her forehead. How foolish of me. The seed will bear fruit once it grows. Thinking of this, Xia Qingzhi was overjoyed and respectfully held the life-saving seed as she left. She then went to where Yu was, standing at Yu's door with the seed in her hands. She was excited. Yu, I've thought of a solution. Look at what I have in my hands. You have nothing in your hands, Yu replied, crossing her arms and looking at her as if she were foolish. Xia Qingzhi was puzzled upon hearing this. How could it be? Can't you see the tiny black dot the size of peanut? She then looked down at her empty hands, blinked her eyes, feeling as if struck by lightning. Wanted to cry, but unable to. She had lost her only seed. This was the only way to save the soul. Chapter 21. Seeking the Seed. Yu, what should I do? My seed is gone. Xia Qingzhi looked at Yu, anxiously pacing in place. Seed? He stood up, his 2 eyes fixed on her with a puzzled expression, his voice deep. Xia Qingzhi stammered, her eyes red as she explained to him. It's the soil. With it, we can grow food. Yu Lingling spoke up. Did you fall on the road? Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Yes, it must have fallen on the road. She couldn't wait to run into the snow. Youxiang wanted to speak, but hesitated, following behind. The two of them bent down to search along the path Xia Qingzhi had come from, facing the biting cold wind and the heavy snowflakes. Xia Qingzhi wished she could bend down to the ground and use a super magnifying glass, but she still couldn't find that black seed the size of a peanut. Suddenly, she squatted down, hugging her knees and sobbing. I'm so useless. The seed is gone. What should I do with the soul? You stood there, looking down at the squatting Xia Qingzhi, and coldly said, just one seed? Xia Qingzhi looked up, her eyes red as she explained to him. That was the only one. With a soft "oh," she turned around and continued to search for seeds. Before leaving, he reminded her not to cry there, but to think of a way to find out where the seeds were. Xia Qingzhi heard his comfort, wiped away her tears, and stood up to continue searching along the path she had come from. She couldn't give up, but was still waiting for her. On the other side, Pa and the saint sat in front of the fire, leisurely eating roasted meat and drinking tea. Do you really think your wife, who looks so fragile, can gather enough food? The saint looked at Pa as he took corn off the fire. Pa spoke while biting into the roasted meat. I believe in her. Although she seems timid, she is also someone who won't give up until she achieves her goal. The saint turned his head to stare at the burning flames, chewing on the corn. But your plan is quite clever. It not only trains Xia Qingzhi, but also helps you in everyone's favor. You actually noticed that. Pa smiled slightly, raising his cup to clink with the saint's. The saint raised his hand to toast him, then thought of something and spoke calmly. However, aren't you worried that the two of them might develop feelings for each other? Xia Qingzhi can't be sure, but Pa might very well fall for her again, because she has the same face as Nian. What was that phrase again? Wan Wan Lei Qing. Upon hearing this, Pa looked a bit uncomfortable. The two searched from day until night, but found no seeds. I'll accompany you, you said coldly, then turned around and bent down to continue searching. Xia Qingzhi searched until she was dizzy and really couldn't keep going. She got up to stretch her back and saw a hint of green covered by snow, suddenly recalling her special ability. Taking advantage of Yu's inattention, she walked to the tree, brushed off the snow on top, and placed her hand on it. She didn't find anything, so she continued to the next tree, but still found nothing. Not giving up, Xia Qingzhi searched tree after tree until she finally saw the scene she wanted, a black seed lying in the white snow. At that moment, a large footprint stepped on it, and the seed got stuck to that person's foot and was taken away. She turned to Yu behind her, excitedly saying, "You come with me." You looked at her with some confusion, but ultimately followed her. The two followed the clues provided by the trees and found a thatched cottage. At the door, they exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. How about you knock on the door? Xia Qingzhi suggested quietly, looking at you. That person was dark, strong, and scary. She was afraid. Why don't you go? You retorted. You go. Xia Qingzhi insisted. You go. You replied. The two argued back and forth, their voices getting louder, completely unaware that a big uncle was already standing at the door. What are you two doing at my door? They heard him and immediately stopped their voices, looking at him. Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath, awkwardly smiled, and said, Uncle, hello, we are here to find something. The uncle stared at Xia Qingzhi and you with a frown and said, You two look so sneaky. Are you here to steal something? The uncle's face turned red at that moment. This place is a mess. What could possibly be worth stealing? Xia Qingzhi saw the uncle's face was about to explode with anger, so she quickly stepped forward with an awkward smile to help smooth things over. Uncle, please don't listen to him. He doesn't know how to speak properly, so please don't take it to heart. How about this? As compensation, I'll give you this. Xia Qingzhi produced 2 ears of corn and handed them to him. The uncle's eyes lit up upon seeing the corn. I didn't expect there to be so much this time. Clearing his throat, he said, Well then, I won't be polite. He immediately smiled and took the corn. By the way, Uncle, do you remember the seeds you stepped on? Xia Qingzhi took advantage of his good mood to speak up. Seeds? What seeds? The uncle asked her seriously, adhering to the principle of being soft-hearted when receiving favors. Xia Qingzhi gestured. Uncle, can we search in your yard? Xia Qingzhi looked at him excitedly. Of course, for the sake of the corn. But you all can search by yourselves. I'm going inside. The uncle walked into the house, leaving the two of them at the door to search. How could there be none? After searching around and not finding any seeds, Xia Qingzhi's mood became low. There's none here, but there's a plant over there. You pointed to a wildflower standing defiantly in the biting cold winter at the corner of the thatched cottage. Really? Upon seeing the little flower, Xia Qingzhi's low spirits lifted again. She squatted down next to the flower and put her hand on it, only to see that the seeds had been eaten by a pig. How can a pig eat things randomly? After picturing this scene, Xia Qingzhi felt like crying, nearly collapsing in the snow. It's over. This is completely over. What's wrong? Seeing Xia Qingzhi's unusual mood, you asked with a cold face, concerned. The seeds were eaten by a pig, she said with a mournful face. A pig? There shouldn't be any pigs here, unless it's the pig from the sage's house. You recalled the pig raised by the sage. Chapter 22. Killing the pig for seeds, really? Xia Qingzhi rubbed her eyes and looked at him. You brought up that pig, and a hint of disgust appeared on her cold face. No matter how this tribe is, it's heavily guarded, and wild beasts can't survive coming out of here. Except for that stupid pig that struts around the tribe all day. Xia Qingzhi was excited to find that there was hope for the seeds. Then let's go find the sage and ask for a pig. Yu's gaze fell on her, and he said lightly, The sage cares a lot about his precious pig. Wanting his pig is like wanting his life. Do you think he will give it to you? Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her gaze sadly, her emotions sinking to an all-time low. After a moment of silence, she raised her head, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, took a deep breath, and looked at you with a frown, her face full of difficulty. How about we steal a pig? This was the only way she could think of to obtain seeds. You, with her arms crossed, looked completely indifferent. Stealing is a death penalty in the tribe. What? Xia Qingzhi was startled by these words and took a few steps back, frowning. What should she do? Without the soul seed, she would die, and if she stole a pig, she might die too. She had considered breaking out of prison, but doing so would make her die even faster. You stared at her for a while before slowly speaking. As long as she wasn't discovered, there shouldn't be any problem. Xia Qingzhi was overjoyed to hear this and asked him, Do you mean you are willing to accompany me to steal a pig? Let's go. He turned around and urged. Xia Qingzhi looked at the man's back, her eyes filled with joy. She immediately followed him. The two of them hid near the sage's house, eagerly watching the guard sleeping at the door and the pigs in the pig pen nearby. If we go past like this, we will definitely wake up the guard at the door. Xia Qingzhi looked at them, feeling a hint of worry. You asked her, Do you still want the seeds? Xia Qingzhi nodded vigorously at him. You took a big step forward and coldly said, Keep up. Xia Qingzhi glanced at the drowsy guard at the door and carefully bent down to follow. Just as she was approaching the pig pen, a sound came from under her feet, and Xia Qingzhi was so startled that she immediately covered her mouth and looked towards the guard. The guard moved slightly, seemingly about to wake up. She trembled in fear and turned to look anxiously at you. What should I do? There's someone over there. The guard's voice suddenly came. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she trembled, rigidly turning to look at the two people running towards her, frozen in place. Seeing this, you immediately grabbed her, who was in a daze, and ran towards the darkness. Hurry up. The guard's footsteps are getting closer. The two people in a haystack breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the guards run far away. Let's go steal the pigs. You spoke first and then moved closer to the sage's thatched hut, while Xia Qingzhi turned her head in fear of them appearing and quickly followed. As they passed by the window, she stopped, took out a large piece of fresh meat, 5 smoked fish, a bag of corn, a bag of potatoes, and the top-quality caviar she had stored in her space, throwing them into the window. The sage, who was sleeping by the bed, got hit on the head and had a big bump, waking up to see the food in front of him and touching his forehead. Thinking he was mistaken, he turned over and fell back asleep. Let's go, you urged, not knowing when she had come to Xia Qingzhi's side. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at him, startled with her mouth agape at the pig he was holding up with one hand. They were stealing a pig. Help! In an instant, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the night silence. Hurry! You held the pig with one hand and ran away, while Xia Qingzhi turned her head to cover her face and took a glance. A group of people with torches was chasing after them, scaring her into running away. The two of them hid in the woods as the sky gradually brightened. You tied the pig to a tree and urged, kill it quickly while we can, or they will catch up sooner or later. Xia Qingzhi nervously gripped the knife in her hand and walked towards the pig. Spare the pig under the knife. Spare the pig under the knife. Xia Qingzhi heard a voice coming from afar and quickly rushed towards the pig. Soon, she would be able to get the seeds. She couldn't give up like this. Just as the knife was about to penetrate the pig's body, a force snatched the knife from her hand. Run. If they see us, we will be executed in public. You saw this and pulled her away. But the pig. Xia Qingzhi looked back reluctantly. If we don't leave now, we'll both die here. Yuho reproached her. Xia Qingzhi gritted her teeth and turned to run after him. As a result, the saint quickly caught up with them, using his extraordinary abilities. Xia Qingzhi looked at the saint's furious expression and was so scared that she hid behind you. You dare to touch my pig, I won't let you get away with it. The saint fumed, puffing his beard. Someone, tie them up and feed them to the fish. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened by these words that she trembled. In a panic, she immediately stood up and said to the sage, stealing the pig was my idea alone. It has nothing to do with you. The sage, seeing Xia Qingzhi, remembered the food in the house, stroked his beard, and his tone softened. Why did you steal my pig? Xia Qingzhi lowered her eyes and explained anxiously. Yes, it was the pig that ate my seeds. Those seeds are very important. I don't know what to do. The sage listened and nodded. I see. After that, the sage gave Xia Qingzhi a suggestion, to let his precious pig stay by Xia Qingzhi's side for a few days until it expelled the seeds. Xia Qingzhi sat at the door, resting her chin on her hand while watching the pig rolling in the snow, feeling gloomy. It had been 2 days, and the pig still hadn't relieved itself. After that, she raised her hand to touch her hair, looking at the strands of hair in her hand. She was about to cry. Why hasn't this pig done its business yet? She lowered her head to look at the hair in her hand. Xia Qingzhi saw this and immediately hid her hair behind her, looking up dejectedly and saying no. It seemed she was still not feeding it enough. Why don't you feed it a bit more food? You suggested while staring at the pig. It sounded reasonable. Xia Qingzhi patted the thick layer of snow on her clothes and stood up. The two of them tied up the pig tightly, stuffing a funnel into its mouth and continuously pouring food inside. The pig was a glutton, eating a full 2/5 of Xia Qingzhi's food, which made her heart ache. Fortunately, after their efforts, the pig finally expelled it. The excrement was abundant and foul-smelling, almost making her faint. At night, you held a torch in his left hand and tools in his right, searching for seeds in the dome. Pa stood by the wall of the thatched house, watching you with dimmed eyes. He walked into Xia Qingzhi's room, placed a few white crystals by her pillow, and sat down beside her. The crystals formed a flow of energy directed towards her. Zatsa, you and him will never have a relationship in the past, present, or future, right? Zatsa, when you confessed to me back then, you said you'd only care about me in this lifetime. Don't forget. By the moonlight. He looked at her beautiful face and reached out to touch it. Chapter 23. The curse. The next day, the heavy snow outside had stopped. Xia Qingzhi opened the door and stretched. You appeared at the doorway, and their eyes met, making her feel slightly awkward. You opened his hand. Black seeds spread out in his palm, looked down at the seeds, then raised his head to look at her, expressionless, and said, "Here." Xia Qingzhi looked at the seeds in his hand, rubbed her eyes, and stared at him in surprise. Could these seeds possibly be from Pigmenter? Xia Qingzhi looked at you, feeling an inexplicable emotion in her heart, and opened her mouth to say thank you. You coldly looked at her, remaining silent. Xia Qingzhi came to the water's edge and kept washing the seeds in the water. Just thinking about how the seeds came from excrement made her feel uneasy. As she was washing, the seeds fell into the water. Xia Qingzhi looked at the calm surface of the water and realized she had made a big mistake, standing frozen in place. Fortunately, you did not blame her, and the two were scooping seeds from the river with tools. On the other side, Mu was in the river, reaching out to catch fish, but ended up grabbing a handful of water plants, and on top of the plants was a seed. He thought it was something rare and took it to find Yin. Yin held the seed up to the sunlight and silently complained, "Isn't this just an ordinary seed? What's so special about it?" Xia Qingzhi and you found their way over and just happened to see the black seed in Yin's hand. Without thinking, they ran over and anxiously tugged at their clothes. "Yin Yi, the seed in your hand is mine. Can you get back to me?" Yin Yi looked at her, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes, but she still maintained an innocent and harmless expression. "Is this seed very important to you?" Xia Qingzhi was afraid she would do something bad, shaking her head like a rattle. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Then I'll just throw it away." Yin Yi raised her hand towards the river, her gaze fixed intently on her. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi, in a panic, reached out her hand wanting to snatch it. "Since this seed is so important to you, how can I return it to you?" Xia Qingzhi thought of Pe, frowned, and took a step forward to continue snatching. "I was pulled back by you. Calm down." Xia Qingzhi looked at you, her eyes filled with anxiety. You leaned closer and whispered a few words to her, and Xia Qingzhi kept nodding. "What? Do you not want the seeds anymore?" Yin's tone was not very pleasant. "Since you want the seeds so much, then I'll give them to you." Xia Qingzhi took a step back, keeping her distance and watching her warily. This behavior surprised Yin greatly. "You, let's hurry and leave." Xia Qingzhi tugged on Yu's sleeve, wanting to leave. She didn't want to bring misfortune to others, but since she wanted it so badly, then let her have it. "Nian, you did your best. Don't blame yourself." You comforted her with her head lowered. "What do you mean?" Seeing that something was off, Yin stepped forward to block their way. "It doesn't mean anything." Xia Qingzhi looked at the person in front of her and immediately took a big step back, trembling all over. "Yin, since this seed is in your hands, you should take good care of it and not give it to others. It's enough to harm yourself." You looked at the black seed in her hand with a troubled expression. "I just heard you say that this will bring misfortune. Is it true?" Yin looked down at the seed in her hand, her face darkening. Xia Qingzhi's eyes were panicked as she lowered her gaze and shook her head. "No, no bad luck." You stood by with an expressionless face and added, "Since the seed is in your hands, hold on to it well." Upon hearing this, Yin's expression changed drastically. She frowned and pulled Xia Qingzhi's hand open, returning the seed to her, saying, "What bad luck." After saying that, she immediately turned and left, fearing that she might get contaminated by something negative. Seeing her walk away, Xia Qingzhi laughed. She looked up at the cold-faced you and asked, "How did you know Yin was afraid of this?" You glanced at Yin's back and replied indifferently, "For the unknown. People either believe firmly or do not believe at all. I was just testing it. I didn't expect Yin to really be afraid of these things." Xia Qingzhi watched as he trembled his eyelashes, lowered his head to look at the seed held in his palm, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Xia Qingzhi planted the seeds in a bamboo tube, resting her chin on her hand and staring at them, hoping they would sprout soon. A day passed, but the seeds still showed no response. She widened her eyes, sulking as she stared at them blankly. This was strange. Soil would grow in any environment, and at this growth rate, they should have sprouted by now. But why did the seeds in front of her show no reaction at all? Unless this seed was just an ordinary seed. Suddenly, you came over and squatted in front of the flower pot, speaking to Xia Qingzhi in a very cold voice. "What?" Xia Qingzhi heard these words and felt as if she had been struck by lightning, looking at you in disbelief. After going through so many setbacks, Was it all just to obtain an ordinary seed? Unable to accept this reality, her body fell to the ground as if losing all support, and she fainted. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, covering the earth in a silver cloak. Xia Qingzhi walked in the snow with her head down, as if she had lost her soul. Looking at her knees sunk in the snow, blaming herself. She felt so useless, unable to even handle such a small matter. I'm sorry, Pa. I messed things up. A series of footprints were left in the snow. She aimlessly searched and eventually ended up at Lu Xiang's house. Nian, what are you doing outside in such heavy snow? Seeing her shivering, Lu Xiang instinctively pulled her inside. She lit a fire to warm Xia Qingzhi's body a little. Looking at the downcast and lifeless person, Lu Xiang asked her, in such cold weather, why are you outside instead of inside? Lu Xiang's voice was like a spring breeze, warming Xia Qingzhi's heart. She trembled, got up to look at her, paused for a moment, and tears burst forth. I lost my seed. Lu Xiang looked at her in confusion. A faint smile on her lips, but Xia Qingzhi didn't notice at all. What kind of seed? She asked. Xia Qingzhi suddenly grabbed Yanye's arm. Her voice choked with urgency as she explained. That seed is very important. It's my bargaining chip to save the soul. And it's the only one I have. I don't know what to do anymore. This is truly unfortunate. Lu Xiang, am I really useless? Xia Qingzhi blamed herself. She looked up at the dazed Lu Xiang and happened to catch sight of a bamboo flower pot next to the wall behind her. The flower pot was filled with black fluff. She stopped crying and wiped away her tears. This is soil. Chapter 24. The Beauty Trap. Indeed, it was like searching everywhere for something and finding it effortlessly. It was worth her long search for soil. She didn't expect it to appear in Lu Xiang's home. Xia Qingzhi saw the pot of flowers and felt her mood brighten. She raised her hand and pointed behind Lu Xiang, saying to her, that one, your flower looks very special. Lu Xiang turned to look at the pot of flowers behind her, squinted her eyes, and turned back with a smile, asking her, you seem very interested in it? Xia Qingzhi nodded frankly. Lu Xiang moved her body to block in front of the plant, looking her up and down. So what do you mean? Xia Qingzhi carefully observed her expression and then tentatively asked, Lu Xiang, can you give me this pot of flowers? Seeing Lu Xiang remain silent, she quickly added, don't worry. I will trade you something else for it. Lu Xiang examined it for a moment and directly shook her head, refusing no. Well, that's fine. Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her eyelashes, feeling quite disappointed, but she didn't want to make things difficult for him. In the thatched cottage, Xia Qingzhi and you were roasting corn by a stone-built fire pit, the flames illuminating the entire room, creating a stark contrast with the darkness outside. Why are you roasting so much corn? You asked him. I want to trade these for soil from Lu Xiang's house, Xia Qingzhi replied, staring at the corn over the fire, slowly exhaling. You found the soil? A hint of joy appeared on Yu's cold face. Yes, at Lu Xiang's house, Xia Qingzhi said. Upon hearing Lu Xiang's name, Yu raised his eyebrows. In the end, Lu Xiang didn't agree and took all the corn without leaving any behind. The two, who had been turned away, stood at the door, looking at each other. They hid near Lu Xiang's house, chatting quietly. Just now, I saw the way she looked at you. Does she like you? Xia Qingzhi said. So what? You looked at her, his expression somewhat displeased. Why not use your good looks on her? Xia Qingzhi looked up and said to him, but upon seeing his gradually cooling amber eyes, she immediately lowered her head. What do you think? Yu Lung asked. Does that mean you agree? Xia Qingzhi didn't catch the meaning in his words and looked up at him with an excited expression. Yu Lung scoffed and said, not going. Then he stood up and was about to leave. Xia Qingzhi thought of Pa and immediately stepped forward to grab his arm, pleading, please help me. Yu turned his head, and Xia Qingzhi looked at him with tearful eyes, looking pitiful. After slightly raising his eyebrows and remaining silent for a while, he slowly said, this is the last time. So, you stood at the entrance of the Lu Xiang with a few flowers, while Xia Qingzhi hid behind the corner of the thatched cottage, secretly watching. Lu Xiang walked out and saw you, her face immediately turning red, displaying a girl's unique shyness. You came? She stammered, covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. Then she noticed the flowers in his hand, pointed at them, and exclaimed excitedly, you brought these for me? You nodded expressionlessly. Wow, they're so beautiful, Lu Xiang said shyly as she took the flowers, lowering her head a bit in embarrassment. Just as she was getting excited, you suddenly said, "Since you've accepted the flowers, in exchange, you should hand over the plants in your room to me." Xia Qingzhi was so shocked by this statement that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. How can anyone speak to a girl like that? Lu Xiang felt like she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Her brows furrowed together as she stubbornly looked at him. "Did you send me flowers to help Nian?" "Yes." Xia Qingzhi felt completely shattered upon hearing this. Her body went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. "It's over. There's no hope left now." Lu Xiang, upon hearing this, retracted her usual gentleness and revealed a mature demeanor. "Fine, I'll take the flowers. But tell Nian for me that I will not give her the plants, so she should give up on this idea. Goodbye." After saying this, she hugged the flowers and walked inside. You stood alone in the biting cold wind. Xia Qingzhi had not yet recovered from the feelings of failure when you suddenly walked over. She stared directly at her. "Your plan won't work." Xia Qingzhi looked up at the expressionless you, feeling like crying without tears. She couldn't understand. How could such a handsome man be so unromantic? Forget it. She was the one asking for his help, and he had done his best. She comforted herself, but the more she tried to comfort herself, the worse she felt. She was so close, just a tiny bit away from success. "What are you looking at me for?" you asked her coldly, not forgetting to wipe his face with his hand. Xia Qingzhi shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Then she added, "Well, if it really doesn't work, we can just cling on stubbornly." In front of the thatched cottage, Lu Xiang was being stubbornly pestered by the two. Xia Qingzhi blushed and said, "Liu Xiang, just give me the flowers. I'm begging you." You echoed with a difficult expression, "If you don't give it to us, we cough. We'll just stay at your house and not leave." Liu Xiang couldn't really withstand it anymore and had no choice but to invite the two of them into the room. Xia Qingzhi thought she was going to give her soil and was very excited. "Lu Xiang, what are you planning?" However, Lu Xiang interrupted her. "Don't waste your efforts. I won't give you this flower." "Why?" Xia Qingzhi looked at her in confusion, her expression somewhat disappointed. Lu Xiang, hearing this, suddenly became a bit impatient, but her face still remained gentle and elegant. To brush her off, Lu Xiang casually found a reason. "This is a gift I prepared for my grandfather. Sorry, I can't give it to you." Xia Qingzhi lowered her head even more upon hearing this. You suddenly spoke up. "If we find a better gift for your grandfather, would you be willing to give it to us?" Lu Xiang, seeing you defend her, coldly replied, "Let's talk about it when you find one. Since there's nothing else, you can leave." With that, she ruthlessly pushed the two of them out the door. Xia Qingzhi was serious and immediately asked you to take her to find Lu Xiang's grandfather. As they walked along the road, a snake suddenly slithered out from the side, slowly blocking their path. Xia Qingzhi screamed and hid behind you upon seeing it. "Are you afraid of snakes?" You turned and asked. Xia Qingzhi eagerly nodded. "Aren't snakes hibernating now? Why are there still snakes?" Before she could finish her sentence, you didn't ask any further but stared blankly at her. Can you throw that snake away a bit further?" Xia Qingzhi shrugged, her hand trembling as she pointed at the snake. You pondered for a moment and then walked up to the snake. She bent down, grabbed the snake, and threw it up. It arced beautifully through the air before landing in the bushes nearby. "Who was the blind one that threw a snake on my head?" An angry voice from the side came through. Xia Qingzhi and Nian looked at each other and immediately ran over. The kind and gentle old man looked at the snake in his hand and suddenly threw it behind him. Xia Qingzhi immediately apologized upon realizing she had bumped into someone. Grandpa, I'm sorry. We didn't know you were here." The old man, hearing her call him Grandpa, was not as angry as before and kindly said, "Be more careful next time." After saying that, he left. Yulong, watching the gradually disappearing figure, introduced to Xia Qingzhi his grandpa, Lu Xiang, the leader of the 7th clan of the Liha tribe, Lu Ji. Xia Qingzhi turned her head and whispered to him, feeling as if she was about to be finished. "Is she the grandfather of Lu Xiang?" You nodded. "Then what do you think he would like?" Xia Qingzhi asked him. Yushin's expression was indifferent, and he coldly replied, "I don't know." Xia Qingzhi looked up at the man who was more than a head taller than her and suggested, "How about we sneak over to their house and investigate?" You nodded in agreement. The two of them hid in the bushes nearby, observing Lu Ji's every move. From day to night, they found no useful clues, and instead, they were caught by Lu Ji. In the thatched cottage, Lu Ji stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at them with a pale face. What are you two doing sneaking around near my house? Speak up, or I'll take you to see the leader. Vouve. Xia Qingzhi looked at his serious face, scared and stammering, unsure of how to explain. You looked up expressionlessly and explained to the old man. We were observing you and then bringing gifts. Gifts? Lu Ji's expression softened a bit upon hearing this. He got up and sat by the fire, looking at them. You directly asked him, "Is there anything you want?" Lu Ji, warming his hands by the flickering flames, paused for a moment, then looked up at them and said with a smile, "It seems like I don't really have anything I like." Xia Qingzhi became anxious upon hearing this. "Grandpa, how would you not have anything you like?" Yulan stopped him and said to Lu Ji, tribe leader, looking at your weathered appearance. "You must have gone through a lot when you were young, right? Can you tell us about it?" Lu Ji looked at them with surprise. "You want to hear the old man's stories?" He nodded. Lu Ji coughed a few times and smiled. "Since you want to hear, then I will tell you. As I happen to be bored alone." Xia Qingzhi looked up at you with a puzzled expression. You lowered his head and explained softly to him. Perhaps there are clues in his story. Xia Qingzhi thought he made sense, so she and Yue sat by the campfire listening to Lu Ji recount his past. Dusk turned to night, and night turned to day, as Lu Ji continued to talk incessantly. The next day, he was still there talking. You couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep first. Xia Qingzhi thought about the clues, propping her eyes wide open despite her dark circles, listening intently. After the two left Lu Ji's house, Xia Qingzhi tugged at Yu's sleeve. "What's wrong?" You looked at her in confusion. Xia Qingzhi looked up at his face and slowly spoke. Grandpa said that he once went to Shuihua Mountain with Grandma, and by a twist of fate, they accidentally stumbled upon a sea of blue flowers. Grandpa made a blue flower crown for Grandma with these flowers, and she danced among the flowers. Later, Grandma wanted to wear it again, so the two of them ran up the mountain and saw a cluster of blue flowers at the edge of the cliff. Just as they approached to pick the flowers, Grandma fell off the cliff and lost her life. This blue flower crown has always been a regret in Grandpa's heart. If we could find this kind of flower and make a crown to give to Grandpa, it might be a wonderful gift. You aren't planning to go to that mountain, are you? You asked her. Xia Qingzhi nodded. The vast snow covered the entire mountain, and Xia Qingzhi and Liu struggled against the biting cold wind as they climbed up. The snowflakes, aided by the cold wind, pattered against their frost-bitten faces. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally reached the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Xia Qingzhi looked around, but did not find the flowers described by the old man. Feeling a bit disappointed, she gazed at the vast whiteness and spoke softly. Xia Qingzhi saw his skepticism and immediately stubbornly explained to him. Grandpa said that he and Grandma came here in the winter, so there must be flowers here. He walked to the edge of the cliff and leaned out to take a look, and sure enough, he saw a cluster of flowers that looked like blue sapphires. Xia Qingzhi saw him standing there motionless and curiously walked over. When she saw the appearance of the flower, she pointed at it excitedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. That's it." As a result, her excitement caused the ground beneath to collapse, and the two fell down. Xia Qingzhi looked at the bottomless abyss, frightened and closing her eyes. "It's over. What should I do?" In her panic, a vine suddenly dropped down from the top of the mountain, and she immediately grabbed it with her hand. Seeing you falling, she reached out, and another vine descended to tie around Yu's body. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that you had no injuries. You looked at the vines tied around her body, then raised her head to gaze at Xia Qingzhi, who was about a meter away from her. Her expression darkened. Yes, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Xia Qingzhi lowered her gaze and apologized to the person below. If it weren't for her recklessly running to the edge of the cliff, they wouldn't have fallen down. "Let's think of a way to escape," Yu Ping said calmly. Xia Qingzhi felt increasingly guilty upon hearing him say that. However, she also sincerely admired his ability to endure. Even in a life-and-death situation, he could still maintain such a calm expression. After nodding, she looked up and shouted, "Help! Is there anyone who can save us?" You looked up at Xia Qingzhi's snow-covered shoes, frowning. "Since you can control the vines, you should also be able to make them pull us up, right?" "Oh, I didn't think of that." Xia Qingzhi looked down with wide eyes at him. "Hurry up. You watched the dirty snowflakes about to fall on your face. Your brow furrowed so much it could squeeze out water." Oh. Xia Qingzhi nodded, looked up, and closed her eyes. Sure enough, the vines moved, and you and Xia Qingzhi were pulled upwards. Just 3 meters away from the edge of the cliff, a familiar face peeked out. Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt a bit worried. Yanyi, how did you end up here? Yanyi touched his mouth with his finger and innocently smiled at her. I heard your cries for help just now, so I came to take a look. Xia Qingzhi looked at her twisted expression and suddenly had a bad premonition. What? What do you want to do? Yanyi tilted his head, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, pulling out a bone knife and slowly moving it towards the vines. Chapter 26. The Best Gift. Yanyi. You can't do this. Xia Qingzhi truly did not expect Yanyi to be so cruel. Watching the vines about to be cut, her face was filled with panic. Yanyi turned his head and stared fiercely at Xia Qingzhi, uttering malicious words. Forget it, Dai. Xia Qingzhi looked at you, with her almond-shaped eyes lowered, stunned for a moment, then raised her head to look at her, anxiously pleading. Yanyi, the one you want to deal with is me. But you is still down there. Can you let him go? Yanyi stopped her actions and looked aside, seeing you smiling and waving at her. You, I didn't expect you to be here too. What a coincidence. You raised her eyes and stared at her expressionlessly. After all these years, you still look so cold and unfeeling. It's really annoying. Then she turned her head to look at Xia Qingzhi and said, Don't worry. After all, you is my cousin. How could I bear to hurt him? Then her gaze became firm. But you must die. Okay. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head to take a glance at you, extended her hand, and slowly said, You, I will send you up now. As she spoke, the vines in Yu's hand gradually rose. Nian, are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Yu's indifferent face showed a look of concern. I brought you here, so I have to ensure your safety, Xia Qingzhi calmly stated. At this moment, facing death, she felt an overwhelming fear inside, but she still forced herself to appear calm. As you approached the top, Yanyi picked up the bone knife and waved at her with a smile. Nian, goodbye. The vines broke. Xia Qingzhi and the vine fell into the abyss. No. You looked at the gradually shrinking figure with a pained expression, grasping at the air. He pulled out a bone knife from his body and quickly cut it off as he fell. Hey! Yanyi, seeing the scene, was first startled, then returned to an indifferent demeanor, crossing his arms and coldly saying, This is what you chose to jump into. It has nothing to do with me. In the cave, Xia Qingzhi and Yi sat facing each other. She turned to look at the vines hanging at the cave entrance and breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she thought she was doomed, she suddenly spotted a cave halfway up the mountain and reached out. A vine crawled out from the cave, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her up. Just as she was about to catch her breath, you fell in front of her, and she immediately reached out to pull you back up. The two sat there in silence. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Didn't Yanyi promise me he would let you go? Xia Qingzhi looked at him and asked softly. Seeing that you ignored her, she lowered her head and drew circles on the ground with a twig. Sure enough, she didn't keep her word. You didn't tell her the reason and turned his head to look into the cave. Not far away, there were blue flowers growing around a giant rock, and he pointed at them. Blue flowers. Xia Qingzhi looked up in surprise and covered her mouth. She didn't expect that they really found her. Is this a blessing in disguise? Lu Ji sat at the door, gazing at the heavy snow and sighing. Grandpa, we came to bring you a gift. Xia Qingzhi eagerly called out to the old man in the distance, holding a wreath in her hands. Lu Ji looked at the child in front of him, whose face was frozen red, and pulled them into the house to warm up. The old man looked down at the wreath in his hands, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. It was exactly the same, simply identical. But she is no longer here. Xia Qingzhi suddenly thought of something upon hearing this. Perhaps what Grandpa cared about was never the flower crown, but the irreparable regret. She sat at the door, her gaze fixed on the flowers in her hands. The sea of flowers, the dance. There was a way. After failing countless times, the blue rose finally bloomed, and she kept repeating her previous actions. You came to find her, looking at the yard full of blue roses, frowned, and then parted the rose branches to search for Xia Qingzhi. Seeing the person surrounded by flowers, you couldn't help but reach out to pick her up. What are you doing? He asked in confusion. Xia Qingzhi looked up at him, shaking her head to shake off the petals on her head. She was planning to create a surprise for her grandfather. In the distance, Po was watching the two close friends in the yard through a telescope with a sullen expression. You say, since you hate Xia Qingzhi so much, oh no, I mean Yin, Why does he still want to solve the food problem with her? The sage asked him. In the face of interests, there are no eternal enemies, Pa replied resentfully. Oh, is that so? The sage shrugged and spread his hands. Xia Qingzhi came up with a plan and went to see Lu Xiang. What? You want me to dance? Lu Xiang looked at her in astonishment upon hearing Xia Qingzhi's suggestion. Xia Qingzhi looked up, rubbing her hands, and pleaded pitifully, Lu Xiang, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Please help us. After the matter is done, all those flowers can be given to you. Lu Xiang originally didn't want to agree, but when she thought of the scene filled with blue roses, she was moved. She looked at Xia Qingzhi and coughed a few times with her hand over her mouth. Since you complimented me, I'll reluctantly help you. What do you two kids want me for? Lu Ji looked at you on the left, and then at Xia Qingzhi on the right, puzzled. Grandpa, you'll know when you get there. They arrived at Xia Qingzhi's home and walked inside, where the yard was surrounded by large patches of blue roses. In the center of the roses, Lu Xiang, wearing a flower crown and her grandmother's clothes, danced gracefully in the falling snow, while you stood under the eaves, playing a bone flute. Lu Ji stood frozen at the scene, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. After so many years, I can finally see the scene from my memories. He stared at Lu Xiang, but his eyes were looking through her at the girl dancing in his memories. For a moment, Lu Xiang's figure overlapped with the girl he remembered dancing. After Lu Xiang finished her dance, Lu Ji grabbed you and Xia Qingzhi, overwhelmed with gratitude. This is the best gift I've received since she left. Thank you both. Xia Qingzhi smiled faintly at his praise. This was the happiest day Lu Ji had experienced since the death of his partner. To thank Xia Qingzhi and you for bringing him this unique gift, Lu Ji decided to treat them to a nice dinner that evening with the big rabbit they had finally caught. Xia Qingzhi looked at the soft food cooking over the fire and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Under Lu Ji's request, you recounted their experiences. Lu Xiang listened to his narration, her eyes dimming. She looked up at Xia Qingzhi, who was eating the rabbit, and opened her mouth. Chapter 27. I don't like you. Nian, come out with me for a moment. Xia Qingzhi turned her head and stared blankly at Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang was a bit speechless and took her to her home, presenting the potted plant. When Xia Qingzhi saw the plant, her eyes lit up with joy. She thought Lu Xiang was going to give her the plant, so she reached out to take it. However, Lu Xiang circled around her while holding the plant and gently spoke, although you gave Grandpa an unforgettable gift, I still don't plan to give you the plant. Why? This plant was really important to her. Without it, she couldn't save Pa. Lu Xiang paused for a moment, then looked up and said, At first, I just casually made an excuse. I didn't expect you all to actually go. So, you never intended to give me the plant from the beginning? Xia Qingzhi stared at her, feeling a little wronged inside. But thinking of Pa, she lowered her head and continued to ask her, Then tell me, how can you give me the plants? Lu Xiang remained silent. Xia Qingzhi looked at the plant that had already borne seeds and, meeting her eyes, tentatively said, Can you give me a few seeds? Lu Xiang shook her head, straightforwardly refusing. Just as she was about to continue walking out, Xia Qingzhi stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve, looking at her with a gentle expression, hesitating to speak. Do you want to take them by force? Lu Xiang suddenly felt a bit angry, her voice no longer as gentle as before. Xia Qingzhi immediately let her go and said anxiously, How about we exchange a secret about you? Lu Xiang huffed in annoyance upon hearing that word and turned to walk out the door. You like you, right? Xia Qingzhi tested her. Lu Xiang paused in her steps. Stunned. It seemed she was right, Xia Qingzhi thought. Lu Xiang was silent for a moment, then turned her head, blushing and biting her lip, and shouted at her. So, are you mocking me? Xia Qingzhi looked at the sunlight outlining the delicate figure of Lu Xiang, and in a hurry, stepped forward to grab her hand. Shaking her head to explain, Lu Xiang, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to mock you. You're great and worthy of being liked by others. What I want to tell you is that you don't have to see me as an enemy. What do you mean? Xia Qingzhi pursed her lips and lowered her head to speak softly. I'm not Nian, I'm Xia Qingzhi. Even though I look exactly like Nian, I am not her. Besides, I have a husband, and my husband is Pa. I don't know why Yui is so stubborn. However, I can assure you that I will never like you in the present or the future. So, there's no need for us to become enemies over a man. She glanced at Lu Xiang's expression and immediately looked down again. Do you really not like him? Lu Xiang suddenly asked. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to meet her gaze and swore. Xia Qingzhi, promise that I will never like Liu in this lifetime. Lu Xiang's gaze passed over her to the indifferent Liu at the door, a faint smile curving her lips. All right, Xia Qingzhi, I believe you. I hope you keep your word. After that, Lu Xiang handed the plant to Xia Qingzhi. As expected, she guessed correctly. Lu Xiang was unwilling to give her the plant because of Liu. She held the plant and examined it closely, discovering a small black ball at the bottom. Upon opening it, she found 20 seeds inside. As for why the soil didn't grow to 50 square meters, her intuition told her it was due to space limitations. Xia Qingzhi, is this plant really that important to you? Lu Xiang looked at Xia Qingzhi, who was staring at the plant with a silly smile. Xia Qingzhi raised her head, her eyelashes fluttering like vibrating wings, curling her lips into a faint smile. Yes, it is indeed an important treasure for saving souls. Just this, a flower that looks a bit special but is useless? Lu Xiang pointed at the plant, her gentle face showing complete astonishment. She raised her hand in disbelief to touch Xia Qingzhi's forehead. You're not having a fever, are you? I'm not. Xia Qingzhi smiled and took her hand away, lowering her head to look at the black object in the basin. This is a family heirloom left to me by my father. What do you plan to do with it? Lu Xiang looked at her with a puzzled expression. Plant crops. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes and explained to her with a grin. What? Lu Xiang showed a surprised expression, paused for a moment, and looked up at the plant, opening her mouth. Don't tell me you're going to use it to plant things in winter? Uh-huh. Xia Qingzhi nodded at her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang took a step back in shock, keeping her distance from Xia Qingzhi. Even though you don't have a fever, your state is no different from being delirious. Anyone knows that plants sprout in spring, grow in summer, shed in autumn, and lie dormant in winter. That's the natural order. But you actually want to go against nature and plant things in the harsh winter. Uh-huh. Xia Qingzhi nodded again. All right, even though your behavior is hard to understand, I still support you. Lu Xiang's tone became increasingly helpless. Well, Lu Xiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes to look at the dazed Lu Xiang and said something before turning to leave. Lu Xiang called out to her. Xia Qingzhi, since we have no interests intertwined, we'll be good friends from now on. Really? Xia Qingzhi turned her head, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at her. What? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your friend? Lu Xiang pouted, her gentle face showing a hint of sadness. No, I'm very happy to be your friend. Xia Qingzhi immediately shook her head to explain. All right, then we'll be good friends from now on. Lu Xiang smiled. Okay. Xia Qingzhi smiled back. Looking at Xia Qingzhi's silly and dazed appearance, Lu Xiang remembered the earlier incident where she had poisoned her and felt a bit guilty. Wait, no, Xia Qingzhi before I. She swallowed the words that were about to come out. What's wrong? Xia Qingzhi blinked and looked at her blankly. Nothing. Seeing her naive expression, Lu Xiang felt it was better that she didn't know, so she smiled and shook her head. The two chatted for a long time before parting ways. Xia Qingzhi hurried towards the thatched cottage alone in the night, encountering you halfway. You, what are you doing here? Xia Qingzhi asked him in confusion. After all, they weren't on the same path. Nian, do you think that just because you changed your name, you can erase everything that happened between us? You stood against the moonlight, his face shrouded in darkness, making it hard for Xia Qingzhi to see his expression at that moment. He sighed helplessly. Looking up, she met his gaze and explained, whether you believe it or not, I really am not Nian. Do you think I believe you? If you aren't her, why do you have her characteristics? Chapter 28. Mockery. Xia Qingzhi looked seriously into Yu's eyes and said, I can't explain it clearly either, but I really am not her. Huh. He let out a cold laugh, and his gaze fell silent. Xia Qingzhi sighed helplessly. Sure enough, he still didn't believe it. Then a light, airy voice came from behind. Nian, no, it's Xia Qingzhi. Our matter won't just end like this. Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her eyes, mumbling, I knew it. If Nian isn't standing in front of you, you will never believe what I say. The next day, the two of them stood near the thatched cottage holding flower pots and tools. Neither of them spoke. The air was extremely quiet, so quiet that one could hear the wind howling and the sound of snowflakes brushing against the branches and falling to the ground. Xia Qingzhi wanted to speak, but hesitated. At that moment, a group of people walked over and stopped, noticing that the two of them were standing in an empty place, ignoring each other. Someone stepped forward and deliberately teased. "Oh, are you two arguing?" However, as he looked down, he saw Xia Qingzhi holding a flower pot and Nian holding something resembling a shovel, and suddenly laughed out loud. "Are you planning to bury your feelings and start over?" Xia Qingzhi had never seen a big man who liked to gossip so much. She looked up angrily and whispered at him, You're simply talking nonsense." Oh, getting anxious, huh?" The man turned to face her sideways, deliberately digging in his ear, looking rather shameless. "Then tell me, what are you all doing out here in the freezing winter?" "Farming," Xia Qingzhi replied, feeling quite speechless. "What? Farming?" The man paused for a moment upon hearing this, turned to look at her. Silence. Then he covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, unable to hold it in any longer, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you must be crazy." He turned to Yin Tian, who was already laughing uncontrollably, and mockingly said, "Yin Tian, did you hear that? This girl said she wants to plant things in this icy weather." "I heard it." "Ha ha." Yin Tian laughed with his hands on his hips, and the people around joined in the fun. "You guys, you're the ones who are crazy," Xia Qingzhi retorted weakly. "Xia Qingzhi, you're not so hungry that your brain isn't clear, are you?" "Oh, how pathetic," Yin Yi said simply, feeling sorry for her, then laughed so hard he held his stomach. The man wanted to continue mocking, but a snowball hit him in the face. The man looked up, his dark eyes cold and sharp, making one feel as if they were in an ice cellar. Then he parted his thin lips and shouted at them, "Get lost! Liu, we didn't do anything to her. Why are you reacting so strongly?" Yin Yi said, stroking her alluring red lips, speaking in a teasing tone. "But you two really match well. A fool with a monster, a match made in heaven." She raised her hand to gesture at the two of them. You felt a chill all over, her fists clenched tightly, and the ground covered in pure, white snow suddenly collapsed, causing the group to fall in and cry out for help. "You get us out of here." Yin Ye's voice came from inside. You stepped forward to look at the people in the pit, her eyes filled with dead silence, and said, "Next time, I'll bury you alive." Xia Qingzhi listened to Yu's words, biting her back molars tightly, trembling all over. When he gets angry, is so terrifying. What if one day he buries himself alive because of his thoughts? It seems she has to rescue Pa quickly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sow the seeds. You had already appeared in front of her without her noticing. Xia Qingzhi swallowed and nodded. It wasn't that she was unwilling to plant. It was simply that there was no space left. The leader called to her and asked, "Xia Qingzhi, how is your food preparation going?" Just a reminder, it's been almost half a month. Xia Qingzhi tapped her face with her nails and explained frankly, "I've already started working on it." The leader of the first tribe looked at you, who was staring at him with hatred, and asked, "I'm curious. How do you plan to gather enough food for the whole house?" "Farming," Xia Qingzhi replied straightforwardly. "What? Farming?" The leader stared at her in disbelief, his jaw dropping to the ground. Indeed, he was being unrealistic. How could he expect her to gather food for the tribe? What to do? "The food I've secretly stored is about to be eaten up by those people." Hearing this, the leader of the first tribe's mouth twitched as he looked at his son in front of him. He used to be just an oddball, but now how did he become so foolish? "All right, you young people do your best. I'm counting on you." The leader made a gesture of encouragement that didn't match his words, and then hurriedly pulled his brother aside, whispering as they walked away. Xia Qingzhi looked at their backs with a hint of sadness. Why didn't they believe? 3 days later, the 500 square meters of snow was enveloped in green. Xia Qingzhi looked at everything in front of her, feeling satisfied. Great, in just 2 days she could start planting. Once the crops were harvested, she could rescue Pa. As she gazed at the lush green plants, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Why not take this opportunity to ask the sage to let her meet Pa? The group that had finally climbed out of the pit was astonished to see the vibrant, endless greenery, their mouths agape in shock. They couldn't believe they had actually grown plants in winter. It didn't make sense. Nothing grew in winter. How could there be plants? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They had always thought it was their ignorance, but it turned out the ignorant ones were us. The crowd murmured among themselves, while Yin Yi looked at the lively green plants contrasting sharply with the surrounding white expanse, feeling both angry and frustrated. She lowered her eyelashes, grabbed a handful of green plants, and threw them to the ground, stomping on them furiously as if the plants beneath her feet were the people she hated the most. The people around her shivered at the sight, whispering in hushed tones. Yin turned and glared at them, causing them to flee in terror, leaving only Yin Tian standing resolutely in the breeze. Xia Qingzhi, why don't you just die? Yin kept stomping on the plants. As long as you're dead, nothing else matters. Xia Qingzhi growing green plants was a huge threat to her. If she successfully grew food afterwards, it would mean that her secret with Mu would eventually be exposed by Xia Qingzhi. Therefore, she had to kill her before Xia Qingzhi could uncover her secret. Only in this way could her secret remain a secret forever. Chapter 29. The frantic soul Lu Xiang came to find Xia Qingzhi and was stunned when she passed by a large area of soil. Xia Qingzhi had never deceived her. Unexpectedly, it was really possible to grow plants in winter. In no time, the news of Xia Qingzhi growing plants in the snow spread throughout the entire tribe, reaching the chief and the leader. Upon hearing this news, the leader found the tea in his hand no longer fragrant. He never expected that she and you had actually managed to grow them. The leader of the first tribe remained calm and said, "Yes, if we can really grow food, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for our tribe." The two exchanged smiles on the surface, but each had their own hidden agendas. The leader thought, finally, there is no need to worry about being exposed. The leader of the first tribe considered, if Xia Qingzhi can be used for his own purposes, then his rise to the position of leader is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the sage looked at Xia Qingzhi, who was carrying a basket, and was so shocked that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Xia Qingzhi bit her back gums, nervously holding the basket with her head down. That. She hesitated. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at him. Silence. Gathering her courage, she looked up at her and, pressing his lips together, opened his mouth to say, "Can I see, Pa?" The saint looked at her eager eyes, picked up the cup on the ground, and looked at her. "Why should I let you see him? Saint, if you let me see him, I can bring you corn again." The saint thought for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, Saint." Xia Qingzhi was so excited to hear this that she could hardly speak. In the pitch-black cave, torches hung on the walls. The ground was covered with dry grass, and several bamboo baskets were placed on the grass, containing corn, giant rabbit meat, and various fruits. Pa leaned against the wall, swinging his leg, leisurely eating rabbit meat with his left hand. Suddenly, Xia Qingzhi's voice came. "Pa, I came to see you." Hearing Xia Qingzhi's voice, he was so startled that the rabbit leg in his hand fell to the ground. How did she come? He couldn't let her find out he had deceived her, otherwise she would never believe him again. In Xia Qingzhi's eyes, everything in this world was black or white. But she didn't know that there weren't so many clear distinctions in this world. He lowered his head. The delicious food was right in front of him. Looking around, he hurriedly hid the things, not sparing even his own body. Then he crouched down, grabbed a handful of mud, and smeared it on his face. After thinking for a moment, he smeared some dirt on his hair, tousled it with his hands, and made his hair look messy. "But what are you doing?" Xia Qingzhi's voice came. But turned his head, caught off guard by the woman's beautiful face. "Why are you here?" he asked with a smile. The saint saw him and widened his eyes. Then he met Yu's gaze. "What are you doing?" "Pa," and he exchanged glances, looking reproachful. "Why did you bring her here?" "She want to see you." The saint spread his hands in helplessness. "So you just brought her here?" Pa exchanged glances with the saint. "Pa, you seem to have lost weight." Xia Qingzhi looked up at his dirty face. Her heart ached. "Yeah, I lost weight." Pa raised his hand to wipe away the dirt on his mouth that made him uncomfortable, looking at her pitifully. The saint, hearing this, tried hard to stifle a laugh. "Saint, although he might have made a mistake, you can't just not give him food, right? Look at how hungry you've made him." Xia Qingzhi suddenly turned her head, leaving the saint looking bewildered. Her gaze passed through her and landed on the big man behind her, wanting to speak up in defense. Pa gave him a look. "Cooperate with me." 5 red crystals. The saint immediately raised the corners of his mouth in a flattering nod. Yes, I understand." Xia Qingzhi turned and took a step forward, feeling something sharp under her foot. She looked down and saw the meat bones partially hidden under the hay, bent down to pick one up, and examined it closely, discovering that the meat on the bone had been gnawed away pitifully. In her heart, she thought, "This is bad." She raised her head and exchanged a glance with the sage, who shrugged, indicating that she should fend for herself, looking rather amused. It turned out that when she lifted her gaze, it landed on Poe's face, her expression inscrutable. "Well, what's wrong?" Poe's heart raced. and he awkwardly asked her, "What would he say if she found out?" To his surprise, Xia Qingzhi turned to the sage and said irritably, "Why did you give him what you guys have eaten? That's too unfair." Puh, and the sage were left speechless. Thanks to Xia Qingzhi's understanding, he escaped a disaster. "Yes, I'll be more careful next time." The sage glanced at Puh, then returned to his usual calm demeanor in front of Xia Qingzhi. After that, Xia Qingzhi turned around, placed her hands on his shoulders, and vowed, "Puh, don't worry, I will definitely come and get you out soon. I'll wait for you." Puh pretended to look pitiful, almost bringing his hand to wipe away tears. The sage, leaning against the wall, showed a slight crack on his usually calm face. Xia Qingzhi reluctantly turned around, suddenly stepping on something soft. Looking down, she saw a red persimmon stuck to her foot. Raising her eyebrows and tugging at the corner of her lips, she turned her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "This is the persimmon I painstakingly stole from the guard and secretly hid away for fear of being seen." She forced herself to come up with a reason, one that even she didn't believe. Xia Qingzhi heard this, stepped forward on tiptoe to pat his shoulder, and sniffled, "Puh, you are really too pitiful." Upon hearing her say this, Puh let out a sigh of relief. Then, she suddenly remembered something, her eyes wide open and her face filled with confusion. "Wait, I remember we divided the food back then. How come you can't get anything to eat?" Puh, with his finger on his cheek, looked up at the dark mountain top and said, "I lost it, so that's how it is. How about I give you my storage space?" Xia Qingzhi looked at him and opened her mouth. Upon seeing this, Puh turned his dark eyes towards her, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand and gently pinched her face, doting on her as he said, "As a big man, I will find a way to solve the food problem. How could I use Xi's? So, Xi can keep it for herself." But Xia Qingzhi looked up at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. "Xi, don't you trust me?" Puh smiled warmly. "No." Xia Qingzhi shook her head to explain. Xia Qingzhi left the cave and went to the place where the soil was being cultivated. The soil had already begun to turn black. She believed they would meet again soon. At night, Rockleaf walked into the soil, raised his hand, and gently waved it. A dark mass from the distant horizon flew towards them. Xia Qingzhi, don't blame me. Chapter 30. Guardian Spirit Xia Qingzhi was sleeping when she vaguely heard the noise of insects. With a turn, 2 insects were crushed beneath her, and something surged into her body. In her dream, while enjoying delicious food, she was pulled by an inexplicable force in front of a large mirror, where a green gem was glowing. She found it a bit strange and turned to leave. However, her hand was forced to rest on the mirror. The green gem flew into her consciousness and unexpectedly transformed into a person who looked exactly like her. Who are you?" She cautiously examined the person in front of her. "I am the wood element guardian spirit, Mu. Your ability value has reached a certain level. Plus, with the insects you just killed, you have successfully activated me." Do I have that?" Xia Qingzhi scratched her head awkwardly and smiled, taking a step back. She must be dreaming. Yes, she must be dreaming. She raised her hand and pinched it hard, almost bringing tears to her eyes from the pain. Mu coldly looked at her with his arms crossed, a flash of hatred passing through his eyes. It didn't matter. What came next was the key point. As a guardian spirit, my purpose is to help you, who possesses what elemental abilities enhance your ability value. Xia Qingzhi didn't listen. Her mind focused on escaping. The wooden vines pulled her in front, domineeringly warning, "If you run again, I'll break your legs." Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she couldn't move, worrying about her own life, and immediately changed the topic. "Does every have a guardian spirit?" "It's all about luck," Mu said. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes and cautiously suggested, "Then can you change to another person? The world of superpowers must be very scary." She didn't want to get involved. "Sure, if you die, I'll change to another one," Mu Qing said lightly. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she immediately covered her mouth. "Xia Qingzhi, I advise you to be honest, otherwise I can't guarantee you'll live well." Mu gave her a look, letting her understand on her own. Xia Qingzhi blinked and nodded. Mu began to introduce the rules of the ability world, which is divided into 6 tiers from low to high: Su, Chun, Yu, Ri, Ing, and Shun. Each tier has 10 levels. To advance to the next level, one must reach a certain ability value. There are 2 ways to obtain ability values: One is through crystals, and the other is by hunting ability beasts and ability users of the same level or lower. Xia Qingzhi listened somewhat absent-mindedly. Xia Qingzhi, if you dare to be distracted again, just try it. Mu Dao. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she immediately looked up and asked her, "By the way, what is my ability value?" Mu waved her hand, and a screen appeared in front of her. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, 1 ability value, 20. 02, 250 ability, control of wood elements weapon. Unknown Xia Qingzhi seized the opportunity and immediately spoke up. Mu stared at her, his eyes filled with a hint of anger. "Well, you see my ability value is so low. Why don't you find someone else? Since I've chosen you, I will train you to become a god in the world of abilities." In my dictionary, the words give up have never existed. But she narrowed her eyes and threatened, "If you don't listen, I will kill the soul you like." As soon as Xia Qingzhi heard this, she immediately nodded. "I will be obedient. I will definitely be obedient." "That's more like it." Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let's first deal with the bugs in the soil base. Each bug is worth 0.01 ability points." Xia Qingzhi let out a sound, then thought of something and looked at Mu, her face turning pale. "My soil is being attacked by bugs? I don't want to repeat what I just said." Mu rolled his eyes in silence. Xia Qingzhi heard this and turned to run into the darkness. She held up the torch, watching helplessly as the soil was gnawed away, biting her lip in anger. The soul was still waiting for her to use this to save him. How could they do this? Unforgivable. Xia Qingzhi's eyes visibly turned green. And the vine flew over to strike at the insects. Crack, crack, crack. The insects fell one after another. The system kept saying, "Ability value 0. 01, ability value 0. 01, ability value." The insects were beaten and scattered in all directions, yet their numbers remained terrifying. The sky was slightly brightening, and the sun was about to rise. Xia Qingzhi bent down, panting. Continuing like this is not a solution. She went to the seed vault and unexpectedly discovered a special space. Upon entering, she saw the content written in her father's own handwriting on the wall. The seeds in this space require a wood element ability user to be utilized. The seed levels and ability values vary. Ability users must match the corresponding level and ability value to use them. Xia Qingzhi felt that something was strange here. However, she didn't think too much about it, and instead ventured deeper to search for useful plants. She didn't expect this place to be 10 times larger than the outside, which nearly exhausted her. Fortunately, she found a plant called sticky grass, which had an introduction written on it. Sticky grass level, 1 ability value, 30. It has a net-like structure, is extremely sticky, and is toxic. It can kill mutated animals and humans of the same level or below. Please use with caution. Xia Qingzhi took out a seed and, leaving the place, looked at the increasing number of bugs and asked Mu, "What is my current ability value?" "You have killed 5,000 bugs, and your total ability value is 70. 02. Multiplied." After hearing this, Xia Qingzhi grasped the seed in her hand, closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Seeing that the seed remained still, she asked Mu with a sense of grievance, "My ability value is 70. Why can't I control it?" "Open your hand. How can it grow like this?" Mu retorted speechlessly. Xia Qingzhi immediately opened her palm upon hearing this, and the seeds merged into her hand, as if taking root in the soil, quickly sprouting and growing into a large green net that flew above the soil. The net descended, covering the group of damned insects. Before long, the insects emitted terrifying screams. Mu kept chanting in her ear, "Ability value 0. 01, ability. Smoke began to rise from the top of her head. Xia Qingzhi pushed the bugs aside, and the sticky grass automatically broke apart, while the seeds vanished from her hands. Mu raised his hand to smooth his hair and watched her, saying with smoke billowing from his mouth, "The seeds merge with you, becoming your weapon. The stronger your ability value, the greater its power." "Oh, and you just killed more than 20,000 bugs, which gives you 200 ability points, plus the previous 70. 02. Congratulations, you've leveled up." Xia Qingzhi looked up at the panel. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, 2 ability value, 270. 02, 500 ability. Control of wood element weapon. Unknown Xia Qingzhi did not feel very happy upon hearing this. Just now, when using the rattan, she specifically checked the culprit. To her surprise, it was Yin again. Chapter 31, Killing the Insects. Xia Qingzhi looked at the severely damaged soil and felt a chill in her heart. With your current abilities, you can completely restore these plants to their original state, Mu suddenly spoke. Xia Qingzhi heard these words, her ears twitched, and she looked up at her with a face full of longing. How do I recover? Feel it with your consciousness. It's the way of wood. Xia Qingzhi felt a bit dazed, but she still followed the instructions. She walked up to the plants, stretched out her hands, and the plants emitted a green glow, restoring the damaged parts of the soil. She opened her eyes and looked at everything in disbelief, unsure if it was really her doing. Is this really me? At that moment, she suddenly thought that having special abilities didn't seem so bad. However, she still didn't want to become a person with abilities. Mu didn't say anything and rolled his eyes in silence. Yin, seeing the soil restored, stomped his feet in anger, glaring hatefully at the thatched cottage in the distance. Xia Qingzhi, this is not over between us. In the evening, Xia Qingzhi took out the vegetable seeds to be planted tomorrow from the seed bank. While looking out the window absent-mindedly, she noticed that the soil was once again attacked by pests. She sighed helplessly. No way, not again. Mu suddenly appeared, looking very excited. Xia Qingzhi, this fortune is coming. If you can't handle it, you'll have a hard time. Oh. Xia Qingzhi was startled and quickly nodded, then ran outside to stand by the shore, continuing to use the sticky net. A large number of bugs died again. Mu said there were nearly 20,000 of them. Just as she was about to harvest the next wave, those bugs suddenly stopped. After a moment, they fled in panic. Xia Qingzhi blinked her eyes at them, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. She looked back at the screen. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, 2 ability value, 470-500 ability, control with element weapon, unknown. These bugs no longer damage Xia Qingzhi's plants. Instead, they're destroying the thatched houses in the tribe. People are frightened and flee in all directions, creating chaos. Even Xia Qingzhi's thatched house cannot escape the disaster. Xia Qingzhi felt that the number of these bugs was increasing, and after asking Mu, she learned that they were first-grade breeding insects. Their reproductive ability was extremely strong. One female insect could reproduce 500 in a day. They could destroy all plants. At that moment, he was taking a bath, and when she looked up, she saw the roof was gone, so she quickly got dressed and ran outside. Yin was furious at this situation and grabbed one at random, asking, "What the hell is going on? Aren't you supposed to be destroying plants? Why are you destroying the houses in the tribe? Who allowed you to do this?" The captured bug trembled and said, "It's too terrifying there. I witnessed many elders and siblings perish. We could only escape here to fill our stomachs with hay. We came a long way and we're really hungry. Useless thing." Yin angrily threw it away. Xia Qingzhi was about to find a secluded place to deal with these pests when you arrived. Yin might be an ability user. She used her powers to attract these breeding, flying insects. Xia Qingzhi honestly told him what she saw. What? This disaster was actually brought about by her? No. I have to find her and settle the score. You said angrily and was about to leave. You. Xia Qingzhi called out to him. You turned around and asked her with a blank expression, "What's wrong?" Xia Qingzhi detected the anger in his tone and paused for a moment before cautiously suggesting, how about we deal with these pests first, and then we can settle accounts with Yin. How to deal with them? Ju asked from a higher position. How about you leave it to me? Xia Qingzhi looked up at his cold amber eyes, testing the waters. What do you need me to do? You asked her directly, without beating around the bush. His quick agreement was unexpected for Xia Qingzhi. So she spoke up. I want to find a secluded place to deal with these bugs. But I don't want anyone else to see. So I need you to help me keep watch. You fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. His calm amber eyes showed no ripples as he nodded. After that, the two of them went to a mountainside outside the tribe and began their actions. Xia Qingzhi looked at the tribe below, surrounded by insects, and stretched out her hand. The seeds of the sticky net began to sprout, grow, and form a web. But it was too small compared to the 81 clans of the tribe, like a small witch facing a great witch. She suddenly felt anxious and a bit exhausted. Looking at the tribe, she thought of the soul still inside. She forced herself to hold on and continued to use her mind to control the sticky net. After many failures, The net grew larger and larger until it covered the entire tribe. Opening her eyes, she saw the panicking people inside and recalled the description of the sticky net. If it continued like this, everyone in the tribe would perish. However, if she didn't use this, the tribe would eventually be destroyed by those annoying insects. She could control the size of a net. Did that mean she could also control the targets of the poison needles? At least she had some brains. But the people in the tribe were innocent. Would she really not hurt them? Xia Qingzhi opened her mouth to ask Mu, wanting to confirm again. I don't want to repeat myself. Mu said somewhat impatiently. Xia Qingzhi felt relieved upon hearing this and used her mind to manipulate the poison net downward. The insects, seeing the net, were so scared that they fled in panic. People, witnessing the sudden arrival of green plants, believed it was a miracle from the heavens and excitedly danced around. Soon, the army of insects was trapped in the sticky net and then lifted into the sky. The tribe, once shrouded in darkness, was bathed in light again, and people cheered and embraced each other. Meanwhile, Yi used his abilities to bury the insects underground. Mu looked at the screen. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, for ability value, 1,01250 ability, control of what element weapon, unknown after handling the bugs. Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt weak. Her vision became blurry, and she started to fall backward. At that moment, Yu appeared and caught her. In her dream, she saw her father's figure and went up to hold on to him. Her father turned around, smiled, and gently patted her head, saying kindly, "Little Xi has grown up. I am proud of you." Lying in bed, Xia Qingzhi had a faint smile on her lips. Resting her chin on her hand as she looked at the person in front of her, her fingers brushing against her face. She looked so happy. What kind of beautiful dream was she having? Afterwards, she took out a pile of white crystals and placed them beside her pillow, watching as the crystals completely vanished before getting up and leaving. The next day, Xia Qingzhi woke up wanting to go to the base. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a crowd of people there making a fuss. Xia Qingzhi, shouldn't you give us an explanation? The speaker was none other than the leader. Xia Qingzhi looked around with a frown at the people surrounding her house, feeling confused and trembling with her long eyelashes. She turned to the leader and asked weakly, "Leader, what's going on?" The leader glared at her with a face full of anger and replied, "What do you think?" Xia Qingzhi shook her head in confusion. Xia Qingzhi, it's because you planted that patch of greenery that these pests have come, causing damage to the tribe. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Tian rushed out from the crowd, angrily pointing at her and shouting. What? Xia Qingzhi was stunned, then flustered and at a loss as she looked at everyone to explain. But those bugs weren't summoned by me. She turned her head and just happened to see Yin Yi in the center of the crowd, arms crossed and a smirk on her face. It's her again. How long is she going to keep this up? If only there were evidence to prove that she is the real culprit. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a bit down. But the scene of the bugs appearing was only witnessed by herself. What to do? Tian's gaze was sharp, staring at her intently. Before you planted those plants, there had never been a bug disaster in the tribe. Ever since you planted them, the bugs have come. Do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? Xia Qingzhi lowered her eyelids, momentarily speechless. It's really a case of being in a melon patch under a plum tree. There's no way to clear my name. What is wrong, feeling guilty? Yan Mokit. It's not me. Xia Qingzhi raised her head and said urgently to him, Are you jumping over the wall in a panic? Yin Yi smirked sarcastically. Then he looked at the leader and suggested with a nod, Leader, this matter definitely has something to do with Xia Qingzhi. I asked the leader to order her arrest. Xia Qingzhi heard this, and her face was filled with worry. She nervously grabbed her pants and unconsciously stepped back. No, she didn't want me caught. Xia Qingzhi, you have caused the tribe heavy losses, and you must pay the price for it. Someone, seize her and prepare for her execution on a chosen day. Xia Qingzhi stood still upon hearing this, her eyes filled with panic as she looked towards Yin Yi. Two strong men stepped forward to restrain her. Xia Qingzhi watched Yin Yi's smugness and the whispers of others, biting her back teeth, her eyes wet. What should she do? When she was being taken away, her sister's voice floated in her mind. Little Xi, you could be introverted and timid, but you must be brave when it's time to be brave. She stopped in her tracks. Her sister was right. She could not back down, but was still waiting for her to save him. Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath, raised her eyes to look at the leader. Clutching her wrinkled clothes and feeling her heart pounding, she bravely opened her mouth. Just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she hesitated and lowered her head. The people around her burst into laughter. Xia Qingzhi did not notice their expressions, only quietly encouraging herself in her heart. Xia Qingzhi, don't be afraid. You can do it. Believe in yourself. I have something to say. The leader furrowed his brows and raised his hand to signal them to stop after a moment. Leader, you're giving her a chance to argue. Yin Tian, seeing this, turned to the leader and said indignantly. The leader turned and shouted at him. Shut up. Yin Tian immediately closed his mouth and turned to stare intently at Xia Qingzhi, the anger in his eyes burning fiercely. Xia Qingzhi seized the opportunity to immediately ask the chief, Chief, you say that the insects came because I planted the plants. But why did the insects attack the thatched house instead of the plants I grew? Logically, they should have attacked my plants, not the thatched house and other plants in the tribe. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to speak the conclusion despite her inner fear. Therefore, it cannot be said that the tribe's losses are my fault. That makes sense. The chief nodded while listening. Chief, these insects were brought here by her. Yin Yi, unwilling to miss the chance to kill Xia Qingzhi, stared at her fiercely, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Xia Qingzhi pursed her lips, looked at her, and spoke. Do you have evidence? I saw it. Yan Yi Tadip. How can one person's word be considered evidence? If that's the case, can I not say that you brought this bug here? You. Yin Yi was so angry upon hearing this that she stomped her feet. The leader turned to the crowd and said, Did any of you see the bug being attracted by Xia Qingzhi? The crowd exchanged glances and began to discuss. The bug did appear after Xia Qingzhi planted the plants. Yin Tian retorted. Yes. The crowd chimed in. Xia Qingzhi felt her nails digging into her flesh upon hearing this. At that moment, she suddenly saw a few insects swirling around Yin Yi. Since that's the case, let's prove it with action. Nian, stop struggling in vain. Yin Tian glared at her with resentment. Xia Qingzhi didn't say anything and walked through the crowd towards Yin Yi. Xia Qingzhi, what do you want to do? Seeing her raised hand, Yin Yi took a step back in fear, frowning tightly. Xia Qingzhi clasped her hands in the air, tilting her head as she gazed at her. Catch the bug. Just as Yin Yi was about to speak, Xia Qingzhi turned and walked towards the leader, opening her palm to reveal the controlled bug in front of everyone. Leader, do you see this? Isn't it the culprit that destroyed the tribe before? She said. The leader leaned forward slightly, lowered his head to observe carefully, and then looked up at her, saying, That's right. So what do you want to say? To prove your innocence? After Xia Qingzhi finished speaking, she held the bug and walked around the people nearby, asking everyone, Is this bug I just caught the same as the one before? She deliberately raised her voice, and everyone looked at her, then looked at each other and began to discuss again. That's right. Someone stepped forward and said, In that case, let's see what exactly attracted this bug. Xia Qingzhi walked up to the leader and whispered a few words, and the leader instructed everyone to follow her. Just like that, the group arrived at the soil planting base, and Xia Qingzhi spread her hands, causing the insects to scatter in all directions. In the next moment, they found themselves in a terrifying place, and in fear, they flew away in the opposite direction. Oh no, this place is too scary, said Insect A. It was hard enough to escape. I never want to come back here, said Insect B. Yeah, the other insects echoed. After that, they spotted a nearby thatched hut and flew over. Brothers, there's food. Let's rush over, said one insect, leading a few others to fly onto the thatched hut. Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to turn and look at everyone. Does this prove my innocence? Chapter 33. Xia Qingzhi must die. She pretended to be strong. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that the previous pest control activities had left them with a shadow. Otherwise, she would really be like a mute eating bitter herbs, with no way to express her suffering. Everyone exchanged glances again, discussing among themselves. The bug showed no interest in Xia Qingzhi's plants. Instead, they were interested in the thatched cottage. So this did not prove that the disaster was brought on by her. The leader of the 7th clan, Lu Ji, suddenly stood up and stroked his white beard to express his views. After listening, everyone agreed. Yin Yi, seeing this situation, stared at her with venomous eyes, their gazes meeting in the air. Next time, you might not be so lucky. Xia Qingzhi felt the malicious gaze upon her. and she was so frightened that she immediately lowered her eyes and stopped looking at her. When she raised her head again, Yi had already vanished into the crowd. After that, the leader cleared Xia Qingzhi's name in front of everyone and chatted with her for a few moments before leaving with his subordinates. The crowd dispersed, leaving her all alone. Xia Qingzhi watched the sunset dyeing the sky golden, her legs trembling as she almost collapsed to the ground. She raised her hand to her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. In the shadows, Lu Xiang looked at the tall figure and stepped forward. She met the man's profile. "You, why don't you go help Xia Qingzhi?" She found it hard to understand. Feeling that Yu was nice to Xia Qingzhi, but it didn't seem to be that good. This feeling was a bit subtle. Seeing this, Lu Xiang followed. Yu sat at the door, fiddling with the straw in his hands, his indifferent eyes gazing at the drifting snowflakes. That day, he saw Yi summon the army of bugs. Later, when the tribe was destroyed, he realized the importance of the issue and confronted Yi. Hearing her sarcastically say to the bugs beside her, "Nian, how should I punish you? Right, I can tell everyone that you brought these bugs by planting the plants." Seeing this, Yu immediately stepped forward to argue with her, warning her not to touch Xia Qingzhi. Unexpectedly, Yi brought up her father, and he was afraid that the truth would be revealed, afraid of being humiliated. So he chose to turn a blind eye to Xia Qingzhi's situation. He truly was cowardly. No wonder she used to like so much back then. Yu lowered his gaze dejectedly. "Yu, let's go plant vegetables tomorrow." Xia Qingzhi suddenly came to find him, pulling Lu Yi along. You raise your eyes to look at the two holding hands, slightly furrowing your brows, your indifferent gaze showing no change. What does she mean by this? Does she really want to push him away? "You, why aren't you speaking?" Xia Qingzhi bent down and waved her hand in front of him. Then she said, "I understand." The next day, Xia Qingzhi exerted all her efforts to take out the seed bags from the house. "Sister Ji, look what I brought you," said Lu Xiang. Xia Qingzhi stood up and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Lu Xiang was holding some tools and passing by her, revealing 2 or 3 dozen strong men behind her. "These are the people I specially brought to help," Lu Xiang said, raising her hand to introduce the people behind her, her voice soft and soothing. "Don't worry, I will definitely give everyone a generous reward when the time comes. Let's go," you urged them as she walked through the crowd. Thus, a group of people, taking advantage of the fact that the sun had not yet risen, went to the soil base with tools and seeds. By the time the sun was about to set on the horizon, the farming work was nearing its end. Xia Qingzhi exchanged a few words with Lu Xiang and left first. In a secluded area, she took out a pile of corn, potatoes, and tomatoes. She retrieved some hot lotus seed pod seeds from the seed bank and used her abilities to accelerate their growth. Soon, the room was filled with hot lotus seed pods, steaming like a steamer. While they were still fresh, Xia Qingzhi placed the corn and potatoes inside the hot lotus seed pods. In less than a minute, the corn and potatoes were cooked. The aroma of the food was so enticing. She gathered the stored leaves and divided them according to the number of people, with each plant package containing 5 ears of corn, 5 potatoes, and 10 tomatoes. Here, nothing was more important than food. This might be the best reward she could give them. Everyone looked at the heavy items in their hands, exchanging glances. "We only eat meat. Can this be eaten?" Someone stepped forward and asked. "Yes, it can." Xia Qingzhi understood their concerns. In front of him, she took a bite of the corn in her hand, then bit into the potato in her other hand. Seeing this, the man carefully took a corn cob, plucked a kernel, and popped it into his mouth, his eyes suddenly brightening. He then said a few words to the group. After that, everyone thanked her while holding their food. Speaking of Yin Tian looked at his sister, who was furious and didn't know what to say, so he just helped her tidy up the wreckage in the room. Yin walked to the window and looked at the heavy snow outside, a trace of malice flashing in her eyes. She must not let Xia Qingzhi live. Then, her face was filled with worry. If Xia Qingzhi did not die, she would definitely stay in the tribe afterward. What would happen to her and Mu? The tribe had a rule that any member of the Liha tribe could not be with people from other tribes. Otherwise, they would either be killed or expelled. Mu needed an insider. If she was expelled, she would have no value to Mu. At that time, Mu would definitely abandon her. To her, Mu was her salvation. She could not be without him. Therefore, she absolutely could not let Xia Qingzhi live. Yin clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Looking at the ceiling, Yin Yi's face appeared in her mind. Remembering everything that had happened before, her emotions could not settle down. She was sure that Yin would think of other ways to kill her. So, she had to be very careful. Xia Qingzhi had just closed her eyes when Mu called her to get up and go kill insects. "Ah, no way. I'm so tired," she complained with her eyes closed. Xia Qingzhi, in this era, the strong are king. If you keep this up, you'll eventually become food for other ability users. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll only regret it when you're old. Mu was angry at her lack of ambition. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. This era is no longer the peaceful time it once was. Perhaps Mu was right. In this world, the strong are king. From a moment she gained her supernatural abilities, she was forced into the world of powers. Therefore, she must become stronger to protect herself. She pushed the door open, intending to go kill some bugs. But Yinya was standing at the door, gazing at her with a melancholic expression. Chapter 34. Yinya apologizes. "What are you doing here?" Xia Qingzhi felt instinctively scared when she saw her. She looked at her with a vigilant expression. "You seem to be very afraid of me?" Yinya stared at her intently, leaning her body forward. "This place doesn't welcome you. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll call for someone." Xia Qingzhi's eyes were filled with panic as she turned her head to look at the pitch-black night behind her, where she couldn't see her own hand. Yin heard this and crossed her arms, looking at her with the amused expression. "Go ahead, scream. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you." Xia Qingzhi wanted to use her abilities to get away, but Mu warned her. Yin class, dormitory level, 9 ability value, 8601 3750 ability. Control mutated beasts that match her level weapon. Silver Moonbone whistle. Hearing this, Xia Qingzhi's mouth twitched, and her body almost collapsed to the ground. With Yinya's level being so high, how could she compete? Someone like that couldn't be confronted head-on. "W, what do you want from me?" Xia Qingzhi forced herself to calm down and cautiously raised her eyes to ask her. "What happened before was my fault, and I apologize to you." Yin suddenly lowered her head and spoke sincerely. This caught Xia Qingzhi off guard. What? Yin was actually apologizing to her. Something was definitely off. She must have ulterior motives. She couldn't be fooled. "Yin, it's so dark now. I'm going to go inside and sleep." Xia Qingzhi looked her over, thinking of ways to send her away. Yin raised her eyes, looking at her with grievance. "Xia Qingzhi, you're the kindest person I have ever met. You were even willing to risk your life to save you, silently solving the insect disaster for the tribe. Even when falsely accused, you never sought credit. You were someone I aspire to learn from." Xia Qingzhi frowned when she heard this, biting her teeth and watching her warily. People who often say nice things should be treated with caution, as they might have ulterior motives. Yinya's flattery was merely an attempt to dispel her doubts and achieve her own goals, and she refused to be fooled. "Can you just forgive me for what happened before?" Yinya suddenly held her hand, looking at her innocently and cheerfully. Xia Qingzhi smelled the refreshing floral scent on her body and couldn't help but shiver. She deliberately yawned, eager to close the door, but Yin stopped her. Xia Qingzhi said urgently to her, "Yin, we can never be friends. I'm tired and need to sleep." Yin replied, "Xia Qingzhi, I know you're still angry with me right now. However, I will prove to you that I genuinely want to be friends with you." After saying this, she left with her head down, feeling dejected. Xia Qingzhi watched her receding figure and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A small green turtle slowly climbed up the window of Xia Qingzhi's house, looking at the person sleeping inside with a satisfied smile. "Finally found you." The sun rose on the horizon, draping the snowy ground in a golden cloak. Images of its master surfaced in its mind. It remembered being tugged by the tail and warned softly, "Little Wu, tell Xia Ji that I'm waiting for her in the blazing city. If you mess it up, I'll stew you into turtle soup," slowly and leisurely, talking to itself. No, it had to hurry and tell Xia Qingzhi. Just as it was about to crawl forward, a hand suddenly grabbed its tail. You scrutinized the little creature in front of him, frowning. The little turtle looked at the ice-like eyes and shivered from the cold. "Let me go." It struggled. You raised his hand, and the little turtle flew through the air in a beautiful arc before disappearing. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and muttered, "Sneaky and up to no good." Then he walked to the door and knocked, only to find Lu Xiang and her tribe members already standing at the entrance. Seeing him, Lu Xiang smiled and waved. You came so early too?" Upon seeing her, Yu's face immediately darkened. Xia Qingzhi opened the door and greeted everyone with a smile, but he was the only one missing. In fact, Xia Qingzhi had already finished planting the crops, but she still felt that the 500 square meters was not enough. So she gathered everyone to help her prepare the soil base to plant more crops. Everyone was eager to help, knowing that food could solve their basic needs. Moreover, the number of people this time was 3 times that of before. On the way, Xia Qingzhi saw Yan, who was holding tools, and said she wanted to help her. Xia Qingzhi immediately avoided her, but was grabbed by the wrist by Yan. Xia Qingzhi, I am someone who wants to help you. Yan turned her head and squinted her eyes to scrutinize her. Xia Qingzhi felt the strength in her hand, trembling in fear. Xiang wanted to step forward to help her, but was warned off by Yan. However, Lu Xiang was not afraid of her and stepped forward to pull Xia Qingzhi's hand, protecting her behind her, looking up with mockery. Yan, would you really be so kind? I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, she turned her head to glance at the burly man beside her. Those people stood in front of Yan, forming a wall of flesh, separating her from Xia Qingzhi and the others. Yan clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she watched the departing figures. She would not give up so easily. For the past few days, Xia Qingzhi had been out every night killing bugs, but each time ended in failure. It was simply inhumane. In the middle of the night, Pa sneaked in, placing 20 red crystals by her pillow, and then tiptoed away. Xia Qingzhi was sleeping soundly when suddenly, Mu awakened her consciousness. She opened her mouth. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, for ability value, 10, 20, 12, 50 ability, control with elements weapon, unknown. Xia Qingzhi, could it be that you were the chosen one by heaven? How did you suddenly gain 20 ability points after being empty-handed for days? What? Xia Qingzhi looked at the values on the panel, so surprised that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. She woke up and turned over, feeling something hard poking her body. She sat up and looked down, only to find a pile of red crystals. I thought you were a favored child of heaven. Turns out there's a little snail girl. Mois molt tvichit. Wait a minute. This one crystal is quite valuable. Who on earth sent you so many at once? She looked at Xia Qingzhi, narrowing her eyes. You wouldn't happen to have a wealthy bachelor by your side, would you? Xia Qingzhi picked up a crystal and examined it closely in front of her eyes. The shape was exactly the same as the purple crystal she had seen before. Such a rare item. Who would be so kind? Could it be Pa? After all, he was someone who could produce several purple crystals back then. But wait, wasn't he locked up? Could it be? Chapter 35. The deception of Pa had been deceiving her all along. He hadn't been caught for stealing at all. This was all a play he directed himself. Otherwise, how could these crystals have appeared on her bedside? She had to find him and ask him for clarification. She had gone through so much just to save him. If it was really as she thought, then all the sacrifices she had made would be nothing but a joke. Unable to sleep after tossing and turning, Xia Qingzhi got up, put on her shoes, and left the room. Xia Qingzhi secretly hid behind a big tree near the cave, watching the guards standing at the entrance with their heads down. With so many people, how could she get in? The group of guards converged at the entrance and then walked in the opposite direction. Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to quickly slip to a tree closer to the cave entrance. The guards crossed paths again and left, and she seized the chance. Ready to take a step forward, Xia Qingzhi leaned against the tree, tilting her head and placing her hand on her chest, listening to her heart thumping incessantly, comforting herself. Fortunately, she hadn't been discovered. On the other side, the guard turned his head and glanced in Xia Qingzhi's direction, narrowing his eyes. The moonlight illuminated the area, making her shadow clearly visible. He turned to the few people beside him and said a few words, and they approached her with weapons in hand. Xia Qingzhi was completely unaware of the danger approaching. She looked down and suddenly saw her shadow exposed outside the big tree. Her heart skipped a beat. She cautiously extended her head out. A pair of eyes met hers. Xia Qingzhi stood frozen in place, forgetting to escape. Someone, catch this sneaky little thief. As she watched more and more people gather, she turned and ran. Those people stuck to her like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Just as they were about to catch her, a hand suddenly reached out, pulling her into the darkness and covering her mouth, which was about to scream out of fear. Once the guards left, Xia Qingzhi lowered the hand and anxiously looked at the person in front of her, stepping back a few paces to maintain distance. Yanye, why is it you? She watched the woman in front of her warily. Do you believe me if I say I was just passing by? Yanyi tilted her head and asked. Xia Qingzhi shook her head like a rattledrum. All right, I knew you wouldn't believe what I said. They are here. Quickly catch them. Xia Qingzhi heard the sound and suddenly panicked. She turned her head and saw a group of people rushing towards them. Run! Yanyi shouted, grabbing her hand and running away. The guards behind them kept chasing, threatening to make them pay if they caught up. After running around the mountain, Xia Qingzhi spotted a hidden place covered by bushes. Yanyi pulled her inside. Here, there was a very small hole. Although it was small, it was no problem for her to pass through. Yanyi turned her head and said urgently, You took such a big risk to come here. You must be looking for someone. I discovered this place by accident. Hurry up and get in. I'll help distract the guards. Xia Qingzhi looked at her with, How could you be so kind? Could it be another one of her schemes? Hurry up and go in. The guards are coming. Yanyi pulled her hand, looking anxious. Xia Qingzhi still didn't believe the person in front of her, but she indeed helped herself. After thanking her, she slipped into the cave. There, grab her. The guards were about to arrive, and Yanyi ran towards the other half to lead them away. Near Yanye's thatched cottage, a group of people stood there, showing her great respect. This performance was quite good. She smiled at them. In fact, there were no guards in the cave. It wasn't a prison at all. The insect she sent out informed her that Xia Qingzhi was going to meet Pa. After learning this news, she followed the insects here. She discovered that Po's residence was actually that so-called luxurious dwelling where the sage practiced. Haha, Xia Qingzhi is really pitiful. The man she tried so hard to save was actually deceiving her. So, she gathered a group of people to ambush at the cave entrance in advance, creating a false impression of strict security. The soundproofing inside the cave was excellent, but couldn't possibly hear anything. Xia Qingzhi, you owe me a big favor. Yanye's smile was quite sinister, and the people beside her trembled in fear. On the other side, Xia Qingzhi circled around the cave and finally found the way she came. At this moment, Po was leaning against the wall, leisurely reading the materials, tossing fruit into his mouth without a care, completely unaware of Xia Qingzhi, who was standing beside him in a daze. You have been lying to me all along. Xia Qingzhi's complaining voice reached his ears. She should be resting at this time, right? He must have been hearing things. Lin Pa, why are you lying to me? Xia Qingzhi's voice came again, and Pa felt a shiver run through him as the fruit in the air fell straight to the ground. He turned his head and stared blankly at the angry woman in front of him, awkwardly yet politely asking her, Ji, what brings you here? Xia Qingzhi took out a ruby from her clothes and bent down to place it on the ground in front of him. This was all a trap set up by you and the sage, right? She raised her eyes, her eyelids slightly reddened. You weren't caught for stealing it all. Lin Pa was startled to hear this. He never expected that she could guess the truth. No, he had to think of a way to deceive her, otherwise he would really be put on her blacklist. Pa stood up and walked over to her, bending down to look at the woman who was more than a head shorter than him, trying to comfort her in a flustered manner. Zatsa, you misunderstood me. The reason I can live so well here is all thanks to you. Xia Qingzhi looked up with red-rimmed eyes, confused as she stared at him. Have you forgotten? You once taught the sage a lesson. After that, the sage felt a bit guilty and sent me food. Logically, since you stole his gemstones, how could he be so kind? Xia Qingzhi looked up at the man's jaw and said angrily, It's because I gave him a purple crystal. You know, he's a supernatural being and really wants this. Xia Qingzhi heard this and felt he had a point. How to explain the crystals on the ground? She lowered her head and pointed at the red stones on the floor. Po's lips twitched. Why was she still so persistent? These crystals were placed by me on your bedside. I made a deal with the sage to visit you for a short while every night. I know you possess special abilities and really need these, so I'll always leave you a few. He mixed truth with lies to defend himself. Is it true? Xia Qingzhi's tones softened a bit, no longer as angry as before. Can you ask the sage? Spoke, getting a bit aggrieved. Who's looking for me? The sage appeared here at some point. Chapter 36. Absorbing special abilities, Pa stiffened and turned his head to look at the old Taoist with white whiskers in front of him, his face darkening. What was he doing here? Oh, right. I just heard you tell her to ask me something. The sage looked at Xia Qingzhi and then at Pa, smugly saying. Xia Qingzhi was reminded like this and stared at the sage, asking, Do I have it? The sage looked at Pu with an innocent expression. Puh, and the sage's gazes met in the air. Puh, 1 purple crystal. Sage, 2. Puh, don't go too far. Sage, otherwise I'll tell the truth. Puh gritted his teeth, fine. Sage, did you hear the sound of my voice? Xia Qingzhi saw the sage staring blankly and waved her hand in front of him. Indeed, what he said was all true. Xia Qingzhi realized what the sage meant and felt enlightened. She looked at Pu with a hint of guilt and whispered an apology. Paul, I misunderstood you. It's fine, I don't blame you. Pu stepped forward, holding her hand to comfort her. On the surface, he appeared very magnanimous, but inwardly he felt a sense of relief. The sage stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at the people in front of him. Then his gaze fell on the red crystal that had already disappeared by half, and his expression grew solemn. I happened to see this and couldn't help but smirk slightly. Sage, it's been a long time since I've seen her. Can I have a conversation with her? Sure. I won't disturb you too then. The sage smiled and walked away. After the sage left, Pu pulled Xia Qingzhi aside and whispered, Ji, since you're here, I'll get you some more crystals. That way, we won't have to keep bothering the sage. Pu, this is so precious. Are you really going to give it to me? Xia Qingzhi lifted her eyelids, staring at him in disbelief with wide eyes. Of course, you're someone very important to me. Pu looked up at her, his brows and eyes curved, the corners of his mouth pulling into a beautiful arc. He reined in his smile, his expression serious. Ji, close your eyes. Xia Qingzhi nodded and then obediently followed suit. When she opened her eyes again, a colorful mountain came into view. So many. Didn't Mu and the sage say that these crystals were very rare? She turned to look at him, her eyelashes fluttering like a butterfly ready to take flight. Pu made a shushing gesture to her and chuckled mischievously. This is a secret. Okay. Mu looked at the scene before him, his eyes dimming, and the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. So what he said was true. Pu pulled Xia Qingzhi to pick up the crystals, gathering small piles from white to black. Xia Qingzhi was about to leave with satisfaction when Pu grabbed her hand. She turned around, looking at him in surprise. Without giving her a chance to respond, Pu pulled her into his arms, kissed her forehead, and said in a deep voice, Ji, I will wait for you. Xia Qingzhi felt the warmth on her forehead. Her ears flushed red, and she shyly said, Okay. Then she reluctantly left. Pu looked at her departing figure and let out a sigh of relief. Next, I'll talk about the matter of the ability crystals. The crystals come in white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. The enhanced ability values are white 0, 5, red 1, orange 5, yellow 10, green 20, cyan 30, blue 50, purple 100, black 500. Among them, white and red can be absorbed at the dormitory level, orange and yellow at the morning level, green and cyan at the moon level, blue and purple at the day level, and black at the overflow level. So at my current level, can I only absorb the energy from white and red crystals? She figured it out. Only being strong is the hard truth. But thinking about only being able to absorb the energy from 2 types of crystals, she lowered her head in disappointment. What is there to be disappointed about? You have so many crystals that group of ability users would fight over, but still can't obtain. Just be content. Xia Qingzhi heard this and raised her eyes with a smile. Indeed. Wait, the sage is very interested in the purple gemstone. Doesn't that mean he has reached the sun level? She realized this issue. That person has been awake for hundreds of thousands of years. What is so strange about being able to cultivate to this level? Mu was speechless and rolled his eyes. So impressive. Xia Qingzhi found it somewhat unbelievable and widened her eyes. Mu opened his mouth. This is not even the most powerful. In this era of spiritual energy revival, there is a half-snake person called Ying who has reached level 5 of the Ying stage, and it only took him 100,000 years. Xia Qingzhi swallowed hard upon hearing about such a powerful figure. By the way, do they not have to die? She suddenly realized something. Mu Weiyu rolled his eyes in silence and explained to her the elixir of immortality. Xia Qingzhi was surprised and covered her mouth upon hearing this. All right, stop thinking about it. As long as your supernatural ability can reach the divine level, you too can be immortal and unaging. Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her head. The divine level, she probably had no chance. All right, quickly absorb the supernatural powers. Mu Weiyu silently patted the back of her head. Xia Qingzhi swayed slightly and nodded. She walked in front of the white and red crystals, placing her hand on them, and the energy from the crystals flowed into her body through her arm. Mu counted and looked at Xia Qingzhi. You have absorbed a total of 500 white crystals and 500 red crystals, and your ability level has increased by 750. Xia Qingzhi looked at the screen. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, 5 ability value, 1770, 2000 ability, control wood element weapon, unknown great. I can soon level up to dormitory level 5. She trembled with excitement. At that moment, a sound came from outside the window, and Xia Qingzhi immediately ran over to take a look. In front of her, there was nothing but an endless expanse of white. Could it be that I misheard? Xia Qingzhi shook her head self-deprecatingly. In the shadows, the saint pinched the purple crystal in his hand, revealing a strange smile. Soon, 10 days passed, and the fruits in the soil base were ready for harvest. Xia Qingzhi and a group of people were busy in the field. He was picking tomatoes into a basket when suddenly a scream pierced the air. Looking down, he realized he had stepped on a turtle's tail. The turtle looked very familiar. He bent down and picked up the turtle. As he got a better look at it, his brows furrowed even more. It's you again. He raised his hand, and the turtle once again soared through the air in a beautiful arc. He walked over to the cornfield, and a voice came to his ears. Xiaozhi. Looking for Xiaozhi. Looking down again, he saw the turtle leisurely crawling towards Xia Qingzhi. He sneered and picked up the turtle's tail again, throwing it away, landing it in a pile of vegetables on the shore. However, he didn't see it. Are you harvesting plants? Let me help you. Yanya's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 37. Silent Lion Xia Qingzhi shivered instinctively upon hearing the voice. How did she come back again? While she was lost in thought, Yanyi had already appeared in front of her without her noticing. Xia Qingzhi looked at the grinning Yanyi, her heart pounding wildly. After forcing herself to calm down, she met Yanya's gaze and said weakly, Yanyi, thank you for your kindness. But we have enough people, so... She swallowed hard, unsure of how to express her refusal. Yanyi glanced around, taking in the contrasting green against the large expanse of white. Turning to look at her, he asked, with so much, when will you be able to finish it all? Xia Qingzhi was afraid that she would use tricks and immediately spoke up. It can be done very soon. Yanyi stared at her intently, then took Xia Qingzhi's hand. You're being too polite. I already said I would help you. Yanyi, what exactly do you want to do? You suddenly appeared in front of Xia Qingzhi. I just want to help Nian, that's all. How can you say that about me? I'm so hurt. Yanyi looked up at him with an innocent expression. Then she tilted her head to look at Xia Qingzhi and said earnestly, I truly want to help you. Xia Qingzhi listened to her speak, feeling a chill rising within. Just as she was about to say something, Yanyi interrupted, saying, Since you're not speaking, I'll take it as your agreement. Xia Qingzhi hadn't had time to react when Yanyi blew the silver moonbone whistle. In an instant, flocks of birds flew down from the sky and rushed into the fields to work. Rabbits were pulling up carrots, and groundhogs were digging holes, tossing up potatoes one after another. The animals had clearly defined roles, and the harvested fruits were transported to the shore. Soon, the vegetables in the field were cleared away. Yanyi whistled again, and the animals scattered. The person standing in the field stared blankly at everything before them. Yanyi clapped her hands and looked at Xia Qingzhi. See, I really want to help you. Could someone who hated her so much really be so kind? He looked at Yanyi, always feeling that something was off. How could Yanyi possibly help Xia Qingzhi? Something unusual must be afoot. After Xia Qingzhi settled the food for the guests, they left. Although most of them were helped by Yanyi this time, they also sacrificed their own time. So it was only right to give them something. In the evening, Yanyi was chatting with Mu when there was a sudden knock at the door. When Yanyi opened the door, she found a lot of cooked corn and sweet potatoes on the ground. Without needing to guess, she already knew who sent them. It seemed she had let her guard down. Just one more step forward, and she could gain her trust. Then she could. Xia Qingzhi packed her things and prepared to find you and the others to help gather food. Today was the last day of the 1-month deadline, and it was going to snow soon. If the food problem wasn't resolved by evening, Pu would be executed. She opened the door, and a single eye, larger than her face, came into view, startling her so much that she froze in place, unsure of what to do. Her legs involuntarily took a step back, and she quickly shut the door. It must have been the wrong way to open it. Yes, that must be it. She pushed the door open again, and a gaping mouth filled her vision. Looking up, she saw two terrifying eyes. It looked like the legendary Qilin, but not exactly. The monster let out a horrifying roar, causing Xia Qingzhi to hastily shut the door again, leaning against it and gasping for breath. This doesn't make sense. Didn't you say this place was heavily guarded? Why was there a monster here? And right at her doorstep, was this a coincidence? Xia Qingzhi walked to the window and leaned her head out to look at the door. The monster had the body of a lion, a terrifying head, and stood about 3 meters tall with a massive physique. Its eyes were fixed on the door, as if it were about to rush in and tear her to pieces at any moment. So, was she being abandoned? Xia Qingzhi was like an ant on a hot stove, pacing back and forth in the room, tapping her hands. How could she get out with that monster guarding the door? The deadline was tonight. If she couldn't solve the food problem, she would lose her head. She peered out the window again, and the monster slowly turned around, their eyes meeting. How terrifying. With a monster here, if she ran out, she would surely be torn apart. By then, she wouldn't have saved her companion, but would have lost her own life instead. But if she did nothing, what would happen to her companion? Right now, he was the only person she could trust in this world, and the only one who could help her find her sister. She couldn't be without him. In that moment, she made up her mind to go to the door and try to get out. But the monster was so frightening. She didn't dare. Xia Qingzhi had placed her hand on the door countless times, but she never had the courage to open it. Time flew by, and it was already noon. She thought about her special ability, feeling extremely excited. How many levels of beasts are outside? With my current abilities, can I defeat it? It is a level 9 Siki lion. What do you think? Mu rolled his eyes in silence. Xia Qingzhi felt deflated upon hearing this. With her skills, she was no match for it, but the soul was waiting for her. No, she had to find a way to break through the predicament. Looking at the hay wall in front of her, Xia Qingzhi squatted down and took out a bone knife to scrape at the grass. Finally, a huge gap was carved out in the wall. Xia Qingzhi cautiously poked her head out, looking left and right, and saw that the monster had not arrived. Just as she was about to turn the corner, she suddenly stopped, her body leaning back. The Siki lion opened its bloody mouth and walked towards her step by step. The monster showed no reaction. In her panic, she hastily catalyzed many seeds, but those plants did not help her. Instead, they provoked the monster before her. Realizing the situation was dire, she immediately turned and ran forward with all her might. The Siki lion chased after her, and the ground emitted a deafening sound. Xia Qingzhi shouted loudly, "Help!" But no one appeared. She ran until she was exhausted, and as a result, she tripped over a stone in front of her. Turning around, a bloodied mouth slowly approached her. Chapter 38. Yin Ye's Interference. It's over. Just when Xia Qingzhi thought she was done for, a figure blocked her path. When the lion saw her, it turned and ran away. "Yin, how is it you?" Xia Qingzhi looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Wait, she realized something. The 9th level Xilin lion, the 9th level Rock Leaf, the heavily guarded tribe. So it was all the doing of Rock Leaf. Rock Leaf turned around to block her path and reached out to her with a concerned expression. "Are you okay?" Xia Qingzhi didn't expose her. Propping herself up on the ground to stand, looking at her with a face full of vigilance, and slowly said, Thank you for saving me. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." She didn't want to have too much entanglement with Yin. After all, she still had to go save Pa. Yin grabbed her hand and spoke frankly. "Nian, I've saved you time and again, so you must believe that I truly regret my actions now, right? So, can we be friends?" Xia Qingzhi looked at the impending snowfall, her expression darkening, feeling quite anxious inside. She tugged at her own hands, but found that no matter what she did, she couldn't break free. At that moment, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Xia Qingzhi felt the chill on her face, her heart sinking. What to do? The harvest hasn't been collected yet. Yinya's faint voice came from behind. "Nian, considering how good I've been to you, please forgive me." Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath, knowing that if she didn't agree, Yin would definitely continue to pester her. She turned her head, lifted her eyelids, and met Yin Ye's face, which looked somewhat fierce due to the moisture from the melting snow. "Well, I forgive you. Let me go." "Really?" Yin Ye's expression became very excited upon hearing this, and he released her hand. Xia Qingzhi nodded perfunctorily. "All right. To express my apologies, I have prepared a big gift for you, and I will take you to see it now. Yin once again held her hand, looking pure and innocent. Xia Qingzhi gazed into the distance and said anxiously, "No need. No, if you don't accept my gift, it means you have no intention of forgiving me." Yin's sad voice came through. Xia Qingzhi frowned and looked at her, anxious. "Can we do it another day? I really have something urgent." Yin seemed to not hear her words and continued to speak to herself. "Nian, you still haven't forgiven me, huh?" Xia Qingzhi hung her head, feeling restless and anxious. She looked up to meet her innocent face and gritted her teeth, saying, "Yin, I forgive you. Just let me go." Upon hearing this, Yin's eyes were filled with a turbulent mix of emotions, even carrying a hint of malice. "No, you can't. You have to come with me." Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt that something was off. Why was she so eager to take her to see the apology gift? She looked at Yin's inscrutable smile. A sense of dread crept from her limbs to her heart. The chill from her spine made her shiver. Her fingertips were trembling too. Could Yin have thought of a new way to harm her? She awkwardly said, "Yin, maybe we should forget about the gift." Looking pitifully dejected. "But I prepared this gift for a long time. If you don't go, I'll be very upset. I really have to take care of that important matter now, or my soul will be killed by the sage." Yin tilted her head, gazing at her with a haunting look. Against the backdrop of the snowy scene, she looked just like a ghost. "Oh, so it's because of him?" Xia Qingzhi was very angry upon hearing this. What did it mean to say because of him? But upon careful thought, how could she expect Yin to understand her feelings at this moment? After all, there is no such thing as true empathy in this world. She bit down on her back teeth, her tightly clenched nails digging into her flesh. Although she wasn't wearing a watch, she always felt time ticking away in her mind. Second by second, Xia Qingzhi was anxious to use her abilities. But when she thought of how much stronger Yin's abilities were, she gave up on that idea. If the two of them fought, she would undoubtedly die, and perhaps even have her abilities absorbed by her. It seemed she had no choice but to take a hard approach. "Yin, the soul is still waiting for me. So I'm sorry." She quickly stepped forward to push her aside and ran into the snow. Behind her, she heard Yin's gritted teeth voice. By the time she reached the field, it was already close to dusk. The plants were completely covered by heavy snow. Thinking of the unpicked fruits, Xia Qingzhi squatted down and choked back her tears in grievance. This was all over. The bargaining chip she exchanged with the saint was gone just like that. What was she supposed to do? What about the soul? She just wanted to collect food to save people. Why was heaven so against her wishes? There were wild beasts and Yin. What did she do wrong? If only she had been half a day earlier. Maybe the food in the field could still be saved. But now there was nothing left. Why did she always end up making a mess of things? Xia Qingzhi hugged her head and cried, as heartbroken as she could be. "Nian, stop crying." Hearing the familiar voice, she slowly raised her head. He looked down at her, propping himself up with a piece of animal skin to shield Xia Qingzhi from the snow. Meanwhile, his entire body was exposed to the heavy snow, his stern face covered in snowflakes. The two locked eyes. Xia Qingzhi trembled her eyelashes, her thin lips quivering as she sobbed. How did you come here?" The cold and indifferent eyes flickered slightly, then slowly opened their mouth. "Today is the last deadline for saving the soul. I know you must be eager to gather the harvest, so I called everyone to the field early this morning to help you. In addition to those people before, Lu Xiang also gathered everyone in her clan who could work, and soon the harvest will be finished. But we waited for you for a long time and didn't see you appear. Oh, right. Don't forget to give them food as a reward." Xia Qingzhi heard this and opened her eyes wide in disbelief, excitedly saying, "You didn't lie to me? What benefit would I get from lying to you?" His calm eyes showed no signs of turbulence. "Xia Qingzhi, the food is at my house. Hurry up." Xia Qingzhi heard this and shook off the previous gloom, immediately turning around to see Lu Xiang and a group of people standing behind her. Lu Xiang raised her hand to press on her shoulder and comforted her. "Go ahead. We'll be waiting for your good news." Xia Qingzhi stood up, looking at everyone with a warm heart, deeply bowing and saying thank you. After that, she hurriedly ran towards the Yu family. When the sage and the leader saw the food that was about to burst the house, their mouths twitched. "I have gathered enough food. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and release the spirit?" Chapter 39. The Gift of Rock Leaf. Ahem, Xia Qingzhi, did you misunderstand my meaning? The sage closed his eyes, staring at the mountain of food. You said that as long as I gathered enough food to fill a room, you would release the spirit. Xia Qingzhi clenched her fists to hide her inner fear. The sage looked at Xia Qingzhi, stroked his beard, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, did I say that? I don't remember. Then he turned to the leader and asked, did I say that? The leader shook his head. Xia Qingzhi felt so angry at these words that she clenched her back teeth, opened her mouth to argue with them, but hesitated. Why did they not keep their word? She knew her words were clumsy, and she definitely couldn't outsmart these two old foxes in front of her. Lowering her head, she spoke dejectedly. So, you're not planning to let go of Po, are you? The sage stepped forward, casually grabbed a tomato, and stuffed it into his mouth, eating while saying, let me think about it. Xia Qingzhi felt a bit at a loss, as she tightly clutched her clothes upon hearing this. His implication was that he was unwilling to release Po. How could there be such untrustworthy people in this world? So, you don't plan to let Po go? She continued to repeat what she had just said. The sage casually chewed on a persimmon and looked at her, saying, how about this? The tribe is currently in dire need of food. As long as you can find a way to gather enough food to help the tribe survive the harsh winter, I will let him go. The deadline is 1 month. Xia Qingzhi slowly raised her head upon hearing this, tidying her disheveled hair while suppressing the anger inside her. Liars. A bunch of liars. I will never believe you again. She glared at the group of people in front of her, shouting hysterically. The sage's expression faded almost completely, but he still maintained a smile. How can you say that? Didn't I give you another chance? He said, don't worry. As long as you can solve the food problem this time, I promise to let him go. You have already deceived me once. I will never trust your words again. Xia Qingzhi clenched her fists and glared at him, showing no trace of her previous timidity. If you don't let them go, I'll save them myself. After saying this, Xia Qingzhi angrily turned around and stored the food into her space. The sage felt the chill brought by the empty room and turned to stare at her, his expression quite unpleasant. Xia Qingzhi, what do you mean by this? Xia Qingzhi stopped in her tracks, turned to look at the hypocritical people in front of her, and said angrily, since you don't keep your word, why should I uphold my promises? After saying this, she stepped on the snow and walked away. The leader looked at the sage, who was twitching at the corner of his mouth, mumbling, it's none of my business if your husband doesn't want to leave. Xia Qingzhi arrived at Lu Xiang's house to distribute the rewards for the work everyone had done. Then, the group went to the place where she had previously conducted the interrogations, and Lu Ji informed the people in the tribe. Soon, a sea of people gathered around. Following Xia Qingzhi's instructions, Lu Ji distributed the food he had collected over the past month to the hungry people in the name of you. In an instant, you became a hero in everyone's hearts, and everyone surrounded him, cheering and celebrating. The sage and the leader saw this and were so angry that they trembled. Xia Qingzhi saw their furious expressions and felt a sense of satisfaction in her revenge. She didn't want to leave the food with the sage and the leader because they had deceived her. Since they could trick her, they could also deceive everyone in the tribe. She was sure that the food they gave would be shortchanged when it reached ordinary people. So, it would be better to use Grandpa Lu's identity to distribute it in the name of you. This would not only temporarily solve the problem of people going hungry, but also earn you the respect of the tribe, achieving 2 goals at once. The atmosphere was still lively, and Xia Qingzhi glanced at the sage before quietly stepping away from the crowd, successfully diverting their attention. Now was a good opportunity to save the soul. She had just walked a short distance when Nian called out to her. Xia Qingzhi, do you have time right now? Xia Qingzhi heard the voice and shivered all over, immediately quickening her pace to leave. But she hadn't taken a few steps before Nian grabbed her wrist. Xia Qingzhi winced in pain and stiffly turned to look at her, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile as she said, Nian, it's you. What's wrong? Didn't we say before that I would give you a big gift? However, she didn't dare to go with Nian, who knew what scheme she had. Nian continued, since you have time now, let me take you to see it. After saying that, she grabbed Xia Qingzhi's hand and headed towards the forest. Xia Qingzhi looked at her profile, gazing at the end of the direction where Nian was taking her. In the distance, everything was a vast expanse of white, where the sky met the white land, with nothing else in sight. Yet the more it was like this, the more unsettled she felt. She wanted to break free, but found that Yanya's strength was astonishing. She was no match for her at all. Yanyi, can you let me go first? I really have something urgent. Yanyi turned her head and stared blankly at her excited expression. It seemed that she had never believed her from the beginning. Unexpectedly, while she appeared not very bright, her vigilance was quite strong. Since that was the case, she would stop pretending. In any case, she had to drag her into the woods. She glared at her fiercely. No matter what urgent matter you have, you must come with me. Xia Qingzhi stared at her, took a deep breath, and forced herself to remain calm. What if I don't go? Yanyi tilted her head, her eerie eyes fixed on her, making a shushing gesture. Don't say that. Nian, I actually know you have abilities, and I also know your level. This sentence was filled with a strong sense of threat. Xia Qingzhi felt a chill at the bottom of her feet upon hearing this. She understood the implication of Yin Ye's words. If she didn't go, he would kill her right now. But if she did go, there was an 80 to 90% chance she wouldn't survive. No matter what choice she made, it was a dead end. But she didn't want to die. Her soul had not yet been rescued, and her sister and father had not been found. How could she perish here? Xia Qingzhi turned her head to take a look. Should we escape now? Xia Qingzhi, are you crazy? Escaping right under her nose is undoubtedly a fantasy. But if I follow her, where will she take me? What terrifying things will she do to me? Xia Qingzhi felt increasingly uneasy. Yanyi dragged her towards the forest. She looked up at the entrance not far away. It resembled a beast with a bloody mouth wide open, as if it were about to swallow her whole. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth, her fingertips trembling. What exactly was the gift that Yanyi mentioned? Chapter 40, Beast Hunting Upgrade. Xia Qingzhi walked through the forest, bending down and looking around. Suddenly, a bird flew away from an old tree with a rustling sound, startling her into standing up straight, her body stiffening. Her teeth clashed together. Immediately, the howls of wild beasts came from all directions. She quickly stopped in her tracks and raised her hand to wipe the sweat that had appeared on her forehead. Xia Qingzhi, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? The impatient Yanyi urged from behind. Xia Qingzhi stiffly turned her head. The person was staring at her with a faint smile, looking like a real female devil. She observed the expression on this person's face, bit her lip, and cautiously spoke up to test the waters. It's already so late. How about we come back another day to see the gift? Yanyi rested her finger on her chin, innocently blinking at her with a pitiful look. I prepared this gift for a long time. Are you really going to break my heart? Xia Qingzhi knew that she couldn't communicate with her, so she sighed. She then kept retreating, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yanyi. Yanyi turned her head and blinked. Why aren't you walking in front? I want to chat with you. Xia Qingzhi forced a smile. It wasn't easy to escape by walking ahead, but there was a better chance if she tried to slip away from the side. Boring. Yanyi shot her a glance and continued walking forward with his arms crossed. Xia Qingzhi stopped and watched the figure walking away, carefully turned around, and ran. Looking at the exit of the forest, she felt a surge of joy, thinking she had finally escaped from the clutches of Yanyi. However, just as she was about to reach the exit, Yanyi appeared. Half of her face was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern her emotions. Xia Qingzhi opened her mouth wide, leaning her body back to stop her forward steps. Yanyi had a curved smile, revealing a pure and innocent expression. Xia Qingzhi, you haven't seen the gift yet. How could I let you leave so easily? Xia Qingzhi looked at the sweat dripping on the ground, turned her head, and ran in the opposite direction. However, after just a few steps, she was grabbed by the collar by Yanyi and dragged deep into the forest. After passing through the crowded and suffocating trees, the two arrived at an open area surrounded by dense woods. Yanyi released her grip, and Xia Qingzhi's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground and trembling. I've been so good to you, yet you still don't trust me? Yanyi looked at her pitifully, her tone sounding very sad. Then she smiled again. But it's okay. Anyway, I'm about to achieve my goal. Xia Qingzhi listened to the innocent voice, feeling a sense of dread in her heart, her body trembling like a sieve. Oh dear, I was supposed to show you the gift. How did we forget about it while chatting? Yanyi tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand, looking at her. Xia Qingzhi's emotions were highly tense at this moment. Her anxious hands had nowhere to go. She clenched her teeth and looked up at Yanyi, trying to make one last struggle. Yanyi, please let me go. I know you're worried about me exposing your secret, but I promise I'll keep this to myself. Xia Qingzhi's tone was anxious, fearing that her life might end at any moment. Yin straightened her head, tapping her dimple with her index finger. Half closing her eyelids, her red, alluring lips slowly parted. Xia Qingzhi, have you heard this saying? Only the dead keep secrets in this world. After that, she made a shushing gesture towards her. Put your hand down. All right, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. It's time for you to see your gift. Yin opened her hand, revealing a silver whistle that resembled the moon. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she brought the whistle to her red lips and gently blew it. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. Xia Qingzhi, who was sitting on the ground, felt as if the earth was shaking beneath her. Xia Qingzhi, enjoy the gift I've given you. No need to thank me. After saying this, she walked away gracefully into the depths of the forest, then stopped to watch her from the side. Xia Qingzhi looked up and glanced around, as many mutated animals emerged from the jungle, closing in on her step by step. She was so scared that her legs trembled, staring at them blankly, forgetting to think. All she could hear was a buzzing in her ears. Just when she thought she was doomed, Mu suddenly appeared and scolded her. Xia Qingzhi, you idiot. A level 2 mutated beast can scare you into this cowardly state. Get up and fight. What? A level 2 mutated beast? She seemed to be at level 5. Realizing this, the worry on her face disappeared. She stood up, brushed the snow off her body, and trembled as she faced the group of beasts. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The group of beasts thought she was provoking them and charged towards her. Xia Qingzhi stretched out her hand, and the vines gathered from all directions, still the poisonous kind. She controlled her hand, and the vines charged towards the orderly herd of beasts. In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Mu Gaoxing was shouting, kill the level 2 fawn-tooth boar, ability value 5. Kill the level 2 blue wolf, ability user 5. Kill. Finally, the battle came to an end. Xia Qingzhi looked at the fallen beast herd and breathed a sigh of relief. Mu looked at the panel. Xia Qingzhi class, level, 6 ability value, 2270 3250 ability. Control wood element weapon. Unknown Xia Qingzhi, congratulations. You have killed 100 level 2 alien beasts and advanced to level 6. Xia Qingzhi felt very happy upon hearing this. Yin said he would give her a gift. And it was indeed a very nice gift. How infuriating. Yin, seeing this, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, stamping her feet in anger. Don't think this is the end. She took out the silver moon bone whistle and blew it, causing the beasts in the forest to move again. Be careful. This time it's level 6 beasts, Mu reminded her. At this moment, Xia Qingzhi was immersed in the joy from earlier, confidently patting her chest and saying, it's a small matter. She summoned the vines again, but the beasts ruthlessly tore them apart. Xia Qingzhi was stunned and scared, turning to run. The pack of beasts chased closely after her. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why are they only chasing me? Fortunately, due to her level increase, her speed was several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Xia Qingzhi saw a large tree ahead and went around it, resulting in those beasts crashing directly into it. She turned her head to look at them and had a bold guess. Could it be that they could only see themselves and not the obstacles beside them? To verify this hypothesis, she deliberately ran around the tree, and the beasts all fell to the ground, just as they were about to get up. Xia Qingzhi quickly took out a sticky net and captured them all at once. She really had to thank Yin for bringing her this windfall. Could this be considered a case of fortune and misfortune being intertwined? Just as she excitedly clapped her hands, a bloody mouth came rushing down towards the top of her head. Chapter 41, Better Death Than Life. Xia Qingzhi, watch out for above. Mukai reminditev. Xia Qingzhi heard the sound of wood and slowly raised her head, staring blankly at the gaping mouth that was so close. Her body stiffened, forgetting to react. It's over. It's the end. At that critical moment, a shadow rushed past her side and pulled her to the other side. The mutated beast missed its target, and its sharp teeth got stuck in the ground, unable to be pulled out no matter how hard it tried. Xia Qingzhi pushed him away, keeping a certain distance. She looked surprised. Why are you here? I saw you with Yin and felt a bit uneasy, so I followed you. You said these caring words in the coldest tone. Xia Qingzhi was stunned for a moment as she looked at his ice-cold face. Strange? Why does it feel like he doesn't hate her as much anymore? Be careful. Yu saw the mutated beast charging at her from behind and quickly pulled her aside. Xia Qingzhi, caught off guard, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Xia Qingzhi, run. Mu suddenly reminded her. What? Xia Qingzhi stiffly turned her head to look at the mutant beast. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters long with long tusks. The head of a tiger and the body and color of an elephant. This creature was terrifying. Survival was the priority. She got up from the ground and urgently poked Yu's arm. We are no match for this beast. Let's run. After saying that, she turned and ran in the opposite direction of the long-tusked tiger elephant. While running, she asked, Do you think that beast will chase us? She turned her head and saw that Yu was not beside her at all. Stopping in her tracks and looking back, she saw two very different shadows confronting each other in the distance. No, why is he just standing there instead of fleeing? She ran to Yu's side, bent over and gasping for breath, asking him, Yu, this mutant beast is very dangerous. We need to escape quickly. Yu clenched his fists tightly, his amber eyes filled with hatred, gritting his teeth. I must kill it today. Xia Qingzhi immediately asked Mu about Yu's level. Mu let her look at the screen. Yu class, dormitory level, for ability value, 850-1250 ability. Control Earth Elements weapon. Unknown, huh? Xia Qingzhi saw this and twitched the corners of her mouth. His level was lower than hers. Wasn't this just sending a free head to the saber-toothed tiger? Xia Qingzhi straightened up and turned to him, saying, Yu, we can't defeat it. If this goes on, we'll lose our lives here. We should escape quickly. Yu stared intently at the saber-toothed tiger, and without hesitation, spoke firmly. No, I must kill it today. If I don't kill it, I swear I won't be human. Xia Qingzhi heard this and silently blinked her eyes. She didn't realize how stubborn Yu was. Do you think you can kill it with your abilities? She tried to persuade the man in front of her. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill it. Yu said without hesitation. Xia Qingzhi watched as the long tiger tusk drew closer, swallowing hard. He was heading to his death, but she didn't want to die. Should she escape first? No, he had saved her. She couldn't just leave him. If she didn't escape, there was an 80 to 90% chance she would die here. She would never have the chance to see her sister and father again in this lifetime. But if she escaped and he died, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. It was such a hard choice. She looked at the man's profile, her mouth opening and closing. Then she asked him, Why are you willing to risk your life to kill it? It killed my mother, and I want to avenge her. Yu said through clenched teeth, hatred spilling from her words. Xia Qingzhi heard this reason and made up her mind. I'll help you. Yu turned to look at the woman who was over a head shorter than herself, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This is my personal grudge with it, and it has nothing to do with you. You should run. Xia Qingzhi raised her head and looked at him firmly. I shouldn't be as weak as you think. Having one more helper means one more glimmer of hope for victory. Although it could also mean one more person to take down. Yu stared at her, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. The soul is still waiting for you. Xia Qingzhi hesitated upon hearing this. Don't say that it seems like we really might die here. Her fingertips trembled as she stammered her addition. Be careful. Yu took her to the side, and Xia Qingzhi turned her head to see the nearby mutant beast. She reached out, and vines from all directions rushed toward the long-fong tiger elephant, but ended up eating them all. The mutant beast seemed to be enraged by them, charging wildly in their direction. Yu bent down and placed a fist on the ground, and a soil barrier rose up. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the barrier shattered, and the long-fong tiger elephant burst out. We split up and run, Yu said. Xia Qingzhi nodded and ran in another direction. The saber-toothed tiger was chasing Yu. Just as it was one step away from Yu, a huge sticky net fell from the sky and trapped it, allowing Yu to escape from the tiger's jaws. Just as Yu turned around with a bone knife ready to kill it, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly broke free from the sticky net and lunged at him. He quickly sidestepped and jumped to the side. A battle between a man and a beast began. Xia Qingzhi stood there, trembling and unsure what to do, accidentally brushing against the fruit of the bushes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she ran over to the purple fruit. UT was too weak to continue and collapsed on the ground, watching helplessly as the saber-toothed tiger was about to eat him. Hey, look over here. Xia Qingzhi's stuttering and trembling voice came through. The beast turned its head and ran towards her. Xia Qingzhi felt the ground shaking beneath her feet and immediately threw a nearby wooden barrel into the beast's mouth. However, the beast immediately bit the barrel apart, purple juice exploding everywhere, covering its mouth. Seeing that the beast was fine, she threw a few more barrels of jam into its mouth. The jam spilled all over the ground, but the saber-toothed tiger seemed unaffected. As the beast drew closer, Xia Qingzhi, terrified, threw all the remaining jam out. The beast was just inches away, about to devour her, who was trembling in fear, when it suddenly tilted its head and fell to the ground. The ground shook violently, startling the birds in the forest. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately took a step back. Looking at the motionless, long-toothed tiger, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Gao said coldly, "Congratulations, you have killed the level 9 long-toothed tiger, gaining 40 ability points. Together with the 20 level 6 beasts you killed before, you now have a total of 540 ability points." Xia Qingzhi looked at the screen. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, 6 ability value, 28 10 32 50 ability, control a wood elements weapon. Unknown in the distance, Rock Leaf saw the beast lying on the ground, gritting its teeth in frustration, the teeth creaking. "Xia Qingzhi, I will make you wish you were dead." Chapter 42. Relying on crystal to become a god. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at the already injured Yu, and immediately ran over to help him up and head towards the tribe. If only there were a quick way to enhance my abilities, then I could protect myself. Stop dreaming, just wash up and go to sleep, Mu retorted mercilessly. By the way, your abilities have probably already been exposed. Those ability users with higher levels, then you will find ways to absorb your powers. The reason Yan hasn't taken action is that she doesn't know this secret, but the people around her might not be the same. Controlling elements has a better effect on enhancing abilities compared to other powers. You have now become the target of everyone. Ability users will die without their powers, she added. Xia Qingzhi trembled at Mu's analysis, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground. Xia Qingzhi looked at her blankly, tears welling in her eyes. What should she do? She knew that abilities could be absorbed from others, but she never expected that a person who lost their abilities would die. It's already winter. Where would the beast come from? Xia Qingzhi heard this and had a mournful expression. Right? She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and looked at her with excitement. Crystal. Mu had a serious expression. If your level is not high enough, you cannot absorb crystals with high ability values. Xia Qingzhi was indifferent and continued, well, once I absorb enough energy from low-level crystal stones, I will definitely upgrade, and then I can absorb higher ability value crystals. If we go on like this. It seems you do have some brains after all. Mu interrupted with a compliment. But the crystal mine is with Pa. If only I had it. When Mu heard the words crystal mine, his expression visibly darkened. Xia Qingzhi was about to say something when her consciousness was drawn away by the light. When she opened her eyes, she saw a colorful scene in front of her, with tall peaks standing before her, leaving her stunned. The expression of the wood spirit changed drastically. Xia Qingzhi looked at the mountain in front of her, feeling quite puzzled. Huh? Isn't this the crystal mine of the soul? What did she give it to her? She has no memory of it at all. Wait, Mu called out to her. What's wrong? Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at her. Mu looked at her with an ugly expression, hesitating to speak. Then he asked, have you really decided to absorb the energy of these crystals? Xia Qingzhi nodded, noticing her face was a bit pale, and asked with concern Mu, what's wrong? Mu was silent for a moment and shook her head. Xia Qingzhi didn't think much and continued walking towards the crystal mountain. She first approached the white and red crystals and placed her hand on them. In an instant, red and white light flowed towards Xia Qingzhi's hand. Before long, the two types of crystals disappeared. Mu was there doing the tally. White, 20,000 pieces. Red, 10,000 pieces. Total ability value, 20,000. She looked at the screen. Xia Qingzhi class, Chun level, 8 ability value, 9061-2800 ability. Control wood element weapon. Unknown. Mu looked anxiously at the level displayed on the screen. There's a legend about the crystal mine. Absorbing the energy of the crystal mine can turn one into a god or a demon overnight. However, all who covet its energy must pay the price of losing their soul. Moreover, once one begins to absorb it in large quantities, it cannot be stopped. If interrupted, death is certain. Xia Qingzhi, I warned you. Don't blame me. she whispered. Xia Qingzhi walked towards the orange-yellow crystal, but for some reason, she felt completely drained, and the power of the crystal made her uncomfortable. However, thinking about how she could become stronger, she gritted her teeth and persevered. After absorbing the orange and yellow, Xia Qingzhi reached the moon step. She came before the blue-green crystal, but her strength was exhausted, and she collapsed to the ground in pain, her body flushed red. Wood? I feel so bad. She felt as if her limbs and bones were about to shatter into pieces. Xia Qingzhi, get up, Wood shouted at her. Xia Qingzhi curled up her body, licked her dry lips, and weakly said, Mu, let's stop. I don't want to absorb energy anymore. Mu hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke. Xia Qingzhi, since you decided to absorb crystal energy, you have no choice. If you stop now, you will undoubtedly die. What? You didn't tell me that? Hearing this, her eyes were filled with fear, and the energy in her body was running wildly. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have absorbed this energy. Xia Qingzhi, quickly adjust your breathing, or you will die suddenly. But Xia Qingzhi didn't listen at all at that moment. Her mind was filled with one thought, that she would die. Mu furrowed his brows and shouted at her. Xia Qingzhi, don't you want to see your sister? Don't you want to save Pa? Sister, Pa. She weakly called their names, but still didn't have the strength to stand up. Mu was anxious. Xia Qingzhi, get up. Hurry up. Xia Qingzhi heard Mu's call and, using her last bit of strength, struggled to get up from the ground, staggering towards the green-blue crystal. She placed her hand on it, painfully enduring the energy in front of her, muttering to herself, I can't die. I still need to see Pa and my sister. I can't die. Xia Qingzhi, you must not die. The energy of the green-blue crystal surged into her body, and she couldn't hold on any longer, staggering backward, nearly suffocating from the pain. But thinking of them, she continued to move forward, gritting her teeth to persevere. Mu clenched his fists nervously. Xia Qingzhi, this is a game with death. You must hold on. As long as you get through it, you will be unmatched in this world. Xia Qingzhi finished absorbing the green-blue and, relying on her strong willpower, walked towards the blue-purple. After absorbing these, she completely collapsed on the ground. Mu looked at the screen. Xia Qingzhi class. Ing level. 3 ability value. 3600 4000 ability. Control with element weapon. Unknown Xia Qingzhi. Hold on a little longer. As long as you absorb the energy of the black crystal, you will succeed. Mu looked at the fainted Xia Qingzhi lying on the ground and encouraged her. Xia Qingzhi, if you fail, not only will your body die, but your consciousness will also dissipate into the universe. Get up. Xia Qingzhi lay motionless on the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. Mu approached and turned her over, only to find that her hands were beginning to dissipate. The energy she had just absorbed was flowing out. He was stunned. She held Xia Qingzhi's almost vanishing hand, feeling anxious. Xia Qingzhi, you're joking with me, right? Tears as big as beans streamed down her face. I didn't expect you to die. Chapter 43. Danger approaches. She looked down at Xia Qingzhi, her face filled with shock. What? Suddenly, Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes, and a flash of green flickered in her gaze. Xia Qingzhi straightened up and walked towards the black crystal, as if enchanted. Mu immediately followed her. The energy from the black crystal surged into Xia Qingzhi's body. She flew into the air, surrounded by darkness. Mu covered his face and desperately moved forward. Xia Qingzhi, becoming a god or a demon depends entirely on your thoughts. Please do not let yourself make a regrettable decision. Xia Qingzhi walked in the endless darkness, searching for light. Suddenly, a familiar scene flashed before her eyes. It was her father and mother arguing. I want rower, you can have little Xi. Her father, praised by the outside world as a scientific genius, said, You really know how to scheme, taking away the most talented rower and leaving me with the mediocre little Xi. In that case, I'll leave both to you. Her mother coldly huffed. In the end, she followed her mother. Her mother blamed her every day, saying she was useless. Indeed, in her heart, her sister was her pride, and she was just a waste. After her mother passed away, she was pushed to her father. Her father looked at her sighing every day, always saying, How could I, Tang Tang, with my mediocre IQ, give birth to such an ordinary daughter? In high school, every time grades were released, she feared others discussing her. Sigh. Xia Qingzhi has always been first. Why is her sister so useless, coming in last? That school only accepted the top students from across the country. The position she had worked so hard to attain was so insignificant in this school. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't compete with those so-called genius boys and girls. Later, amid everyone's mockery, she completely gave up. She started to avoid studying, socializing, facing difficulties, and even avoiding her own life. Eventually, she began to fear this world. Everyone in this world cared about Xia Qingzhi. No one would care about her. She hated Xia Qingzhi, hated her father. Mu looked at the increasingly thick black mist around Xia Qingzhi, anxiously pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot stove. It's over. She was about to become a demon. A demon would turn into a soulless monster, unable to be reborn. When she looked up again, she saw the black mist around Xia Qingzhi slowly dissipating, replaced by white, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In this life and death gamble, Xia Qingzhi achieved ultimate victory. Xia Qingzhi landed steadily on the ground. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes and looked at the familiar thatched cottage. Blinking, she was actually still alive. Mu appeared in front of her, summoning a screen. Xia Qingzhi class, God ability, control of what element weapon, unknown congratulations, she said. Xia Qingzhi looked at her excitedly. Mu, can I walk sideways in this world now? No. Mu rolled her eyes speechlessly at her excited expression. You are at the divine level now, but you lack experience. If you encounter someone at the advanced level of the Ying stage, you are very likely to become someone else's food. What? Am I not a god? Xia Qingzhi's face turned pale upon hearing this. If that's the case, wouldn't she be in even more danger? You are a god. Having powerful abilities is useless if you don't use them. Mu raised a hand to brush his hair and said casually, then, what should we do? Xia Qingzhi suddenly panicked. Don't worry, I have a solution. Mu deliberately kept them in suspense. What? Xia Qingzhi thought about the situation she would face in the future, her heart pounding nonstop. Hide your strength. With your current abilities, you can definitely do it. Xia Qingzhi looked at Mu, anxious to the point of not being able to speak clearly. I can't do it. Use your consciousness to feel it, Mu said seriously, staring at her. Xia Qingzhi anxiously closed her eyes, feeling nothing at all. Focus. Mu stepped forward and tapped her forehead. Xia Qingzhi began to concentrate. Mu watched the green gradually forming on her body and smiled. It's done. What next? Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes and asked her. Mu summoned a screen, and Xia Qingzhi looked up at it. Xia Qingzhi class. Dormitory level. 6 ability value. 28 10 32 50 ability. Control with element weapon. Unknown. Xia Qingzhi looked at the numbers on the panel, and her mood instantly fell to rock bottom. Mu Weiyu silently tapped her forehead. This is fake, meant to hide your true abilities. In this world, ability users can see each other's information. Although there is a ruby, it is useless at the day level. Oh, Xia Qingzhi suddenly understood. After a moment, she looked at Mu with concern. That's right, I used up all the crystal stones of the soul. If he finds out, he will definitely be angry. Don't worry. The crystal stones in your consciousness will return to their original state in 6 months. Xia Qingzhi sighed in relief upon hearing this. Mu did not tell Xia Qingzhi that there was a huge secret hidden within the crystal mine in her consciousness. However, for now, her consciousness was inaccessible to anyone, and no one could detect it. So, the crystal mine was relatively safe in her possession at the moment. On the other side, in a luxurious castle, a masked man suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing in them, and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An ability user has actually ascended to godhood. Although that energy lasted only a short while, he could be sure that the person must be at the divine level. The reason he couldn't sense it was likely that the person was hiding their cultivation. This is great. If he absorbs that person's power, he will become a god. A unique existence in this world. At that moment, someone came to report. The man asked eagerly, So, have you found the whereabouts of the crystal mine? The person shook his head. The man told him to get lost, then turned to the half-human, half-snake figure beside him and closed his eyes. Shadow, I sense that a god has appeared in the Li River tribe. Send a few day-level ability users to that place. Okay, Shadow replied and walked out. The masked man called out to him, tugging at the corners of his mouth to reveal a strange smile. Shadow, Don't think about keeping it all to yourself. You get 5, I get 4. I'm not your opponent. But only I can help you restore your normal human appearance in this world. Rest assured, as long as you bring him to me and help me become a god, I will definitely fulfill my promise. Shadow paused for a moment and then walked outside. Outside the castle, 4 day-level ability users stood ready under the sunlight. Shadow assessed them and said, "Let's go." His gaze was like a torch fixed on the distance. The destination, Li River Tribe. Chapter 44. Hand over the crystal mine. Puh. You have no abilities. The crystal mine is of no use to you. Why not hand it over to me? Once I become a god, I will certainly treat you well. The sage's eyes fixed intently on Puh as he picked up the steaming tea in front of him and took a gentle sip. Puh put down the tea he was holding, raised his head with a slight smile. That crystal mine is very precious. Just giving it to you would be too much of a waste. Then what do you want? The sage calmly sipped his tea. Puh tilted his head and looked at the sage. Kill the administrator of Flame City. Upon hearing this, the sage's tea rippled in the cup. He raised his head, maintaining his usual calm expression. Flame City has 100,000 people, all moon-level ability users, with over 200 at the light level. Even if I become a god, dealing with them would still be a bit challenging. Aren't you making it difficult for me? Puh put down his tea and looked at him calmly. It seems you can't do it, then I must apologize. Upon hearing this, the sage gripped his cup tightly, gritting his teeth as he glared at Puh. Don't forget, you are my prisoner now. He narrowed his eyes and warned sharply, "Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Puh remained as calm as ever upon hearing this. He raised his eyes, his dark gaze assessing him, and broke into a gentle smile. "Sage, if you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? You." The sage's face turned red with anger upon hearing this, and he smashed the cup in his hand to the ground. Puh, still holding his cup, looked at him calmly. "I know you have been to my consciousness before, but unfortunately, you didn't discover the crystal. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will never find the crystal in your life. Perhaps you could rely on absorbing someone else's abilities to help you become a god. But according to my investigation, that opportunity only comes once, and you have already used it. As for day-level ability beasts, they are even rarer. It will be very difficult for you to improve your day-level ability value. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager for the crystal." The sage, angered by this, reached out to choke Puh's neck. Puh felt the suffocation. "Even if I can't kill you, I can make your life worse than death." The sage tightened his grip. Puh's face turned pale, showing signs of pain, the veins on his neck bulging. "Cough, do you think this will make me hand over the crystal to you? It's just a pipe dream." The sage was completely enraged and was about to throw him to the ground. "Stop!" A woman's voice from behind interrupted him. The sage released him and turned to look at Xia Qingzhi. Puh rubbed his neck and looked at the woman standing at the door with a frown. "Xi, why are you here? I was worried about you." Xia Qingzhi looked at the soul whose neck was being choked until it turned red. Wanted to run over, but was stopped by the sage. "Let her go. This is between you and me. It has nothing to do with her," the soul shouted anxiously. Raising its head, the sage turned to look at the soul kneeling on the ground, panting, and smiled. "I didn't expect the usually calm you to have someone you care about. Since that's the case, don't blame me." The sage quickly turned around and went behind Xia Qingzhi, drawing a bone knife across her neck while looking at the soul. "Lin Puh, if you want to save her, bring the crystal mine to exchange. Otherwise, I'll kill her." After saying that, he deliberately pressed the knife closer to Xia Qingzhi's neck. Let go of me." Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear, her face pale. "Look at you. Such a coward. I'm almost embarrassed to call you a god." Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath to gradually relax herself. She raised her hand, and a vine shot in from outside, knocking the bone knife out of his hand and binding him like a caterpillar hanging in the air. "You have supernatural abilities?" The sage looked at her in surprise. Xia Qingzhi ignored her and hurriedly ran to support Puh. "How are you? Are you okay?" Puh looked at her with his dark eyes and then shook his head. "Hey, can you guys stop flaunting your affection over there? Consider my feelings, old man." Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at the old man, who was tied up in a somewhat comical way. She stepped forward and deeply bowed to apologize, then looked up at him. "I'm sorry, you harmed Puh first. I was just acting in self-defense. As long as you swear not to cause us trouble in the future, I will let you go." The sage's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at Puh, who was touching his neck behind her. Is Xia Qingzhi foolish? What a pity. You're just at the 6th level of the. In front of my, you're nothing. Xia Qingzhi looked at the confident appearance of the old man and let out an "oh." The saint's mouth twitched with anger as he tried to break free from the vines, but he found that he couldn't escape at all. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. How could this be? You can't. It's impossible. He shook his head. Xia Qingzhi, let him go. Don't let him see any clues. Mu slapped her on the back of the head. Why? Xia Qingzhi turned her head, confused. Do as I say. Mu pressed her hand on her face and pushed her forward. Well, I understand. Taking advantage of the fact that Puh and the saint were not paying attention, she raised her hand. The vines shattered into pieces. The saint thought it was his doing and wore a proud expression. Let's hurry. Puh suddenly grabbed her hand and ran outside, but the saint blocked their way. With a slight raise of his hand, Xia Qingzhi was suspended in the air. She looked down at the ground, feeling a bit dizzy. Let her go, Puh urged anxiously. The crystal mine. The saint was straightforward. Puh hesitated suddenly at the saint's words. It seems that her position in your heart is not that great. The saint laughed at the sight of him hesitating with his hand clenched. Think it over and come to the edge of the cliff with me. Otherwise, I'll push her off the cliff. After saying this, he flicked his sleeve and dragged Xia Qingzhi away. Xia Qingzhi wanted to escape using her abilities, but was stopped by Mu. Xia Qingzhi, I advise you to behave, or I will tell Lin Puh about the crystal stone incident. The saint held a knife against Xia Qingzhi's neck, while Puh stood not far away. The wind and snow swirled around them. So, have you made up your mind? The saint asked the despondent Puh. Puh hesitated for a moment, clenched his fists, then looked up at him, his eyes filled with resentment, gritting his teeth, and said, Let her go, and I will give you. Puh lowered his head and took off the ring in his hand, spreading it open. This space is the crystal. Seeing this, the saint's face lit up with joy as he stepped closer to Xia Qingzhi, releasing his grip. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi wanted to step forward to help Puh. As a result, the ground suddenly cracked beneath her feet, and she stumbled, unable to steady herself, her body tilting backward and falling toward the cliff. Chapter 45. The little crow reappears. Xia Qingzhi tightly closed her eyes. It's over, it's over. At that moment, she felt the warmth coming from her wrist. She opened her eyes and saw the worried face of Hua in front of her. Hua used all his strength to pull Xia Qingzhi up, switching their positions. Xia Qingzhi was about to speak when the cliff broke again, and Lin Puh fell down. Seeing this, she immediately reached out, but it was too late. Lin Puh, I will go save you. The saint used their powers to restrain her. Don't be foolish. There are all level 9 water monsters down there. Lin Puh is an ordinary person. If he falls, he will be torn apart. Xia Qingzhi turned around and glared at the sage angrily. Let me go. I need to save him. Why won't you listen to advice? You're just as stubborn as that Yin. The sage felt a bit distressed. I'm sorry. I can't just sit back and watch you die. He looked up at Xia Qingzhi. I took something from the soul. Since the soul is dead, I can only compensate you. Xia Qingzhi didn't listen to a word. Her mind was filled with desperation. I don't want your compensation. Let me go. She was so anxious that her fingertips trembled. No, the sage shook his finger. Xia Qingzhi saw his arrogant appearance, clenched her fists, and the saint was shaken away. She landed steadily on the ground and was about to jump off the cliff. Suddenly, a pain shot through her neck, and then she lost consciousness. It was you. You must keep a close eye on her and not let her commit suicide. The saint, lying on the ground, instructed you, who was holding Xia Qingzhi. Looking at their retreating figures, the saint suddenly sighed, thinking that being young was truly wonderful. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up blood, looked down at the red in the snow, frowned, and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. That girl really is at the 6th level of the? If she really is at the 6th level, how could she be injured? She is not simple. On the other side, Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes and saw you. She didn't speak, wanting to get up and find Puh, but you held her back. You should rest well and not think about looking for Puh. At this point, he has long been killed by those monsters. His tone was very cold, cold enough to make one shiver. Xia Qingzhi shook off his hand, turned around with a pained expression, biting her lip and sobbing. You're talking nonsense. The soul won't die. That cliff has all kinds of powerful horn monsters at the bottom. Do you think the soul can still survive? Yu Ping calmly conveyed this fact to her. Xia Qingzhi ignored him and turned to run, but you blocked her at the door. I'm sorry. I can't watch you do something foolish. You have to move aside. Every minute I delay increases the danger. I can handle those monsters, she said anxiously. You remained silent, his gaze fixed on her with determination. But Xia Qingzhi remembered Mu's teachings and immediately shut her mouth, changing the topic. Ahem, if you don't let me pass, I'll have to break through. You still maintain your original stance. I won't let you take the risk. In that case, why, I'm sorry. Xia Qingzhi reached out, and the vines bound you tightly. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. It would only be released after 2 hours. She stood beside you and turned her head to say something before running into the heavy snow. Not long after Xia Qingzhi left, you felt something biting the vines, making a smacking sound. Before long, the vines fell to the ground. You turned to look and frowned. He squatted down and picked up the turtle's tail, shaking it back and forth. You really are persistent, aren't you? Now, what does Nian want? The little turtle, dazed from the shaking, replied, looking for Xino, looking for Nian. Nian is going to Qian City. The master is waiting for her there. You didn't quite catch the latter part of the sentence, only paying attention to the first part. So, Nian is Xia Qingzhi? MHM, is that right? Give me a clear answer, or I'll roast you. You glared at it menacingly. Hearing this, the little turtle immediately retracted its head into its shell. Is it or not? You asked it again, his tone very severe, wanting to save its life. The little turtle quickly stammered, Yes, Xia Qingzhi is Nian. Can you let me go now? The little turtle peeked out of its shell, looking at him cautiously. He shot a cold glance and raised his hand. The turtle again flew through the air, landing on a hard snake tail. Ing picked it up by its tail and flicked it with his other hand. The little turtle woke up. Oh, it's the junior sister's pet turtle. What are you doing here? Ing asked as he looked down at it. Right, why am I here? I can't remember. Ying's mouth twitched. It was obvious it had run out of play. However, Qian City is so far away. How did it get here? Forget it. He tossed the little turtle to a nearby cat-faced humanoid. Take it down and look after it properly. Meanwhile, Xia Qingzhi arrived at the edge of cliff. Looking down into the bottomless abyss, she took a deep breath, spread her arms, and jumped down. Are you committing suicide here? Mu commented speechlessly. You can't fly down. I really can't believe how foolish you are. But I can't. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers in a wrong manner. I remember there's a broom in your space. Take it out and imagine it as a flying vehicle with your mind. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Mu looked at the somewhat dazed Xia Qingzhi, feeling so annoyed that she wanted to kick her. Xia Qingzhi took out the broom and rode it, following the wooden method, and indeed began to fly. Looking at herself suspended in midair, she felt a bit excited. She had actually created the broom that witches ride in fairy tales, which was truly incredible. Come on, what are you waiting for? Mu urged. Okay. Xia Qingzhi maneuvered the broom down towards the bottom of the abyss. Sitting on the broom, she saw a vast lake filled with many red crocodiles. On the shore, there were many large fish with duck-like beaks running around. Xia Qingzhi looked at the dark sky and felt a sense of fear. It's actually a red crocodile. Xia Qingzhi, hurry. After absorbing their powers, you won't have to worry about your abilities being taken away anymore. Xia Qingzhi, go down and prepare for battle. Mu urged, watching Xia Qingzhi's trembling legs. I won't go. It's too scary. Let's go find Pu instead. After saying that, she turned her broom around. Go down, Mu said very domineeringly. I won't go. Xia Qingzhi hugged the broom tightly, closed her eyes, and refused to go down no matter what. Mu looked at the uncooperative Xia Qingzhi, clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and kicked her down. Xia Qingzhi sat on a red crocodile, watching helplessly as many red crocodiles surrounded her. Chapter 46. Red Crocodile. The red crocodiles opened their mouths wide and rushed toward her. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately jumped onto another red crocodile. Mu looked at her own hands in disbelief. She actually had a physical body. Xia Qingzhi, attack. Why are you running? Mu shouted at her with her mouth wide open while sitting on the broom. I'm most afraid of snakes and crocodiles. Hurry and pull me up. Xia Qingzhi anxiously jumped around on the crocodile's head. Dumb. Xia Qingzhi, I tell you, if you dare to keep avoiding, then you'll spend the night alone. Mu crossed her arms. I'm really scared. Please pull me up. I'm begging you. Xia Qingzhi ran while crying and said, Take care. Mu Qing lightly said a few words and flew away on her broom. Xia Qingzhi looked up with tears in her eyes, staring at the wood, then lowered her head. The red eyes beneath her feet were staring at her intently. Frightened, she stumbled and fell into the water. Those red crocodiles crazily sank downwards. Xia Qingzhi covered her mouth and looked around at the red crocodiles, tears streaming down her face. I hate you. A red crocodile lunged at her, with its mouth open, and she was so scared that she closed her eyes and raised her hand. When she realized she was unharmed, she slowly opened one eye. The red crocodile was entangled in water grass like a zongzi. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, another red crocodile charged toward her. Xia Qingzhi immediately raised her hand. Water plants surged in from all directions, surrounding the red crocodile. Looking at her masterpiece, she suddenly felt fearless. She turned to all the red crocodiles and stretched out her hands. The water plants flew through the air and rushed towards the red crocodiles. In the end, all the red crocodiles became green zongzi. During this process, she realized something. It turned out that these red crocodiles did not harm people. Xia Qingzhi quickly killed them to gain energy. Mu suddenly appeared behind her. Xia Qingzhi hesitated. Did she really want to kill them for her own selfish desires? Hey, Xia Qingzhi, take action. What are you waiting for? Xia Qingzhi raised her hands and stared with both eyes. They had never harmed anyone, but instead had saved lives? No. She couldn't listen to Mu. She looked up and shouted at the person on the broom. Mu, they have never done anything to harm others. I can't kill them. Xia Qingzhi, are you crazy? Mu angrily crossed his arms and stomped his feet. Without the protection of the red crocodile energy, with your trash combat power, you'll eventually become a meal for high-level ability users. Xia Qingzhi was caught in a dilemma upon hearing this. After a moment, she looked up stubbornly at her. Mu, what I believe powers are meant for is protection, not killing. Seeing Mu's angry expression, Xia Qingzhi's tone softened. Mu, why don't we think of other ways, okay? All right, since you can't bring yourself to do it, then I'll take care of this villain. Mu reached out, and the water plants on the red crocodile tightened. Xia Qingzhi turned to look at the crocodiles that were almost suffocating and raised her hand anxiously. I won't let you hurt them. Suddenly, all the water plants shattered and fell into the water, causing the red crocodiles to flee in all directions, disappearing without a trace. Mu Qi flicked her hand in frustration. Unable to contain her anger, she stepped forward and grabbed Xia Qingzhi's collar. Fuming, Xia Qingzhi, you really are annoyingly virtuous. After saying this, Mu disappeared into thin air in a huff. Xia Qingzhi touched her neck and frowned. Shouldn't it be the consciousness? How could it manifest as a physical entity? However, she didn't think too deeply about it. Lowering her head, she looked at the bottomless surface of the lake, feeling dejected. Had she really made a mistake? At that moment, a small crocodile swam over and bit onto Xia Qingzhi's clothes with its mouth. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at it. Do you want me to go with you? The little red crocodile seemed to understand, nodding its head. Xia Qingzhi tidied up her emotions and followed the little red crocodile over. She discovered that she could actually breathe underwater. Xia Qingzhi surfaced and swam to the shore, where she saw a group of fish with duck feet, each as tall as a person, forming a circle. She tiptoed and tried hard to get closer. When she saw the person inside, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she shouted excitedly, "Puh!" Upon hearing the sound, the group of fish turned around and charged towards her. Xia Qingzhi saw the injured spirit and the nearby bones through a gap. Then her gaze fell on their hideous faces, making her legs tremble with fear. However, even so, she gathered her courage and reached out her hand. Vines surrounded them tightly from all sides. Seeing them motionless, Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief and ran in front of the spirit. The spirit looked up weakly at her and reminded her, "Zhi, run quickly. They are tier 3 monsters. We're no match for them." Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look over there, and the monsters suddenly broke free from the vines and charged over. Puh, looking exhausted, raised his hand, and water from the lake came crashing down on their heads, slowing their movements. In the end, they couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Xia Qingzhi placed him aside, blocking in front of him, looking at them with some fear. Although she was indeed at the divine level, the strongest opponent she had fought was only at the 6th level. How could she deal with these at the celestial level? In order to prevent them from harming Pa, Xia Qingzhi mustered her courage and dashed in to lure the monsters away to the other side. She ran to the edge of the abyss and turned to take a glance. Unexpectedly, there was actually another abyss at the bottom of the cliff. As they charged towards her, she summoned vines and dodged to the side. Those monsters all fell into the abyss. There was still one more. Xia Qingzhi stretched out her foot, and the thing rolled away. After dealing with the trouble, she breathed a sigh of relief. Pa woke up and looked at her, and Xia Qingzhi hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Pa, you didn't die. That's so great. Zatsa, what about those monsters? Pa asked her, lowering his head. Xia Qingzhi stood up and looked at him, explaining. They fell into the abyss. After saying that, she pointed in that direction. Pa frowned upon hearing this. Pa, why are you here? Xia Qingzhi asked, confused by his frown. There's a 10,000-year-old dragon in that abyss. We might have angered it. What should we do? Xia Qingzhi suddenly became a bit anxious. Then she realized something and asked him, How do you know? The guardian spirit told me, Pa replied calmly. You awakened your special ability? Xia Qingzhi felt a bit excited upon hearing this. Yeah, Po's face remained as calm as ever. At that moment, the ground began to shake, and the once calm water surface started to surge violently. Oh no, the dragon is about to come out. Pa looked into the distance, his expression no longer calm, and grabbed Xia Qingzhi to leave. The dragon burst out of the abyss and flew in front of them, leaving the two of them stunned. Chapter 47. Future Illusion. Xia Qingzhi looked at the terrifying monster, lowered her head, and trembled as she held onto Po's hand. Pa calmly gazed at the dragon's head, noticing its two large black eyes spinning in circles. This is bad. He instinctively pulled Xia Qingzhi towards the abyss. Xia Qingzhi looked at the approaching abyss and turned her head in panic to ask Pa. Pa, please stop. There's an abyss ahead. Pa did not hear her words and continued walking towards the abyss. Xia Qingzhi broke free from Po's hand, turned her head to look at the Jialo. After a moment, she turned around and walked to the edge of the abyss like a soulless husk, following Pa, and jumped down. Xia Qingzhi walked in the endless darkness, nervously pinching her fingers and looking around, trembling as she called out, Pa, where are you? She continued walking and suddenly saw a beam of light ahead, thinking it was the exit, and ran excitedly towards it. The dazzling light blinded her eyes. It wasn't until she adjusted that she realized she was in her home garden. Xia Qingzhi looked up and saw a girl in a white dress reading a book on the swing under the locust tree. Unable to hide her excitement, she called out, Sister, and rushed over. The girl looked up and disdainfully pushed her away. Go away. How could I, Xia Qingzhi, have a sister like you? Sister, what's wrong with you? Xia Qingzhi was taken aback and couldn't help but take a step back, her eyes a bit moist. Why did her sister say that to her? She stepped forward, wanting to reach out to pull Xia Qingzhi, but Xia Qingzhi raised her hand and swatted hers away. Xia Qingzhi stumbled and fell to the ground, staring blankly at her. Xia Qingzhi disdainful gaze mit Hirsch. Don't call me sister. Hearing you call me sister makes me feel sick. Xia Qingzhi, do you know what people outside are saying about me now? They all say I have a useless, stupid sister. Do you know how embarrassed I am? Don't come looking for me in the future. And then she vanished before Xia Qingzhi's eyes. Xia Qingzhi felt a part of her heart collapse upon hearing those words. She closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a strange luxury place. Her sister approached her expressionless, holding a sword. Then she raised the sword and ruthlessly stabbed down at her. Bright red blood flowed down the blade and onto the ground. Why? Xia Qingzhi looked at her with a pained and confused expression. Xia Qingzhi's face twisted in anger as she said furiously, Xia Qingzhi, I hate you. I am clearly better than you. So why did Dad choose you as the heir instead of me? Xia Qingzhi was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Xia Qingzhi, haven't you been asking where my father is? I'll tell you. He died a long time ago. After saying this, she turned and walked in front of Xia Qingzhi, squatted down, lifted her chin with a crazed smile. The one who killed him is me. Xia Qingzhi looked at her in disbelief upon hearing this, gripping the ground tightly. Why? Xia Qingzhi let out a cold laugh, stood up, and stabbed the sword towards her heart again, her eyes red with hatred as she said, You will never know. Xia Qingzhi collapsed in a pool of blood. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing at the edge of an abyss, with the whispers of demons in her ears. Xia Qingzhi has been your faith since childhood. After enduring countless hardships and traversing the entire world to finally find her, she ended up killing you. What does it feel like to have your faith shattered? Xia Qingzhi bit her lip, her gaze vacant and numb as she stared into the bottomless abyss, tears falling to the ground and forming small puddles. Xia Qingzhi, no one in this world cares about you. Just jump. You'll be free. She heard the words in her ear, took a step forward, and a stone slipped away. Just one more step, and she would fall into the abyss. On the other side, her soul passed through the light and saw Xia Qingzhi, excitedly running over to grab her hand. Ji, let's get out of here quickly. Xia Qingzhi looked at him, her eyes slightly red, and waved her hand to brush him off. Ji, what do you mean by this? Pa looked at her with a puzzled expression. Their gazes met in the air. Lin Pa, why did you lie to me? Xia Qingzhi said angrily. Ji, what are you talking about? Pa was very confused by what he heard. Xia Qingzhi tilted her head and sneered coldly before looking at him again, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. You clearly know where my sister is, yet you won't tell me. You even stopped me from looking for her. You've been using me all along to achieve your revenge. Lin Pa, I hate you. It's not what you think. Let me explain. He wanted to step forward to pull her, but Lin Pa pushed him away. Lin Pa didn't notice and stumbled, almost falling to the ground, looking up at her. Ji. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face and coldly said to him, Lin Pa, don't explain anymore. I can no longer trust you. Upon hearing this, Pa stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, everything went dark and Xia Qingzhi disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an ancient castle with Xia Qingzhi. She stood in front of Xia Qingzhi, with a triangular earth cone piercing into Xia Qingzhi's body. Xia Qingzhi is dead. When he opened his eyes again, Pa saw the person he hated the most had died, and he stood there watching, his eyes hollow and his expression numb. After that, he went to Xia Qingzhi's grave, and Pa was drawn into that person's body. Pa looked at Xia Qingzhi, regret, pain, despair, and numbness all mixed together in his emotions. He covered his chest, feeling like his heart was about to suffocate. He suddenly didn't know what the meaning of his existence was. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the edge of an abyss, the whispers of demons ringing in his ears. You sought revenge, but the one who truly cared about you is dead. Does it hurt? Do you feel like everything is meaningless? Do you want to see her? Jump down. If you jump down, you can see her. Pa walked toward the abyss like a walking corpse. He looked at the bottomless cliff, small stones sliding down one after another at his feet. Jump down, and you'll be free. The demons whispered in Pa and Xia Qingzhi's ears, as the two stood at the edge of the cliff, about to fall into the abyss. Jump! Jump! Hurry, jump! No, the two said in unison. Xia Qingzhi looked towards the abyss and took a step back. My sister would never treat me like this. This is an illusion. Everything is fake. Xia Qingzhi is still alive and well. Jump now. The demon spoke again. Why should I pay for something that never happened? Soul Path. I believe in my sister. Xia Qingzhi said. The demon replied. The future illusion, although it is an illusion, is still the future. What? The two were stunned by these words. How could this be? Impossible. Chapter 48. The tribe in distress, the demon continued. What meaning does life have when it has come to this? Jump down and be free. After hesitating for a moment, the soul's gaze became resolute. My life is my own to control, not to listen to your nonsense. He closed his eyes and used his will to exclude the demon from his mind. Xia Qingzhi covered her ears. I don't want to die yet. Go away. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection as they simultaneously stepped back. The darkness faded and the surroundings turned white. Xia Qingzhi saw Pa and shouted. Ji. Po's face showed some excitement upon seeing her alive. At that moment, two scales appeared in the air, flying into their bodies and merging with them. This is... Mu suddenly appeared to explain. She looked at Xia Qingzhi. You're really lucky to get this treasure. What does that mean? Xia Qingzhi cautiously asked her. It turned out that the red crocodile was not the treasure. The real treasure was the it was guarding. Musui sui materd. Xia Qingzhi was still a bit confused, and Mu was speechless. Just know that you no longer have to worry about your abilities being stolen. I've found you. A cold voice came from the shadows. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look, and Yu Zhao ran over by himself. "Why are you here?" she asked. "I was afraid you might be in danger," he replied. Pa saw this, half closed his eyes, and walked in front of Xia Qingzhi, blocking her and smiling at you. "I didn't expect you to be willing to take the risk to find us. It's really touching. You didn't say anything." At that moment, a sudden rumble from above echoed through the sky. Xia Qingzhi tightened her grip on Po's clothes upon hearing the chilling voice. You glanced at them, her expression quite unpleasant. Xia Qingzhi and Po looked at each other. With the help of the tree vines, they reached the edge of the cliff. You walked behind. He stretched out his hand, and scales floated above his palm. Suddenly, a voice came to his consciousness. "Take the life of the dragon. Hunt the fish duck monster. Congratulations. You have ascended to the Chun level." You looked at the screen. Liu level, Chun level, 1 ability value, 50, 100 ability, control of earth elements weapon, 10,000 illusions cone. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the tribe, where a cacophony of sounds emerged. Row after row of thatched houses had been frozen into ice sculptures, with roaring flames burning on their roofs. The air was filled with a strong smell of smoke mixed with the unique fragrance of hay. The three of them ran in and stood frozen in place, staring at the scene before them. People were running in all directions, creating chaos. Something was floating in the air. Xia Qingzhi looked up, and the object floating in front of her face blocked her view. She raised her hand to take it down, wanted to see what it was. She found out it was a flyer. She never expected to see a flyer in this era. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. "I advise you to be sensible and hand over the deity. Otherwise, we will swear to flatten your tribe." A deity? There's actually a deity in the tribe? She couldn't believe it. Xia Qingzhi was taken aback when she heard the word God, and slowly turned her head to look at Pa. Pa suddenly turned his head, catching her off guard. "Gigi, what's wrong? You don't look so well," he asked in confusion. Xia Qingzhi quickly shook her head and said, "No, not really." Xia Qingzhi hurriedly waved her hand at him. "No, I'm not a goddess." "Gigi, did I say you were a goddess?" Pa suddenly looked at her seriously. Then he walked towards her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and fixed his gaze on her face. "Gigi, could it be that you really are the goddess they speak of?" Xia Qingzhi was taken aback by this remark and took a step back, feeling somewhat conflicted. Should she admit it to Po, or keep some things to herself? This was a question worth pondering. Perhaps it will be better not to tell him for now. The world of abilities was too dangerous, and sometimes not knowing could be a good thing. How could I possibly be a god? Xia Qingzhi said, feeling guilty as she lowered her gaze. "I'm only at the 6th level of which is a far cry from the right." "But why did Gigi look so nervous just now?" "Pastor." Xia Qingzhi slowly raised her head, looking at his dark and sharp eyes, and whispered, I'm scared." After speaking, she lowered her head, anxiously fiddling with her 2 hands in front of her. "What if we accidentally provoke her, and she destroys us?" Pa laughed out loud. "So that's how it is." Then he raised his hand to touch her head. Xia Qingzhi shivered slightly and slowly raised her head. His mouth curled into a warm smile like sunshine, comforting her. "Gigi, don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you." Xia Qingzhi looked at him, stunned for a moment, then nodded. Xia Qingzhi nodded, and the 3 of them ran inside. As they passed the intersection, a person ran towards them from the side. A beam of energy shot down from the air, striking that person, who immediately turned into an ice sculpture. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she froze in place, slowly raising her head to look up. In the sky, a person was standing on a triangular flying device, with a weapon resembling a cannon strapped to their wrist, aimed at them. "Oh, there are 3 more people." He slapped his arm. A blue energy shot out from the cannon, transforming into a sphere that flew towards Xia Qingzhi. "Watch out." Pa immediately pushed Xia Qingzhi away. The energy struck a tree, instantly freezing it into ice. The person, seeing that they missed, looked a bit unhappy and continued to fire at them. The 3 of them ran forward desperately to evade the attack. "You, Zatsa, we need to split up." Pa glanced at you, and then at Xia Qingzhi. "Okay." You nodded and ran in the opposite direction through the attack. Xia Qingzhi looked pale as she glanced at Pa, her expression somewhat hesitant. Pa noticed her fear and grabbed her hand, running to a more secluded place. Seeing her scared, he gently comforted her. "Gigi, don't be afraid. I'll draw him away." But before Xia Qingzhi could say anything, Pa had already dashed through the attack towards another direction. Just as that person aimed at Lin, a sudden sound from a loudspeaker echoed through the sky. The voice was that of a young girl. "Uncle, we're here to do serious business, not to play." After that, the little girl shouted loudly into the microphone, "Brothers and sisters just want to find the god." The people nearby couldn't stand it any longer, snatching the loudspeaker and shouting at the ground, "Listen up inside. Surrender the god by the time the sun rises tomorrow, or we'll flatten the entire Liha tribe." Xia Qingzhi felt her legs go weak and almost fell to the ground upon hearing those words. So, this disaster was brought upon by her. Chapter 49, It was she who harmed the tribe. After the two discussed, they piloted the spaceship downwards, and several people frozen into ice shattered into pieces, then disappeared into the air. Xia Qingzhi stared in shock, trembling with fear. They were simply demons who killed anyone they encountered. Xia Qingzhi met up with Pe and the others. The group gathered in front of the huge, thatched hut, feeling anxious and discussing among themselves. Pe pulled Xia Qingzhi through the crowd and saw the anxious leader pacing back and forth, along with the distressed 81 clan leaders. "Who exactly is that god?" one of the clan leaders asked. "Could it be a sage?" another clan leader suggested. The leader paced back and forth, pounding his fist. "It can't be a sage. The sage has been in the tribe for thousands of years. They wouldn't wait until now to find someone." Lu Ji stepped forward, stroking his beard with a wise expression. "All right, this is not the time to discuss these things. We should think about what to do tomorrow. What else can we do except hand over the god they're talking about?" The leader stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and furrowed his brow as he said to Lu Ji, "Leader, I know who they are looking for." Yin Yi suddenly stepped out of the crowd, glancing back at Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi felt a chill all over her body and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Who is it?" The leader stopped and asked her anxiously. Yin Yi suddenly turned to Xia Qingzhi, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and quickly stepped forward to pull her out. Xia Qingzhi shook off her hand and was still in shock when Yin Yi raised her hand and pushed her to the ground. Her hand was scratched by the stones, and she looked up at her displeased. "Yin Yi, are you being too much?" Yin Yi innocently hugged her arms and said, "Too much? How can I compare to how much you are?" Xia Qingzhi was very confused upon hearing this and looked up to ask her, "What do you mean?" "Nian, you hid your identity as a god, right?" Yin Yi deliberately raised her voice by several decibels. Xia Qingzhi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. How could Yin Yi know? She turned her head, and everyone was looking at her with strange eyes, whispering among themselves, then glancing at Yin Yi. No one, except for Mu, knew about her being a divine level. How did Yin Yi find out? No, she couldn't possibly know. So, she must be doing this on purpose, intending to expose her. No, she couldn't be exposed. If she were handed over, her abilities might not be drained. But if they knew she wasn't divine, they would definitely kill her. Thinking of the shattered human-shaped ice sculptures from earlier, an inexplicable panic rose in her heart. What to do? Soul! Xia Qingzhi looked around, searching for that familiar figure in the crowd, but she couldn't find him at all. Where did he go? Why isn't he here? She began to feel uneasy, her fingertips turning white as she felt gloomy. What? Too afraid to admit it. She turned to face Yin Ye's smug expression, tightening her pale fingertips, and spoke hesitantly. "Yin Yi, you said I'm a deity. Do you have any evidence? It can't just be based on your words." Yin Yi crossed her arms, tapping her fingertips rhythmically, raising an eyebrow with a proud look. She turned to the crowd, lifted her hair behind her ear, and parted her lips slightly. "Has everyone forgotten? I'm the one who grew food in the dead of winter." Then she turned back to Xia Qingzhi. "Plants sprout in spring and are harvested in autumn. This is an unchanging natural law. No one can change this law, but not only can you grow them, you can also speed up their growth. Who else could do this but a deity?" The crowd murmured after hearing this. Indeed, she had done things that defied natural laws. It's all because of this jinx that our tribe has become like this. Before she came, our tribe was fine. Ever since she arrived, it's either been food loss or insect attacks, and now we are facing such a disaster. Chief, for the good of our tribe, hand her over and restore peace to our tribe. Yes, Chief. The people around were discussing in whispers, all thinking about sending her away. Xia Qingzhi looked around at those who once took her food, feeling increasingly wronged. Did they not benefit from the grain she grew? Now, because of a few words from Yi, they want to send her away. Nian, this disaster arose because of you, and it should end with you. The leader's words caught her attention. She looked at the leader, her hands nervously twisting the corners of her dress. The leader irritably covered his ears and shouted to the people behind him, "Come here, tie Nian up, and hand her over to those people tomorrow." Xia Qingzhi listened to the earth-shaking sounds and smelled the male hormone scent in the air. She looked up to see two muscular men, each 2 meters tall, slowly approaching her. Wait a minute. Xia Qingzhi immediately got up from the ground, took a few steps back, and looked at the leader. Leader, if you claim that I'm a god based on this, then Yin can also be a god. Nian, you can't drag me down just because I exposed you. Yin looked at her with a sad expression. The leader, somewhat impatient, said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take her away." The two people, hearing the command, disregarded Xia Qingzhi's struggles and restrained her. Xia Qingzhi anxiously spoke up. "Leader, Yin once summoned beasts, and everyone has seen it. Shouldn't you capture her as well?" Upon hearing this, the leader raised his hand, and Xia Qingzhi let out a sigh of relief. Yin, furious, gritted her teeth and glared at the leader. "Leader, you don't intend to cover for her, do you?" The leader ignored Yin and turned to look at Xia Qingzhi. "Is what you said true?" Xia Qingzhi immediately nodded and added, "Lu Xiang, you and some people from the 7 tribe have seen it with your own eyes." The leader turned and called out Lu Xiang from the crowd. Lu Xiang glanced at Xia Qingzhi, then looked at Yin, pursing her lips in silence. "Lu Xiang, I'm asking you, did Nian say anything false?" Xia Qingzhi looked at her excitedly. She believed that Lu Xiang would definitely speak the truth. Lu Xiang lowered her head and slowly began to speak. She did not tell a lie. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The leader now. But her words were interrupted by Lu Xiang. "This still doesn't prove that Yin is a god." "What?" Xia Qingzhi listened to these words. Looking at Lu Xiang in disbelief, her steps retreating continuously. Lu Xiang continued, "The abilities that Yin possesses, several people in our clan have them too, and some even have abilities that surpass Yin. It's not just our clan. There are others who also possess special abilities. So, this alone is not enough to prove that Yin is a deity. However, ever since she arrived, the tribe has suffered." Chapter 50. Do you know Xia Qingzhi? It's really hard not to suspect. She never expected that Lu Xiang, who had always been nice to her, would turn against her at this moment. But weren't they friends? "Lu Xiang, why are you doing this? Didn't you say we were friends? Was all the help you gave me before fake?" She asked a series of unwilling questions. Lu Xiang looked up, her past gentleness replaced by a cold demeanor as she spoke to her. "I'm just speaking the truth. Also, I never thought of being friends with you. I approach you only for you." Xia Qingzhi stared at her helplessly upon hearing this. "No, it wasn't like that." Lu Xiang sneered and walked over to Yin's side. "To tell you the truth, during that time, when I used the venomous snake to prove a point, I actually wanted to kill you. I just didn't expect that you would survive. You really have a strong life." Xia Qingzhi almost collapsed to the ground upon hearing this, tears dripping onto the floor. "So, everything was a lie? Chief, for the safety of the tribe, it's better to hand her over as soon as possible." The chief's gaze passed through her and looked at the strong man behind her. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take her away." Xia Qingzhi did not struggle, staring blankly at Lu Xiang's figure as it grew farther away from her. The leader had just wanted to rest when a guard rushed in and urgently said, "Leader, it's bad. Nian has escaped." "What?" Upon hearing this, the leader fell off the bed. He got up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and, furious, pointed at the person in front of him, shouting, "Find him. Go find him quickly. Why are you standing there?" After the guard left, the leader couldn't sleep at all, anxiously pacing back and forth in the room. It's over. It's over. If he can't catch Nian, who will he find to take the blame? He looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Who else could serve as a scapegoat without provoking the anger of the others? The child of the first clan's leader would take your place, becoming the chief of the Liha tribe, and might even become the manager of the 4 major tribes. So, if you don't want him to shake your position, you must get rid of him. Yes, let you be the scapegoat. Xia Qingzhi escaped from the tribe, bending down to catch her breath. Once her breathing steadied, she turned to look behind her. There was nothing but the usual darkness. Finally, she had managed to run out. Just as she was secretly feeling relieved, someone suddenly pushed her down to the ground from behind. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to take a look, and there was nothing behind her. Could it be a ghost? She was so scared that she hugged her arms and shivered. Soon after, a vine came swinging toward her arm from who knows where. It hurt so much that she gasped. Looking down in the moonlight, she saw that her shirt was torn, with bright red blood seeping through. Huh, is this what they call a god? It's nothing special, is it? A voice came from the air, followed by a rain of rose petals falling from above. Xia Qingzhi sneezed, sniffing the floral fragrance in the air, and looked up. The girl was wearing a red Lolita dress, with 2 curly ponytails, holding a flower basket in her hand, and standing on a triangular flying device. Xia, come down. Stop playing. A voice came from behind, and Xia Qingzhi turned around. The woman behind her was crossing her arms, dressed in a black leather jacket and black leather pants. A belt was tied around her waist, with a holster that contained a silver gun. Her long black hair was styled in a side part, and she wore silver earrings, the only different color on her. Xia Qingzhi watched as the imposing woman approached her, feeling scared and retreating. Suddenly, she tripped over something and fell to the ground, staring blankly at her. The woman spoke in a commanding tone. It seems you're just a scapegoat. Autumn, how dare they fool us? Tomorrow, we must teach them a good lesson. Xia jumped down from the aircraft and scattered rose petals on Qiu's head. Let's go, we came for nothing. Qiu turned around and was about to leave. Xia pulled her hand and fixed her gaze on Xia Qingzhi, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. What should she do? Qiu turned around and carefully scrutinized the person in front of her from head to toe. You look a lot like an old friend of mine. Xia Qingzhi had just wanted to get up, but she found that her foot was sprained. It's over. How am I going to escape now? Xia turned her head and looked at the sorrowful woman. Qiu, why do you look a bit sad? Did she upset you? If you want, I can deal with her for you. Let's go. Anyway, she will die sooner or later. Just let her stay a few more days to see the sun of this world, Qiu said. Xia turned her head and glared at Xia Qingzhi, then turned to Qiu and said, Since Sister Qiu has spoken, what else can I say? After that, the two walked into the darkness. Just when Xia Qingzhi thought she had escaped a disaster, Qiu suddenly turned around and walked over. Xia Qingzhi was caught off guard and frightened. Looking at her, she weakly spoke, Why, you said you wouldn't kill me. Qiu bent down to examine her closely, then straightened up and slowly said, Do you know Xia Qingzhi? Xia Qingzhi was excited to hear this, and looked at her with a full face of enthusiasm. She is my sister. Do you know her? Who are you? Qiu looked down at her. My name is Xia Qingzhi. I am Xia Qingzhi's younger sister. Xia Qingzhi. I often hear her mention you. Xia Qingzhi felt even more excited upon hearing this. Ignoring the pain in her feet, she slowly got up. Do you know where my sister is? Can you take me to find her? So she's a level 6 student. With the same set of parents, the difference really is significant. Xia Qingzhi ignored her contemptuous mockery and continued to ask about the previous topic. Because, with your current abilities, you can't possibly enter that place. At that moment, Xia suddenly ran over and whispered a few words in her ear. After that, Qiu turned to Xia Qingzhi and reminded her, Xia Qingzhi, for the sake of my friendship with your sister, I advise you to leave this place of trouble quickly. After saying that, she and Xia took off in their flying vehicle. Xia Qingzhi looked up at Qiu's figure, her heart pounding incessantly. Great, Qiu knows where her sister is. She must find a way to get close to Qiu and extract information about her sister's whereabouts. The sun rises. Xia Qingzhi saw a large crowd of people, with Qiu in the middle, and excitedly walked over. As a result, she saw you tied up. Chapter 51. Stubborn you, how could you appear here? Oh no, they wouldn't want to use him as a substitute ghost, would they? The leader walked into the center of the crowd, flattering Qiu and Xia. We have already handed over the deity, so please, show mercy and spare our tribe. Xia carried a flower basket and walked up to you, who was forced to kneel on the ground. She grabbed a handful of petals from the basket and scattered them across his face, sneering. She looked up at Qiu and said casually, Sister Qiu, they are lying. This person in front of us is just a mere first level of the Chun stage. Then she turned to the leader, brandished a whip in the air, and the leader's face was marked with color. Xia glared at him fiercely and said, Well, how dare you deceive us? Since you refuse to hand over the god, we can only unleash a massacre. She turned to the large group of mutants behind her and said lightly, What are you waiting for? Move. Seeing this, The leader panicked and urgently shouted to the crowd behind, "Everyone run!" In an instant, chaos erupted outside the tribe as everyone rushed into the tribe. While the mutants charged in, Xia Qingzhi looked at everything in front of her, her legs feeling numb. The massacre was terrifying. The people in the tribe were unarmed. But you broke free from her restraints, conjuring the Wanhuan cone in her hand to fend off the enemy. Yan, you took out the silver moonbone whistle, calling forth many wild beasts to tear the enemies to shreds. Lu Xiang waved her hand, conjuring a fragrant stick to ignite. Those who smelled the fragrance turned to attack their own kind. Suddenly, a mutant attacked from behind Lu Xiang. "Be careful," Yin Yi shouted, immediately summoning wild beasts to stand behind her and tear that person apart. Everyone with special abilities was desperately protecting their homeland. Xia Qingzhi watched the chaotic scene, trembling in a corner. Mu suddenly appeared, silently rubbing his forehead. "Aren't you going to help?" "Why should I go?" Xia Qingzhi turned her head and said sulkily, "They all want to kill me, and I don't want to be that self-sacrificing saint." "What about you?" Mu asked her. "You wanted to kill me before, but I only saved you because Pen needed you. Besides, I'm doing all this to find my sister. Now that I have a lead on her, I don't have to do things like before." Mu sighed. "You look weak and easy to talk to, but your heart is colder than stone. This world is so cold. I'm just going with the flow. What's wrong with that?" Xia Qingzhi retorted. Mu frowned, noticing the dark energy radiating from her, and was stunned. How could this be? How could she have demonic energy? Xia Qingzhi, don't forget, they came to slaughter the tribe because of you. In other words, you are the root cause of all this. Xia Qingzhi stared at her with red eyes, stubbornly saying, "I am not." After saying that, she ran away. On the other side, the battle was still fierce. The tribe was holding on with just a few dozen supernatural beings and a group of ordinary people. However, the enemy's numbers were continuously increasing. Soon, the tribe was defeated, and the supernatural beings led by you were trapped among the mutants. Xiao walked over to you, lifted his chin while sighing in admiration. "The pretty boy looks really good." Then he stood up and shouted to the people behind him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take her away from me." Just then, vines came rushing in from all directions, pulling you and the others away. Xiao looked at the person disappearing into the sky, gritting her teeth and stamping her feet in anger. After Xia Qingzhi saw you and Lu Xiang part ways, she walked over and angrily asked him, "They treated you like that, and you still want to help them? Are you crazy?" You turned around and stared at her expressionlessly. A rose petal floated down from above, and he raised his hand to take it, looking at her seriously. "They are my kin. I can't just ignore them." "Fine, do as you wish. Anyway, after this, we'll go our separate ways, and we won't owe each other anything." Xia Qingzhi turned around and hugged her arms, pouting. She had put in so much effort to rescue him, yet he dared to send himself to his death. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Just now, it was you who saved us, right?" Xia Qingzhi turned around and met his amber eyes, changing the subject. "They drove you out of the tribe, isolated you, and hurt you. Now they want to send you to be a scapegoat. A group of cold-blooded and heartless people. Why do you still care about them?" She asked this to get an answer. Mu bet with her to see how you would ultimately choose. If Mu won, she would have to help the tribe get through this crisis. If she won, Mu would teach her how to use plants to hypnotize people. "Nian, I am one of the tribe, and no matter what, I cannot completely separate myself from them. Many things are not simply black and white." Xia Qingzhi felt somewhat unwilling. She didn't want to help a group of people who intended to harm her. They always hurt you, right? Do you believe that after the tribe survives this disaster, they will still make things difficult for you as always? Rather than this, it's better to leave the tribe now to avoid being affected. You raised your eyes, looking at her, wanting to say something but hesitating, and casually said, "Take care." After speaking, he turned and ran towards the direction of the tribe. Xia Qingzhi listened to the heavy breathing and frowned. "You lost," Mu said. "So what if I lost?" Xia Qingzhi replied nonchalantly. "It seems you don't intend to keep your promise," Mu said. Xia Qingzhi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I need to find my sister and the soul. There's no time. Xia Qingzhi, this matter started because of you. Don't you fear that they will come to you for vengeance if they die?" Xia Qingzhi felt a chill run down her back upon hearing this. Her heart sank, and she looked up at Mu. I'm just an ordinary person. Going there would just be sending myself to my death. The more people in the tribe, the more hope there is. Mu walked up to her and took her hand. Xia Qingzhi shook off her tight embrace of a nearby tree, unwilling to let go no matter what. I won't go. I want to find my sister. Mu helplessly rubbed his forehead. How about this? As long as the tribe can get through this disaster, I'll teach you the wood-based hypnosis technique. Xia Qingzhi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she released the tree to look at her. Really? The only one who doesn't keep promises is you. Mu silently rolled her eyes. All right, I promise you. Xia Qingzhi said firmly upon hearing this. Outside the tribe, Pa clutched his chest and ran forward. When he stopped to catch his breath, the saint caught up with him. I've already given you the crystal mine. Why are you still chasing me? He panted. Little brat. Don't think I don't know that only a small part of it is crystal. Dare to trick me. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The saint raised his hand and Pa ran in the opposite direction, only to bump into a half-human, half-snake figure. Chapter 52. Lin Pa pretends to have amnesia, seeing Pa. The shadow raised his hand, and a fireball floated in the air. Upon seeing this, Pa immediately took a few steps back, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The shadow's tail was coiled into a huge mass. Pa was astonished and exclaimed, What the? Little brat, what are you standing there for? Run. He was the shadow of the leader of the wandering tribe. What? Pa stiffly turned his head, and the saint had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, the shadow suddenly spoke, Die. The fireball rushed towards him, getting closer and closer, and Pa immediately jumped to the side. The shadow turned around, and the fireball attacked him again. Pa raised his hand, and a water column charged towards the fireball, only to be instantly defeated by the opponent. The shadow sneered. You think a mere second-level student can fight me? You're simply overestimating yourself. Just as he was about to raise his hand to finish him off, the mask suddenly fell off. It's you. Pa looked at the handsome man in front of him, raising an eyebrow. He never expected that the best student of his teacher would end up like this. How did you? Before he could finish, the shadow glared at him angrily. Lin Pa, go die. The fireball rushed towards him again, and Pa watched in horror, forgetting to react. Just when he thought he was doomed, a shadow appeared beneath his feet. The fireball extinguished, and he ended up soaked like a drenched chicken. Pa, are you okay? A familiar voice came. He looked over, and Xia Qingzhi was right in front of him, standing in the sunlight and staring at him. He raised his hand to wipe the water off his face, his mouth twitching. I'm fine. He looked up at the shadow, who was now bound by vines, struggling helplessly. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at him. Why is it you? After saying that, she immediately took a few steps back. Have you two met? Pa turned to ask her, feeling uneasy. Yes. Just as Pa was about to speak, she interrupted him. Wait, he looks so familiar. I think I've seen him before. After saying that, she took a step closer to Ing, who turned his head, his hair covering his face. Pa looked at Ing and sighed helplessly. He looked up at the huge water-spraying mushroom above, feeling the dampness on his face, yawned, and wiped his face. Gigi, can you help me move this umbrella first? Pa twisted his wet sleeve and looked up at Ing. Ing turned to Xia Qingzhi, the corners of his mouth lifting. Gigi, let's hurry up. His subordinates are about to arrive. What about him? Xia Qingzhi turned her head and pointed at the half-human, half-snake figure not far away. We don't need to worry about him, Pa said. These vines won't cause him any harm. Xia Qingzhi nodded. On the way, she told Pa about the tribe, and he immediately pulled her towards it. When they arrived at the tribe, it was as if it had become a wasteland. The thatched houses had turned to a layer of black ash, and the ground was littered with frozen bodies and shattered ice fragments. There was no one around. Only crows perched on the charred trees. Xia Qingzhi saw all of this and lowered her head in guilt. What's wrong? Pa looked at her dejected appearance and asked with concern. Xia Qingzhi raised her head, turned to look at him, and shook her head after a moment of silence. Lupa could tell from her face that she was lying. You wouldn't be hiding something from me, would you? Just as he was about to say more, a woman's voice came from behind. Lin Pa, long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here. Pa turned to see Chio, dressed in all black leather, and couldn't help but frown. Why her? Oh no, if she intentionally brings up Xia Qingzhi and his relationship, Xia Qingzhi would definitely not forgive him. Xia Qingzhi looked at her and asked eagerly, Chio, can you tell me where my sister is? Chio frowned at Xia Qingzhi upon hearing this. Lin Pa didn't tell you about Xia Qingzhi's situation? What? Xia Qingzhi stepped back, looking at Pa in disbelief. Seeing her expression, Pa felt a loss of the usual calmness inside. She wanted to explain, but heard Xia Qingzhi sobbing. Pa, you know where my sister is. Why won't you tell me? Why are you lying to me? Xia Qingzhi pressed forward step by step. You don't recognize me? Xiao stared at him in shock. Lin Pa put on an innocent expression. Should I know you? Xia Qingzhi stopped in her tracks, looking at Pu with suspicion. You don't recognize her? Pu stepped forward, grabbed her hand, and put on a sad expression. I don't know either. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, and in her almond-shaped eyes reflected his forced smile as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Oh, I forgot you have amnesia. Pu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Xiao walked over and pulled out a necklace from her pocket. Pa, do you remember this necklace? Give it back to me. Upon seeing this, Pa immediately reached out to grab it, but Xiao quickly put it away, squinting her eyes and curling her lips into a barely perceptible smirk. It seems you Haven T lost your memory after all. Otherwise, you wouldn't T forget the necklace I snatched from you 3 months ago. Po's heart sank at these words. How careless. He slowly turned his head to look at Xia Qingzhi, who was now furious and humiliated. Lin Pa, why are you deceiving me too? Her eyes were red. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, and she shouted at him through gritted teeth. One by one, they are all lying to me. Pa, I will never trust you again. After saying this, she ran away. Xia Qingzhi. Pa turned around, glaring indignantly at Xiao, who was watching the drama unfold. His teeth gritted, completely losing his usual composure. Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao looked up, revealing half of her face hidden by her hair. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Pa, Xia Qingzhi has half of the key to unlock the secret of the crystal mine. Pa was stunned upon hearing this, then ran in the direction where Xia Qingzhi had left. Xiao watched Po's back, remembering what she had said. Xiao, if you see Xia Ji, you must give her the other half of the key. As for Lin Pa, help me test him well. Chapter 53. Yinyi looks for trouble Lin Pa. Then let me see which side you really stand on. Xia Qingzhi ran deeper into the tribe, originally intending to find a place to comfort herself. As a result, she saw a little girl lying on the ground, crying loudly. At that moment, an energy ball was about to attack her. Be careful. Xia Qingzhi immediately ran over to hug her and quickly dodged, freezing the thatched cottage that had been reduced to ashes by the energy ball into an ice ball. Are you okay? She trembled, looking down with concern at the little girl in front of her. The little girl said nothing and just cried loudly. Xia Qingzhi looked up at the sky and was so frightened that she immediately covered the little girl's mouth, saying anxiously, Shoo, don't speak, or we'll both be in trouble. The little girl seemed to understand her words and close her mouth. Xia Qingzhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly pulled the little girl away from here. Just as she was about to turn a corner, she ran into Yinyi, who unexpectedly turned around and grabbed the little girl to leave. Yinyi stepped forward and grabbed her, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Xia Qingzhi, what a coincidence. It seems like you're going to have a hard time with me again. Xia Qingzhi, meet your end. After saying that, Yinyi took out the silver moonbone whistle and blew it gently, causing the earth to shake. Several wild beasts recklessly charged into the narrow alley towards her. Xia Qingzhi frowned at them, pulling the little girl back anxiously. Yinyi tilted her head with a smile that reached her ears. Enjoy it. After saying that, she was about to turn and leave. Xia Qingzhi hurriedly called out to her. No matter what, I have saved you. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Yinyi paused in her steps upon hearing this, turned her head to look at her, and grinned. Nian, did I ever ask you to save me? It's your own choice to play the saint. What does it have to do with me? You. Xia Qingzhi was so angry upon hearing this that she wanted to say something but held back. Indeed, this world is black and white. No matter what she does, black will always be black, and it can never turn white. If there's a next time, she won't be so kind anymore. Yinyi was slowly retreating, and the terrifying beast was getting closer and closer to her. Xia Qingzhi pulled the little girl back helplessly. She looked down at the sobbing girl, and then raised her head to look at Yinyi. This is a grudge between you and me. It has nothing to do with her. Yinyi stopped, turned his head to look at her with a deep gaze, then looked at the little girl, his expression darkening slightly as he reached out his hand towards her. Come here, abandon. The little girl looked at her and shrank back behind Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi pulled her in front of her, crouched down to meet the girl's gaze, and stammered, "Go over there. It's dangerous here. She probably won't hurt you. Hurry." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked towards Yin Yi. Yin Yi stepped forward, took the girl's hand, and was about to leave. "Yin Yi, you promised to help her find her family." Yin Yi didn't say anything and left with the girl. After Yin Yi left, Xia Qingzhi watched the beast charging towards her in the narrow space, her legs trembling. "Xia Qingzhi, how can a mere group of mutated beasts scare you like this?" "I'm really impressed." Mu suddenly appeared beside her to taunt her. Xia Qingzhi heard this and took a deep breath, turning her head to look at her with concern, saying aggrievedly, I was anxious for a moment and forgot." Mu Yu rolled her eyes in silence. "Then what are you still dazed for? Hurry up and deal with them." Oh. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at the group of approaching beasts, fearfully raising her hand. Mu Jian, seeing no reaction, stomped her feet in anger and shouted, "Focus!" Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Once her breathing stabilized, she extended her hand, and the vines gathered from all directions, flying towards the beasts. The beasts, seeing this, quickly dodged the swirling vines in the air and charged straight towards Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she immediately covered her eyes. After that, there was no sound. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the beast had been wrapped into one giant sticky rice dumpling after another. Xia Qingzhi let out a sigh of relief. They were dealt with. Not enough. A voice came from Mu. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look, only to see Mu gripping his hand tightly. Then she heard the beasts let out a painful whimper. The sounds echoed through the sky. After hearing it, she turned her head to look and saw a horrific scene. Blood was seeping out of the Zongzi, and those beasts were already on the verge of death. Xia Qingzhi turned her head and stared at her blankly. "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and leave." Mu threw the beast to the ground and walked away with her arms crossed, speechless. Xia Qingzhi looked at her figure and shivered. She was truly terrifying. Would there ever be a day when Mu would turn against her? But her instincts told her that Mu, as a guardian spirit, could never harm her. Xia Qingzhi used a vine to control Ying and brought him to an open area. What she didn't know was that the bound Ying was pretending to be weak. About hundreds of thousands of survivors in the tribe were crouching on the ground, shivering. Rows of mutants were guarding the surroundings. Not far away, Yu was hanging on a cross, bare-chested. Xia swung the whip fiercely at him. Xia Qingzhi felt it was somewhat unbearable to look at. She turned her head to look at the shadow wearing a mask and timidly said, "Don't worry. After I rescue them and ensure their safety, I will let you go. I promise I won't hurt you. You better not come looking for revenge on me in the future." To avoid any future troubles, she took precautions in advance. The shadow looked down at her and said nothing. Xia Qingzhi saw that he didn't speak, so she took it as a yes. In the Xia dynasty, Yu swung the whip, gritting his teeth tightly. "You won't hand over the deity? Huh? Then I'll kill all of you." Xia's tone was venomous. The blond man wearing glasses held a loudspeaker and asked the people below, "I advise you to be sensible and quickly hand over the deity, or we will kill all of you." The leader, with his hands on his head, said anxiously, "My lord, we really don't know who the deity is. Please, spare us." "Oh, is that so?" Dong aimed his arm at the leader, ready to fire. "If you dare to harm anyone here, I will kill your leader." Upon hearing the voice, Dong turned to look. Xia Qingzhi controlled the half-human, half-snake shadow with a vine. It was somewhat unbelievable. The shadow was on the verge of reaching level 6. How could it fall into the hands of someone at only level 6? "Let them go, or I'll take his life right now," Xia Qingzhi threatened weakly. Dong looked at her hands, trembling, and laughed out loud. "Go ahead, kill him. Anyway, we won't give up until we find the god." Xia Qingzhi stared at him in a daze, incredulously saying, "He is your leader. He is not my leader." Dong raised his hand and aimed the cannon at Xia Qingzhi, and a blue energy orb flew towards her. Chapter 54. The bullied shadow. Xia Qingzhi was taken aback, staring blankly as the artillery fire came towards her. Just when she thought she was done for, a red barrier lit up in front of her, and the energy suddenly turned into a puddle of water. Xia Qingzhi let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Ying in confusion. Why did he want to help her? Did he see her as a pawn? "Don't touch her," Ying shouted at Dong. Dong gritted his teeth in anger. "Ying, Have you forgotten what you promised him? I haven't forgotten, but you must not touch her. Dong was about to explode with rage. Ying looked around at the mutated beings and issued a command. Those who defy will be killed without mercy. The mutated beings exchanged glances upon hearing this, then began to retreat, but none actually left. Ying, Dong clenched his fists, glaring at him with hatred. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Ying raised his head and said. Xia Qingzhi couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Ying's profile. He truly had deep feelings for Nian, unlike some people who only knew how to deceive her all day long. Fine, I'll wait for you to give us an explanation. If you can't find Shan in 3 days, we will leave no one alive here. At that time, don't blame us for targeting you. After saying that, he left with Xia. Xia Qingzhi looked at the person surrounded in the center of the crowd and raised 4 fingers to swear. I promise that after everyone is safe, I will release your leader. Upon hearing her words, the mutant took a step back. Xia Qingzhi looked a bit speechless. The furious voice of Ying erupted. Xia Qingzhi was startled by these words and shivered. The mutants, seeing this, immediately ran away without a trace. The people in the tribe stood up and looked at her, murmuring among themselves. The chief walked over and reached out his hand, but with a glance from Ying, his clothes caught fire. Frightened, he quickly extinguished it. Nian, thank you for saving everyone. You are the savior of our tribe. Xia Qingzhi's emotions can be described as extremely complex. The leader who wanted to kill her has now completely changed his attitude towards her. Lu Xiang hesitantly stepped forward, lowering her head and not daring to look at her. Xia Qingzhi, thank you for saving me before. Xia Qingzhi ignored her. Lu Xiang had once helped her, and she had also saved Lu Xiang's life. From now on, they owed each other nothing and would each walk their own path under the sun. Before Lu Xiang could finish, Xia Qingzhi interrupted her by looking up. Consider it a repayment for past favors. We owe each other nothing from now on. Just as Lu Xiang was about to speak, Xia Qingzhi's gaze fell on you in the distance, interrupting her again. Aren't you going to see you? After saying that, she controlled the shadow and walked inside, with the leader immediately following. Leader, now that our home is destroyed, where should we go? Yin Tian suddenly stepped out to ask him. Yes, leader. They will come back in 3 days. Where should we go to take refuge? The head of the first clan said. Hearing this, the leader became anxious, scratching his head. Well, I know a place. Xia Qingzhi suddenly stood up and looked at them. The group followed Xia Qingzhi to the cave where she had lived before. This mountain was large, connected to a dozen others, which should be enough for the tribe's people to take refuge temporarily. Liu had his wounds treated, and with Xia Qingzhi's special medicine, his strength quickly recovered. He walked up to the mountain, raised his hand, and placed it on it. Everyone heard something shatter immediately. After that, he led a group of people to clear the dirt inside, and only then did the leader arrange for the tribe's people to move into the caves that had been opened. Xia Qingzhi wandered around a dozen mountains without finding the shadow, so she had no choice but to walk back to the room where she used to live, feeling dejected. As she passed by a large cave, she saw a group of people gathered in a circle, not knowing what they were doing. Until she spotted a snake tail sticking out, she immediately covered her mouth. Oh no, I forgot about him. Stop, everyone! Xia Qingzhi rushed into the crowd. At that moment, the shadow was on the verge of death, and the huge snake tail was covered in burn wounds. Nian, are you feeling sorry for him? Yin suddenly stepped out, crossing his arms and tilting his head to look at her. Xia Qingzhi stood up and said to Yin, aren't you being too much? Too much? Yin blinked innocently. Nian, it was clearly you who told us to do this. How can you blame me? Yeah, Nian. Didn't you say that he was the one who caused the tribe to become like this, so we should take good revenge on him? Someone beside them added. Xia Qingzhi anxiously defended herself. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever let you hurt him? We all saw it. The people beside her said in unison. What? Xia Qingzhi took a few steps back in disbelief, staring at them in a daze. She clearly wanted to find Pa. When did she ever hurt him? Wait, there must be some hidden truth in this. Xia Qingzhi noticed the plants beside her and initially wanted to investigate them. But then she saw the bottle in Yin's hand. She caught a whiff of a pungent smell in the air. It was sulfuric acid. Just as the acid was about to fall on the tail of Shadow Snake, Xia Qingzhi raised her hand and stuffed a fruit into the bottle's mouth. After confirming it was safe, she quickly snatched it and stored it in her storage space. She couldn't understand how her belongings ended up in Yin Ye's hands. However, she didn't have time to think about that now. She wanted to take care of Shadow's wounds first. After all, he had saved her. Moreover, he always gave her a sense of familiarity. Just as she was supporting Shadow and about to leave, Yin Ye's mocking voice rang out. You really are protective of the delicate, aren't you? Why haven't you gone to visit my good cousin? Xia Qingzhi was too lazy to pay attention to her and was about to leave with Ying. But the people in the tribe happened to surround them. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes and mustered the courage to look at them. If he dies, do you think those mutants will let us go? Upon hearing her words, the crowd exchanged glances and then gradually retreated. After Xia Qingzhi treated Ying's wounds, she placed a leaf at the back of his neck. Soon, the leaf disappeared. For everyone's safety, this was the only option. This was her new weapon, a leaf that made people lose their memories. Ying smiled at her childish behavior. She always felt that this matter was not simple. So, she took the opportunity to investigate thoroughly. In the scene, Ying was resting when a pair of legs appeared, slowly walking toward him. As she got closer, the woman's face gradually came into view. Xia Qingzhi was surprised and covered her mouth. What, it really is her? Chapter 55, The Secret of Wood. No, it can't be her. Could someone be impersonating her? But how is that possible? Xia Qingzhi saw the woman take out a porcelain bottle, squat down, and pour the liquid inside onto Ying's tail, who endured the pain without making a sound. Oh, you're really stubborn. Looks like I need to increase the dosage, the woman sneered, as the liquid dripped everywhere along the tail. She looked up at Ying, who was hanging from chains. Do you regret what you did to me back then? Ying raised his eyes, revealing a chilling smile, looking at her weakly and deliberately provoking her. So this is all you can do? Upon hearing this, the woman gritted her teeth in anger, pulled out a bottle twice the size of her palm, removed the cork, and stared at him. Ying, I don't have time to beat around the bush. Quickly tell me, where did you take them? Ying laughed, his eyes hidden behind his hair. Do you think this will make me release them? Dream on, and you'll never find them. You're such a pervert. Ying trembled with anger, ruthlessly pouring sulfuric acid over him. If you promise to let them go, I'll stop. Ying's brows furrowed, but he still wore a smile, deliberately changing the subject. I'm curious. You clearly died, so why were you reborn? Don't try to change the topic. Tell me where they are. Xi raised her voice deliberately. Ying looked at her, silent. In her fury, Xi poured all the sulfuric acid from the bottle onto his tail. Ying grimaced in pain. You said if I let her know you're a beast in a lover's disguise, do you think she'd still want to be close to you? Upon hearing this, Ying yelled at her in desperation. You dare? Oh, so you do care about someone. Xi stood up, looking down at him with a cold smile. Ying struggled against the chains, glaring at her in anger. If you dare tell her any of this, I'll kill them all. Xi clenched her hands tightly at her sides. Gritting her teeth, Ying, you're really ruthless. Then she laughed. But it's truly sad. Let me tell you, if you dare hurt them even a little, I will absolutely not let you go. Xi released her hands, staring at him deeply. I can't kill you, but I must make you taste the pain. She turned and left, and soon a group of people surrounded Ying, each holding a bottle of sulfuric acid, venting their anger. After all, he had destroyed their homes. Xia Qingzhi closed her eyes and entered the storage space, only to find that all the sulfuric acid used for the experiment was gone, and she had a rough idea of what had happened. Mu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, lazily watching her. Do you need something from me? The injury on Ying's body was caused by you, right? Xia Qingzhi asked her, do I have it? How come I don't know? Mu shrugged her shoulders. Xia Qingzhi saw that she wasn't telling the truth, so she had to lay her cards on the table. Mu, no, it should be C. I went to the storage space, and all the sulfuric acid was gone. Besides you, I really can't think of anyone else who would do this. Who exactly are you? Are you the guardian spirit, Mu? Or the resurrected sea? Mu suddenly burst into laughter. Xia Qingzhi, since you already know the answer, why are you still asking me? Xia Qingzhi looked up and spoke seriously. See, you're here, but where's the guardian spirit, Mu? Also, why do you hating so much? Who are they? Mu stood up and walked closer to Xia Qingzhi, placing her hand on her shoulder, and said earnestly, I am C, and I am also the guardian spirit, Mu. What does that mean? Xia Qingzhi looked at her in confusion. After I entered your consciousness, I discovered the awakened guardian spirit, Mu. At that time, I was very weak, and in order to survive, I devoured it. I was forced to become the guardian spirit. Later, you became a god, and because of that, I gained a physical form. So, Xia Qingzhi wanted to ask the next question, but Mu interrupted. I know what you want to ask, but this is a matter between him and me, and you better not get involved. Her tone carried a warning. Xia Qingzhi shivered and immediately changed the subject. So, do you still remember the promise you made to me before? You said that as long as I helped the tribe through the tough times, you would tell me the method of the wood element hypnosis technique. By the way, aren't you going to look for Pa? She switched the topic. Xia Qingzhi listened to this and lowered her head with a gloomy face, feeling very depressed. She deliberately sulked and said, he lied to me. I don't want to find him. Maybe he has his own difficulties. Mu suddenly spoke up for Pa. But he lied to me. Xia Qingzhi looked at Mu with a wronged expression. Xia Qingzhi, just because he lied to you once, you want to completely cut ties with him? Aren't you being too childish? You're already very lucky to be able to marry a man like Pa. Pa really has no words for you. He protects you when there's danger, makes you a gardenia flower necklace, and even gives you rare crystal ores without hesitation. What more could you want? Just because he lied to you once, you want to erase all the good he has done for you. Isn't that too unfair to him? Can you guarantee that you are perfect in his eyes? Xia Qingzhi was stunned for a moment after hearing Mu's words, then looked up and confronted Mu. If he could deceive me once, he could deceive me a second time. Mu smiled. Isn't your concealment of certain abilities from him also a form of deception? Xia Qingzhi, do you know why you fear this world? Mu spoke. Xia Qingzhi shook her head. Because your world is black and white. You may have lost the courage to face life because you think this world is dangerous due to certain things that happened in the past. Xia Qingzhi, everything in this world has two sides. When looking at things, you must consider both the positive and negative aspects and not judge based on your own emotions. Xia Qingzhi lowered her gaze and remained silent for a moment. Mu's words seemed to make sense. Was she being too much? After thinking it through, she decided to go find Pa. Just as she was about to walk out the door, she heard a knock from outside. Xia Qingzhi thought it was a spirit and hurriedly opened the door. The leader looked at her with a smile, his face full of compliments. Chapter 56. The Leader's Moral Coercion. Leader, did you need something from me? Xia Qingzhi looked at him and suddenly had a bad premonition. The leader usually had an arrogant demeanor towards her, but now he was so friendly. Something unusual must be afoot. Nian, are you going to be busy? The leader squinted his eyes and revealed a bright smile. Xia Qingzhi made a sound of acknowledgement and wanted to go out the door, but found the leader's stout body blocking the exit. She moved left, and the leader moved left. She moved right, and the leader moved right. Leader, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Xia Qingzhi sighed helplessly. The leader looked at her with ill intentions. Nian, can the leader ask you for a favor? Xia Qingzhi was initially hesitant, but eventually shook her head and refused. Then she looked up at the leader's face and anxiously spoke. Leader, could you step aside? Nian, could you let me finish what I'm saying first? The leader had no intention of stepping aside. Xia Qingzhi was lost in thoughts about the spirit, shaking her head to dispel the ideas in her mind as she looked at the leader. The leader immediately spoke up, deliberately testing her. Do you still have any food here? Xia Qingzhi, hearing these words, stepped back a few paces warily, looking at the leader's face. He indeed had ill intentions. To avoid trouble, Xia Qingzhi immediately shook her head. There aren't any left. I distributed them all last time. Then you should plant some more. His tone carried a strong demand, which made Xia Qingzhi very uncomfortable. Did he think farming was easy? Besides, she didn't want to be some hard-working fool. She wasn't a pushover. Leader, I have used up all the seeds last time, so I'm afraid I'm powerless. Xia Qingzhi was afraid that the leader would notice something amiss, so she deliberately lowered her head and spoke softly. Nian, I know you feel disheartened because of what happened before. I assure you, there won't be a next time. So you should. The leader didn't finish the sentence, but Xia Qingzhi knew what he meant without having to think. She raised her head, pretending to be innocent like Yanyi. Leader, you don't think I'm lying, do you? If I had it, I would have taken it out already. She absolutely could not agree to this matter. Human nature is greedy, and she could guarantee that once she started providing food to the people in the tribe, more and more would endlessly ask her for it. If she couldn't provide food then, those people would surely blame her for everything and might even do something more extreme, like forcing her death. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Nian, you know the current situation of the tribe as well. Xia Qingzhi directly interrupted the leader and moved to the side. Well, if the leader doesn't believe it, come in and search. Whatever you find, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand. A few people behind him rushed in and began rummaging through the boxes. Xia Qingzhi stood aside, watching as she trembled. What a group of robbers! Those people retreated after failing to find anything. Xia Qingzhi looked at the messy and destroyed room, feeling a lingering fear. Leader, you searched that too, so you believe it now, right? The leader remained unmoved, stepping forward and reaching out. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately hid her hands behind her back. The leader's lips twitched slightly as he stared at her with a serious expression. Nian, the leader knows you are a kind person and surely wouldn't want to see everyone starving, right? But I really didn't. Xia Qingzhi refused to admit it, getting anxious. Suddenly, the leader made an invitation. How about this? Let's go out for a walk, just to clear our minds. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately shook her head, took a deep breath to suppress the panic in her heart. Chief, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's postpone it to another day. Very soon, the chief squinted and smiled. She repeatedly declined, but the chief just wouldn't give her the chance. With no other choice, she had to agree. The chief took her to the street inside the cave. Both sides of the street were filled with emaciated people, barely clinging to life from hunger. Some were handing over spoiled fruits to their children, only to have them snatched away by those around them. Others were so hungry that they were eating the dirt off the ground. What terrified her even more was that some were actually eating their own kind. Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear. Was this a primitive society or a savage land? It was truly horrifying. This was the current state of life in the tribe. Before long, more and more people would die here. Could you really bear to see such things happen? At that moment, the little girl bumped into Xia Qingzhi, and Xia Qingzhi immediately helped her up. The little girl rubbed her dirty face and looked at Xia Qingzhi, stunned for a moment, then handed her the completely rotten fruit in her arms. Sister, eat. Xia Qingzhi looked at the girl, who was thin as a stick with sunken cheeks, and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She reached out to touch the girl's forehead and said gently, "You eat. Sister doesn't need it." The little girl blinked her eyes and ran off with the fruit. Nian, I can see that you are different from others. You are now the only hope of the tribe. Chief, I'm just an ordinary person. Please don't place such a heavy burden on me. Xia Qingzhi was anxious and retorted at him, I don't have that kind of ability. Well, whether I'm here or not, isn't the tribe always like this? She finally understood why the leader wanted her to come here. He was trying to morally bind her. Nian, are you really that cold-hearted? Watching them suffer, won't you feel any guilt? Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her gaze, feeling a hint of guilt. Mu suddenly reminded her, Idiot, don't let him PUA you. This wasn't your problem to begin with. He's shifting the blame. Leader, this is your issue. What does it have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person. Also, leader, I really have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After Xia Qingzhi finished speaking, she immediately ran away. The sage ran over to block her path, gasping for breath, and said, Nian, as long as you help the tribe solve the food problem, I can agree to any request you have. Xia Qingzhi watched as he irritably ran his fingers through his hair. It seemed he was determined to take advantage of her. She lowered her head, anxiously looking at the ground. Then she slowly raised her head. Can any request be made? Yes, as long as you solve the tribe's food problem. The chief's gaze was very firm. Xia Qingzhi looked up and asked him, What if I want your position as the leader? Nian, are you joking? The leader looked at her with panic and unease. I'm not joking, Xia Qingzhi said earnestly to him. The leader was stunned, looking at her in disbelief. Xia Qingzhi stared at him. The air suddenly became quiet as the two stood facing each other. After a minute, the leader slowly spoke. Chapter 57, Threatening with Spirit. Nian, what use is it for a mere woman like you to want the leader's position? Xia Qingzhi looked at his clenched fists and sharp eyes, and a guess began to form in her heart. Why can't I be the leader? Or is it that you can't bear to let go of this position? She observed the leader's angry expression. Since you enjoy the power that comes with this position, you should also be willing to pay the price for it. Solving the food issue should be your responsibility, so please don't push it onto me. The leader glared at her through gritted teeth, his face showing some unwillingness. Do you really want this position so much? Yes. Xia Qingzhi deliberately provoked him. If he made things difficult for her, then she would make things difficult for him in return. All right, you're ruthless. The leader shouted at her in anger. Xia Qingzhi finally understood. No matter what, he was unwilling to give up this position. Watching the leader fume with anger, Xia Qingzhi weakly said, "If you're fine, I'll take my leave." After saying that, she turned and ran. The leader stared at her with a fixed gaze, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "You won't help me, huh? Then don't blame me for turning against you." All of this was because of those annoying old guys pushing him to solve the food problem and threatening him with abdication. "Since you want to listen to reason, I can only resort to targeting the people you care about." While walking, Xia Qingzhi sneezed. She rubbed her nose, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Po was tied to a bed, laughing incessantly. The saint stood up, calmly addressing him. "I advise you to hand over the real crystal mine, or don't blame me for torturing you with other cruel methods." Po laughed to the point of tears, looking at the feather in the saint's hand, and helplessly said, "That's all I have. I've given you everything. Why are you still asking for more? Do you think I will believe you?" The saint raised his hand and blew on the feather. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Po turned his head away to avoid looking at him. "Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant." The saint, infuriated, destroyed the feather in his hand. "I really—" Before he could finish, the saint interrupted. "Kid, I've always had a suspicion that you gave the crystal mine to your wife." Po was taken aback by this statement. To prevent him from noticing anything, he forced himself to calm down. "If you think that, there's nothing I can do. All right, I'll go find Xia Qingzhi." The saint, enraged, stuffed a cloth into his mouth and walked out, running into the leader. "Oh, it's you. What do you need?" The saint feigned a righteous demeanor. "Saint, can you hand Po over to me?" The leader directly got to the point after seeing Po through the door crack. "Oh, you don't seem to be in a good mood." The saint laughed. "Isn't it because of that Nian? I put aside my pride to ask her for help, and she actually wouldn't give me face. Since that's the case, I can only threaten her with the people she cares about." The leader grew more and more agitated as he spoke. The saint glanced behind him, then turned to face him, speaking calmly and slowly. "Not right now. I still need him useful. Saint, you want to help me either?" The leader gritted his teeth while looking at him, then suddenly had a thought. "Fine. Since you want to help me, I'll expose your dirty business to the tribe and see how you handle it." "You." The saint angrily flicked his sleeve. "Where'd it go? Ugh. Why is it so hard to find someone? It would be great if there were plants around." Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Xia Qingzhi got up to open it and was surprised to see a familiar face. "Zhi. Before Po could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. "Nian, nice to see you again." Xia Qingzhi's gaze pierced through the air, seeing the leader behind her and the guards surrounding him. Vines were tied around his waist. "Leader, what do you mean?" Xia Qingzhi frowned and asked the person behind her unhappily. The leader stepped forward to explain, "Since you are unwilling to cooperate with me, I can only find someone to urge you." "Leader, isn't this too much?" Xia Qingzhi had never seen someone so shameless. After all, he was the leader of a tribe. How could he do something so despicable? "Let him go." Xia Qingzhi anxiously looked at the bound figure. The leader pulled the figure behind him, walked up to her, and used his imposing presence to threaten her. "I can release him, but you must agree to help the tribe solve the food problem. Otherwise—" He glanced at the bound figure again and turned back to her. "I will deal with him. You." Xia Qingzhi was so angry she was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. What a terrible place, with a leader abusing his power and a group of people who couldn't see right from wrong. If she had known, she shouldn't have listened to the figure's words in the first place. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at her with an air of authority. "Now I give you two choices. Either solve the food problem for the tribe, and I will let him go, or I will deal with him, and you may have to live in regret for the rest of your life." Xia Qingzhi was so angry that she stomped her feet and glared at him. "You're simply going too far. No matter what choice I make in the end, I'm the only one who gets hurt. And this leader in front of me, not only is he completely unscathed, but he will also gain the support of even more people." Xia Qingzhi's gaze passed through the leader and looked at Po, who shook his head at her. Xia Qingzhi understood that he was telling her not to agree. But what should Po do? Wait, she now has abilities. She can find an opportunity to save him later, right? Yes, that's what she'll do. Leader, I don't have the ability to help you solve the food problem, so please seek other options. At this moment, Pa, who was shaking his head to drive away the bugs, looked at her in disbelief, feeling a sudden sense of loss. It seems she has no intention of forgiving him. The leader became anxious upon hearing this. Don't you want to save Pa? Xia Qingzhi lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll kill him right in front of you. The leader, infuriated and losing his rationality, pulled out a dagger from his pocket and turned to charge at Pa. Xia Qingzhi was startled by the situation in front of her. Just as the leader had his knife at Po's neck, Xia Qingzhi shouted at him, "Wait." Upon hearing this, the leader stopped, turned around with a smile, and was about to speak when a guard came to report. Leader, it's bad. The wandering tribe is attacking the mountain. Chapter 58. Farming during battle. The leader's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Angrily waving his hand, he looked at the people beside him. Quick, tell everyone to prepare for battle. After saying this, he hurriedly ran off, leaving Xia Qingzhi and Pa staring at each other. Xia Qingzhi was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Pa, should I take this chance to escape? Pa grabbed Xia Qingzhi's hand and looked at her seriously. Zatsa, we have to stay and help. Xia Qingzhi was unhappy and shook off his hand, saying indignantly, "What's so great about staying here?" Pa looked at her, sighed, and stepped forward to take her hand to explain. Gigi, I originally wanted to develop the tribe into a powerful one, but after this war with the supernatural beings, I suddenly realized that I was simply being unrealistic. Xia Qingzhi turned around curiously to look at him upon hearing this. What secret? This tribe has 50,000 people, among which 100,000 have awakened their abilities, but they are being controlled by something. If we help the tribe get through this difficult time and become important figures within the tribe, those who have abilities will be at our disposal without any issues. By then, establishing a powerful tribe will be a piece of cake. Xia Qingzhi was very curious about why he was so obsessed with establishing a tribe. So she asked him, Pa, why are you so determined to build a powerful tribe? Then she quickly added, Don't say it's because you want to help me find my sister. Upon hearing this, Po's mood fell, and he slowly replied, Zatsa, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Xia Qingzhi stepped forward to untie the ropes for him and said, Let's forget about what happened before. Pa turned around in surprise to look at her. Have you forgiven me? Xia Qingzhi remained silent for a moment and nodded. Po's hands hung at his sides, hesitating for a while before looking up at her. Gigi, I can't tell you the reason, but I promise I will never hurt you. He immediately raised his hand to swear, and Xia Qingzhi didn't ask further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Pa pulled Xia Qingzhi into the crowd and approached Lu Ji. The ground was covered in silver, and a few dozen meters ahead was the wandering tribe. Xia Qingzhi looked at the opponent's high-level preparations and then turned to see the emaciated people behind her, shivering with sticks in their hands. Her lips twitched. How are they supposed to fight? It's a guaranteed loss. Xia Qingzhi was willing to come not because of the spirit, but because she was indeed concerned about the war in the tribe. The issue of food was not her concern, but the matter of war had to be resolved by her. The group on the opposite side listened, Hand over the spirit, and we will spare your lives. Otherwise, we will flatten this hill. The sound of the horn from the other side was so loud that Xia Qingzhi covered her ears. She looked at Lu Ji and thought for a moment. Grandpa Lu, I have a way to drive them back. Lu Ji turned his head and looked at her in confusion. Xia Qingzhi leaned in front of Lu Ji and muttered a few words. Lu Ji immediately walked towards the crowd. Soon, the people in the tribe quickly evacuated the cave, leaving only Xia Qingzhi, the sage, Pa, Yu Lu Xiang, Yin Yi, and Yin Tian. Nian, are you crazy? You actually want us to accompany you to death. Yin Yi looked angrily at the wandering tribe across from them, wanted to argue with Xia Qingzhi, but fortunately, Lu Xiang caught her hand in time. What are they doing? I don't know. Ying took down the binoculars, his tone not very pleasant. Chief, what are they holding? Katta took down the binoculars and spoke to Ying beside him. Hearing the voice, Ying looked up. Everyone was holding a shovel, digging in the snow. Haha, this is hilarious. Dong suddenly burst into laughter. They can't possibly expect these few people to block our hundreds of thousands of troops, right? They really are overestimating themselves. Xia Shodong laughed out loud, covering her mouth. Stop laughing. Ying took off the binoculars and glared at them, causing them to immediately cover their mouths. Ying raised his hand to command, his voice irritable. Except for Xia Qingzhi, Leave no one alive until the deity appears. Yes. The mutants quickly moved forward upon hearing the order. When they were 10 meters away, the mutants stopped and exchanged glances as they saw the others farming. Lord Cat rubbed his eyes, staring at the ridiculous scene not far away. Chief, are they really farming? Then he turned to look again, seeing 1316 and a few others planting seeds. They really have the leisure. Xia, seeing this, was so angry that she clenched her fists and stomped her feet. They really don't take us seriously. Watch how I teach this rude bunch a lesson. She conjured a whip and shouted that she was going to settle the score. Xiao stopped her. Something unusual must have a trap. There must be a trick here. Ing raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and looked at Xia Qingzhi, who was diligently planting, laughing. A feigned retreat? How naive. Chief, should we attack or not? Lord Cat suddenly asked him. What are you dawdling for? Keep going. Ing turned around and scolded Lord Cat harshly. Lord Cat trembled in fear and hurriedly said, Chief, you just raise your hand to stop everyone. Ing turned around, squinting at the group, and shouted, continue advancing. Flatten this place. On the other side, Xia Qingzhi felt the ground shaking beneath her feet and looked up at the group, frowning and feeling somewhat at a loss. Yi watched the approaching team, stopping her actions and looking at her innocently. Nian, you're really heartless. If you want to take revenge on me, that's fine. But why drag innocent people into this? You raise your head to confront her, sounding very indifferent. Yi, can you stop being so sarcastic? Even if we don't do this, we would still be doomed. Rather than this, let's take a gamble. Xia Qingzhi heard their voices and felt anxious inside. She could indeed accelerate the growth of the seeds, but this would also speed up their aging process. Mu assured her that there would be no problem, but she wasn't sure if that was true. What if the wandering tribe invaded, and the people from the Liha tribe were the first to not spare her? She looked down at the filled pit on the ground, biting her lip nervously. Just when she felt frustrated and helpless, Pa suddenly came over and grabbed her hand. Xia Qingzhi felt the warmth in her hand and looked up at him. He revealed a warm smile and encouraged her. Ji, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Xia Qingzhi heard this and responded with an HM. Then she looked up at the army charging towards her. They were only 2 meters away and would reach her in a few seconds. Chapter 59. The distant relatives of Yu, just as that group was about to swing their knives at her. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she frowned and closed her eyes. In an instant, the earth emitted a green light that enveloped all the mountaintops. Leader, look, there are plants growing in the snow. Cat pointed at the ground. Shadow looked down. The plants in the snow sprouted green buds, quickly rising up to grow rootstocks 3 meters tall. Immediately, the creeping stems spread rapidly, growing new rootstocks in succession. Soon, they covered all the mountaintops, blossoming and bearing fruit, growing large carnivorous flowers. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes in disbelief, looking at everything around her. Without thinking too much, she turned to the stunned people behind her and said, Everyone, step back. The people opposite her were astonished at the man-eating flowers that covered the mountains and fields. Dong spoke to Xia behind him. Xia, she is also an elemental ability user, and it seems she is even stronger than you. Shut up. Xia glared at him, her gaze shifting to the man-eating flowers. It passed through them and landed on Xia Qingzhi, her eyes filled with hostility. Ing looked at the dazed crowd and roared in anger. What are you all standing there for? Attack now. The mutated people heard the command and immediately rushed towards the man-eating flowers. As a result, the flowers lowered their heads and opened their large mouths to swallow the mutants. Some mutants tried to fly in, but the flowers stretched their necks up to the sky and swallowed them in one bite. Some people tried to burn them, but the man-eating flowers simply consumed the fire. Everyone was scared and retreated. Ing raised his hand, wanting to burn these annoying plants, but found that they couldn't be burned at all. What on earth are these things? Wait, they look somewhat familiar. He seems to have seen them somewhere before. The teacher SC Bank. How did it end up on Xia Qingzhi? Chief, we suffered heavy casualties. Should we continue? Katta ran over and licked his arm, which had almost been bitten off by the man-eating flower, feeling wronged. Ing glared at him. Retreat. What are you standing there for? Joaquin Kadda, who was no help at all, he raised his hand, and a fireball burned off 3 of Cat Da's silly hairs. Katta was so scared that he immediately called for everyone to retreat. After a tremor that shook the ground, The people outside the man-eating flowers had long since disappeared. Xia Qingzhi saw all this and sighed in relief while holding her chest. Great, they shouldn't appear for the time being. But to completely resolve this war, the problem still lies with the gods. What should we do? The chief walked through the crowd and approached them, coughing as he looked up. Thanks to you this time. You are the heroes of our tribe, and I thank you on behalf of everyone. Chief, don't just talk. Show us some real benefits. Pa suddenly stepped forward and started negotiating with the chief. Upon hearing this, the chief's face darkened, and he said tersely, "What do you want?" The position of any tribe leader, Pa replied, a slight smirk on his lips. The chief glared at him in anger. Pa, aren't you asking for too much? Pa deliberately added, Chief, I'm just joking. Look how anxious you are. Hearing this, the chief sighed in relief. Pa said that to resolve this war, the most effective way is to find the god in the tribe. Xia Qingzhi felt mixed emotions upon hearing this. In order to think of a more effective solution, they decided to consult you. Upon entering, Xia Qingzhi noticed that Yu's home had an additional pair of guests, one old and one young. She felt as if she had seen them somewhere before. Nian, did you come to find me for something? You walked over to greet her. Her tone as indifferent as ever. Who are they? Xia Qingzhi asked. You turned to look behind her and introduced them. They're my distant relatives. The elderly woman on the left is my great-aunt, and the little girl on the right is my aunt. Xia Qingzhi's gaze fell on them again. The little girl smiled and greeted her. Nephew, who is she? Suddenly, the elderly person beside her spoke up. You pulled Xia Qingzhi's clothes and walked in front of the elder. Expressionless as you introduced, she is Xia Qingzhi. Out of politeness, Xia Qingzhi originally wanted to greet them. But when she saw the elder's sagging skin, she was so startled that she immediately took a step back. What's wrong with her face? No, they must be wearing something on their faces. Xia Qingzhi's gaze fell on them as she looked them up and down, suddenly realizing that the elderly man's silver earrings were a sign. The old man in front of her was Chio. How did they get in here? She then turned to look at you. He was as expressionless as ever, but his eyes seemed dull, as if he were being controlled. Mu reminded her that you was under her aunt's illusion. What? Xia Qingzhi looked incredulously at Chio, who was drinking tea beside her. She immediately walked over to you and reminded her, they are people from the wandering tribe, not your distant relatives. You, with a displeased expression, pulled her hand away. Xia Qingzhi, what nonsense are you talking about? They are clearly my family. I saw them not long ago. That's because you fell under an illusion. Xia Qingzhi explained anxiously. Aunt, how did you come here? A voice from behind came from Pa. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look. Pa was standing there connecting with the two people sitting on the bench. She immediately stepped forward and pulled Pa aside. Pa, you grew up alone. Where did these relatives come from? You wouldn't have fallen under Chio's illusion too, would you? Hey, Gigi, how can you be rude to your great-aunt and great-aunt? Xia Qingzhi felt anxious upon seeing the situation. She immediately walked up to Chio, nervously clasping her hands, and asked, Chio, what is your purpose in coming here? Also, can you cancel the illusion on them? Chio leaned on the table, resting her chin on her hands, and looked at her with great interest. The little girl beside her crossed her arms and pouted. Looks like you figured it out. Not fun at all. Chio, why don't you use an illusion to control her directly? Chio turned her head and smiled as she patted the little girl's head. Chun, everything should be done step by step. We can't rush things, got it? All right, Chun huffed. Xia Qingzhi anxiously interrupted them. Chio folded her hands on her knees, stared at her, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Her narrow eyes, complemented by a tear mole, exuded charm. Xia Qingzhi was stunned when she heard this. They really came with a purpose. Chapter 60. Forced into a corner. Xia Qingzhi. I will not agree to you. Xia Qingzhi forced herself to calm down and looked up at them with determination. I hope you won't regret it, Chio inexplicably said. Xia Qingzhi was too lazy to think about what she meant, so she walked over Po and pulled him away. Chio looked at Yu's disappointed expression and smiled faintly. Xia Qingzhi got up in the middle of the night and heard some noises outside the door. She got up to open the door and take a look. A figure carrying a shovel walked past her door like a zombie. Where is he going? She had a bad feeling, so Xia Qingzhi immediately followed him. She saw the figure knock on Yu's door, and Yu opened it, also carrying a shovel. The two of them walked towards the cave entrance like zombies. Xia Qingzhi had been puzzled in her heart as she followed closely behind, eventually arriving at the carnivorous plant area. They picked up shovels and began to dig up one carnivorous plant after another. She had previously added a distinguishing feature to the plants, ensuring that they would only harm the people of the wandering tribe. Therefore, for Yu and Pe, they were just ordinary carnivorous plants. Watching the fallen carnivorous plants, Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt a pang of heartache and rushed forward to stand in front of the plants to stop them. Hey, you two have gone mad. If these plants are gone and the enemy attacks, we will all be doomed. Yu and Pe didn't respond, muttering to themselves as they bypassed her and continued to destroy the plants. Xia Qingzhi turned around and ran to Pe, tugging at his sleeve. Pe, stop it quickly. If we get caught, the people in the tribe won't let us go. Pe turned his head and looked at her blankly, then removed her hand and continued with what he was doing. If this continued, it would sooner or later alert the people in the tribe. She changed direction and ran to Yu, trying to stop him, but it was no use. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Someone, catch those three who are damaging the plants. Xia Qingzhi was stunned by these words, standing still in place. This is bad. In the empty cave, the leader saw Xia Qingzhi and the others, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Why are you here? Tell me, why did you destroy the man-eating flower? Xia Qingzhi was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. She immediately opened her mouth to him. We have our difficulties. The leader glanced at everyone and sneered. What difficulties could there be? Isn't it just for the position of a leader? Eliminate the man-eating flower, lure the enemy in, and then take the opportunity to protect everyone, becoming the hero in everyone's eyes to coerce her way to the position of leader. No, Xia Qingzhi hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the leader. Nian, I know you have been coveting the position of the leader for a long time, but you can't do such an immoral thing. Xia Qingzhi listened to the leader's words and felt that something was off. She turned her head to look around at everyone whispering, and she understood. The leader was putting on a show. Ever since the last battle ended, the support for Yu and Pe in the tribe had been increasing. There were rumors that the elders wanted to replace the leader, and Yu and Pe were popular candidates. To prevent the situation from worsening, Xia Qingzhi mustered her courage and immediately defended herself. Leader, we have never coveted your position. We would never disregard everyone's lives. They're acting this way because they fell under an illusion. She turned to everyone, her voice several degrees higher than usual. What illusion? That's nonsense. The leader looked down at her with a haughty expression. No, there really is one. Xia Qingzhi, unable to argue further, grew anxious. She worried that if the leader continued to cause trouble, the three of them would eventually be driven out of the tribe. By then, the promise Moon made to her would not be fulfilled. And how would she find her sister? Look, there are fewer carnivorous flowers in the mountains, the leader's voice came. Xia Qingzhi looked up and scanned around. Indeed, there were fewer carnivorous flowers than before. This must be related to the roots they had dug up that they shouldn't have. Xia Qingzhi saw this and immediately rushed forward to stop them. Don't dig. She stomped her feet in anger. But the two seemed to ignore her and continued as they pleased. Come here. They are destroying the defenses of the tribe. Capture them and throw them into the carnivorous flower maze. The chief suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi angrily walked up to the leader and confronted him. What do you mean by this, leader? No matter what, we contributed half of the effort in using these man-eating flowers to protect the tribe. It's unreasonable for you to deal with us like this. The leader, hands on his hips and standing tall, arrogantly replied, since the moment you planted the man-eating flowers, they have belonged to the tribe as public property. According to the tribe's rules, damaging public property is a death sentence. Considering your contributions, I'm only expelling you from the tribe to fend for yourselves. It's one thing for you not to be grateful, but to speak such nonsense is unacceptable. Xia Qingzhi felt a surge of anger in her chest upon hearing this. What kind of absurd reasoning is this? How can there be such people? No, for the sake of my sister, she had to endure. But even so, you have no reason to drive us away. She bravely looked up to meet the leader's gaze, gritting her teeth and arguing her case. This is my home. If anyone should leave, it should be you. Why do you have the right to chase us away? Upon hearing this, the leader laughed instead of getting angry. The people around him also began to laugh. Xia Qingzhi listened to the laughter of the crowd, feeling puzzled. She thought to herself that she hadn't said anything wrong. To get to the bottom of it, she clenched her fists and directly asked the leader, "Leader, what are you laughing at? There's a rule in this land that the land belongs to everyone. So how can you say this is your home?" Nian stepped forward, covering his mouth with his hand, showing a pure and innocent expression. "Yes," everyone echoed in unison. You guys." Xia Qingzhi was so angry that she wanted to speak, but couldn't. What a bunch of ungrateful wolves. The leader looked back, hands behind his back, exuding great authority. "Bring them here, tie them up, and throw them into the man-eating flower formation." "What?" Xia Qingzhi watched helplessly as several strong men walked towards them. The moonlight spilled over the white snow, and the night was no longer dark. The three of them sat silently among the carnivorous flowers. "Carnivorous flower, stop licking me. It tickles." Xia Qingzhi's face was itchy from the touch of the carnivorous flower. The quiet atmosphere was broken, and Pa spoke first. "Huh, that leader wants to take the chance to get rid of us. But he forgot that Xi is the true master of this carnivorous flower patch. What should we do now?" A cold, mechanical voice sounded from behind. Xia Qingzhi turned to look at the two worried people and cautiously put forward her suggestion. "How about we seek refuge with the wandering tribe? If we can blend in there, I would have more opportunities to find out about my sister's whereabouts." "No way." Pa directly rejected the proposal. "Why not?" Xia Qingzhi asked him anxiously. "Yeah, why not?" Chio's voice chimed in. Chapter 61. Breaking the Carnivorous Flower Array. Xia Qingzhi shivered upon hearing the voice and stiffly turned her head to look at Chio and Xia, who was wearing a Lolita outfit beside her. "W, what do you want?" "We came specifically to find you," Chio said straightforwardly. Xia walked over to Xia Qingzhi with a basket, pinching a handful of petals from the flower basket and sprinkling them on her. "I just heard that you want to join our camp. If you can gather the man-eating flowers to help us find the god, we might be able to give you a chance." Xia Qingzhi looked up at the innocent Xia, blowing away the petals that had fallen on her lips. This might be a good opportunity as autumn approached, but the price to pay was too high. She couldn't dare. "Have you made up your mind?" Xia bent down, her gaze fixed on her, revealing a cute expression. However, Xia Qingzhi saw the cruelty hidden in her watery, big eyes. Compared to Yin Yi, this person in front of her was definitely more ruthless. Xia Qingzhi shook her head. "It seems you are not agreeing." Xia stood up, looking down at her from a high vantage point. The indistinct face in the darkness instilled a sense of fear, and her voice was no longer the lowly tone from before. She turned to Chio, raising a smile and reverting to the lowly voice. "Sister Chio, let's stick to the original plan." Chio crossed her arms, looking at Xia Qingzhi with a blank expression. After speaking, her gaze passed through Xia Qingzhi and landed on the two behind her. As Xia Qingzhi was thinking about what they wanted to do, her arm was grabbed by someone. Then she was tied to a nearby stem. Xia Qingzhi looked around anxiously and said, "Hey, why are you tying me up?" "They fell for my illusion." Chio suddenly spoke up. "Once you've fallen for Sister Chio's illusion, no matter how much you shout, it won't help." Xia tilted her head and grinned. "Don't worry. We just need to take your blood. We won't really hurt you. After all, we promised Ding. Take blood." Xia Qingzhi looked at them in panic, her heart racing. "What do you need my blood for?" "Hey, big brother, why are you just standing there? Hurry up." Pa took out a bone knife, and Xia Qingzhi stepped back in fear. "Pa, don't come over here. I'm really scared of blood." Pa walked toward Xia Qingzhi like a zombie, roughly pulling her arm. She trembled in fear, her legs shaking. Suddenly, she looked at Chio and hurriedly said, "Wait, can I ask a question?" Chio gestured for Pa to stop and said from her elevated position, "Go ahead. Where's my sister?" Xia Qingzhi asked directly. "Ask Pa. He has seen your sister." Chio replied, raising her hand as Po's bone knife moved down along her arm. Xia Qingzhi was afraid of blood, turned her head and whispered to Pa, "Be gentle." The knife slid down her arm and landed in her hand, and Pa quickly grabbed it, causing Xia Qingzhi to shut her eyes in fear. Then she felt a sharp pain at her fingertip, opened her eyes, and stared blankly at the wound on her index finger, sighing in relief. How could there be no blood? Chio looked at Xia Qingzhi's rapidly healing finger in shock. "Sister Chio, that's because what element ability users have the ability to heal quickly," Xia explained to Chio. Then she smiled. "Leave it to me, I have a way." After saying this, she walked towards Xia Qingzhi, snatched the bone knife from Po's hand, and turned around to stand behind him. The bone knife was pressed against Po's neck, and she threw a dagger on the ground. Xia looked at Xia Qingzhi and said maliciously, "Pick it up, cut your own hand, or I will kill him." Xia Qingzhi looked at the blood seeping from Po's neck and immediately panicked. If she broke the formation, everyone in the tribe would be doomed. Although they had not treated her well, she couldn't cause a massacre because of that. But if she didn't break the formation, what would happen to Po? If he were gone, she would never be happy for the rest of her life. Xia suddenly spoke up. "Xia Qingzhi, I'm counting down from 3. If you don't make a move, I'll kill him. 3. Xia Qingzhi immediately trembled as she picked up the dagger from the ground, biting her lip anxiously and feeling somewhat at a loss. The sound of Xia echoed again, and the dagger in her hand trembled as if it would fall to the ground. At this moment, her mind was in chaos. One voice said, "Choose the soul. The soul is your husband. What do the others have to do with you?" Another voice said, "Xia Qingzhi, you can't disregard so many lives for your own selfish desires." Xia Qingzhi was startled by the sound and quickly looked at her, accidentally cutting her hand. Blood dripped into the soil, and green appeared around it, then disappeared. The carnivorous flower also seemed to lose its vitality and wilted on the ground. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly at everything in front of her, panic-stricken as she stepped back. "I didn't mean to." A wave of guilt surged within her. Soon after, a tremor shook the ground, and the sound grew closer. Xia saw the situation and coldly laughed. Then, he removed the bone knife and pushed the spirit to Xia Qingzhi. "Sister Qiu, we should go find the deity." Qiu raised her hand to dispel the illusion, and the two of them left on a triangular flying device. Xia Qingzhi looked at the distant flames, lowering her head in guilt and feeling at a loss. Po gently touched his forehead, shook his head, and looked at everything in front of him, as well as the confused Xia Qingzhi. "Po, did I cause trouble?" Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes and looked at him helplessly. Po immediately stepped forward, took her hand, and comforted her gently. "Gigi, don't feel guilty. You didn't do it on purpose. But I—" Before Xia Qingzhi could finish her sentence, the cold voice of Yuli interrupted. "Nian, you really are a jinx." He then grabbed her arm, glaring at her, his eyes no longer cold. "If something happens in the tribe, I will definitely not let you off." Xia Qingzhi felt guilty and lowered her head upon hearing this. Po immediately removed Yu's arm and pulled Xia Qingzhi behind him, looking at Yu with sarcasm. "You, if it weren't for Gigi, the people in your tribe would have been finished long ago. Isn't your treatment of her a bit too much?" Hearing this, Yu sneered. "Too much? The tribe is suffering this disaster, all thanks to Xia Qingzhi alone. You blame all the faults on one woman. Isn't that a bit unmanly?" Po suppressed his impending rage and retorted, "Blame her? But all of this started because of her." Yu's cold amber eyes pierced through Po and fixed on Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately lowered her head, feeling a hint of unease in her heart. He wouldn't know that she was at the divine level. Would he? No, impossible. Besides Mu, no one would know. "What do you mean?" Po asked him. "Because she is the god that those people are talking about." You said. Chapter 62. Hand her over. Upon hearing this, Po stood frozen in place. He then turned to Xia Qingzhi, his voice no longer gentle as before. "Is what he said true?" Xia Qingzhi listened to his questioning, not daring to look up. So it's true." The spirit suddenly sneered. "Xia Qingzhi, why did you hide it from me? Am I really that untrustworthy to you?" He continued to ask, his voice growing increasingly despondent. Xia Qingzhi listened to his desolate voice and slowly raised her head. At that moment, Po had a look of betrayal on his face. She turned to Yu puzzled. "How did you know about this?" So she asked, "Do you have evidence? If you're not a god, how could you possibly capture the leader of the wandering tribe, who is at the 5th level of the Ying stage?" Yu stepped forward, approaching her step by step. "That's because I have an agreement with him." As he got closer, she looked down, anxiously lying. "Huh," Yu sneered, then stepped forward and grabbed her arm, looking at her with cold eyes. "Nian, stop lying. I saw everything." Xia Qingzhi looked at him, her back drenched in cold sweat. He then dragged her towards the direction of the fire. "This disaster started because of you, so it should also be ended by you." Listening to his cold and indifferent voice, a chill spread through Xia Qingzhi's limbs. You wouldn't really hand me over to the wandering tribe, would you?" She struggled, trying to break free from his grasp, but no matter how hard she fought, it was all in vain. although she wanted to blend into the wandering tribe. It was not as a god. You said, only this way can the people in the tribe be safe. You said decisively. Then what about me? What will happen to me? Xia Qingzhi struggled and asked. Upon hearing this, you paused for a moment before speaking. Perhaps this is your fate. His voice sounded somewhat despondent. Xia Qingzhi suddenly found it somewhat amusing. How selfless of him. No wonder Nian wanted to leave him. You think I'm dead? He suddenly stepped forward to remove his hand and protect Xia Qingzhi behind him. If you want to send my wife to her death, shouldn't you ask for my opinion first? Xia Qingzhi looked up at the tall figure of the man, listening to the familiar voice, feeling inexplicably at ease. You step aside. His cold gaze fixed on Pa. Do you think I would let you take her away? Pa was speechless. Fine, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. You raised his fist, intending to strike Pa, who immediately dodged and took Xia Qingzhi to the side. After settling Xia Qingzhi, he fought against you. Soon, he was controlled by water. He furrowed his brows and looked at Pa. So you're also an ability user. You don't follow the rules of combat. You never said I couldn't use my abilities. Pa's lips curled up, forming a pleasing arc. He then walked towards Xia Qingzhi and took her hand. Gigi, let's go. Xia Qingzhi nodded at him. You saw that he was anxious and shouted at Pa. Pa, you took her away. What will the people in the tribe do? Pa snorted coldly and pulled Xia Qingzhi toward the direction of the firelight. Xia Qingzhi realized something was wrong and broke free from Pa's grasp. She looked at the man in front of her, whose expression was ambiguous, with a heart full of despair, tears welling in her eyes. Pa, you wouldn't really hand me over, would you? Why? She felt a part of her heart bleeding. If you were to hand her over, she could not care less. But Pa was the person she trusted the most after her sister. Pa turned around, lowered his head, and held Xia Qingzhi's hands tightly, solemnly swearing, Zatsa, I promise you, I will not hand you over. Xia Qingzhi shook her head in disbelief. Gigi, you is right. This matter started because of you, so you must end this war. Xia Qingzhi felt a complete collapse in some part of her heart upon hearing this, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and said with resentment, I will never believe you again. After saying that, she tried to break free from his wrist. Please believe me, okay? Xia Qingzhi's eyelashes trembled slightly as she stared at him in a daze. After a moment of silence, she nodded. This was her final test for him. If he deceived her, she would never forgive him, even if it meant her death. Pa breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her agreement. He pulled Xia Qingzhi in front of you. You, handing over Gigi might be the quickest solution, but it's not the optimal one. How about this? We help you resolve this disaster, and you let her go, ensuring that you won't disclose her identity as a god. You lowered her gaze and remained silent. Do you really want her to die? Pa suddenly shouted. Xia Qingzhi looked at you, who remained silent, and tugged at Pa's hand. Pa, let's go. Pa glanced at you and sighed helplessly. He turned to Xia Qingzhi, his voice sunny and gentle. Then we'll go ahead. You will figure out where to go. Xia Qingzhi nodded, and Pa pulled her towards the place where the firelight was coming from. You watched their departing figures, exerting all his strength. The water ropes on him fell to the ground, and the snow was pockmarked from the splashes of water droplets. Xia Qingzhi and Pa rushed to the cave, which had become dilapidated. People were running frantically, while the mutants were wielding knives and slaughtering everywhere. Xia Qingzhi watched all of this, scared and covering her mouth, her guilt deepening as tears streamed down her face. I didn't mean to. Pa comforted her. At that moment, two mutated beings saw them, and, without having time to wipe the blood off their weapons, charged at them. Seeing this, Pa raised his hand, and the two were struck to the ground by a water sphere, unable to move. Gigi, let's quickly find the sage. He turned to the person next to him and then pulled her deeper into the cave. The pursuing you looked at the cave, which was flowing with blood, and clenched his fists in sorrow, gritting his teeth. Pa and Xia Qingzhi searched everywhere, but couldn't find the sage. So the two went to another mountain peak to continue their search, and, as they passed a certain cave entrance, a pair of hands suddenly reached out. Before they could react, they were pulled into the cave. Sage, who injured you so badly? Pa looked at the elderly man sitting on the ground, his white robe stained with blood, his face pale and on the verge of death, and immediately crouched down to stop the bleeding. Kid, I've finally been waiting for you. The sage struggled to speak with the last bit of strength he had. Wait a moment. I will save you right now. Anxious. Reached out to twist the cap off a medicine bottle. This was the first time Xia Qingzhi had seen Po so anxious. Shouldn't they be enemies? The sage suddenly grabbed Po's hand. Chapter 63. The sage's soul is scattered. Don't waste your efforts. I won't last long. He coughed, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Don't say such things. Po, in a panic, twisted the cap of the medicine bottle, his hands trembling from anxiety. I was injured by the clan leader and am about to turn to ashes. What you are doing is useless. It's him again. I'll go settle the score with him right now. Po lost his usual calmness, clenching his fists, anger burning in his eyes. The sage struggled to hold him back, weakly saying, "It won't make a difference if you go. Po, before I die, there are some things I need to entrust to you." Po gritted his teeth, turned around, crouched down, held the sage's hand, and tears fell onto it. "You speak. There are secrets about the Lihua tribe's ability users, and I'm entrusting them to you now. Also, the leader has long colluded with the wandering tribe to eliminate him." He grasped Po's hand, trying hard to keep his eyes open. Blue energy surged into his arm. "What is this?" Po stopped crying, looking at him in surprise. "I am now transferring my ability value to you. The future of the tribe depends on you." After the sage finished speaking, his hand fell, his eyes closed, and his head tilted to the side. "Sage!" Xia Qingzhi and Po shouted in unison. Po's spirit suddenly sounded. Lin Po, rank, day level. 5, ability value, 79800 ability, control water elements, weapon, unknown. Po knelt on the ground, his head down, tightly gripping his hands, tears soaking the ground. Xia Qingzhi had never seen him like this. In her memory, Po seemed indifferent to everything and cared about nothing. But now, he actually seemed so concerned about the saint who had hurt him in the past. What exactly was their relationship? Looking at Po's sad expression, she suddenly felt at a loss. How should she comfort him? Just then, Po stood up with his hands on the ground, turned to look at her, wiped away his tears, and said with determination, "Ji, let's go find the clan leader and the others." Xia Qingzhi immediately ran up, looking up at his reddened eyes, hesitatingly saying, Don't worry, I'm fine." He turned his head and gently comforted her. Xia Qingzhi looked at him in this state, suddenly feeling a bit sad, but not knowing what to say. She was just blankly led away by Po. With Xia Qingzhi's help, they quickly found 80 clan leaders, and you was among them. At this moment, the clan leaders were already in disarray. "Clan leaders, stop shouting. If you keep making noise, that group of mutated people will come over." He spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the clan leaders immediately covered their mouths. "What do we do now?" Lu Ji came out with Lu Xiang's support. "We need a detailed plan to resolve this chaos." Po suddenly walked up to them and spoke. "Who are you?" The clan leaders looked at him, feeling a bit unfamiliar. Lu Ji turned to Po, showing a look of surprise, slowly raising his hand to point at the golden pentagram on Po's forehead. "It's the saint's mark." The clan leaders all turned to look at Po, exchanging glances. "This mark, no one can take it away without the saint's consent. Why is it on a foreigner's head? Why did the saint do this? Has something happened to the saint?" Everyone was discussing among themselves. "Stop arguing." Lu Ji suddenly spoke, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Since this young man has become the saint's heir, then he is our Liha tribe's new elder. We should follow his command." Upon hearing Lu Ji's voice, although the crowd was dissatisfied, they still respectfully bowed to Po. You looked at Lin Po, frowning. In the Liha tribe, the saint could command the clan leaders, and the clan leaders had significant influence over the chief's position. Therefore, the one who held the highest power in the Liha tribe was never the chief, but the saint. Who exactly is Lin Po? That the saint would not only hand over power to him, but also pass on his lifelong efforts to him? Po gathered everyone together, drawing his plan with a branch, and everyone nodded as they listened. Afterwards, he turned to the clan leaders. "Dear clan leaders, please send all those in the tribe who can fight to gather here." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison and dispersed. Po turned to Xia Qingzhi, feeling the weight of the responsibility. "Qingzhi, the task of establishing a safe zone and evacuating everyone is up to you." "Okay, I'll come help you once I'm done." Xia Qingzhi nodded. Then she stepped forward, took his hand, looked up at him for a moment, and slowly said, "Po, You must protect yourself. Oh, Qingzhi, you're making it sound like I can't do it. Pa held her hand back, a smile creeping onto his face as he spoke in the most relaxed tone. Xia Qingzhi knew he was comforting himself, and she couldn't help but feel worried. But she had to follow Po's words. Moreover, she also had a responsibility for this disaster. Rinpo, the clan leader is calling you. You shouted as you ran over to him. Zatsa, after this is over, I'll tell you about your sister's whereabouts, Pa said, turning around and walking towards the crowd with you. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look over there. Lin Pa and you stood on the high platform, passionately shouting, to defend the tribe to the death. The people below raised their hands and shouted in unison, to defend the tribe to the death. To defend the tribe to the death. The voices of the crowd echoed through the sky. Xia Qingzhi couldn't quite understand them. Clearly, the people in the tribe showed no kindness towards Liu or Pa, so why were they still going all out to protect it? She really didn't get it. Nian, what are you dawdling for? A man's irritable voice came. Why did Pa have to look for Yin Tian? What if he hurt her? This is driving me crazy. Why are you being so slow? Yin Tian's face turned as dark as a line, and in his urgency, he pulled her sleeve to leave. Xia Qingzhi arrived at the place arranged by Pa, took out the glass seed from the space, then squatted down and planted the seed. She stood up with her hands clasped in prayer, and the seed quickly grew, sprouting and rising straight into the sky. Soon, it bloomed into enormous flowers that bore fruit. With a bang, the flowers burst open, and transparent, umbrella-like fruits began to grow, quickly covering this open area and a nearby mountain that had been surveyed by Yin Tian. It was willow fragrance. Yin Tian suddenly exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 64. Xia Qingzhi changed. Xia Qingzhi looked in the direction of Yin Tian and saw several mutants outside the dome harming Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang was struggling, her body in tatters. She stared blankly at everything, unmoved. Nian, quickly open the lid. I want to go out and save her. Yin Tian anxiously knocked on the glass dome. But no matter how hard he knocked, it was of no use. Xia Qingzhi didn't hear Yin Tian's voice. She just looked at Lu Xiang outside. Lu Xiang had once hurt her. Although Lu Xiang had saved her, she had also saved Lu Xiang. They were even. Why should she still care about her? Xia Qingzhi, what are you dazed for? Go save her. Mu suddenly appeared and tapped her on the back of the head. Xia Qingzhi felt a pain in the back of her head and turned her head to glare at her unhappily. What does it have to do with me? Mu heard this and stared blankly at the dark energy emanating from her again. Taking a deep breath, he patiently explained to her, Xia Qingzhi, Lu Xiang did hurt you. But she has indeed helped you before. Matters of human feelings cannot be clearly defined. They cannot be measured by absolute right or wrong. Xia Qingzhi didn't want to listen and covered her ears. Mu silently rubbed his hair, then looked at Yin Tian, raised his hand and waved. And he rushed out to fight with those mutated people. He continued to rush towards Xia Qingzhi and said, Xia Qingzhi, do you know why Lu Xiang chose Yin over you? Xia Qingzhi looked up at her in confusion. For example, that time Lu Xiang was almost attacked. Yin Yi immediately reached out to protect her. Yet everything you do is based on weighing value. You have never treated others sincerely. So how can you expect others to treat you sincerely? Xia Qingzhi was unwilling and retorted. You're talking nonsense. I'm very good to Pa. Mu smiled and said, aren't you continuously being good to Pa in order to seek love and attention from him? Xia Qingzhi was left speechless by the criticism. Her gaze lowered as her hands nervously gripped her clothes. Was she really at fault? Those lacking love crazily pursue fame and fortune. Those lacking love use equivalent exchange as a premise to extract love from others. Suddenly, Mu took her hand, his voice no longer as domineering as before. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes, fidgeting and reluctantly walked towards the glass. Mu Qi pushed her out with a wooden expression. Xia Qingzhi looked at Yin Tian, who was knocked to the ground with blood dripping from his mouth, fiercely protecting Lu Xiang, and turned her gaze to the mutants. Oh, another pretty girl. One of the mutants smirked. Another person stopped him and warned, I advise you not to touch her, or the leader will take your life. With the emperor far away, who would know if you don't speak and I don't speak? The man stroked his chin and slowly walked towards her. Exactly. Another person chimed in. Xia Qingzhi looked at the two people gradually approaching her, forcing herself to calm down and raise her hand. Those people were immediately tied up like Zhongzi. She was surprisingly just like you, a level 6 ability user. One of them looked at his companion in disbelief. Xia Qingzhi didn't wait for the other person to speak. She raised her hand, and the Zhongzi drew a beautiful arc in the air. She turned to look at the ragged Lu Xiang and the severely injured Yin Tian, momentarily unsure of what to say. Her ability to sense others' emotions had always been poor. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiang spoke up. With tears streaming down her face as she clutched her clothes, she sobbed, "Xia Qingzhi, thank you for saving me." Xia Qingzhi opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Mu looked at Xia Qingzhi's expression, feeling a vague sense of worry in her heart. The previous Xia Qingzhi, although timid and foolish, at least still had kindness in her heart. But now, all she had left in her mind was weighing the pros and cons, and even her empathy was fading away. Could it be related to her status? Or is this her true self? No, since she is now Xia Qingzhi's guardian. She cannot allow her to go down the wrong path. It seems that I need to properly guide her from now on. Well, let's go inside quickly. It should be safer in there. Xia Qingzhi watched as they drew a door on their hands, and Lu Xiang supported Yin Tian as he walked inside. Before leaving, she gave herself a complex look. Yin Tian needed to recuperate, and Lu Xiang, being the chief's granddaughter, had to stay behind to arrange for the others. Only Xia Qingzhi was left to lead a group to search for people. She kicked at the stones dejectedly, while Mu crossed his arms and scolded her. Work properly. Don't just sulk there. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head and absent-mindedly uttered a sound, then turned to the big tree to search for clues about the people in the tribe. With her current abilities, she could see events happening within 100 miles with just one plant. But she always felt that this was not her limit. Through the tree, she saw Xia and Dong gathering everyone in the valley, killing one person every minute. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she covered her mouth and turned to look at Mu. I saw them killing people. Mu stepped forward and squeezed her shoulder, frowning. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and save them. Just then, a broom fell from the sky, and Mu jumped up with her, disappearing into the air. The others exchanged glances, but thinking of their mission, they had no choice but to continue the sweeping search for survivors. On the other side, Yin watched the bloodthirsty Mu, standing still in shock. Is this still the Mu who was so considerate to her? The Mu in front of her had bloodstains on his white wings, his booted feet stepping on a corpse, hands spread like claws, laughing maniacally. The ground was a river of blood, and the tribespeople died with their eyes wide open, staring at her. Yin screamed in fear and took a step back, covering her mouth. Mu heard the sound, turned to look at her, and returned to his former considerate demeanor. Aren't you happy? Blood splattered on Mu's face, and Yin looked at him in terror, as if she were seeing a demon. Mu immediately ran over, his bloodied hand touching Yin face, comforting her gently. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Yin eyes widened in anger. Frightened, she immediately swatted his hand away and ran in another direction. Mu tilted his head, watching her with an expressionless face. Yin walked in confusion along the road, with people fleeing and dying. The misery was as tragic as it could be. Help! She heard a familiar voice and immediately turned her head. It was her second aunt. Since she could remember, her father had never liked her, but her second aunt treated her like a daughter along with them. Yin suddenly recalled the laughter and joy of her childhood spent with them, running over to stand in front of her second aunt. She raised her hand, took out the silver moonbone whistle, summoned beasts, and tore the mutants into shreds, causing the others to flee in panic. Chapter 65. Unwilling Xia Qingzhi looked at Xia, who was waving at her expressionlessly, and then turned her head to look at the person lying in a pool of blood, stepping back in fear. She looked at her in disbelief. You are simply devils. Zayatosa showed an innocent expression. They were given the opportunity, but they stubbornly refused to say where the god was. So I could only give them a little lesson. Xia rubbed his fingertips, looking as if he didn't think he was in the wrong. Xia Qingzhi glanced back at the trembling crowd behind her, remembering the task that Pa had given her. She turned to face Xia. At that moment, Xia was about to whip another innocent person. Xia Qingzhi quickly stepped forward and grabbed the whip in Xia's hand. Looking at Xia, who seemed like she would devour her, she stammered, I won't let you hurt them. Xia heard this and looked her up and down, then laughed out loud. With you a 6th level student. Want to compete with me, a 2nd level Yang student? That's simply overestimating yourself. Xia Qingzhi, Sister Qiu won't let me hurt you, so hurry up and leave. If you dare to ruin my plans again, then I can only go back on my promise to Sister Qiu. I must take them away. Xia Qingzhi felt Xia's powerful aura, and a sense of fear arose in her heart. But Mu had gone to save other survivors. What to do? Can she really defeat Xia? If that's the case, then don't blame me. Xia is angry. Xia Qingzhi watched the whip about to fall on her and quickly dodged to the side. How strange. Why did the speed of the whip falling seem to slow down? She had no time to think further as the whip swung towards her, and she immediately evaded. Xia Jian watched as her whip missed its target again and again, gritting her teeth in frustration and stamping her feet in place. How can someone at the 6th level of the Shujia dodge my whip? She swung at Xia Qingzhi like a madwoman, but Xia Qingzhi raised her hand and caught her whip. With a strong pull, the whip was in her hands. Xia lowered her head to look at her empty hands, stomping her feet in anger, then turned her head to glare at Xia Qingzhi. I can't possibly lose to you. After that, she closed her eyes, and the whip in Xia Qingzhi's hand flew out. She felt that if she continued to entangle with Xia, she wouldn't be able to complete the task that Pa had entrusted her with. So she raised her hand to summon the vines. Before Xia could use her skills, she was tied up like a rice dumpling by Xia Qingzhi and hung in the air. Natsum stared blankly at everything in front of her, struggling desperately, but finding that no matter what she did, it was useless, and tears streamed down her face. How could I, a dignified level 2 ability user, lose to a mere level 6 intermediate user? How is that possible? I possess the most powerful abilities among all wood element ability users. How could I lose? She glared at Xia Qingzhi and gritted her teeth, saying, Let me go, I want to have a proper competition with you. Xia Qingzhi pretended not to hear and quickly led everyone away from there. Xia Qingzhi, don't go. The voice behind her grew fainter. At this moment, Yanyi was followed by a large group of survivors and a few fierce beasts. Would Yanyi be so kind as to save these people? Without thinking too much, she raised her hand to open the door, allowing everyone to rush in, and then immediately closed the door. At that moment, Mu walked in with a group of people from the other side. Xia Qingzhi stepped forward and was about to speak when Mu interrupted her, saying, There are still many people outside. Hurry and save them. Just as she was about to say something, Mu looked at Yanyi and interrupted her again. Yanyi is at level 9 of the dormitory stage. Let her go too. Xia Qingzhi turned her head in confusion to look at Yanyi, who was treating the wounds of the plump ant behind her. Are you sure? She asked. Don't doubt those you trust, and trust those you use. Go quickly. Mu's voice was quite domineering. Xia Qingzhi conjured a transparent leaf, which was from the plant above. It was the key to entering here. After all, isn't everything interdependent? Yanyi, this is for you. There are many people outside who need you to save them. She looked at the person in front of her and handed over the leaf in her hand. Yanyi ignored her, and suddenly, the ant beside her grasped Yanya's hand, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with her. My girl, your second uncle is still out there. Please help me save him. If he is gone, I don't want to live anymore. Second aunt, please don't cry. I'll go save second uncle right now. After comforting her aunt, Yanyi expressionlessly took the leaf from her hand and ran towards the base with a few fierce beasts. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly at her. Yanyi actually had a gentle side. It was truly unbelievable. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and go save someone. Mu Qi stepped forward and pinched her arm. Ouch, that hurts. Xia Qingzhi looked at Mu with a wronged expression due to the pain. Hurry up. Mu issued the final ultimatum. Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath to suppress the anger in her heart and ran outside. After saving the people in the tribe along the way, Pa headed towards Ying's direction. When Ying saw Pa, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Pa looked at Ying, his eyes filled only with hatred, gritting his teeth as he glared at him. I will kill you to avenge him. Ying mocked his overconfidence. Just you? Pa raised his hand, quickly condensing a water ball, and said expressionlessly, Then let's see. Ying raised his hand, quickly condensing a fireball. After that, the two quickly engaged in a fierce fight. Oh, not bad. You can actually take a few of my moves. Ying scoffed. The two passed each other sideways. Pa turned around and stepped back a few paces, looking at Ying not far away, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looking up at him unwillingly. He once valued you so much. And you actually killed him. Do you even have a conscience? Ying looked down at him from a height and laughed loudly. Conscience? It seems like the one without a conscience is him. Besides, everything that led to me becoming like this is because of his failed project. Otherwise, I wouldn't have turned into this inhuman, ghostly state. Po raised his hand again, and the water ball attacked him once more. But for Ying, this was undoubtedly just a drizzle. Ying looked down at the fireball in his hand and casually said, Lin Po, you can't defeat me. For the sake of our brotherhood, I'll give you a chance to live. Next time we meet, don't blame me for being merciless. Who cares? Po's tone was very stubborn. He now had only one thought, to kill Ying and avenge the saint. Ying was enraged by this and shouted at Po, Lin Po, don't be ungrateful. Seeing that Po had no intention of retreating at all, Ying's anger flared. Fine, I'll count the hatred between us along with my grudge against him for stealing my wife. And so the two fought again. Po was defeated, and just as Ying was about to kill him, Xia Qingzhi rushed over. Stop. Chapter 66. Negotiating Terms with Ying. When Ying saw her, he was stunned and a bit surprised. Xia Qingzhi didn't have time to think much. Taking advantage of his daze, she raised her hand and immediately summoned vines. In an instant, Shadow was tied up like a large zongzi. After that, she looked at Shadow and quickly moved forward to support Po, feeling the scorching gaze behind her, and immediately helped him step back several paces. Suddenly, she heard an irritated voice coming from behind. Do you really think you can control me with just a few broken vines? You're simply overestimating yourself. Xia Qingzhi froze at these words. She didn't know why, but she always felt that something was about to happen. Slowly, she turned her head to look. The muscles under the Shadow's skin were faintly moving. The temperature around her rose significantly. There was also a smell of something burning. Before she could react, the vines on the Shadow's body suddenly snapped and shattered into black powder. Xia Qingzhi stared in shock at everything in front of her with her mouth wide open. How could this be possible? Clearly, she hadn't managed to break free last time. She wanted to ask Mu, but he was busy on the other side, with no time to pay attention to her. There was nothing impossible. Last time, I let you go. This time, I don't want to play with you anymore. His gaze passed through her and landed on Lin Po behind her, mocking. Lin Po, just hiding behind her, what a coward. Xia Qingzhi hadn't reacted yet, but didn't know when it had run over there and was being choked by the Shadow in front of her. Hey, let her go, she said anxiously, looking at Po's flushed face. The Shadow stared at him intently and said fiercely, he must die today. Xia Qingzhi felt the scorching temperature around her, and a chill ran down her back. This man was so frightening. But seeing Po suffering there, Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath and stepped forward. She lowered her head and nervously fiddled with her hands, weakly pleading, can you let him go? Huh, you're begging me for him? It really makes me a bit unhappy. Xia Qingzhi listened to the furious voice and shivered in fear. Gigi, hurry up and go, don't mind me. The voice, which was almost suffocating, reached her ears. She looked up and saw that Po's face had turned pale. Xia Qingzhi rushed forward and grabbed Ying's arm. Her eyes filled with tears. Let him go, he's going to die. Ying used his other hand to grab her wrist and pulled her away. Xia Qingzhi stumbled and fell to the ground, staring blankly at Po. She immediately turned her head, biting her lip, and said to Ying, can you not kill him? Upon hearing this, Ying laughed and turned to look at her. Give me a reason not to kill him. Xia Qingzhi looked at the man towering above her, racking her brains for a suitable reason, but unable to come up with one. She could only speak to him. Well, there's a saying that goes, appearance reflects the heart. Look at how good-looking you are. You must have a kind heart. She glanced at the pale lips of the spirit and quickly added, you are so kind. You surely wouldn't want to hurt others. Xia Qingzhi was rambling, not knowing what she was saying, but it was the only method she could think of. Ying heard this and laughed out loud, looking at her. You see clearly? I'm wearing a mask. If you want to flatter me, you need to have that kind of skill. Xia Qingzhi looked up and was stunned. It was over. For a moment, she forgot about this matter. Well, your appearance under the mask must be very good-looking, Xia Qingzhi added in time, hoping that he would be merciful and let Po go. Haha, how ridiculous. Ying turned his head, clenched his fists, and Po was struggling in pain. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately panicked. Please, please don't hurt him. As long as you don't hurt her, I will do anything. Ying was extremely displeased upon hearing this. glaring at her with resentment. I didn't expect you would go to such lengths for him. Xia Qingzhi felt the rising temperature around her, her heart filled with anxiety. Well, since it's like this, don't blame me. Ying gritted her teeth and shot a glance at Pa, then looked at Xia Qingzhi, angrily scolding her. I can let him go, but you have to accept the transformation. Xia Qingzhi was startled by these words and took a step back, staring blankly at him. Thinking of the cold, slimy touch of the snake, she trembled in fear. She immediately shook her head. Can we change the conditions? She bargained with him, hoping he would show mercy and let her go. Impossible. Ying refused without hesitation. Could you think about it? Xia Qingzhi really didn't want to become a monster. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll kill him right now. Ying's tone was not very pleasant. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at the pale-faced Pu and immediately spoke. No, I agree. Gigi, don't agree to him. Pa managed to say these words with difficulty. All right, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Ying angrily extended another hand and conjured a bottle of medicine. He looked at Xia Qingzhi. Drink this, and I will let him go. Xia Qingzhi looked at the white bottle in his hand, feeling uneasy. Who knows what kind of medicine is in that bottle? She nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and timidly asked this. This won't be poisonous, right? If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Qingzhi immediately ran over and snatched the medicine from his hand, pouring it down without hesitation. No, he shouted in panic. Ying saw the empty hand and his chest heaved up and down, glaring at Xia Qingzhi with rage yet unwillingness. Saying, "You're quite something." Xia Qingzhi threw away the bottle in her hand, wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth, and raised her head to meet his gaze. Trembling, "Can you let him go now?" she asked. Ying was infuriated by her words and slammed his hand hard on the ground, clenching his fists. He gritted his teeth and looked at her. Don't regret it. Xia Qingzhi shuddered in fear, immediately turning around and running to Po's side, then helping the injured man up. Gigi, I'm sorry for what I did to you. Pa locked eyes with her, his tone filled with guilt. If it weren't for me. Xia Qingzhi placed her finger on his lips. It's okay, I'm fine. You don't need to feel guilty. The voice of the shadow came. I look down on you. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look, her eyes glaring angrily under the shadowy mask, her fists clenched tightly, the nails creaking as they dug in. The surrounding snow traps began to transform into a large pit. Don't think this matter ends here. Xia Qingzhi, we will meet again soon. After saying these harsh words, the shadow disappeared into the air. Xia Qingzhi listened to his words and immediately coughed beside him. What on earth did he give her? Gigi, don't worry. I will definitely find the antidote to save you. Pa held her hand, feeling heartbroken. Xia Qingzhi looked at him, about to speak. Elder, it's bad. You got captured by those people. Chapter 67. Stop looking for Shun. What? Pa raised his head to look at the person who came to report, his brows furrowing. Pa, should we go save you now? Xia Qingzhi asked him. Save? Xia Qingzhi nodded, and then they took a group of people to search. Soon they found all the survivors. They said that if it weren't for the shelter provided by them, the people in the tribe would have died long ago. Although they did not defeat the wandering tribe this time, the people in the tribe did not blame them. Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all of this was caused by her. Pa and Xia Qingzhi had originally planned how to rescue you. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they were stopped by 80 clan leaders. Lu Ji came out leaning on his cane and said, Elder, we need to discuss something with you. Clan leader of the 7th clan, I have something to attend to right now. It's not convenient. I'll come find you once I'm done, Xia Qingzhi replied. Pa, thinking about rescuing you, touched the back of his head and smiled as he declined. What could be more important than the matters of the tribe? The clan leader of the 1st clan stepped forward to criticize him. Well, we want to go rescue your son, you. Xia Qingzhi timidly looked up at the leader of the 1st tribe. How could his mere life be compared to so many people in the tribe? Elder, we should focus on the important matters. Upon hearing this, Pa frowned, his expression unpleasant. I didn't expect you to be so selfless, willing to abandon even your own flesh and blood. It truly impresses me. The leader of the 1st tribe raised his head, displaying an expression of self-sacrifice. It is his fortune to be able to sacrifice for the greater good. Why don't you go sacrifice yourself? Xia Qingzhi could not listen any longer and blurted out. You. The leader of the first tribe trembled with anger upon hearing this. Seeing this, he immediately stepped in front of Xia Qingzhi, acting as a peacemaker. Leader of the first tribe, please don't mind her. She's just straightforward and speaks her mind. You. The leader of the first tribe struck the ground with his cane in anger. Enough. You're a grown person. Why are you arguing with a few children? This is a critical moment for the tribe's survival. How can you still waste time on nonsense? Lu Ji suddenly walked over and said to, maybe we should put off the matter of you for now. Once we resolve the tribe's issues, you can find someone to save him. He turned to Pa. But before Pa could finish, Lu Ji interrupted him kindly. Pa, I know you have a good relationship with you, but don't forget you are still an elder of the tribe. Some matters cannot be handled impulsively. With no choice, but could only leave with him. Meanwhile, he was hanging on a cross, his upper body exposed, with horrifying whips above him. Xia touched him up and down, and Yu struggled. Xia didn't get angry, but smiled instead, lifting her head and resting her finger on her lips, looking at her innocently with a very naive expression. Liu, you're so pitiful. It's been so long, and there is still no news from over there. It seems they've abandoned you. But don't be so sad. If they don't want you, you can join us. After saying this, Xia stepped forward, bent down, and lifted his chin. Yu's cold and indifferent gaze shot a glare at her before turning away. Xia, stop playing around. It's time to get serious. Xiao suddenly walked out, but was surrounded by a group of people, listening absent-mindedly as they chattered away. Puh, they've been talking for an entire afternoon. Why are they still not done? I'm hungry. Xia Qingzhi squatted beside him and complained about the clan leaders around. Yeah, Posite helplessly. Elder, we have come to a conclusion. Lu Ji suddenly appeared in front of them, startling the two. Ahem, what conclusion? Po was momentarily taken aback. The most effective way to resolve this disaster is to find the deity and hand it over, Lu Ji said earnestly while stroking his beard. Upon hearing this, Po turned to look at Xia Qingzhi, then back at Lu Ji. With so many people in the tribe, how can you be sure which one is the deity they are looking for? Lu Ji pulled out a seed from his pocket. Everyone gasped in astonishment and started discussing. This is a seed of the divine tree. Whoever can make the seed take root and sprout is the deity. Po looked at the seed in his hand, furrowing his brows tightly, gripping Xia Qingzhi's hand to force himself to calm down, and smiled at Lu Ji. Tribe leader Lu Ji, how can you determine that this seed is genuine? Thousands of years ago, a deity appeared on the continent, and the deity bestowed this seed to our tribe, saying that whoever can awaken the divine tree seed will be the deity. The leader of the first tribe suddenly spoke up in agreement. Yes, we all know this. Didn't he the sage tell you? Po looked at the seed in Lu Ji's hand and suddenly had a bad premonition. He immediately smiled at everyone. Even if we find the deity through this seed, we can't just hand her over. After all, she is a deity and will protect our tribe in the future. The leader of the first tribe stood up and insulted. I see him as a plague god. If it weren't for him, the tribe wouldn't be this unfortunate. Elder, we must find him quickly and send him away. Xia Qingzhi trembled upon hearing this, and Po tightly grasped her hand as he looked at everyone. This matter can be discussed later. The first clan leader interrupted him. What is there to discuss? Let us vote directly. Those in favor of this method to find the divine person, raise your hands. After he said this, he looked at everyone. Everyone raised their hands one after another. I disagree. Po suddenly spoke up. Elder, this is... Lu Ji didn't finish his sentence, and Po raised his hand to touch his forehead, revealing a golden mark. I am the elder. I have the final say. For everyone's good. We can't worry about so much right now. The first clan leader openly opposed. Yes. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened by such a grand scene that she trembled uncontrollably. It seemed that they were determined to send her away. What should she do? At that moment, Po suddenly spoke up. Since everyone has said so, as the Grand Elder, I can't really refute it. What? Xia Qingzhi heard this and stiffly turned her head, looking at him in disbelief. He wouldn't want to send her away too, would he? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She never expected that after being married, he would betray his wife for his own status. No, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head to look at him pulling her arm and angrily shook it off, ready to leave. Just as she took a step, Po suddenly grabbed her hand, not letting her go. Xia Qingzhi felt flustered, stiffly turning her head to stare blankly at the ungrateful man in front of her. Chapter 68. You are controlled by illusions. He turned to look at Xia Qingzhi and subtly pulled her behind him. However, this is a big project, and since it's already so late, let's start again tomorrow morning. Xia Qingzhi felt a deep sense of collapse upon hearing this. She never expected him to be so heartless. She risked her life to save him. All right. The people below all echoed in agreement. Since this seed is so important, let us keep it with me for now. But didn't wait for them to speak, and immediately stepped forward to snatch the seed from Lu Ji's hands. Lu Ji frowned and looked at him. What's wrong? The leader of the 7th clan doesn't trust me? He stared at him and deliberately said it in a domineering manner. All right then. Lu Ji found it hard to say anything further. Since it's getting late, and everyone doesn't have anything else to do, let us disperse. He coughed while holding his hands behind his back. The crowd exchanged glances, discussed for a moment, and then gradually left. Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to shake off his hand and was about to leave. He immediately stepped forward to grab her and explain, Gigi, I never thought of giving you away. I just want to get this seed for switcheroo. Xia Qingzhi felt the warmth in her hand, turned to look at him. Her face filled with doubt. Really? I promise. Lin raised his hand to swear, smiling at her. Well, I believe you. Lin took her hand, looking at her with deep affection. Gigi, in this lifetime, I, Lin Pe, can wrong anyone, but I will never wrong you. Xia Qingzhi felt her face flush upon hearing this heartfelt confession, and she shyly lowered her gaze to cover her face. I understand now. The next day, the leader of the 1st clan gathered everyone in the tribe to test their divine abilities one by one. As the sun set behind the mountains, it was Xia Qingzhi's turn. She hesitated as she looked at the seed in Lu Ji's hand. Child, hurry up, there are still others waiting. Lu Ji said kindly, stroking his beard as he looked at her. Xia Qingzhi looked up at Pu when she heard the voice. Pu nodded. Only then did she muster the courage to tremble as she took the seed from Lu Ji's hand. Please don't let anything go wrong. She closed her eyes and silently prayed. Next, hearing Lu Ji's voice, Xia Qingzhi slowly opened her eyes and looked at the ungerminated seed in her hand, placing her hand on her chest and letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Mu helped her deal with this seed yesterday, allowing its divine power to bypass her directly. Then, the divine tree seed fell into Yanye's hand. Xia Qingzhi thought there was nothing to do and planned to go find you with Pa. But the seed that fell into Yanye's hands suddenly emitted a green light and then jumped into the soil, instantly growing into a towering tree. A leaf fell on her eye. She took off the pink leaf and immediately turned to look. The pink tree was about to break through her glass dome. Xia Qingzhi was surprised and widened her mouth, turning to ask Mu beside her, Did you do this? Mu angrily tapped her forehead and retorted, I wouldn't do something so wicked. Mu shrugged, indicating that she didn't know either. At this moment, Yanyi looked at her hands, then at the big tree, her face filled with terror. Yanyi, I didn't expect you to be a god. The leader of the 1st clan suddenly stood up, pointing at her with a serious expression. Yanyi glanced at the big tree, then at her hands, mumbling to herself, How could I possibly be a god? Unexpectedly, Yanyi turned out to be the culprit behind our tribe becoming like this. Yes, this is great. As long as we hand over Yanyi, the tribe will be saved. Everyone was discussing fervently. Someone, grab Yanyi and send her to the wandering tribe immediately. The leader of the 1st clan said in a serious tone, Uncle, don't send Yanyi away. Yin Tian suddenly blocked in front of Yanyi, sacrificing her for the benefit of the entire tribe. What do you have to oppose? The leader of the 1st clan scolded him angrily. As the big man approached, Yin Tian refused to step aside, fiercely protecting her. I dare you to touch her. Yanyi looked at Yin Tian's back, her expression complicated. The leader of the 1st clan gritted his teeth in anger. Yin Tian, if you don't move aside, I'll expel you. Even so, you won't take her away. Yin Tian tilted his neck and raised his fist. Xia Qingzhi looked at the siblings and suddenly felt a bit envious. You get away. I don't need you to take care of me. Yanyi suddenly pushed Yin Tian to the ground. Sister, you. The Yanyi on the ground looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. This is my business. What does it have to do with you? Then she looked at the patriarch of the 1st clan, her face still as innocent as ever. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with Yin Tian. Just arrest me alone. Yanyi obediently raised her hand. The patriarch of the first clan spoke up. It would have been better to do this earlier. Someone, take Yin Yi away. Then he looked at the big man beside him, signaling them to capture Yin Yi. Xia Qingzhi looked at Yin Yi with suspicion. No matter what, she was also an ability user. Why didn't she resist? Yin Yi's hands were controlled, and she was being pushed away. Yin Tian got up, rushed over, and pulled Yin Yi behind him, pointing at them and shouting angrily, "If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Make a move." The patriarch of the first clan turned hostile. Yin Tian swung his fist and started fighting with the 10 strong men in front of him. Although he had some skills, he quickly fell behind in front of so many people, ending up with a bruised face. Those people continued to walk towards Yin Yi, and Yin Tian crawled over, hugging her leg while shouting incoherently, "Sister, run!" Xia Qingzhi looked at the scene before her, unable to hold back her tears. Everyone stopped, but suddenly spoke up. He stood on high ground, holding a megaphone and shouting to the crowd. The Lihe tribe is not so weak as to rely on a woman who can't even fight to secure peace for the tribe. The strong men halted upon hearing his voice. Yin Tian immediately got up and ran to Yin Yi's side. "What will happen to the tribe if we don't hand over Yin Yi?" Lu Ji asked, leaning on his cane. "There will be other ways." But replied seriously, taking down the megaphone. "What other ways can you have?" The first clan leader scoffed, crossing his arms. "I will think of something, but none of you can send Yin Yi away. If you disobey my orders, I will send you away first." "All right, everyone disperse. There's nothing more to discuss." Po's command was not to be questioned, and everyone had to retreat. Yin Tian pulled Yin Yi forward and bowed in thanks before leaving. Xia Qingzhi looked at Pichou, her face filled with worry, not knowing how to comfort him. In the middle of the night, she went out for a walk and saw Yu, who was holding a bunch of leaf keys. Chapter 69, The Mad Yu. At this moment, Yu was walking outside. Outside the glass dome, Xia and Xia were watching. "You cannot hand over the leaves." Xia Qingzhi immediately ran over and blocked Wai Yu's path. Wai Yu looked at her expressionlessly, like a puppet that wasn't angry. He couldn't have been controlled again, could he? Xia Qingzhi realized this and turned to look at Xiao behind her. It seemed he had indeed been controlled. She turned her head, raised her hand, and sighed. "Wai Yu, I'm sorry, I can only." Xia Qingzhi was still reacting when she was pushed to the ground by Yu. She heard his cold, mechanical voice say, "Don't block the way." Xia Qingzhi thought of the consequences of giving them the key, immediately got up, and without bothering to dust herself off, stood in front of him again. "You, if you give them the key, it will cause a massacre in the tribe. I can't let you do this." She quickly reached out to bind Yu, who glared at her in anger. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand, collecting all the leaves in her palm. She stared blankly as the leaves disappeared from her hand. Xia Qingzhi looked at his dazed expression, sighed, and stepped forward to pull on the vines, walking backwards while muttering, "Xiu definitely won't help you untie it. Let's go find Pa. He must have a way." Xia Qingzhi originally wanted to pull him away, but no matter how hard she tried, she found she couldn't move him. She turned to look at the man standing in front of her like a stone block. "You, why aren't you leaving?" A sudden look of pain appeared on Yu's cold face. "Are you okay?" Xia Qingzhi looked at the man who was more than a head taller than her, and said with concern, I feel uncomfortable. Please untie the rope." The voice was cold and mechanical, like that of a robot. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at Xiao and Xia. The two of them were laughing at her. Xia Qingzhi finally understood that Yu was probably doing it on purpose, so she turned to him and said, "No, you have to come with me." She pulled on the vines and continued to move forward. Yu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xia Qingzhi looked at the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and blinked. He couldn't be faking it, could he? But this didn't seem like it. Forget it. It was probably their doing again. Just as she was about to continue pulling Yu away, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Turning around, she saw Yu collapsed on the ground, blood seeping from his body. "It's over." He seemed to be really hurt. Xia Qingzhi immediately threw away the vine in her hand and squatted down to check. Bright red blood stained the vine, and she was so scared that she quickly apologized. Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were really hurt." He looked at her with a pale face. "Help me untie the ropes." Oh. Upon hearing his weak voice, Xia Qingzhi quickly untied the vines on him. The moment the vines fell, Yu suddenly stood up and sidestepped behind her, placing a bone knife against her neck. A cold, mechanical voice came from behind. "Hand over the leaf key." "Yu, can you calm down for a moment?" Xia Qingzhi felt the chill on her neck and had a mournful expression. She originally raised her hand to take it off, but was startled by an unexpected voice. The key. All right, I'll get it for you right now. Just stay calm. Xia Qingzhi extended her hand, and a bunch of transparent leaves appeared in her palm. Yusho put away the knife, expressionless, and took the leaves from her hand. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately ran forward. You looked at the leaves in her hand, which were gradually turning green, and clenched her fist in anger. Dare to deceive me. Xia Qingzhi ran breathlessly. She looked up and saw the person in front about to call out to her, but was dragged away with a hand covering her mouth. In a dark, desolate place, you pressed down on Xia Qingzhi's neck, with cold eyes burning with anger. Why are you lying to me again? Xia Qingzhi couldn't understand what he was saying and raised her hand to try to break free. But Yu's strength was simply too great. She was no match for him. Outside the glass cover, Xia saw this situation and turned to Qiu, asking in confusion, Sister Qiu, Liu seems a bit off. Aren't we supposed to have him steal the leaves to let us in? What's he doing? Qiu looked at the situation inside, her expression somewhat grim. He forcibly broke through the illusion and has now gone berserk. Our plan has failed. Let's go. After saying this, she turned and left. Xia turned to look at the nearly suffocating Xia Qingzhi, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes, and then turned around to follow. Xia Qingzhi felt the pain coming from her neck and realized the seriousness of the situation. He really meant it. Cough, let go of me quickly. Yu's grip loosened a bit as he expressionlessly pressed her. Nian, why do you keep deceiving me again and again? Why? Xia Qingzhi listened to Li Yu's words and felt very wronged. It was Nian who betrayed him. Why was he taking it out on her? Cough, I didn't deceive you. Let me go quickly, she urged. The first time, you pretended to be pitiful and made me take you to the tribe, and I believed you. The second time, you said you loved me and wanted to be my partner, and I believed that too. The third time, you said it wasn't you who killed your uncle, and I believed that as well. But in the end, you said everything in the past was a lie. Yet I had my heart stolen by you. After finally finding you, you tricked me into thinking you had amnesia. I really want to kill you, but I can't bear to. But you, on the other hand, secretly found another man behind my back. You two flirt every day in front of me. Do you know how that feels in my heart? Xia Qingzhi felt like she was about to suffocate. She had already said that she wasn't. So why didn't he believe her? Since you betrayed me, then go die. She looked at you, and at that moment, he seemed like a demon from hell, wanting to drag her into the abyss. Just when Xia Qingzhi thought she was doomed, you suddenly collapsed. Xia Qingzhi looked at Mu, who was holding a wooden stick and couldn't hold back her tears, immediately hugging her. Mu, thank you. Otherwise, I might really have lost my life. Mu was taken aback for a moment, threw away what she was holding, pushed her away, and said with a look of disgust, So dirty, don't wipe your snot on me. She kept using a tissue to clean her clothes, muttering, I'm not saying this to you, but come on, you're a deity. How can you not handle a man? Oh, speaking of that, I have a question. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Go ahead. Mu lowered her head and continued to clean her clothes. Logically speaking, my level is above hers, so why can't I defeat her? Xia Qingzhi stared at the cleanliness-obsessed woman in front of her. The shadowy figure had steadily risen to level 6 step by step. If he wanted to, his combat power could definitely obliterate a novice like you, who had jumped to success without any real experience. Xia Qingzhi wanted to ask something else, but Per rushed over and grabbed his hand to check him up and down, anxiously asking, Are you okay? Xia Qingzhi shook her head and looked at P, and then thought of something to ask him. How did you come in? Chapter 70, The Leader Who Betrayed the Tribe. P suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and explained to her, well, I took a team to rescue him and found him lying outside the door. So I brought him in. I didn't think much about it. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She thought her glass dome had malfunctioned. By the way, Gigi, I've thought of a solution to the tribe's problem. Per recalled the important matter and immediately spoke up. Still recovering. Xia Qingzhi looked at him with a puzzled expression. However, does this require Gigi's help? He smiled. Xia Qingzhi asked him what the method was, but he just smiled and remained silent, deliberately keeping it mysterious. The next day, Pa took Xia Qingzhi onto the flying vehicle. At this moment, Xia Qingzhi's divine aura was released by Mu. The two of them rode the flying device, darting around the world. On the other side, the masked man from the Flame City noticed this and immediately sent the message out. Ing looked at the message on the screen, propping his strong arm against the edge of the table, looking speechless. This really is going to cause me trouble. Leader, what's wrong? Kata suddenly stepped forward to ask him. Ing impatiently pointed at the location on the screen, suppressing his rising anger. Send someone to look for the divine being in these red areas. Although Kata didn't understand, he still did as instructed. Ing frowned at the screen, feeling that something was off about this situation. But since that person had spoken, he would just follow the orders and get it done. When she entered the door, she suddenly realized the key was missing. She looked down and searched carefully, but couldn't find it. She looked up in confusion at Pa, trembling her eyelashes. This isn't right. The key has always been hanging in my waist. How could it be gone? Zatsa, don't worry. Think slowly. You'll remember it eventually, Pa comforted her. Xia Qingzhi nodded, suddenly remembering something, and hurriedly spoke to Pa. Before I went to bed yesterday, the leader came to ask me some questions, and before that, I had the key. Upon hearing this, Pa suddenly frowned, recalling what the sage had instructed, and became anxious. Oh no, the key might have been taken by the leader. What does the leader want with the key? Xia Qingzhi was quite confused. Pa briefly explained, the sage told me that he is a traitor of the tribe. He then added, so it's very likely that he wants to use the key to let the wandering tribe in. What should we do now? We're all locked out. Xia Qingzhi turned to glance at the glass cover, and a sense of vague worry suddenly arose in her heart. If the leader opened the glass cover, everyone in the tribe would be doomed. What was even worse was that she might be falsely accused at that time. Mu suddenly pressed down on her shoulder, and Xia Qingzhi turned to look. In Mu's hand lay a leaf. From a space, take it. Xia Qingzhi said thank you, and immediately took the leaf to explain to Pa. Oh, I just remembered I have a spare key. After saying that, she quickly made a cut on it and used it to access the flying device. The leader sneaked to an unknown corner, looking around to ensure no one was watching, then glanced at the large troop outside the glass cover. Stealthily, he pulled out the key from his pocket. He raised his head and said to the people outside, don't forget the promise you made to me. The people outside understood his lip movements and nodded. Just as the leader raised his hand to let those people in, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. Caught off guard, he turned around to see Pa in front of him and Xia Qingzhi beside him. Xia Qingzhi extended her hand, and the vines immediately bound the leader. Soon, the open area of the base was filled with onlookers. The leader was tied to a tree, and Pa sat opposite him along with several clan leaders. Pa walked over and leaned down to stare into his eyes. The leader, feeling anxious, tried to look away. Pa coldly laughed and stepped aside. Leader, you colluded with outsiders and betrayed the tribe. Do you know your crime? The leader of the first clan suddenly spoke up. You are just a mere clan leader. You have no right to judge me. The leader shot back fiercely, locking eyes with him. You. The leader of the first clan was left speechless with anger. Let me handle this. Pa patted his shoulder and stepped forward. The leader looked up and was startled to see the mark on his forehead. You. How did you become? Pa interrupted him. You don't need to know. He straightened up, turning his back to the leader, and addressed the crowd below. The leader almost caused irreparable damage to the tribe. However, considering his years of dedication to the tribe, he can be spared from the death penalty, but he cannot escape living punishment. I announce that from now on, the leader is no longer a member of the Liha tribe, nor will he hold the position of leader. You're talking nonsense. I never did any of those things. The leader stubbornly denied. Well, I saw you trying to give them the key with my own eyes. If we hadn't arrived in time, the tribe would have been doomed by now. Xia Qingzhi suddenly stood up and explained cautiously. The leader turned his head and glared at her, squinting his eyes, looking quite terrifying. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have someone burn you. Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear at his threat. After the leader finished speaking, he began to look up at the sky and lament, how tragic I am. The new officer is starting with a bang, and I have to be the scapegoat. It's outrageous. What have I done to deserve such unfair treatment? Heaven, why are you so blind? Xia Qingzhi watched his pitiful expression, feeling so angry that she was at a loss for words. The people below were discussing among themselves, and all eyes were on Xia Qingzhi. She had been punished by the leader before. Could it be that she was harboring resentment? Is this a deliberate act of revenge? No, I didn't. Xia Qingzhi heard the murmurs and turned her head to explain aggrievedly. Leader, it seems you are unwilling to admit it. Pa suddenly spoke up. I am innocent. Why should I admit to anything? The leader squinted his eyes and shouted angrily. In that case, I have to present more objective evidence. He raised his hand and manipulated it a few times, causing a screen to appear in the air. The screen displayed footage of the leader making a deal with the wandering tribe, the sound crystal clear. Leader, what do you have to say now? He looked at the leader, who was staring wide-eyed in disbelief. He looked at everyone, listening to their accusations, his legs trembling slightly. I was under an illusion. That's why I ended up like this. He might have been worried about being driven out of the tribe, starting to spout lies. Illusion? You really know how to spin a tale. If I am to be driven out of the tribe for this, then what about you? Many of us saw him carrying a bunch of keys towards the boundary of the glass dome. Shouldn't he also be driven out of the tribe? Chapter 71. The triplets, yes. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. For the first time, he was left speechless. He then took a deep breath and quickly regained his previous calm. It wouldn't be easy to remove the leader. It seemed he would have to plan this out carefully in the future. But he couldn't let him off the hook like that. So it shall be. The leader will not leave the tribe, but from now on, he will no longer be the leader, who announced to everyone. They were very reluctant, and fearing they might cause further trouble, but quickly added, All right, it's decided. I have things to attend to, so everyone can disperse. After he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Xia Qingzhi away. The leader watched their figures with clenched fists, glaring at them with a hateful expression, grinding his teeth. Linpa, just wait. This matter is not over. Pai asked Xia Qingzhi about how to become a deity. Xia Qingzhi felt troubled about the issue of the missing crystal. But under his repeated questioning, she had no choice but to speak up. Initially, she thought Po would blame her, but unexpectedly, he praised her for doing well. Xia Qingzhi took this opportunity to ask about her sister. Po originally wanted to tell her, but every time he tried to mention his sister, he couldn't get the words out, as if something was holding him back. What is more critical is that he became ill because of it. She initially didn't believe such nonsense, but Mu explained the situation, saying that someone had cast a forbidden spell. Those who were cursed cannot disclose certain specified information, or else they would be in danger of losing their lives. Xia Qingzhi watched as Po lay down on the bed in pain, having no choice but to give up on asking him about her sister's whereabouts. It seemed that she still had to take action with Qiu. Ever since that incident, he had avoided her like the plague, almost trying to stay as far away as possible. Xia Qingzhi felt that this matter had to be resolved somehow, so she sought Mu's help. Mu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding her wrist and looking at her with a cold voice, saying, If you want me to pretend to be your sister to deceive you, don't even think about it. Xia Qingzhi sat beside her, carefully tugging at her sleeve and pouting. Mu, you're the best. Please help me. I refuse. Mu raised her arm and shook off her hand, coldly rejecting her. Seeing that Mu disagreed, Xia Qingzhi looked at her with a helpless sigh. But she definitely wouldn't give up easily. So she began to persistently pester Mu. Wherever Mu went, Xia Qingzhi followed. Eventually, Mu got annoyed with Xia Qingzhi and had no choice but to agree, but she set a condition. Whatever request she agreed to, no matter what it was, Xia Qingzhi had to willingly fulfill it. Although Xia Qingzhi was a bit hesitant, she thought that Mu wouldn't let her down. So she nodded in agreement. In the past few days, Xia Qingzhi had been pulling Mu around the base, and their behavior seemed quite close. Some busybodies asked what their relationship was, and Xia Qingzhi awkwardly explained to everyone that Mu was her triplet sister. Another busybody asked about her relationship with Nian, and Xia Qingzhi said that Nian was her other sister. This finally cleared up the confusion that had been bothering everyone. It turned out that she was not Nian, but Nian's younger sister. Some were curious as to why they had never seen Mu before. Xia Qingzhi casually made up a reason, saying that Mu came here to seek refuge with her. Everyone believed it, especially the leader, who completely relaxed. When Xia Qingzhi and Mu came out, they encountered you. Upon seeing her, you wanted to avoid her, but Xia Qingzhi immediately pulled Mu forward to block his path. Why do you always hide from me? She said. Oh, by the way, can I introduce someone to you? Xia Qingzhi looked at him somewhat nervously. You stopped in his tracks, his gaze falling on Mu beside her, and his expressionless face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Xia Qingzhi looked at him staring at Mu with a revealing expression and immediately pulled Mu to introduce her. This is my eldest sister, Xiaomu. After she finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head to hide her unease. She didn't know if he would believe her. You look exactly alike? Oh, I have another sister named Nian. Yu's gaze was fixed on her, his amber eyes showing no emotion, and his tightly furrowed brows might be verifying the truth of her words. Xia Qingzhi's gaze flickered unpredictably, her eyes involuntarily darting away, afraid he would see through her lies. If she failed this time, then Why you would probably think she was just a thought. Just thinking about it made her head spin. Therefore, this time there could only be success, not failure. She raised her eyes and awkwardly smiled while touching her face. Do I have something on my face? Is this your illusion? Why Yu's gaze met hers, as if trying to discern something from her. How could that be possible? After that, she pinched her wooden arm, and the wooden figure turned its head and glared at her fiercely, making Xia Qingzhi shiver in fright. She said to Why Yu, "Look at her, she's full of life. How could she be fake?" Then she hurriedly added, "Besides, everyone in the tribe has seen her. You can't say everyone has fallen for an illusion, right? And besides, do I have that kind of ability?" After hearing her words, the expression on Why Yu's face became even more intriguing. Xia Qingzhi felt the cold air around her, trembling with fear. "It's over. You wouldn't have noticed, would he? All right. Since Mu is your sister, how can you be sure that you are not Nian?" You suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi was being stared at intently by Yu, her anxious hands gripping the sides of her clothes as she quickly lowered her head to speak. "The characteristics you mentioned are also present on Mu. This is a trait shared by all three of us triplets." Upon hearing this, Yu turned to look at Mu, who was standing with her arms crossed. As his gaze shifted down, it landed on Mu's neck, and indeed he saw the exact same trait as Nian's. He looked back at Xia Qingzhi, his indifferent eyes tinged with a hint of red, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Then he opened his mouth, his tone somewhat intense. "Nian, are you lying to me? You did all this to clarify your relationship with me, right?" "No, I'm really not Nian, I'm Xia Qingzhi." Xia Qingzhi suddenly became anxious. She had done everything possible, yet why was you still unwilling to believe her? Was it possible that he already knew she wasn't Nian, but just didn't want to admit it? Sure enough, waking someone who pretends to be asleep is harder than ascending to the heavens. Yu shook his head, his emotions somewhat on the verge of collapse. I just look like her, but our personalities in many aspects are different." Xia Qingzhi was so anxious she was at a loss for words, stamping her feet. Why can't I make myself understood? "Nian, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After you finish speaking, he turned to leave. "You stop avoiding it. She is definitely not Nian." Mu suddenly grabbed Yu's arm, stepping in front of him with a domineering tone. "I will prove it to you right now." Chapter 72. The enemy strikes again. Xia Qingzhi, come here, Mu said sternly. "Oh." Xia Qingzhi immediately complied and ran over. Mu grabbed her arm, rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair skin. You stared at her arm in a daze, then turned to look at Mu. "Do you see? There are no burn marks or birthmarks on her arm. She can't possibly be Nian. Nian is brave, confident, and capable. How could she be a timid and submissive waste like Xia Qingzhi?" Xia Qingzhi heard Mu say this about her and lowered her gaze. "Is she really that useless? Are you really not her?" You suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi raised her head, her heart ashen, her eyes blankly staring at her. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Upon hearing this, you turned and left. Watching Yu's lonely figure, Xia Qingzhi wanted to chase after her, but Mu grabbed her hand and said firmly, "Don't go over. Let him think about it on his own." Mu watched Yu's figure grow smaller, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had lied to you. In fact, Nian was Xia Qingzhi, but not entirely. Xia Qingzhi had been thinking about how to meet Qiu, but unexpectedly, Qiu came to her door on her own. Not just her, but a large group of people. They had only one purpose for coming here, to hand over Yanyi. Outside the glass dome, a large crowd was gathered. Dong held a loudspeaker and shouted at the people inside. "Listen up, those inside. Hand over Yanyi, or don't blame us for being rude." And Xia Qingzhi felt that with the glass dome in place, the wandering tribe couldn't do much. However, those people outside set up a super loudspeaker, playing noise day and night, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. As a result, Po was taken by the tribe leaders to a meeting. He sat there, listening to the headache-inducing noise, covering his ears. The leader of the first tribe stepped forward and said to him, "Elder, I think we should call Yanyi out." With the noise mixed with voices, Po couldn't hear clearly, so he looked up, covering his ears, and shouted back. What did you say? The leader of the first tribe shouted back loudly while covering his ears. I said hand over Yin for everyone's safety. Pa furrowed his brows and looked at him. There was absolutely no way he would hand over Yin Yi. Yin Yi hadn't done anything wrong. Besides, there was another important reason. She was useful to him. So, no matter the reason, he wouldn't hand over Yin Yi. Yin Yi hadn't done anything wrong. But what had everyone done wrong? The leader of the first tribe retorted. He was taken aback by this. What he said didn't seem wrong, but he still couldn't hand over Yin Yi. There had to be a win-win solution. In any case, give me some time, and I will definitely give everyone an explanation. Pa looked around and shouted to everyone. How long do you need? If this music keeps playing, we're going to drop dead. The leader of the first tribe said angrily. Half a month? Pa suggested to everyone. The tribe leaders all looked at him with rolled eyes. How about 10 days? Pa quickly changed his tune. Being the elder was really difficult for him. 3 days, just 3 days. The leader of the first tribe made a decision for him. If we don't see results in 3 days, we'll hand over Yin Yi. Pa still wanted to negotiate for more time, but many people below raised their hands in agreement. 3 days were about to pass, and Pa had no clue at all. Xia Qingzhi walked over with corn and handed it to him, then sat down beside him and asked, Why don't we hand over Yin Yi? Pa listened to her words, his mouth twitching slightly, and he patiently explained to her with a smile, Ji, if that person were you, would you be willing? Xia Qingzhi was silent for a while after hearing this, and shook her head. She wanted to say something more, but Yin Tian rushed in. Xia Qingzhi saw the person in front of her and immediately hid behind Pa. He was not an easy target. Yin Tian ran in front of Pa and directly knelt down. Xia Qingzhi was startled by the earth-shaking sound. He saw Yin Tian with his hands clasped together, rubbing them. His eyes red, crying bitterly. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were torn, covered in various footprints, and he looked very disheveled. Great Elder, please save my sister. She was taken away by the leader and his group. He looked at Pa in a hurry, helplessly pointing behind him. No wonder it was so quiet, Xia Qingzhi muttered quietly. Pa stepped forward to help Yin Tian up, patted the footprints on his shoulder, and forced a gentle smile. Please don't kneel to me. I can't take it. Thank you, Great Elder. Yin Tian was somewhat taken aback. Tell me what happened, Pa suddenly said. Ever since the wandering tribe started making noise day and night, everyone became increasingly furious. The leader brought a group of people to force me to hand over Yin Yi. Yin Yi is my only relative. I absolutely cannot let her enter the wolf's den, so I refused. After that, they began to isolate me, humiliate me, and even beat me. They went to great lengths to make me hand over Yin Yi. Yin Yi couldn't stand it anymore, so she came out to call the beast to resist. The leader said that all the disasters in the tribe were brought by her, and she should give everyone an explanation. He even threatened Yin Yi that if she didn't come out, he would kill Yin Tian. The next morning, I woke up and found Yin Yi missing. The noise had also stopped. I suddenly had a bad feeling. When I ran outside and saw through the glass cover, Yin Yi was being controlled by that group of people. The leader was surrounded by everyone, celebrating joyfully. Only I felt out of place. It turns out all of this was the leader's doing. It seems this disaster must be eliminated, otherwise the atmosphere in the tribe will eventually deteriorate. After Pa finished speaking, he suddenly realized, how could those people know that Yin Yi was a goddess? Unless someone in the tribe leaked the information. The biggest beneficiary of this matter was the leader, and considering the previous events, he was most likely the informant. Indeed, disasters can last for 1,000 years. Great Elder, you must stand up for me. Yin Tian had lost his previous arrogance, and Xia Qingzhi was somewhat surprised. It turned out that for someone he cared about, a person could change so much. Pa fixed his gaze on him, pondering for a while, then parted his thin lips and made a promise to him. You can rest assured, I will help you save her. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian cried even harder, grabbing Po's arm and raising his hand to swear. Great Elder, as long as you can save my sister, whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire, I will not hesitate. Pa felt embarrassed upon hearing this and quickly said, No, that's not necessary. After Yin Tian left, Xia Qingzhi asked Pa if he had thought of a solution. Pa shook his head and shrugged. I have a plan. You suddenly came from a distance. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at you. You was dressed as always, but at this moment, he looked spirited. Oh, what is the trick? Share it with me. Pashot touched his jaw and looked at him with great interest. His narrow eyes appeared somewhat charmingly wicked. Xia Qingzhi looked at the two of them and rubbed her eyes. Was it her illusion? Why did she feel a bit unnecessary? The most direct way was to infiltrate the enemy. Yu's voice was as cold as ever, making people shiver. So straightforward, I like it. Pa smiled slightly. Xia Qingzhi listened to their conversation and suddenly realized. Yes, since it's difficult for her to see Qiu, why not take the initiative to get closer to Qiu? This way, the chance of getting news about her sister would be greater. Po, can ego. Xia Qingzhi excitedly tugged at Po's sleeve. Pa turned to look at her, and his previously cheerful expression suddenly became less happy. It seems like you really want to go over there? Po's words puzzled her. But she didn't think much of it and continued, yes, if that's the case. She was halfway through her sentence when Pa interrupted. I'm not at ease with you going. But I want to go. Seeing Pa disagree, Xia Qingzhi suddenly became anxious. She had to go, otherwise, how would she find clues about her sister? No, Pa refused. Let me go, please. Xia Qingzhi pleaded with a sense of grievance while pulling at his sleeve. No, Pa still refused. Xia Qingzhi wanted to say something else, but Pa turned her head and said to her, Ji, I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient for you to stay here. Xia Qingzhi felt that she was out of place here, let out a sound, stood up, and turned to leave. I still want to talk to you about what just happened. Upon hearing this, Po's brows furrowed into a straight line, and his expression became quite unpleasant. He just looked at her without saying a word. Xia Qingzhi sensed the subtle atmosphere and immediately said, If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. After saying this, she quickly slipped away. Xia Qingzhi sat on a nearby stone, propping her chin on her hand as she watched Pa chatting animatedly with you, playing with the snow in her hand. What should she do to get Pa to agree? She waited there, left and right, and finally saw you leave. She immediately tossed away the snowball in her hand and ran over to continue the earlier conversation. Xia Qingzhi stood beside him, looking at his tall profile, her hands gripping the sleeves on his arm, her tone a bit anxious as she said, Pa, just agree to me. Pa turned his head, his gaze following his arm down to finally rest on Xia Qingzhi's hand. He sighed, took her hand away, and pulled her in front of him, lowering his head so his dark eyes were fixed on her, speaking very calmly, Zatsa, it's not that I don't want you to go, it's just that it's too dangerous over there. Xia Qingzhi became anxious upon hearing this and immediately raised her head, saying, No way, I'm at least a divine level. I can definitely protect myself. Po's eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly spoke. Ji, have you forgotten what happened last time with Ying? You are indeed at the divine level now, but your strength doesn't match the abilities you possess. What if you get hurt? Pa urged her. That won't happen. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes and seriously swore with a raised hand. How could it not? Ji, what will I do if something happens to you? Then he raised his hand and pretended to wipe away tears dramatically, looking at her with a sad face. Do you want me to become a widower? Xia Qingzhi tiptoed, pulled down his hand, and said in a flustered manner, You won't become a widower. If I'm not here, you can find someone else. When Ho heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he forced a smile while suppressing his anger as he looked at her. Ji, what do you mean by that? Are you thinking of leaving me? No, that's not it. Xia Qingzhi looked at his half-smiling, half-serious expression and immediately shook her hands to explain. Oh dear, why was she getting more off track? I was just making a comparison. Her face scrunched up as she eagerly tried to clarify. It was really just a comparison? Pa looked at her with disbelief. Really? Xia Qingzhi was so anxious that beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Wait, how did this topic get so off course? That's not what I meant. I was saying. What do you want to say? Pa interrupted, suddenly looking very serious, which startled her and sent a chill down her spine. Normally, he was gentle, cheerful, and emotionally stable, but now he seemed a bit agitated. Had she said something wrong? I wanted to say. Before she could finish, Pa interrupted again, his voice laced with anger. Xia Qingzhi, don't bring this up again. Xia Qingzhi looked at his darkening face, hesitating to speak. How could they even talk about this? What was wrong with Pa? What had she done to upset him? Pa forced himself to calm down, regaining his usual expression, took her hand, and gazed deeply into her eyes. Gigi, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Xia Qingzhi stared at him in a daze and spoke softly. I'm fine. Gigi, I'm just worried about your safety. It took him a long time to say that. Huh, are you feeling unwell? Xia Qingzhi stood on her tiptoes and reached out to touch his forehead, but took her hand away, his dark eyes fixed on her. After a moment, he spoke. Gigi, I'm fine. It's late. Go get some rest. Xia Qingzhi wanted to continue what she was doing earlier, but seeing that Po's mood was off, she decided to stop and thought she would talk about it tomorrow. She lay in bed, unable to sleep due to her sister's matters. Suddenly, Mu appeared, sitting at the head of the bed with his arms crossed. Staring at her, Xia Qingzhi turned over and saw her. Startled, she immediately sat up and stammered. How did you get out? Xia Qingzhi, are you still planning to go? Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her head, playing with her hands, sighing and sounding dejected. I want to go, but the spirit won't let me. Mu laughed softly upon hearing this. Xia Qingzhi, it seems like you really listen to him. Not really, I just want to please him, she interrupted. I'm afraid he won't be happy, she added. Xia Qingzhi, just say whether you want to go or not. Mu asked her directly. Xia Qingzhi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, since that's the case, let's go. Mu stood up and turned to look at her. But, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Xia Qingzhi was afraid of disappointing Mu. Xia Qingzhi, can you have a bit of independent thought? You're such an adult, yet you still rely on others to make decisions for you. Just say whether you're going or not. Mu said somewhat impatiently, directly giving her two options. Xia Qingzhi started to feel panic in her heart, hesitantly playing with her hands. Should she go or not? Chapter 74, Entrance to the Wandering Tribe. If she goes, Po'll definitely lecture her afterwards. If she doesn't go, she won't be able to get any clues about her sister. Xia Qingzhi, what are you really thinking? How about we just go? She looked at Mu uncertainly. Then let's hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Mu grabbed her hand and was about to leave. Just a few steps in, Xia Qingzhi stopped and tugged at Mu's sleeve. Mu turned to look at her, clearly displeased, her eyes sharp. What's the matter? Her tone was quite domineering. How about I leave a letter for Po before we go? Xia Qingzhi cautiously probed the wooden door. What if Po couldn't see her and would worry? Don't add drama to yourself. Let's go. Mu didn't give her that chance and forcefully pulled her away. Po recalled what he had done during the day and felt a bit excessive, planning to send some things to Xia Qingzhi. He smiled as he pushed open the door. But upon seeing the empty room, his face immediately fell. Where did she run off to? He turned around to search everywhere, asking many people, but no one had seen Xia Qingzhi. He furrowed his brows and rubbed his forehead, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. She wouldn't have gone over there, would she? Thinking of this, he tried to suppress the anger rising in his heart, crumpling the leaves he held tightly in his hand. Xia Qingzhi. On the other side, Xia Qingzhi found the location where Qiu was currently by following the clues provided by the plants. When she and Mu arrived here, she opened her eyes wide in a daze. Isn't this the place I came the last time? All right, let us go in quickly. Mu pulled her and was about to head inside, but Xia Qingzhi stopped in her tracks and shook off her hand, cautiously and quietly testing the waters. Remembering what she had seen and heard in the cave before, a sense of worry rose faintly in her heart. Why are you so timid? Mu turned her head, somewhat speechless. Xia Qingzhi looked up, staring blankly at her. No way. Mu grabbed her again, pulling her inside. You need to exercise. I don't want to exercise anymore. Xia Qingzhi looked at the increasingly close peaks covered in white snow, so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. On the other side, Po packed his things, preparing to look for Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi definitely went to that location. Fortunately, he had been there before while searching for her, so he was somewhat familiar with the area. Just as he was about to leave, the leader suddenly called for him, trapping him and making it impossible for him to get away. He was anxious and helpless. If he left, who knew what kind of trouble the leader would cause? But he was also worried about losing her forever. Under Mu's coercion, Xia Qingzhi reluctantly entered the cave. The two used invisibility leaves and searched the cave for a whole day, but they couldn't find Qiu. How could this be? The information she saw couldn't be wrong. At that moment, two cat people walked past her, causing Xia Qingzhi to quickly hide to the side. Do you smell a stranger? Said cat person A. Is there? Replied cat person B. Then both of them turned towards Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi looked at the two people in front of her with their big watery eyes, trembling in fear and at a loss. Her heart was pounding nonstop. Please, just don't let them discover her. She silently prayed. No one here, Cat Person B said. Is my sense of smell failing me? Cat Person A shook his head. Forget it. We have important guests coming today. Let's go quickly. Cat Person B suddenly spoke up. Cat Person A nodded and continued walking ahead. As she saw their figures getting further away, Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally escaped a disaster. Follow them. Mu suddenly spoke up. Why? Xia Qingzhi asked her in confusion. Follow them. Mu said again, her voice leaving no room for doubt. Xia Qingzhi shrugged and immediately followed them. She followed them all the way to a lake. She saw the two jump directly into the lake, splashing water everywhere. And then they disappeared. It's so hot. Get in. Mu ordered her. Xia Qingzhi turned her head and looked at her innocently, explaining in a flustered manner. The water is really hot. Maybe we should just forget it. Are you planning to back out? Mu stared at her, his tone filled with threat. This water is really hot. I'm not lying to you. Xia Qingzhi explained anxiously. It does seem a bit hot, she admitted. Po is right. It is indeed very dangerous here. With the water temperature this high, I might get cooked if I go in. No, you must go in. Mu's tone was not open to discussion. They all can. Why can't you? Mu asked her. I. Xia Qingzhi hesitated, unsure of what to say. Then, how will you go in? She suddenly changed the topic. Have you forgotten? I am consciousness, Mu said lightly. So, the only unlucky one is me. Xia Qingzhi looked at her aggrievedly, pointing at herself. How did Mu know she would be the one to suffer? She touched her forehead and raised her eyes. A tall figure appeared in front of her, followed by Yin Tian. It seemed they were here to rescue Yin Yi. You brought me to find Yin Yi. Where is he? Yin Tian asked urgently. Mu raised her foot and walked towards Xia Qingzhi. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately moved aside, letting out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got done for. She saw him walk to the water's edge, looking at the clear lake's surface with indifference. She's underneath. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian stepped forward, grabbing Mu by the collar, raising his fist, tears streaming down his face, gritting his teeth. You're talking nonsense. Yin Yi can't be dead. Mu raised her hand, removing his grip, staring at him expressionlessly. She is not dead. This is the entrance. I can't understand you. Just tell me where Yin Yi is. Yin Tian urged. Below. Mu coldly replied with 2 words. Then she immediately added, under the water is the real wandering tribe. Just tell me how to get in. Yin Tian was only concerned about how to find his sister. You should have said that earlier. Yin Tian rolled his eyes in frustration and impatiently tried to jump into the lake. Do you want to kill me? The water is hot. Chapter 75. The underground world. Hearing Yin Tian's words, Mu half-squatted and reached into the water. The scalding temperature transferred to her palm, and her brow furrowed slightly. If you jump down, you'll definitely die, Yin Tian said sharply to Mu, his tone very harsh. Pa only told me this is the entrance to the wandering tribe. But didn't he mention the specific situation? What should we do? She is still waiting for me to save her. Yin Tian was anxiously pacing. Are you here to rescue Yin Yi? Mu heard a familiar voice and turned to look. Xia Qingzhi stood there, looking up at him in a daze. When did she arrive? How did he not notice? Seeing her like this, it's highly likely she sneaked out. Xia Qingzhi, do you have a way to get in? Yin Tian anxiously asked Xia Qingzhi without thinking too much. Xia Qingzhi stepped back a few paces, hearing such an aggressive tone. She raised her hand and cautiously spoke up. I don't know how to get in either. I'm really crazy for asking you. Yin Tian held his forehead, his tone filled with a sense of tension. Xia Qingzhi heard this and didn't want to pay attention to Yin Tian, so she walked in front of you, raised her eyes, blinked, and slowly spoke. I just saw 2 cat-headed people jump down from here, and it seemed like they weren't affected at all. I think there might be something on them that protects them. If we could get a few, we should be able to get in, right? You looked down, nodded, and coldly replied with an Then hurry up, Yin Tian said impatiently, urging the 2 of them. Xia Qingzhi and Yu Mian looked at each other, then followed along. Ladies first. Xia Qingzhi, you go first. Yin Tian opened his hand and took a few steps back, gesturing for her to proceed. Xia Qingzhi turned her head in surprise to look at him, her mouth wide open. You let me jump first. Then she closed her mouth turned around and walked to the water's edge, staring at the calm surface of the water, with doubts rising in her heart. If this doesn't work, her life would be in danger. Xia Qingzhi turned around, frowning. That is to save your sister. You jump first. Hurry up and jump, Tian said somewhat impatiently. Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt a bit wronged. Did he think she was easy to bully? Just as the two of them were at a standstill, a splash sounded from the water. They turned their heads at the same time, but the waves on the surface of the water had long since disappeared. Xia Qingzhi turned around to look for you, only to find that you had already vanished without a trace. Stop looking, he jumped down, Mu said. Someone is leading the way. What are you waiting for? Jump. Xia Qingzhi turned around and came to the water's edge, looking at the surface of the water, biting her lip, still feeling a bit hesitant. At that moment, someone pushed her from behind, and she was forced to fall into the water. What is there to hesitate about? Mu silently complained. Tian rubbed his eyes. He had just seen Xia Qingzhi seemingly pushed down by something. Before he could think further, he felt a pair of hands pressing against his back, and then he was pushed directly into the water. Mu stood by the water's edge, watching the splashing waves, crossing his arms and silently complaining. Day after day, all they do is dawdle. It's really annoying. The three opened their eyes and were stunned by the scene before them. They were surrounded by blue, transparent diamonds, looking both dreamy and luxurious. Xia Qingzhi looked down and found that every step she took caused blue ripples to appear around her feet. But she was clearly walking on solid ground. Why did it feel like she was walking on water? Beneath the water's surface were towering, transparent blue houses resembling gigantic mushrooms, looking quite magnificent. Inside were all sorts of mutated beings, yet they seemed harmonious. It seemed the wandering tribe was right beneath their feet. She turned to look at Tian, who was staring in astonishment, and Yu, who had a cold expression, and said, "The wandering tribe is beneath us. How do we get in? Look up." Yu raised her head, her gaze fixed and seemingly mesmerized. What could be so captivating? Xia Qingzhi looked up and was stunned to see the upside-down tribe before her. The wandering tribe was actually above their heads, and bizarrely, all the tribes were inverted. Hey, don't you two feel hot? Tian kept shifting his feet in place. Prompted by Tian, Xia Qingzhi suddenly became aware. Right, I'm about to overheat. She was so hot that she kept changing her posture, fanning the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. They were 10,000 meters above the ground. Of course it would be hot. Mu rolled her eyes in silence. What do we do now? Xia Qingzhi turned to her anxiously. If this continued, she would be cooked before she could find Xiao. Step aside. Mu pushed her, causing Xia Qingzhi to stumble and nearly fall. But she quickly regained her balance just in time. If she had fallen, she might have been disfigured. Mu walked to the center of the three and whistled at the sky. As the whistle sounded, many flying whales surged in from all directions. Xia Qingzhi stared at the blue whale flying around her, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground in shock. Can whales really live in the air? At that moment, her scientific worldview was completely shattered. What are you waiting for? Go up. Mu turned her head and glared at her, seeing that Xia Qingzhi was motionless. She stepped forward and pushed her onto the whale's back. Xia Qingzhi hadn't reacted yet when the whale suddenly took off, and she nearly fell to the ground. You looked at Xia Qingzhi on the back of the whale and said coldly to Tian beside her, "Let's go." Tian didn't wait for him to finish and eagerly climbed onto the back of the whale. Xia Qingzhi looked at the destination that was clearly very close above her head, yet they had been flying for a long time and still hadn't arrived. This distance should have taken only a minute or two. Why had it been an hour and they were still not there? The space here was different from what she had imagined. Mu stood on the back of the whale, gazing at this familiar place, unsure of what he was thinking. The whales brought them to a barrier, then bent down, creating a beautiful arc in the air as they were thrown into the barrier. On the other side, Ing watched the computer in front of him, his fingers continuously tapping on the table, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. They really came uninvited. But that's fine too. Xia Qingzhi, it won't be so easy for you to escape this time. The three opened their eyes and looked at the incredibly luxurious blue crystals and mushroom-like houses, their expressions very different. Tian didn't have time to admire these. So he urgently said to the two people beside him, "Let's hurry and find Yi." Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at him, intending to speak. but suddenly heard someone behind say, "Catch them, especially the girl in the middle." Chapter 76. Looking for Yin Yi or Qiao. The three of them heard the voice and immediately turned to run. They ran through the city for a long time and finally shook off that group of people. The three of them hid in a relatively safe place. Xia Qingzhi leaned on her knees, listening to her pounding heart, with beads of sweat falling to the ground from her forehead. She licked her dry lips and gasped, finally shook them off. "Wait, they seem to be here for you. Why did I run?" Yin Tian suddenly looked at her with a strange expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Before she could speak, Yin Tian suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her arm, stiffly forcing a smile at her. "How about you lead them away, and I'll go find Yin Yi with you?" Xia Qingzhi became anxious upon hearing this, looking up at him with a sense of grievance. "Are you asking me to go to my death? They are targeting you, not us." Yin Tian's eyes darted around. "Enough." You suddenly stepped forward to interrupt, then looked at Yin Tian with a blank expression and a cold voice. "Do you really think that we'll make those guards let us go? To them, we are enemies, and if they capture us, they will definitely eliminate us. Then what should we do?" Yin Tian frowned, looking as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. You calmly looked at Xia Qingzhi and said coldly, "Xia Qingzhi, before we came in, there was no one around, but you appeared in an instant. So did you use something?" "Oh, it's the invisibility leaf." Upon hearing this, Yin Tian hurriedly stepped forward, looking at Xia Qingzhi with eager eyes and a not-so-nice tone. "Xia Qingzhi, quickly take it out so we can go save Yin Yi." Xia Qingzhi looked at them, her mouth opening and closing. After a moment, she spoke up. "All right, then you can go find Yin Yi. I have some things to take care of and won't be going." "No way. You've directly rejected her. It's too dangerous here. We can't feel at ease with you going alone. It's safer if we act together. But I really have urgent matters. And I can really protect myself." Xia Qingzhi suddenly felt that Yu's tone at this moment was exactly the same as Poe's. However, she didn't care about that. She only had one thought, which was to get close to Qiao and ask about her sister's whereabouts. "If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Pa." You spoke coldly, her amber eyes very determined. "You, just pretend you haven't seen me." Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes and said seriously, "No, you insisted on her own idea. Why are you so stubborn?" Xia Qingzhi became a bit anxious and wanted to throw in the towel and leave. "I've seen you, so I've seen you. Why lie?" You stared at her, her expression somewhat cold. "You." Xia Qingzhi gritted her teeth in anger. Forget it. She might as well not bother with him anymore. "Let's part ways here." She turned to leave. You grabbed her, not letting her go. Xia Qingzhi struggled, but found that her strength was no match for you, which made her extremely frustrated. "Xia Qingzhi, you are really stupid. Why don't you just lead her to your goal?" Mu lightly tapped her forehead and reminded her. Xia Qingzhi suddenly found this very reasonable after hearing these words. She looked at you, her tone calming down, and softly said, "Could you let go of me first? You're not leaving?" You stared at her, confirming. Xia Qingzhi was silent for a moment before nodding. Only then did you release her wrist. Xia Qingzhi touched her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. "Since that's the case, let's quickly go find Yin Yi," Yin Tian said eagerly. Xia Qingzhi looked at the person beside her, took a deep breath, and opened her mouth. "It should be very dangerous here. Why don't we think this through?" You glanced at her, then looked at Yin Tian, his thin lips slightly parted. "She's right. We're not familiar with the situation here and need to plan carefully. Don't you have the invisibility leaf?" Yin Tian stepped forward, looking up and down as if searching for something. Xia Qingzhi immediately crossed her arms and took a big step back, watching him warily as she explained timidly. "The invisibility leaf can make a person invisible, but the people here can still smell it. They can easily see through it. Xia Qingzhi, are you deliberately not giving it to me because of your grievances with your sister?" Yin Tianqi clenched his fists tightly and glared at her. "I didn't." Xia Qingzhi anxiously defended herself. "Then why don't you give us the leaves?" Yin Tian retorted. "I already said it. It's just that you refuse to believe me." Xia Qingzhi was anxious. Yin Tian, feeling pressured, angrily stepped forward and grabbed her arm, extending his hand with a harsh tone. "Give it to me now." Seeing this, you immediately stepped in to separate them, pulling Xia Qingzhi behind him to confront Yin Tian. "Yin Tian, what Xia Qingzhi said makes sense. Think of another way." You insisted. "After all, Yin Yi is your sister." Yin Tian, seeing him defend Xia Qingzhi, gritted his teeth in anger and glared at him. Xia Qingzhi, can't you just give him a piece? People like him won't believe others unless they suffer a loss. Mu said from the side. Xia Qingzhi took a deep breath and raised her hand, a leaf appearing in her palm. She walked up to the two who were at a standstill, lowered her head to stare at the object in her hand, and slowly spoke. Here, you want a leaf, right? Take it. Just remember, I warned you. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. Tian heard her voice and immediately grabbed the leaf, irritably saying, Stop being so long-winded. He then clenched the leaf in his hand and walked over to something resembling a mirror. Inside, there were no one else but you and Xia Qingzhi, and he felt quite satisfied. Without discussing with them, he left directly. Oh, by the way, the leaf only has an invisibility effect for 1 hour. Xia Qingzhi suddenly remembered the key point and opened her mouth to remind, but no sound came out. Xia Qingzhi, he has left. You said, what? Xia Qingzhi looked at you in panic upon hearing this. Let's follow him. You stepped forward and pulled her, who was in a daze away. How did you know? Xia Qingzhi suddenly became curious. The invisibility leaf is useless against me. Yu's voice was indifferent, with no warmth in her tone. Just as Tian was excitedly searching for Yi, a group of people stopped him. Stop. Tian thought that with the invisibility leaf protecting him, he could ignore them and push their hands away as he walked forward. I have an invisibility leaf. What are you afraid of? He said confidently. Grab him. A voice suddenly shouted from behind. Tian felt it had nothing to do with him and continued to swagger forward. But soon he was slapped in the face. He was pinned to the ground, with many eyes staring at him. Tian tilted his head to the left, and the group followed his gaze. He turned to the right, and they shifted their gaze accordingly. You can see me. Tian bit his lip tightly, frowning. Do you think we're blind? One of them pointed a gun at his throat. Chapter 77. A battle of wits with the big snake at the autumn gate upon hearing this. Tian turned his head to look aside. The wall not only reflected that group of mutants, but also him, making him so angry that he kept complaining. What are Yi? Actually setting me up? I won't let this go with you. Take him away. The person suddenly spoke, and many surrounded him. Just when he thought he was doomed, everything suddenly fell silent. Opening his eyes, he saw many people on the ground bound by tree vines, tied up like ridiculous caterpillars. Looking past them, he saw Xia Qingzhi and you standing there. After saving Tian, he immediately went to settle accounts with Xia Qingzhi. He glared at her, gritting his teeth. Xia Qingzhi, are you taking revenge on me, deliberately giving me problematic leaves? Well, I already said that the invisibility leaf has a limited time, but you just wouldn't listen. Xia Qingzhi looked at the flames burning in his eyes and immediately ran behind you. Yin was so angry that his teeth were clenched as he walked toward her. You immediately reached out to stop him. It's your recklessness. What does it have to do with her? Yin glared at him, stamping his feet in fury, and said angrily, You're just protecting her. Xia Qingzhi spoke and walked in front of you, looking at him. Well, I might have a way to save Yi. Do you want to hear it? What method? You lowered his head, appearing calm. As long as we can get close to someone in a higher position here, we might be able to get news about Yi. Xia Qingzhi cautiously probed, feeling a bit guilty inside. After all, saving Yi was just one aspect. Her true goal was to find out her sister's whereabouts. It would be bad if they noticed something was off. Xia Qingzhi, you stared intently at her, making her somewhat uncomfortable. This is bad. You shouldn't have figured anything out. To her surprise, he suddenly spoke. Let's go with your idea. What? Xia Qingzhi looked up at him in disbelief. This really caught her off guard. What will you do? We will cooperate with you. You showed a great deal of trust. Are you crazy? Tian suddenly stepped forward to interrupt him, angrily saying, Can what she said be trusted? Xia Qingzhi was suddenly speechless upon hearing this. Don't you want to save Yi? You looked at him suspiciously. Tian immediately fell silent. Xia Qingzhi looked at his frustrated expression and felt quite pleased. So, she shared her plan with you, while Tian, who was beside them, leaned in to listen. You nodded in agreement. Thus, under Xia Qingzhi's lead, the three of them arrived at the 10-meter-high mushroom house where Chiu lived. The top of the mushroom was adorned with beautiful blue ribbons hanging down. Xia Qingzhi felt that the environment here was far better than the thatched houses of the Liha tribe. The three of them passed through the fluttering banners and arrived at a 3-meter-high entrance. The door was half open, wide enough for a person to pass through. However, two 3-meter-high snake monsters were guarding nearby, scaring her to immediately hide behind Pa. Why are there snakes everywhere? Her life was so miserable. Fortunately, she had used an invisibility leaf and a potion to mask their human scent, so these two monsters should not be able to see them. Just as the three of them quietly approached the entrance, the two large snakes suddenly moved. Then they bent down, their gaze fixed directly on them. Xia Qingzhi, is this broken leaf not working? I feel like they're looking at us, Nian said, glancing around with a fearful expression, shrugging his shoulders. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xia Qingzhi patted her chest and assured them confidently. The invisibility leaf lasts at least an hour, and it had only been less than 10 minutes. Suddenly, the giant's head locked onto Xia Qingzhi's eyes. Xia Qingzhi looked at the monster in front of her and took a step back in fear. Her hand trembled as she pointed at it, stammering, "Why, you can see me. What do you say?" She swallowed nervously and looked back at you, urging, "We have to run." Trying to leave? It's not that easy. The giant snake blocked their path with its tail, forming a tall wall. Xia Qingzhi coughed a few times, waving away the smoke in the air, which startled him into standing frozen in place. Yuli immediately pulled him and the nearby Tian, who was at a loss, into the ground. After the three of them finally escaped, Xia Qingzhi looked at the goal that was close at hand and suggested, "How about we go over and explain? Is that okay?" You picked up the nearby strip-like object. You must be crazy. Tian stood there, using the strip-like object as a whip. "Well, we have to at least give it a try," Xia Qingzhi said cautiously. No matter what, she couldn't give up this opportunity. Unreliable, Yu Ji said straightforwardly. "Well, how about I give it a try?" Xia Qingzhi raised her hand, unsure whether to speak. "If you want to go, go ahead. We won't accompany you to your death," complained Tian beside her. "Fine, I'll go." Xia Qingzhi sulkily walked towards the door again. You followed her. "Hey, don't leave me here." Tian glanced back and shivered, immediately following after. This time, to avoid being recognized, she specially prepared outfits for the three of them. The giant snake looked at the three mutated individuals in front of it, lowered its head, and squinted its eyes to observe them. Xia Qingzhi felt the atmosphere around her, her heart racing uncontrollably, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was silently praying, "Please, don't let them find out." "Who are you?" The giant snake suddenly spoke. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She looked up at the giant, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and mustered her courage to speak hesitantly. We need to find Xiao for something. Could you be a little accommodating?" "What do you need to find Xiao for?" The giant looked at her with a skeptical expression. Xia Qingzhi wiped the sweat off her face, startled as her legs trembled for a moment. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Yes, the leader sent us to find her, saying there are important matters to discuss." "Oh, really?" The giant still looked skeptical, squinting and sizing them up. "Why haven't I seen you before?" Xia Qingzhi was startled and took a step back from his gaze. "We had just joined the Lulang tribe not long ago." Suddenly, the ghost beside us spoke up. "So that's how it is. In that case, you can go in." The giant snake stood up and cleared the way. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just as she excitedly walked inside, a furious voice came from behind. "Wait, why do you look so familiar?" Xia Qingzhi heard the sound. Her body tensed up, and she stiffly turned her head to look back. Following the giant snake's gaze, she saw that the snake tail on Rock Tian's leg had fallen off, revealing 2 straight thighs. Chapter 78. Wanted to seek refuge with Xiao. She thought to herself, "Oh no." Then she turned stiffly to look at the giant snake behind her. "Well, it's you three again. Let's see how I teach you a lesson." The giant snake took out a gun and pointed it directly at them, while the other giant snake did the same. The three of them were made to jump around by the 2 snakes. Just then, the door suddenly opened. "Hey, what are you doing? You're disturbing our rest." Xia Qingzhi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xia dressed in a yellow Lolita outfit, her face looking unpleasant as she waved away the dust on her face. The 2 giant serpents, upon seeing her, immediately stopped their actions and turned to say, "Miss Xia, they are intruding assassins, trying to plot something nefarious." "Oh, is that so?" Xia, upon hearing this, scratched her head and looked at Xia Qingzhi with a somewhat sickly expression. Don't listen to his nonsense. We are here to find Xiao. Xia Qingzhi hurriedly waved her hands to explain. What do you want with Sister Qiao? Xia asked, pressing her fingers against her red lips, looking at her innocently. We are here to seek refuge with Qiao. Xia Qingzhi cautiously and anxiously looked at her, stammering as she explained. Seeking refuge with Sister Qiao? How interesting. Xia played with the petals in her hand. Then her gaze suddenly fell on Xia Qingzhi. However, Sister Qiao is not someone you can meet casually. She looked up at the giant snake beside her, her voice growing colder. Capture the three of them and throw them into the snake's den to feed the beasts. Xia Qingzhi was terrified by such a malicious voice, trembling in fear. She looked at the seemingly innocent woman, who actually had a heart as poisonous as a scorpion. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and capture them. Xia pointed at them, glaring at the giant snakes beside her, pouting and stamping her feet. Yes, Miss Xia. The two giant snakes immediately began to act upon her words. Xia Qingzhi and the three of them were trapped and struggling. Can you take us out like you did just now? She anxiously turned her head to look at you beside her. It's used up, you explained while jumping. Xia Qingzhi was too exhausted to move, panting heavily. When would this end? Suddenly, a weapon came flying toward her eyes, and Xia Qingzhi immediately covered her eyes in fear. Just when she thought it was all over, she suddenly heard the voice of Sister Qiao. Stop it! The two giant snakes immediately halted their movements upon hearing her voice. Tian collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, while you remained calm and composed. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly at Qiao. Xia Qingzhi, what are you here for? Qiao asked her. Before she could speak, Xia, who was beside her, suddenly interjected, Sister Qiao, they said they want to rely on you. Is that true? Qiao's gaze had not left her the entire time. Xia Qingzhi looked at her, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded. Qiao Zhao glanced from a distance and then called out to them. Come in. Xia Qingzhi and Nian looked at each other and then walked in. She sat at the modern desk inside, looking around with her mouth agape. This crystal palace is truly luxurious. I only have tea here, so you all make do with it. Qiao handed her the tea. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes. Half of Qiao's face was hidden by her hair, making it difficult to see her true emotions. She took the cup, said, thank you, and then remembered the important matter, immediately opening her mouth to ask, Qiao, we genuinely want to rely on you. Qiao remained unmoved upon hearing this. She sat on the chair across the table, her hands folded on the table, supporting her head. Xia Qingzhi, you are from the Lihe tribe. How can I be sure this isn't your scheme? Xia Qingzhi could tell that Qiao wasn't very keen on taking them in, so she hurriedly explained, actually, I'm not from the Lihe tribe. Qiao raised her eyes and slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, giving a, I know, she said, but the two behind you are not. Her gaze passed through Xia Qingzhi and looked behind her. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to glance at the two behind her. Li Ka turned her head and said to her, well, they committed a crime, so they were kicked out. She wasn't good at lying and could only stammer out her words. Why were they kicked out? Qiao glanced at the shadow behind her and slowly spoke, a faint smile playing on her lips. Dachi. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, holding the cup in her hands, racking her brain for a solution. If she couldn't come up with a reason soon, Qiao might quickly kick them out. How would she then find out about her sister's whereabouts? He suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi heard the cold voice and excitedly looked at him. It seems that you has thought a good excuse. I was expelled by the leader for making a mistake. Then I turned to Tian. He was targeted by the clan because of the incident with Yi. From what you said, it seems that you are here to save Yi. That's right. I advise you to hand over Yi while you still can, or I won't let you off even in death. Tian couldn't sit still anymore, stood up, and looked at Qiao, angrily slamming the table. Xia Qingzhi turned her head in shock to look at him, thinking to herself, hey, big brother, are you mistaken? Now it seems that Qiao definitely won't accept them staying here. The little brother has quite the temper. This is not the attitude for negotiating a deal. Qiao looked at him with a calm expression, his tone betraying no hint of anger. Qiao then turned to Xia Qingzhi beside him and slowly spoke. So, being abandoned by the tribe is a lie, but saving Yi is the truth? If that's the case, I can't keep you here. No. Xia Qingzhi was so anxious upon hearing this that the teacup in her hand trembled and nearly fell. She stared at Qiao and said urgently, I really want to rely on you. Xia Qingzhi, you traitor. Tian suddenly glared at her. Xiao remained silent, staring at her. After a long while, she finally spoke. Xia Qingzhi, since the guards are strict right now, you should leave as soon as possible. What? Xia Qingzhi looked at her in confusion. It seemed that Xiao was not giving her any chance at all. No, she couldn't give up this opportunity. Xiao, as long as you let me stay, I can wash your clothes, cook for you, and serve you tea. It seems like you really want to stay here, Xiao said calmly as she sipped her tea. It wouldn't be for other reasons, would it? Xia Qingzhi was taken aback upon hearing this. Did she guess it? Should she just ask her directly now? Xiao, before I leave, can you tell me? She was interrupted by Xiao. Since you want to stay so badly, I'll reluctantly give you a chance. If you win, you all stay. If you lose, the three of you will commit suicide. She stared at Xia Qingzhi, her eyes turning sharp. Chapter 79. Duel with Xia what? Xia Qingzhi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at her. What unwilling? Xiao looked at her with interest. If that's the case, then please leave. I won't see you off. Xia Qingzhi looked at her, unsure of how to respond. Winning would be fine, but losing was something she couldn't bear. She turned to the two behind her, sighing. What is the opportunity? You suddenly spoke up, succinctly asking Xiao. Xiao's gaze shifted to Xia Qingzhi as she slowly replied. Defeat Xia. Xia turned her head in disbelief to look at Xiao, indignantly pointing at Xia Qingzhi, and said, she is just a level 6 student, not worthy of being my opponent. Xiao shook her head helplessly and smiled, saying to Xia, not worthy? But she did defeat you before, didn't she? Don't you want to clear your name? Xia was so angry when she heard this that she stomped her feet and glared at Xia Qingzhi, saying, last time I was careless, it doesn't count. But since Sister Qiu said so, I'll reluctantly agree to have a fight with her. Her haughty gaze was fixed on Xia Qingzhi, wishing she could stare her into a sieve. She raised her hand, took out a whip, waved it at her, pointed at her, and proudly declared, Xia Qingzhi, let's have a real competition. Xia Qingzhi looked at her, nervously clenching her hands, trembling, and turned to Qiu. Why don't we just forget it? Xia Qingzhi, do you look down on me? Hearing this, Xia stomped her feet in anger. I don't. Xia Qingzhi looked at her and waved her hand to explain. Are you sure you want to give up? Qiu asked her. 3 lives, the stakes are too high. She can't afford to play. Besides, Xia is a level 2 in the Yang rank. According to Mu's earlier words, she is no match for them. Xia Qingzhi, if you don't duel with me, I'll take your lives right now. Hearing her voice, Xia Qingzhi looked back, and Yu and Tian were tied up and struggling. Fight if you want. Who is afraid of you? Tian said, while struggling and making threats. Tian, don't say that. Xia Qingzhi waved her hand urgently, signaling him to be quiet. He suddenly spoke to her. Xia Qingzhi, since this is the only way for us to survive, then you should go for it. If something happens, it's our bad luck. It has nothing to do with you. Xia Qingzhi felt a little touched by this cold voice. Xia Qingzhi, have you made up your mind? Qiu asked her again. Xia Qingzhi clenched her fists tightly, listening to the sound of her breathing. Since there was no way out, for the sake of her sister and the 3 lives, she had to win this battle. At this moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. With a determined gaze, she looked at Xia and firmly said, I will compete with you. Xia Qingzhi originally thought it was just a small battle, but unexpectedly, they pulled her to the duel arena. She stood in the center, looking around at the crowd, who were cheering excitedly. Her heart was pounding. When had she ever seen such a grand scene? Maybe she should just back out. Xia Qingzhi stopped thinking about retreating. You must win this battle. Mu suddenly appeared to warn her. At that moment, the referee flying in the air blew the whistle after announcing the start of the match. Xia heard the whistle, swung the whip in her hand, and flicked it towards Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi looked at the whip right in front of her and ran forward with all her might. Thus, a scene like this appeared on the competition field. Xia Qingzhi was running in front, while Xia was chasing behind. The audience above let out an "oh" and burst into laughter. Qiu sat in the audience, watching Xia Qingzhi on the competition field with great interest. Xia Qingzhi, please don't let me down. At that moment, someone sat down beside her. Qiu turned her head to look, squinted her eyes, and raised the corners of her mouth. The leader of the shadow, who is always busy, actually came to watch the competition. Or is it that you came for her? What exactly is she to you? You seem to care about her a lot. Qiu, can you let me watch the match seriously? Ing suddenly sounded a bit impatient. Xiao sneered and continued to watch the boring chase game. At that moment, Mao De suddenly arrived, whispered a few words in Ying's ear, and then stepped back. Ying turned to Qiu and spoke boldly. Qiu, no matter what method you use, help me keep her here. Once I finish my business, I'll come find you. Before Qiu could agree, he had already left. Qiu watched the tall figure of the man, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and half squinted her eyes. What is the relationship between Xia Qingzhi and Ying? Xia Qingzhi, you fight back. Xia angrily waved the whip at her, and Xia Qingzhi bit her lip and shook her head. You put away the whip first. Hey, where's your weapon? Hurry up and take out your weapon. Xia Chong shouted at her, but Xia Qingzhi continued to run away. Xia was both speechless and smug. I told you, you're just a useless person. How can you compare to me? Let me take you down with one move. Her expression suddenly changed, and she leaped into the air, flying in front of Xia Qingzhi. Raising her hand, she swung the whip towards her. Xia Qingzhi looked at the whip right in front of her. Scared, she immediately raised her hand and closed her eyes. Frozen in place. After a while, with no feeling, she opened her eyes. She discovered that the vines had turned into a shield protecting her. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, the vines suddenly shattered into pieces, and Xia rushed out from inside, with the whip coming at her again. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she immediately crouched down on the ground and hugged her head, anxiously saying, I wish I had a weapon. Just then, a seed fell from the sky and hit her on the head. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to take it down, staring at it in a daze. The seed suddenly sprouted, with a small triangle emerging. Xia Qingzhi was looking forward to the surprise it would bring her, but the seed didn't respond. Mu spoke up. Xia Qingzhi class, dormitory level, 6 ability, control of wood element weapon, purple orchid vine whip what? Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to look at the sprout on her finger, her lips twitching. No way, just this broken seed can be called a weapon? Xia Qingzhi, watch out. Xia charged at her again. Xia Qingzhi saw this and immediately sidestepped to avoid it. But Xia still came at her. What to do? She felt a bit anxious, right? She could use the sticky net. With this thought, she stopped in her tracks, raised her hand towards Xia. In a moment, the sticky net fell from the sky, encircling Xia completely. Xia Qingzhi, you're sneak attacking. If you have the guts, let me go and we'll duel fairly. No matter how much Xia struggled inside, the sticky net not only didn't break, but grew tighter, leaving her furious and staring in disbelief. Xia Qingzhi stared at her and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the referee said that as long as one side stepped out of the white area, it would be considered a loss. Xia Qingzhi glanced at the terrain, then walked up to pull the bound Xia Zhao. Just as they were nearing the edge, Xia suddenly broke free from the sticky web. Chapter 80. It makes a move to save her. She grabbed the whip and swung it toward her. Xia Qingzhi immediately crouched down upon seeing this. But didn't know what she stepped on. Her body leaned forward and she fell out of the white area. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Xia Qingzhi wins. Xia stood up, spat out the dirt from her mouth, glared at Xia Qingzhi with indignation, and turned to look at the referee. This doesn't count. The referee ignored her and signaled everyone to clock out. Xia, furious, stomped her feet on the ground in anger, and then tears streamed down her face. She said fiercely to Xia Qingzhi, this isn't over. After saying that, she rubbed her eyes and ran away crying. She had unexpectedly won. However, what she didn't know was that what was under Xia's feet was placed there by Qiu. Qiu had kept the 3 of them in his camp as promised and gave each of them a leaf. According to Qiu, with this token, they could move freely throughout the wandering tribe. Xia Qingzhi got her wish and approached Qiu. Next, she should subtly ask Qiu about her sister's whereabouts. She arrived at Qiu's door and was about to knock when Tian pulled her aside. Now the 3 of us should go find Yin, he said. You hugged her arms and nodded indifferently. But I have something to do. Xia Qingzhi immediately refused. Aren't we here to find Yin? Tian stared at her, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Before Xia Qingzhi could finish her sentence, she and you were pulled away by Tian. Xia Qingzhi was preoccupied with her own matters and felt listless along the way. Suddenly, she thought of a plan, shook off Tian, and walked up to him, suggesting nervously, well, since we can move freely here, why don't we split up into 3 groups? That way, we can find Yin more quickly. What do you think? All right, let's do it your way. Tian agreed without any hesitation. Xia Qingzhi let out a sigh of relief. You did well. The masked man said to Ying. What about Yi? Spoke with little patience. Of course, we kill her and extract the divine beast phoenix from within. The masked man's voice was devoid of any warmth. I originally thought it was a god, but it turns out to be a divine beast. However, a divine beast will do. As long as I absorb its energy, I will level up several times. By the way, where is Yi? Take me to see her quickly. He was somewhat impatient. In the building ahead, Ying led the way. Xia Qingzhi initially didn't want to get involved, but Mu insisted that she follow and take a look. Unable to refuse Mu, she had no choice but to chase after. Xia Qingzhi borrowed the power of the invisibility leaf and slipped in while they were off guard, hiding in the corner to eavesdrop on their conversation. At this moment, Yin was locked in a huge birdcage with something stuck on it. Mu said it was a talisman to suppress supernatural abilities. Ying looked at the masked man staring at Yi and spoke. I've done what you asked me to do, so what about your promise to me? The masked man turned around, looking at him with interest. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise to you. By the way, did you see that old man this time? He suddenly asked. I killed him, Ying said casually. What? The masked man heard this and immediately stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar, angrily saying, Who told you to touch him? Xia Qingzhi felt confused. Shadow raised his hand to push him away, but the masked man, unwilling to back down, started fighting with him, only to be defeated in an instant. Although you and I are both at the Ying level, you can't beat me. Don't forget, I have worked my way up to today step by step. And you're just a thief who steals the fruits of others' labor. I truly feel sorry for her. The masked man looked at him, clenching his fist. Xia Qingzhi accidentally stepped on something soft and immediately screamed in fright. Who, show yourself. The masked man raised his hand, and Xia Qingzhi was let out. She looked at the two people in front of her and smiled awkwardly. I was just passing by. Oh no, this is bad. Xia Qingzhi, is that you? I thought you were dead a long time ago. The masked man stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and looked at her in disbelief. Xia Qingzhi looked at him in surprise upon hearing his words, raised her hand to point at herself, and widened her eyes to ask him, do you know me? The masked man stared at her without speaking, then extended his hand, lightning gathering in his palm. No matter who you are, you must die today. The lightning surged towards her. Xia Qingzhi widened her eyes in fright, looking at everything in a daze. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared before her, and the masked man was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief. 1315, come here, and shouted at him in a bad mood. 1315? The masked man looked at him in surprise and then burst into laughter. His fiancée, he was taken away by someone else, and he could only rely on a substitute to satisfy his needs. Xia Qingzhi felt a bit confused and asked Mu. At that moment, Mu's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and she didn't want to say much. However, if I kill a substitute, you shouldn't feel so pained, right? The masked man turned around and launched another attack on Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly, forgetting to fight back. Suddenly, a figure blocked her way and angrily shouted, Don't touch her. She tilted her head to look at the masked man, who was covering his injured hand, gritting his teeth in hatred. Mu took this opportunity to quickly pull Xia Qingzhi away. After they got outside, Xia Qingzhi wanted to find Xiao, but Mu insisted she spread the news about Yi. Remembering the hardships she endured because of Yi, she felt a turmoil in her heart and bravely resisted Mu. No, I'm going to find Xiao. I'm going to find Liu. Mu did not give her a chance to refuse. Xia Qingzhi insisted on her own opinion, and Mu suddenly spoke up. All right, since that's the case, I won't teach you the wood-based hypnosis technique. Xiao wouldn't easily reveal your sister's whereabouts. Xia Qingzhi held her hands in grievance. Mu's words didn't count, but for her sister, she endured. All right, I'll go find you. Just as she turned in a different direction to prepare to find you, she saw a person in front of her and was so scared that she kept backing away. Where do you think you're going? Ying stepped forward, quickly grabbing her arm, causing Xia Qingzhi to wince in pain. She looked at Mu for help, silently conveying a message. Save me. But Mu said, you follow him. After I tell you the news, I'll come find you. After saying that, she disappeared without a trace. Xia Qingzhi, turned her head to look at the man's face in the darkness, recalling what had happened before. It's over. It's completely over this time. What should I do? She didn't want to become a monster like him. Xia Qingzhi tried to struggle, but found it useless, watching helplessly as she was pulled away. Chapter 81. Liquid chip. Xia Qingzhi was pulled into the room, and what she saw was all luxury. But she had no mood to appreciate it. Her mind focused on how to escape from here. If she stayed any longer, she might really be forced to become a monster. She looked towards the door, where a tall man stood blocking the entrance, his gaze burning as he stared at her, sending chills down her back. She couldn't understand what charm she possessed that could attract so many men. Xia Qingzhi nervously clenched her hands, raised her head to meet his gaze, and timidly spoke. I'm not the person you're looking for. Can you let me go? Ing stepped forward, grabbed her hand, leaned down close to her cheek, and his heated voice rang out. This time, you came to me on your own. Now you want to leave. Are you playing hard to get? Xia Qingzhi felt the warmth in her hand and heard the breath very close to her. She immediately took a big step back, breaking free from his wrist and maintaining a certain distance from him. Ing saw this reaction and his expression turned furious. He stepped forward, raised her chin with his hand, and fire sparkled in his eyes. Don't think I won't dare to make a move on you. Xia Qingzhi immediately turned her head to the side and took a few steps back, not daring to stare into his eyes. Her hands nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, trembling. This person often touched her without warning, which was really annoying. Wait, how did he know she was here? Filled with, she mustered her courage, raised her head to meet his angry gaze, swallowed hard, and spoke after a moment. Why you? How did you find me? Upon hearing this, Ing smiled wickedly, half closing his eyes, revealing a smug expression. Xia Qingzhi, I know all about your whereabouts. Xia Qingzhi stared at him, her heart racing, and took a step back. With a complex expression, she asked him, what do you mean? Do you still remember the liquid you drank before to save Linpa? Actually, that was a liquid chip. From the moment you drank it, I have known all your movements. Xia Qingzhi felt her scalp tingle upon hearing this, and her feet involuntarily retreated, causing her to trip and fall onto the bed. No wonder Mu said she was fine. It turned out to be this way. But with this, what was the difference between her and being in prison? Could this man be a pervert? She suddenly panicked and looked up at him, flustered. You have to take it out quickly. Take it out? Why should I take it out? Ing stepped forward, bent down, and grabbed her arm, his aggressive breath hitting her face. You can't treat me like this. It's not fair to me. Xia Qingzhi was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Have you ever been fair to me? Ing threw her hand away, patted his chest, and glared at her with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. I don't even know you. Xia Qingzhi looked at the ferocious person in front of her, her hands trembling in fear against her chest. What nice way to say you don't know me. Ing stood up, his tall figure blocking the light. It was hard to see his expression in the darkness, but one thing was certain. He must be very angry at that moment. You really have a wrong person. The one you're looking for. Ing interrupted. Xia Qingzhi, I won't get the wrong person. Oh, right. I found another suitable python. After I'm done with Yanya's matter, I will personally take care of it. What? Xia Qingzhi was so scared by this that she didn't know what to do. She shook her head frantically, looking up at him with a sense of grievance. You're so scary. After saying this, she immediately got up and ran toward the door, wanting to leave this place. Just as she was about to reach the door, Ing suddenly ran over, his huge body blocking the doorway, his gaze staring at her ominously. Where do you think you're going? Xia Qingzhi rushed past him, eagerly heading to the door, while Ing turned around and grabbed her arm. Xia Qingzhi endured the pain, anxiously fiddling with the door lock, and unexpectedly, the door opened. She struggled, half of her body protruding outside the door, and saw you, her face filled with excitement. She wanted to shout, but as soon as she uttered a word, Ing covered her mouth and dragged her inside. Immediately after, the door was slammed shut with a bang. You turned around to look at the empty space behind him, frowning deeply. It seemed he had heard Xia Qingzhi's voice. Then he shook his head and continued to walk forward. At this moment, Xia Qingzhi was lying on the ground, clutching her neck with both hands, her face pale. The red scratch marks on her neck were shocking. She was almost out of breath. It hurt so much. Stop it. Ing stepped forward, bent down, and touched her forehead, threateningly asking, Do you understand your mistake? Cough, cough, I was wrong. Xia Qingzhi spoke insincere words to save her life. That's good, he said to her in a tone similar to that of a tamer. After that, the pain in Xia Qingzhi's neck disappeared. Cough, cough. She looked up, holding back her tears, and asked him, "What is this?" Ing smiled, a smile that was extremely terrifying. "This is another function of the liquid chip, used to punish you for being disobedient." Xia Qingzhi was startled, raising her head with wide eyes, her pupils contracting as she looked at him in disbelief. He was so frightening. She had to find a way to get rid of the liquid chip. "But don't worry, as long as you behave and listen to me from now on. How could I bear to punish you?" Ing raised his hand, wanting to hold her chin, but she immediately turned her head away, not giving him a chance to bully her. Seeing her so uncooperative, Ing clenched his fists in rage, gritting his teeth as he glared at her. "Do you want to try the taste of that just now again?" Xia Qingzhi felt a jolt in her heart upon hearing this. Given the current situation, it was better not to provoke him. Otherwise, who knew what this pervert might do? "Yes, I'm sorry if I had used this earlier, you wouldn't have betrayed me." Ing interrupted with a smile. Xia Qingzhi looked at him, laughing maniacally, trembling in fear, hoping he would leave soon. You can unlock the liquid chip in my body, right?" she asked him timidly. Ing lowered his head to look at her and smiled. "Maybe I'll consider it when you learn to listen to me and stop making me angry." Xia Qingzhi lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing this. It seemed that he had no intention of unraveling the situation. She could only rely on herself. She anxiously clutched her dress. "Xia Qingzhi, I advise you to behave yourself and not to pull any tricks, or else don't blame me for turning against you," Ing suddenly said. Xia Qingzhi was startled by his words, shrugged her shoulders, and immediately shook her head at him. "You wouldn't dare." After finishing his laugh, Ing walked towards her step by step. She nervously backed away. He couldn't be thinking of that. No, that wouldn't do. Finally, she was forced into the corner of the bed. "Leader, that person is calling for you." The door was suddenly pushed open, and Mao appeared. Chapter 82. Divine Beast Phoenix. Seeing someone ruin his good plans, Ing raised his hand, and Mao Da's 3 newly grown hairs were burned off again. He stood up, looking at Xia Qingzhi, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, trembling. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You better behave, and don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Xia Qingzhi nodded tremblingly in fear. Seeing her behave this way, Ing angrily followed Kata and left. Xia Qingzhi felt relieved when she saw the tightly closed door. Just then, the door opened. She immediately tensed up, getting into a defensive stance. When she saw who it was, she relaxed. The moment she saw Mu, she ran off the bed and hugged her, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Mu, you finally came. Woo, you have no idea what I've been through." Mu pushed her away in disgust, watching her cry with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "What's wrong with you?" At this point, Xia Qingzhi, feeling wronged, couldn't speak and just sobbed. "That pervert forced me to have relations with him." "Oh." Mu showed no extra expression upon hearing this. I'm like this. Aren't you going to comfort me?" Seeing Mu remain indifferent, Xia Qingzhi felt even more wronged. "Enough, crying and whining like this. What do you look like?" Mu handed her some tissues. "Mu, you're scaring me." Xia Qingzhi wiped her tears with the tissues while feeling aggrieved. "All right, let's talk business." Mu helplessly rubbed her forehead. "What is it?" Xia Qingzhi stopped crying and looked at her with red eyes. "Save Yanyi," Mu said straightforwardly. Xia Qingzhi widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth dropping open. You want to save Yanyi?" Then she lowered her head and spoke softly. "Or maybe we should just forget it." "No, you have to save her." Mu didn't give her a chance to choose. Why are you so eager to save Yanyi? Are you very close to her?" Xia Qingzhi looked up, full of confusion and a bit aggrieved. Mu was her guardian spirit. How could he side with someone else? "She promised me that after we save her, she will give me the divine beast phoenix." Xia Qingzhi swallowed hard. "The legendary phoenix actually exists. What do you want the phoenix for?" she asked curiously. "The phoenix can see through everything," Mu said. "Are you looking for something? I can help you." Xia Qingzhi said anxiously. "There are no plants here. You can't check." Mu's gaze was firm as he stared at her. "So we must rescue Yanyi. Let's go. Don't waste any more time." After saying this, he grabbed Xia Qingzhi and was about to leave. Xia Qingzhi saw this and immediately shook off her hand, lowering her head and gritting her teeth, saying, I won't go. What's wrong? Are you still holding a grudge against her? Mu turned her head, her voice somewhat cold. Not really, it's just that right now. Since it's not, then what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go. Mu stepped forward again, taking her hand and walking towards the door. Do you really want to become a monster? She asked. Xia Qingzhi was immediately frightened and shook her head. He installed a liquid chip on me. If I just leave like this, he will definitely find out. Mu was stunned upon hearing this, turned his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at her suspiciously, not believing it. You're not lying to me, are you? Xia Qingzhi blinked at her and immediately became anxious to explain. Why would I lie to you? What I said is true. Just now I was tortured by him because of the liquid chip. Mu widened her eyes in disbelief. No longer the aloof and domineering person she was before. He actually treated you like that. I thought you were special to him. What do you mean? Xia Qingzhi asked, her eyes hazy, after a moment of silence. All the misfortunes I've suffered here, aren't they all because of Nian? Mu raised an eyebrow, her brow furrowed. Why do you think it's because of Nian? Xia Qingzhi was about to speak when Mu interrupted her. How about this? You come up with a way to knock him out. Xia Qingzhi felt uneasy as she bit her lip, her eyes filled with fear. No, if he finds out, he definitely won't let me go. How am I going to explain it then? Maybe I should just forget it. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, not daring to look up at her. Xia Qingzhi, you promised me a request back then. Mu threatened her. Now, I ask you to help me rescue Yanyi. Xia Qingzhi was anxious upon hearing this and immediately raised her head, feeling wronged. Why do I have to go? As long as I leave you for more than 2 hours, I will turn into consciousness. 2 hours is definitely not enough time to save Yanyi. Mu explained. Well, okay then. After hearing this explanation, Xia Qingzhi had no choice but to agree. Mu dragged the unwilling Xia Qingzhi to the room where Ying was, and at the door, Mao Davas Gading. It's you? He looked a bit surprised and muttered softly, strange, didn't 1315 just go in? When did she come out? Could it be someone else? Let her in. A voice came from inside. Mao just stepped aside, his dreamy big eyes fixed on her, elegantly extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Go in. Xia Qingzhi nervously clutched the fruit basket and ran inside immediately. Once inside, she was stunned to see the two people there. A woman who looked exactly like her was nestled in Ying's embrace, feeding him something, appearing very dependent. Could it be that she is Nian? But if he is Nian, then why would he torment her? When Ying saw her, there was not much surprise on his face. He impatiently said to the woman in his arms, Get up. Can't you see she's here? Upon hearing this, the woman trembled in fear and immediately got up to walk towards the door. As she passed by Xia Qingzhi, she turned her head to glance at her. Xia Qingzhi saw strong hatred in her eyes. It seemed she hadn't provoked that woman. After the woman left, Ying suddenly looked at her, his gaze scrutinizing, and his tone was much better than before. What brings you here? Xia Qingzhi glanced at him shyly, then looked down at the fruit basket in her hands, hesitating as she walked over. Seeing Ying reach out to her, she immediately placed the fruit basket on the table and sat down opposite him, keeping a certain distance. Ying looked at her, and his face darkened immediately. There are corn and apples in this basket. Do you want to try some? Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, speaking timidly and not daring to look into his eyes. Ying suddenly spoke up. Are you really that kind-hearted? You wouldn't have poisoned it inside, would you? Chapter 83. Making Ying fall into a coma. Xia Qingzhi's heart sank when she heard this. She immediately raised her head to look at his unusual eyes, frantically waving her hands to explain. I didn't poison it. The man's dangerously narrowed eyes made her swallow hard. He must have found out. She quickly lowered her head, trembling as she took a piece of corn from the basket, holding it with both hands and taking a bite. After chewing, she looked up at him and smiled awkwardly. You see, I didn't poison it. I know you wouldn't dare, Ying said confidently. Then he reached for a piece of corn and took a small bite. Looking up, his gaze fell on her again. Are you trying to win me over with these gifts? Do you have an ulterior motive? Ying said bluntly. No, that's not it. I made this especially for you. Xia Qingzhi immediately rushed to explain. Upon hearing this, Ying paused his actions, frowning as he looked at her. Xia Qingzhi looked at the flames igniting in his eyes, trembling in fear, and immediately explained, I'm telling the truth. Please don't be angry. Xia Qingzhi, you traitor, came the voice of Mu in her ear. Upon hearing this, Ying impatiently tossed the corn into the basket, leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs, and folded his arms to scrutinize her, his expression looking extremely grim. Xia Qingzhi, you'd better speak honestly, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Xia Qingzhi heard the threatening tone and shrugged, immediately speaking timidly. Don't stammer. Hurry up and say it. Ing interrupted her directly, warning her with little patience. Xia Qingzhi held her hand and immediately spoke up. I want you to help me take out the liquid chip. She said this in one breath. Although this was hiding her true purpose, removing the chip was also something she wanted to do. Ever since she had the chip, she hadn't been able to eat or sleep well, always feeling like she was being watched, lacking a sense of security. Ing loosened his grip, leaned forward, and stared at her intently, breaking into a grin. Xia Qingzhi, let me tell you the truth. Ever since the moment the liquid chip was implanted in your body, I never intended to remove it. So, don't think about getting any ideas about it. After saying this, he straightened up and picked up the glass of water in front of him to taste. Xia Qingzhi was anxious when she heard this. Why? We are not related. Why are you treating me like this? Ing heard this and waved his hand. The cup shattered on the ground into pieces. He furiously stepped forward, grabbing her hand and glaring at her through gritted teeth. Xia Qingzhi, it was you who betrayed me first. I only imposed a slight punishment on you. What? Can't you stand it? Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear, looking at him in panic. He grabbed Xia Qingzhi's hand and reached towards the snake tail at her lower body. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately struggled, but didn't give her that opportunity. I have become like this also thanks to you. Xia Qingzhi was scared to tears. I didn't you have the wrong person. Ing laughed maniacally upon hearing this. Wrong person? Even if you turn to ashes, I won't mistake you. After saying this, he shook off her hand, pressed both hands on her shoulders, disregarding Xia Qingzhi's struggles, and said in a cold tone, Since you push me into darkness, then I can only pull you in with me. If I can't have a good time, you shouldn't expect to have one either. He pushed her forcefully, knocking Xia Qingzhi onto the carpet. Just as he was about to make a move on her, he felt a bit dizzy, shook his head, and collapsed to the side, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. Xia Qingzhi looked at the monster lying on the ground, trembling. Xia Qingzhi, how dare you drug me? I won't let you go. After that, he fainted. In fact, the fruits and vegetables in the basket were sprinkled with some plants that would not cause any harm to the human body. However, once mixed with water, the plants would form a powerful sedative. It was just unknown how long the effect would last. Xia Qingzhi suddenly turned her head and saw the fruit knife on the table, and an evil thought popped in her mind. She turned around and walked towards the table. Just as she reached out to grab the object on it, Mu suddenly appeared and grabbed her. Let's go, while he hasn't woken up yet. We need to save Yanyi. Xia Qingzhi watched helplessly as the fruit knife on the table moved further and further away from her. Xia Qingzhi and Mu used the invisibility leaves and some liquid to mask their scent to sneak in. They initially thought they could directly take away Yanyi, but unexpectedly, there were many people inside the room, led by a masked man and Mu, who had wings. The masked man raised his hand to absorb the energy from Yanyi, who turned pale and looked in great pain. Mu, standing nearby, looked worried and urgently said to the masked man, Master, please let her go. If this continues, she will die. The masked man was now lost in madness, staring at Yanyi and muttering, Why can't I extract it? Why is this happening? Hiding in the shadows, Mu turned and took out a blue mineral from the wall, then threw it in front of the masked man. The stone interrupted his actions, and the powerful impact knocked him to the ground. The masked man spat out a mouthful of blood and said, It seems I still can't control this energy. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned to Mu beside him, and said irritably, Watch her for me. I need to think of a way. Yes, master, Mu replied, then looked at Yanyi in the cage with a complicated expression. After the masked man left, Mu immediately ran to the front of the cage, holding the bars with both hands, and said worriedly, Yi, just give the divine beast to the master. I will plead with the master to spare you. Yanyi lowered her head, unwilling to respond. Yi, can you please not ignore me? Mu said, sounding a bit dejected. Mu, why don't we take the chance to save Yanyi now? Xia Qingzhi said anxiously. She was afraid that Ing would wake up and come after her, so she urged Mu. That wing guy is at the 5th level of the sun stage. With your current ability, it would just be sending yourself to death if you go out now. Let's observe the situation for now, Mu said calmly. Xia Qingzhi heard this and lowered her head, responding with an "oh." Now, she could only hope the drug would last longer, so that the pervert wouldn't wake up so soon. Are you hungry? If not, I could go get you some food, Mu's gentle voice came. And he looked up at him, paused in silence, and slowly said, Mu, if you really love me, let me go. Hearing this, Mu lowered his head, gritting his teeth. I'm sorry, the master needs you. I can't let you go. Am I not as important to you as your master? And he felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. I'm sorry, the master has been good to me. I can't betray him. But he looked up and raised his hand to swear. You are the most important person in my heart. And he found this somewhat ironic. Sister, I found you. A voice came from the room. Chapter 84. Yin, Yi becomes a wife. It was Yin Tian. Had he gone mad, rushing in alone like this? Mu looked at the person in front of him, feeling speechless. He had clearly told him not to act recklessly, yet he treated her words as if they were nothing. Since it was like this, whether he lived or died had nothing to do with her. Yin Yi looked toward the sound, her face showing surprise. Mu turned to look at the man in front of him, a trace of ruthlessness flashing between his brows. You're really bold, daring to try to rescue someone right under my nose. Let me teach you a lesson. Mu raised his hand. A whirlwind lifted Yin Tian into the air. If he let go, Yin Tian would surely fall to his death. Yin Yi watched her brother in the whirlwind, stunned for a moment, then shouted at Mu, Stop! Don't hurt him! Hearing this, Mu's face darkened instantly, turning to Yin Yi with a look of grievance. Yin Yi, I've been good enough to you. Why did you go behind my back to find someone else? It doesn't matter. As long as he dies, you are still mine. After saying this, he was about to make a move. He is my brother, Yin Yi exclaimed in fear. Mu, hearing this, looked puzzled, his long eyelashes fluttering. How'd I not know? Mu, if you dare to hurt her, there will be no future for us, Yin Yi said. Are you threatening me? Mu felt even more upset upon hearing this. He then let go of Yin Tian and walked up to Yin Yi, pleading, I will listen to you, but don't say such things again. Or, I want to be able to take it. Xia Qingzhi shivered upon hearing this. Is this place really full of perverts? How terrifying. All right, I promise you. Yin Yi said this without hesitation. Yin Tian was stunned, muttering quietly. My sister has always been innocent. How could she be mixed up with the people from the wandering tribe? It must be that winged guy threatening her. So he stepped forward to push Mu, who, angered, turned around and grabbed Yin Tian's neck. You dare push me, you're asking for death. Yin Tian was almost choking, looking at his sister. He comforted her. Don't be afraid. I won't let this monster hurt you. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I hurt my own wife? Yin Tian looked at him in disbelief. You're talking nonsense. My sister could never be with a monster like you. Upon hearing this, Mu smiled and released his grip. With a haunting gaze, he deliberately boasted, I'm not talking nonsense. She willingly lies beneath the monster you speak of to be with me. Oh, by the way, she even bore me a pair of lovely children. You're spouting nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian lost his reason and angrily swung his fist at him. Mu wouldn't give him that opportunity and directly grabbed his hand, incapacitating it. Yin Tian grimaced in pain, howling at the sky. Mu, stop! Yin Yi shouted anxiously. Upon hearing her voice, Mu let go of him. Yin Tian walked to the front of the cage, gripping the bars, staring at her in disbelief. Sister, what he said is false, right? No, what he said is true. I willingly want to be with him. Yin Yi looked at him with a cold smile, her tone both bitter and helpless. I'm afraid he will abandon me, entangled with him to have children. Are you satisfied now? Yin Tian shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. He must have forced you. Yin Yi tilted her head and laughed. He has never forced me. I drugged his food to be with him, to have relations with him. Xia Qingzhi and Mu stood aside, listening to the conversation between the siblings, their expressions increasingly shocked. Yin Yi, how can you be so unloving? Yin Tian shouted. Unloving? But he can give me the love I want. Yin Yi looked up, her bangs obscuring her unclear eyes, and smiled resolutely. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian's face filled with anger as he pointed at the winged figure nearby. Yin Yi, are you crazy? They killed our father and made us live under others' roofs since childhood. Yin Yi wore a nonchalant expression. So what? Yanye, Can you face our father while being with a monster? Yin Tian asked her through clenched teeth. Yin Yi remained silent, looking coldly at Yin Tian. Yin Tian, unwilling to accept it, said, "When did you two even get together?" "She has been with me since she turned adult. It's been at least 50 years, Mu said proudly. What? Yin Tian was taken aback and took a step back. Xia Qingzhi was stunned. According to what he just said, Yin Yi was at least 70 years old. But why did she look like a girl in her early 20s? Mu explained beside her. In this era, the average lifespan of humans is over 300 years. As for these mutants and ability users, they can live for at least 1,000 years. As an ability user, Yin Yi could live for over 1,000 years. At her age, she was indeed a bit young. It was hard to understand why she would entrust herself to Mu at such a young age. Xia Qingzhi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at them. What crazy world. Mu, how old are you? She turned her head and curiously looked at Mu. Xia Qingzhi swallowed the saliva in her mouth upon hearing this. Yin Yi suddenly spoke. Yin Tian, you should go. Don't come looking for me again. Mu's gaze was deep as he stared at him. For your brother Aye's sake, I'll let you go this time. But next time, you won't be so lucky. No. Yin Yi, no matter what, I have to take you away from here. Yin Tian stubbornly shook the cage, his voice firm. Mu was angered, and a whirlwind swept him into the air, shouting crazily at him. Do you think I'm blind? Watching her nearly suffocate brother, Yin Yi recalled the past and immediately scolded him to stop. Mu, don't. Mu looked at Yin Yi, his expression obsessive, and spoke softly. Aye, I gave him a chance, but he didn't want it, so you can't blame me. Just as Mu was about to kill him, Yin Yi panicked and opened her mouth, eagerly saying, let him go. I'll give you the divine beast. Upon hearing this, Mu's expression became even more furious. Yin Yi, no matter how I plead with you, you refuse to hand it over. Now, for him, you actually offer it willingly. Yin Yi, look, you don't love me that much. He must die today. That way, you'll be mine alone. Mu spoke in a sickly sweet tone, his expression somewhat obsessive. In front of Yin Yi, he slowly loosened his grip, and Yin Tian fell from sky. No. Yin Yi watched everything in horror, her face turning pale. Chapter 85, Caught by Shadows. At this critical moment, a large net flew into the air to catch Yin Tian. Xia Qingzhi looked at Yin Tian, who was safe and sound, and breathed a sigh of relief. He almost lost his life. If it weren't for Mu forcing her to save him, she wouldn't have saved someone who had hurt her before. Yanyi, seeing that her brother was fine, felt relieved. Who is it? Come out quickly. Mu looked around, glancing this way and that, but couldn't find anyone. Xia Qingzhi, hurry up. The leaves are about to lose their effect, Mu urged. Xia Qingzhi heard this and responded with an "oh," immediately taking Yin Tian away. After that, he walked over to Yin Yi and instantly changed to a gentle expression. Does I really want to give up the Phoenix Divine Beast? Upon hearing this, Yin Yi suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Is her position in his heart really just so insignificant? It seems that I is unwilling. Well then, I can only throw those two annoying little things away. Yin Yi's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, looking at him in disbelief. They're your flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless? In her heart, those two children are connected to her by blood and are her source of comfort. Mu's love is filled with obsession and distrust, perhaps just as Mu said when he came to find her back then. His love is a form of control, requiring her to sacrifice her freedom as the price. She had told Mu that as long as he loved her, she would willingly be confined, allowing him to control her. But Mu told her that when the desire for control exceeds that little bit of love, it is no longer love. All of this is merely to satisfy Mu's desires. She originally didn't believe it, but now she has to doubt it. Perhaps only those two children truly love her wholeheartedly. So, they must not be harmed. Mu sneered and said, what does it matter if they are flesh and blood? All I want is you. At the beginning, I didn't want them. You hid from me and gave birth to them. Since they came into being, all your attention has been away from me. I hate this feeling. You can only belong to me, and your attention can only be on me. Anything that tries to distract you from me must disappear. As he spoke, his eyes began to cloud over, and he looked at his obsessive expression, frightened. He looked like he was really going to do something. Thinking of the two children, she immediately panicked and said, don't hurt them, I will hand over the divine beast. Upon hearing this, Mu snorted coldly and walked out. She had already thought of an excuse, But unexpectedly, she was caught by Ying before she even arrived. In the room, Xia Qingzhi knelt on the ground in pain, clutching her neck with both hands. In front of her was Ying, who was sitting in a chair not far away, sipping tea. Xia Qingzhi was consumed by pain, feeling as if she just wanted to escape. This time it was even more painful than the last. "Quick, let go of me." Xia Qingzhi's face turned pale, her voice extremely weak. "If you dare to drug me, be prepared to face the consequences." Ying put down the teacup in his hand, slamming his palm on the table with great force, his face filled with uncontrollable anger, looking as if he wanted to kill him. Xia Qingzhi was overwhelmed with pain and fear, shedding physiological tears in distress. If she had known it would end up like this, she wouldn't have come. "What do you want me to do to let me go?" Her tone was weak, nearly fainting. Ying bent down, his gaze fixed on her, hands clasped, voice irritable. "Fine. If you want me to let you go, then apologize to me and say you won't dare to do this again next time." Xia Qingzhi couldn't hold on any longer, gritting her teeth and trembling as she spoke. "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Mu looked in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. Didn't he love her very much? Why was his treatment of her the same as ours? Loving someone shouldn't be like this. Could it be that he didn't love her, but hated her instead? Upon hearing this, Ying smiled with satisfaction and raised his hand. Xia Qingzhi felt pain and collapsed to the ground, her hands trembling as she looked at the feet in front of her. She thought he had finally let her go, but to her surprise, he squatted down, lifted her chin, and with a smirk said, "We didn't think it would end like this, did you?" Xia Qingzhi stared at the resilient and handsome face in front of her, feeling a sudden sense of unease. She was dragged into a room by Ying and quickly locked inside. It was pitch black around her, and Xia Qingzhi could hear the sound of snakes, trembling in fear. It couldn't be. It shouldn't be a snake den. At that moment, a voice came from outside. "Xia Qingzhi, reflect well inside." As the voice fell, the lights turned on, revealing a room full of colorful snakes. Xia Qingzhi's terrified voice echoed through the sky. She was so scared that she immediately ran to the door, pounding on it with her hands. Sweat poured out in thick streams. "Let me out quickly." Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at the snake approaching her. Scared and shouting, "Mu, come out and help me." At that moment, Mu swallowed hard and trembled, saying, I'm also afraid of snakes. You take care." After saying this, Mu disappeared without a trace. "Don't go." Xia Qingzhi looked around anxiously, watching as the snake slithered closer to her. "Help!" She kept shouting, but no one paid her any attention. Frightened, she crouched down, burying her legs in her knees, and cried, "Puh, if only you were here." She looked up and saw the snake had already climbed on her feet, hissing ominously. Xia Qingzhi closed her eyes to comfort herself. "Don't be afraid. There must be a way. There will definitely be a way to deal with these terrifying things." Right, the sticky net. She stretched out her trembling hand, forcing herself to concentrate. Soon, green seeds grew from her hand, then formed a huge net to trap those snakes, rolling them into a ball. She created several more nets, and all the snakes in the room were dealt with and tossed aside. She huddled at the door, looking at the pile of dying snakes in the corner, and let out a sigh of relief. Now, she should be able to rest well. She looked down at her legs. What should she do to get rid of the things inside her body? As long as the liquid chip was not removed, she would never be safe. Even if she escaped, what would happen? She would still be found by that shadow. Who did she offend? And why did she have to endure such unfair treatment? Lost in thought, she fell asleep. Just then, she heard footsteps outside the door and quickly got up to hide to the side. She raised her hand to take out a stick from her space, preparing to attack the person coming in. Chapter 86. How to stay when she saw the person in front of her clearly, she immediately dropped the stick in her hand, scared and taking a big step back, keeping a certain distance from him. "Xia Qingzhi, you've gotten so bold. You actually thought of attacking me." The shadow's gaze fixed on her, his eyes blazing with fury, gritting his teeth, and his clenched fist creaked ominously. Xia Qingzhi looked at his fierce expression, trembling in fear. She had ample reason to suspect that the person in front of her was a violent maniac. She cautiously raised her head to explain to him, I thought someone was going to hurt me, so I took the stick. I didn't expect that person to be you. It better be that way," he said with a fierce glint in his eyes. Are you here to take me out?" She forced herself to meet his gaze, smiling awkwardly. What else could it be? He replied, speechless. He looked around. The room was empty, and then he caught sight of a pile of dead snakes, his anger boiling. He turned back to glare at her. How dare you? Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she kept retreating, not daring to look into his eyes. She weakly spoke, yes, they wanted to hurt me. I killed them out of self-defense. They were just ordinary snakes. They had no poison at all. You really are ruthless. Ingqi's fists were about to explode with anger. These are my treasures. Yes, you brought me here. You can't blame me entirely, Xia Qingzhi stammered. Are you saying this is my fault? Ing gritted his teeth, unable to endure any longer. Xia Qingzhi mustered up the courage to look up at the man, but immediately lowered her head. I didn't say it. You said it yourself. Upon hearing this, Ing took 3 steps forward and raised his hand. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she closed her eyes. Forget it. I'll let you go this time. Hearing Ying's voice, Xia Qingzhi slowly opened her eyes and turned her head to see blood seeping from the wall beside her, letting out a sigh of relief. Ing looked down at her and said impatiently, Xia Qingzhi, I advise you to behave yourself when you go out. Otherwise, I'll transform you immediately. Xia Qingzhi trembled upon hearing this, nodding her head frantically. Xia Qingzhi sat on the chair, her eyes fixed intently on the fruit knife on the table. Since there was no way to remove the liquid chip for now, then she thought she could kill the shadow. This way, she wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. But was that too cruel? Xia Qingzhi shook her head. No, it was he who hurt her first. Xia Qingzhi quietly sneaked into Ying's room while everyone was resting. The man was sitting on the big bed with his eyes closed, resting. Xia Qingzhi leaned against the wall and slowly moved behind him, tiptoeing forward. Looking at the man's solid back, she trembled as she held the knife in her hands. This is you forcing me. Then she raised her hand, aiming the knife at the shadow. Just as the knife was about to strike, Mu pulled her away. In the room, Xia Qingzhi glared at the person sitting at the table, resting his chin on his hand, and angrily said, What do you mean? I was so close to killing him. Mu, looking at the furious Xia Qingzhi, sarcastically remarked, naive. Then, staring at her in confusion, he explained, Do you really think a fruit knife can kill him? Don't be delusional. He has lived for 10,000 years. He's already immortal. What do you mean? Xia Qingzhi was stunned when she heard this. Mu got up, walked to Xia Qingzhi's side, who was in a daze, and raised his hand to pat her shoulder. The meaning was that you can't kill him. Xia Qingzhi listened to these words, her hands helplessly drooping down. If I hadn't appeared just now, and you had woken him up, he definitely wouldn't have let you off. It's very likely that he would have directly dragged you away for transformation. Xia Qingzhi was taken aback by these words, her mouth opening and closing, unsure of what to say. Oh, let me remind you, the success rate of the transformation is actually less than 10%, Mu suddenly said. What? Xia Qingzhi froze in place, feeling helpless and confused. It seems he is determined to take her life. Then what should I do? She turned her head, trembling as she looked at Mu. Mu looked at her and said lightly, Do you want to hear my advice? Xia Qingzhi thought about the tragedy she might face and immediately nodded. Mu walked to the table, sat down with her arms crossed, and leaned back in the chair. You only have one choice now, which is to stay temporarily, find a way to gain Shadow's trust, and figure out how to remove the liquid chip. By the way, help me fulfill some wishes. What wishes? Xia Qingzhi asked her with curiosity. You'll know when the time comes. At that time, not only will I teach you the wood-based hypnosis technique, but I'll also teach you how to activate your own weapon. Xia Qingzhi hesitated upon hearing Mu's words. If she stayed, she might have to face that monster every day, and her life could be in danger. If she left, she estimated she wouldn't survive either by provoking that person. It seemed she had no choice. Xia Qingzhi walked over to sit down across from Mu, feeling dejected as she spoke. How can I gain his trust? Mu leaned on his hand, looked at her, blinked, and said seriously, The most effective way is to have a relationship with him. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll tell you how to remove the liquid chip. Xia Qingzhi shook her head directly without thinking. No, I have a husband. I can't betray him. Let's try a different approach. She cautiously suggested. Mu joked. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, how would Limpa know? No, I can't bear it in my heart. Seeing her determined expression, Mu shrugged and said, All right, I have no way. You think of something. By the way, Why don't you teach me the wood system hypnosis technique so I can directly hypnotize him to ask about the liquid chip? This. It's not the right time yet. Mu awkwardly bit her lip. In fact, there was no wood system hypnosis technique at all. She just wanted to achieve certain goals. Although it was quite shameful to deceive her, the root of all this evil originated from her. Let's just say she's atoning for her sins. Mu comforted herself with a sense of justification. All right, Xia Qingzhi naively believed it. At this moment, her thoughts were in a tangle. Gaining Ying's trust to ask about how to remove the liquid chip, inquiring about her sister's whereabouts, and asking Mu for help. None of these tasks were easy. Could she really accomplish these missions? You stood by the steaming pool, facing someone. Through the water's surface, and you were talking about something. What? You said Xi is in trouble, Po exclaimed anxiously. Every time he asked Xiao, she always evaded the question. You calmly spoke. Chapter 87. Another attempt to drug. No, I have to save him. Po was desperate to jump down. You grabbed him and advised, as the Grand Elder, you can't just focus on personal feelings. Po angrily shook off his hand, turned his head, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. If I can't even protect my own wife, what good is being the Grand Elder? You stared at him with indifference. But the saints entrusted this position to you, which means they have high hopes for you. How can he rest easy in the underworld knowing you are like this? Moreover, there's that troublemaker of a leader in the tribe. Upon hearing this, Po's expression grew complicated. The place is heavily guarded. If you go there, you won't even have time to hide. How will you find Xia Qingzhi? After weighing the options repeatedly, Po had no choice but to agree. You must protect her well. He could only trust you at this point. When Po said this, there was a hint of worry on his face. He was afraid that person would do something bad to Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi thinks too extreme about issues, and he really worries that she might do something to hurt herself. But all he wants is for her to be well. At this moment, he is prepared for the worst. You nodded. Xia Qingzhi was about to rest when a knock sounded at the door. Miss, please open the door. The leader has asked us to help you wash up. An old woman's voice came from outside. You haven't rested yet, have you? If you don't open the door, we'll have to come in. The old woman's tone was very gentle, but Xia Qingzhi could sense a strong underlying threat. With no other choice, she got out of bed to open the door. The moment she opened it, she saw a monster with a rabbit head, which startled her and made her take a few steps back. She was holding her clothes, and her gaze passed over the creature to see a group of rabbit-headed people carrying toiletries. It's so late. We don't need to wash up anymore, right? I want to sleep, she stammered, feeling anxious. No, you still need to take care of the leader. How can you sleep first? The rabbit-headed person replied. Xia Qingzhi felt very uncomfortable upon hearing this. Did that person really think of himself as a king? The rabbit-headed man saw that she wasn't speaking and immediately signaled the people nearby to go up and control her. Let me go, please, she cried, her eyes welling with tears. I don't want to go to him. The rabbit-headed old woman ignored her and dragged her inside. Mu, save me. Xia Qingzhi, don't worry. I won't let him touch you at all. After saying that, he went to Xia Qingzhi's lab to prepare the medicine. This place had already been transformed into her unique alchemy room. Ever since she had a physical form, she found herself deeply interested in alchemy, and her mind was filled with all sorts of strange recipes. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that as long as she was the one doing the alchemy, she would never fail. On the way, Xia Qingzhi was jostled by people while holding a basket. The rabbit-headed old woman looked at the basket in her hand and found it a bit strange, wanting to take it away. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi held on tightly and refused to give it to her. The old woman with the rabbit head had no choice but to give up. Xia Qingzhi was pushed into the room and looked at the ambiguously decorated space. She was so scared that she shivered and anxiously fiddled with the basket in her hands. What are you dawdling for? Come help me take off my clothes. Ing spread his arms and looked at her displeased. Xia Qingzhi heard this and immediately walked over to sit in the chair, placing the basket on the table. Looking at his exposed, strong muscles, she hesitated to speak. Gathering her courage, taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't spoken yet, she quickly said, it's still early. How about we eat something first? Ing heard this, and his face darkened as if ink could drip from it. He strode forward, pushing the basket on the table to the ground, causing the fruits inside to scatter everywhere. Leaning over the table, He glared at Xia Qingzhi across from him, his face ashen and his black pupils erupting like a volcano. His chest heaved up and down as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You still want to drug me? Do you think I'm so stupid that I would fall for it again?" At that moment, Mu came to his bedside table, took out the large coconut he had made, lit the contents inside, and then stuck leaves on top. This leaf would last for 12 hours, which was enough. Xia Qingzhi looked at him timidly and carefully explained, "I didn't drug you. Really, I didn't. I don't care. Anyway, you can't escape today." Ing stood up and walked in front of her, grabbing her arm and pulling her towards the bed. I'm hungry. Can I eat something first?" Xia Qingzhi said in a panic. Ing stopped in his tracks, turned around to look her up and down, his atoms apple moving. "Hurry up." He released her, kicked away a chair beside him, sat down with his arms crossed, and quietly watched her. Xia Qingzhi bent down to pick up the apple from the ground, hesitated for a moment before sitting down across from her, and slowly started peeling it with a knife. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil. She was afraid that Mu was deceiving her and even more afraid of losing herself. Ing couldn't bear to watch any longer, snatched the fruit and knife from her hands, and quickly peeled the apple in just a few strokes. He put down the knife, took her hand, and shoved the fruit into her palm, saying impatiently, "Hurry up and eat." Xia Qingzhi felt a chill down her spine upon hearing this, and she reluctantly took the fruit from his hand and bit into it. Ing watched her slow actions, impatiently tugging at his clothes, urging, "Xia Qingzhi, are you eating so slowly because you want me to feed you?" Xia Qingzhi heard the threatening words and immediately quickened her pace. Thinking about what would happen after the fruit was gone, she stopped her movements, swallowed the fruit, and mustered the courage to look up at him. I have a husband." Upon hearing this, Ing was completely enraged. He stepped forward, snatched the fruit from her hand, and pulled her to the bed, throwing her down forcefully. Irritated, he tugged at his collar, glared at her, and said angrily, "Your husband should be me." After that, Xia Qingzhi and Mu watched the actions of Ing on the bed, slowly retreating towards the back door. "What's wrong with him?" Xia Qingzhi asked, doing what he wants to do. The two slipped out from behind Ing. Xia Qingzhi looked at the broad and fantastical view and sighed in relief. Would there really be no problems? She turned her head, still somewhat disbelieving. Mu spoke up. "What do we do now?" Xia Qingzhi replied, "Save Yin Yi." Mu spoke again. Chapter 88. The family ties once looked down upon. Are you really willing to hand over the Phoenix Divine Beast? The masked man stared at her intently. "I am willing, but you have to release me from this cage that limits my abilities first. How can I summon it otherwise? You better not play tricks." The masked man's voice was very deep. Beside him, Mu immediately stood up to defend her, saying, "Master, don't worry. With me here, she won't dare to do anything." Upon hearing this, the masked man finally released Yin Ye's restraints. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Yi raised her hand to summon the silver moonbone whistle, attracting many wild beasts that surrounded them. She loosened her wrist, then flicked her short hair, raised her head to look at the two in front of her, and laughed. "Actually, I don't even know where the divine beast is, so don't waste your efforts." After saying this, she was about to leave. Seeing this situation, the masked man immediately raised his hand, and the four seasons appeared here, surrounding Yin Yi. With her mere lodging level, how could she compete against them at the sun level? She was quickly controlled. The wild beasts were also frozen in ice blocks. The masked man looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his hand. And he felt her energy seemingly draining away. "The divine beast recognizes you as its master. Once I absorb your energy, it will be mine." Mu, looking at Yin Ye's pained expression, anxiously asked the masked man, "What will happen if her energy is completely absorbed?" "Of course, she will die." Winter, nearby, said lightly. Hearing this, Mu became anxious and raised her hand, sending an energy beam towards the masked man. The masked man was interrupted and glared at him fiercely. "Mu, do you want to betray me?" Mu protected Yin Yi behind her, her expression complex, brows furrowed, swallowing hard. But the master clearly said not to harm her life. Just then, Xia Qingzhi arrived at the scene, witnessing the chaos. She looked at Mu beside her. "There are so many people here. Why don't we leave first?" Mu was unhappy to hear this. "Xia Qingzhi, if you don't help me save Yin Yi, then I won't do the coconut either. When the time comes, if he forces you into a relationship, don't blame me. Oh, and if you provoke him and he decides to transform you, it will have nothing to do with me." Listening to Mu's words, terrifying images flashed through Xia Qingzhi's mind. "You can't just stand by and do nothing," she anxiously retorted to the people nearby. "What about you?" Mu replied. Xia Qingzhi was left speechless by these words and could only do as Mu said. Just as she recklessly attempted to go in, Mu grabbed her. Let's first observe the situation. The masked man confronted Mu, while the onlookers were making a fuss. Yanyi looked at the large wings in front of her, her face filled with relief. "You guys tie him up," the masked man shouted at the few onlookers who were eager to stir trouble. Those people lazily brushed the dust off themselves, preparing to deal with him. The masked man suddenly called them to a halt, shifting his gaze to Mu with a smile. "Mu, suddenly forgot. I have no chance left. If I let you absorb her abilities, you definitely won't go against my wishes, right?" Mu was stunned upon hearing this. "Master, are you asking me to kill her? What, is that not allowed?" The masked man pressed aggressively. Mu shook his head. "All right then, I'll lend you a hand." The masked man raised his hand. Mu clutched his head in pain and then drew his sword, his body uncontrollably moving towards Yanyi step by step. Yanyi looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. Just as the sword in his hand was about to stab her, a shadow appeared in front of her. That shadow then fell backward. Yanyi stared blankly at everything that had just happened, instinctively covering her mouth as tears flowed uncontrollably, her feet retreating involuntarily. In that moment, she recalled the past. Ever since that person died, Tian had taken her in, and life had not been easy. Once, when she fell ill, Tian, a small and thin boy, had carried her for a long time through the snow to see the shaman grandpa. Clearly, he was only 13 or 14, just a few years older than her. He would always give her his food, no matter how much he wanted to eat. He would force her to eat her fill. Those children of the same age always bullied them, and Tian would throw punches to protect her, his temper becoming increasingly irritable. But she didn't care about any of that. Who let that person always favor him and abandon her for their survival? She had always scoffed at so-called familial love. Later, when she met Mu, he treated her well, filling the void in her heart. For him, she betrayed her tribe, set aside her pride, only asking him not to abandon her. She never expected that in the end, it would be her treasured love that would want to kill her. And the so-called familial love that had protected her was what she had looked down upon. She completely lost her composure, tears dripping onto Tian's face. Tian, using the last bit of his strength, raised his hand to wipe away her tears, forcing out a final smile, guilt-ridden as he said, "Sister, I can no longer protect you." After saying this, his hand suddenly fell, his head tilting to the side. Yanyi looked at everything in disbelief, then raised her eyes to Mu's expressionless face. Nearby, the leader who found it amusing laughed heartily, along with two ability users who were discussing among themselves. Her fists clenched tightly, and a strange red light suddenly burst from her brow. Immediately after, the sound of birds calling came from outside. A gust of wind blew, and a red phoenix divine beast stood behind her, flapping its wings, its beautiful feathers shimmering. With a cry, everyone retreated. Yanyi turned to look, staring at the birthmark on the forehead of the large bird in front of her in a daze. She remembered that when she was young, she had saved an unremarkable bird. At that time, it was being bullied by some of its kind, and, thinking of herself, she had saved it. Later, that bird left. She never expected it would be a divine beast. The masked man, seeing this, immediately raised his hand to try to absorb it. Yanyi didn't react in time, and the divine beast was trapped in midair, the red energy gradually disappearing. "No!" she shouted anxiously. At that moment, a large net appeared in the air, trapping them. Yanyi looked at the people caught in the net. This net, she was most familiar with. It was Xia Qingzhi. She looked up, and Xia Qingzhi signaled her to leave quickly. Seeing this, Yanyi immediately helped Tian to leave. The masked man looked at the face that resembled Xia Qingzhi's, gritting his teeth in hatred. "You dare to let my divine beast go. I will never let you off. If I can't deal with you, Shadow can." After saying this, he raised his hand and began to chant a spell. Xia Qingzhi panicked. Chapter 89, Resurrection Rock and the Dragon Egg. The masked man chanted the spell for a long time, but the shadow still did not appear. Xia Qingzhi looked at his frowning expression and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't come. How could the masked man know that at this moment? Ing was lost in the gentle dreamland? Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Murgither. Not far outside the mountain, Yinyi knelt on the ground, holding the gradually cooling body of her big brother, tears as big as beans dripping onto the corpse. Brother, please don't leave me. I was wrong. Xia Qingzhi breathed in the fresh air outside, gazing into the distance with a helpless sigh. She wanted to find Pa. Mu looked at her ghostly appearance and interrupted, saying, he wants to torment you easily. Xia Qingzhi heard the sound of wood and shivered, stiffly turning around to explain. I didn't mean to escape. That's better. Mu coldly warned. Then she walked in front of Yinyi, lowering her head to look at Yin Tian lying on the ground, slightly raising her gaze to land on Yinyi. Yin Tian might still have a chance to live, she said. Yinyi paused upon hearing this, looking up at Mu in surprise, half believing. Really? Of course. Yinyi carefully placed Yin Tian down, immediately standing up to grab Mu's hand, pleading excitedly, Mu, please save my brother. I will do anything as long as you can save him. Anything? Mu looked at her with interest. What if I say I want your divine beast? Upon hearing this, Yin Ye's expression showed some shock as she walked in front of the phoenix, leaning against it and stroking its feathers. Didn't you say you just wanted to borrow the phoenix's power? What I want is a divine beast. Mu said in a very calm tone. Yin Yi looked at the phoenix, biting her lip with some hesitation on her face. At that moment, the phoenix let out a cry and bent down, opening its mouth. When it raised its head again, an ostrich-sized egg appeared before everyone. The phoenix called out several times. That thing is making a racket. Mu covered her ears from the noise. Yin Yi turned her head to translate. The phoenix said, this is a dragon egg, picked up from another space. This egg was left in the wilderness and almost crushed by an ostrich. This egg is a divine beast egg. Hearing this, Mu's eyes lit up, and she immediately went to touch it. Xia Qingzhi looked at the egg that was bigger than an ostrich and became interested. As long as you help me save my brother, I will not only help you find someone, but also give you this egg. Yin Yi immediately spoke up. Mu got up, walked in front of Yin Tian, and said expressionlessly, no problem. Xia Qingzhi heard this and looked at the confident woman in front of her with wide eyes, unable to believe what she was hearing. Then she stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve, cautiously asking, do you really have a way to save Yin Tian? He's completely dead. How could he possibly be revived? Mu turned her head, disdainfully removing Xia's hand, and explained, his soul hasn't left yet, so there is naturally a possibility of revival. How can he be revived? Xia Qingzhi stared at her in a daze. Mu took a step back, looking up and giving her a determined gaze. This great task depends on you. Xia Qingzhi blinked upon hearing this, her eyes hazy as she looked at her and pointed to herself. Me? Anyway, you save the person first, and then I'll slowly teach you, Mu said seriously. How do I save them? Xia Qingzhi asked helplessly, her eyes still misty, fluttering her eyelashes and gripping her face. Use your consciousness to mobilize the powerful energy within you. Focus solely on the person you want to save, and awakening the resurrection technique will be no problem, Mu replied. Xia Qingzhi twitched at the ridiculous words she heard. Isn't this just fanciful thinking? Come on, why are you in a daze? Mu added. Although Xia Qingzhi was a bit confused, she still listened. She squatted down, placed her hand on Yin Tian's chest, closed her eyes, and tried many times but failed. Xia Qingzhi, you have to believe in it. How can you urge the power if you don't believe? Mu was speechless as he rubbed his forehead. Oh. Xia Qingzhi listened to Mu's words, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Mu looked at the green light emanating from Yin Tian's chest and smiled with satisfaction. Xia Qingzhi succeeded. The wounds on his body slowly healed. His stopped heart began to beat again, and his pale face gradually turned rosy. The green light disappeared, and Xia Qingzhi, exhausted, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Gasping for breath, Yin Yi immediately ran to Yin Tian's side, squatted down, and took his hand, exclaiming in surprise, brother's hand has regained warmth. At that moment, Xia Qingzhi vaguely saw Yin Tian's hand move and excitedly pointed out, look, his hand! Yin Yi immediately looked over, and indeed, Yin Tian's hand had moved. When she looked down again, she found that her brother had opened his eyes. "Brother, you're awake. That's great." She excitedly took his hand. After that, Yin Yi fulfilled her promise and handed the egg to Xia Qingzhi. Then she asked the phoenix to connect with Mu to find the place from her memory. The phoenix left Mu's hand and called out to Yin Yi a few times. Yin Yi nodded and turned to look at Mu. It said that the place in your memory cannot be found. Mu, hearing this, stared blankly at her. How could that be? The phoenix can perceive all things in the world. Why can't it find that place? Yin Yi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to run in front of the phoenix, mimicking the same actions as Mu. The phoenix called out a few more times. "Yanyi, what is it saying?" Yin Yi turned to look at Xia Qingzhi, paused for a moment, and slowly replied. "It says that the place where your sister is cannot be found." Xia Qingzhi's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and she turned to look at the unreliable big bird in front of her. "That can't be true, right?" Yin Yi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I understand its nature. It won't lie. I heard Mu mention before that his hometown is in another space. Perhaps the person you're looking for is also in some space. The phoenix's abilities are limited. It can currently only search for things in this space, so it can't help you." Upon hearing this, Mu suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Muttering quietly, "It seems that to find that place, we can only rely on Xia Qingzhi." At this moment, Xia Qingzhi was processing the earlier conversation, still feeling a bit incredulous. This world is so different from the previous one. Or is what Yin Yi described the true nature of this world? Chapter 90. The masked man provokes Xia Qingzhi. Huh? Xia Qingzhi looked at her in confusion. Yin Yi suddenly bowed to her, which startled her quite a bit. "What happened before was my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Xia Qingzhi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at her. Yin Yi actually apologized to her, which was quite rare. After everything Yin Yi had done to her, could she really forgive her? Yin Yi lifted her head, brushed her hair aside, and stared at her. "I was afraid you would expose my relationship with Mu, so I had to treat you this way. I was scared that if the people in the tribe found out, they would drive me out. If I were expelled from the tribe, Mu would definitely think I was worthless and abandon me. I can't leave him." Mu spoke up. "Xia Qingzhi, I know you don't want to forgive her, but compared to holding grudges, letting go is a form of wisdom. Besides, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy." Xia Qingzhi hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She lifted her head to look at Yin Yi and slowly extended her hand. Yin Yi stared at her in a daze before reaching out her hand. The two held hands together. Xia Qingzhi felt the warmth in her hand and found it somewhat strange. They were enemies before, and now they had made up. However, turning enemies into friends was impossible. "Well, Yin Yi, I forgive you, but from now on, let's just be strangers who don't disturb each other." She could never get over the hurdle of being friends with Yin Yi. Perhaps being strangers was the best outcome for them. Upon hearing this, Yin Yi was momentarily stunned, then nodded. After bidding them farewell, Xia Qingzhi and Mu immediately rushed to Ying's side because he was about to wake up. Xia Qingzhi glanced at the man sleeping on the bed, hugging the quilt, and anxiously clapped her hands to ask Mu beside her, "What should I do?" Mu, unfazed, took out the rouge powder he made himself, then grabbed a silicone mold shaped like lips, sprinkled the powder on it, and waved his hand at her. Xia Qingzhi seemed to understand, bending down to rub the silicone lips against the exposed skin. After she was done, she immediately ran to the mirror, tilting her head to look at the mark on her neck that resembled a hickey, and said doubtfully, "Is this really okay?" "Of course," Mu said, patting the powder in his hand while tidying up his tools. "Once Jining wakes up, I'll make a quick exit." Xia Qingzhi, perform well and gain his trust as soon as possible, Mu instructed before leaving. As Jining was about to get up, Xia Qingzhi nervously walked out, holding the items unsteadily. She then placed them on the table, took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, lifted her head to look at him, and awkwardly waved her hand. "You're awake." Jining sat on the bed, rubbing his forehead, and smiled wickedly. "You seem to be in good spirits?" He patted the space beside him. Xia Qingzhi naturally understood what that meant, hesitating and remaining still. Ying noticed her immobility, and the expression on his face became somewhat unpleasant. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi still hesitated in place. Do you want to wash up?" She pointed at the basin on the table. "What's there to be shy about?" Ying's tone sounded a bit displeased. Xia Qingzhi felt a bit upon hearing this. Moo, come out quickly. I can't hold on anymore. I asked you to come over. Why are you dazed? Ying suddenly got out of bed and walked towards her. Just as he was about to bend down to hug Xia Qingzhi, there was a knock on the door. Ying, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. The voice outside sounded very cultured, but Xia Qingzhi could detect the anger within. Ying cursed softly and walked towards the door. Looking at the imposing figure in front of him, he unhappily said, "What is it? I called for you yesterday. Why didn't you come? Do you know that your beloved little lover let my divine beast go?" The masked man accused him of negligence. Ying recalled last night and felt a bit sweet inside. The masked man looked at him, maintaining an elegant facade. "Are you infatuated? Your ears are so red. Do you think it's possible she drugged you?" The masked man suddenly mocked him. "That's nonsense. I was with Ying the whole time yesterday." Xia Qingzhi suddenly ran out, awkwardly linking her arm with Ying's to show off. She absolutely couldn't let him know the truth, or he wouldn't let her off the hook. So she couldn't admit it no matter what. "Since you say I'm talking nonsense, then I'll have to find witnesses." He clapped his hands, and Xia and Dong walked out. They both looked at her in unison, raising their fingers. It's her colluding with the people from the Liha tribe to rescue Yin Yi and steal the divine beast. I didn't." Xia Qingzhi hurriedly confronted them, then turned to Ying and said aggrievedly, "Ying, they are slandering me." Seeing Ying's expression was somewhat complicated, she deliberately revealed the marks on her neck. Ying's brows relaxed as she pulled Xia Qingzhi behind her and glared at them. "She was indeed with me yesterday. Let us see who dares to bully her." The masked man, upon hearing this, was so angry that he gritted his teeth, trying to maintain a facade of elegance. "Ying, what kind of love potion did she give you to make you fall so deeply in love that you even lost your ability to discern right from wrong?" "It's okay. I have evidence," he suddenly added. Xia Qingzhi was flustered upon hearing this, her hands at a loss and her eyes anxiously staring at the ground. Did he really have to make things difficult for her? What should she do? If he took out evidence that was detrimental to her, she would be completely done for. No, she had to think of a way to destroy the evidence in his hands. The masked man clapped his hands again, and someone came over with a ring to hand to him. The masked man looked at the shadow and slowly began to speak. "This is a recording with evidence of her presence." Just as he finished speaking, the masked man stared blankly at the ring in his hand, which suddenly disappeared, and he couldn't help but frown. Xia Qingzhi looked at the hidden Mu beside her and sighed in relief. The masked man looked at his empty hands, feeling a bit confused. Then he glanced around, but didn't he find anything? "It was you who did this, right?" He glared at Xia Qingzhi. "You're talking nonsense. I've been by Ying's side the whole time. When did I take your things?" Upon hearing this, the masked man laughed out loud. "Do you think I only have one piece of evidence?" Xia Qingzhi suddenly realized there was danger and immediately tugged at Ying's arm, acting cute. Ying silently looked at her, then glanced at the masked man, standing there hesitantly. Xia Qingzhi saw the slowly raised hand of that person, and her heart jumped to her throat. Chapter 91. The shadow is about to transform. "What should I do?" Driven to desperation, Xia Qingzhi supported her forehead and weakly said, "Shadow, I feel dizzy." After that, she fainted. Seeing this, Shadow picked her up horizontally and elegantly turned to walk into the house. The masked man outside pointed at Shadow and cursed loudly, "Shadow, one day you will be harmed by her." His voice was no longer as refined as before. After waking up, Xia Qingzhi thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the shadow beside her suddenly said, "Xia Qingzhi, in order to get closer to you, I have decided to move the transformation plan forward." Xia Qingzhi was struck by these words like a bolt from the blue, her body stiffening and her eyes widening. She must have heard wrong. She slowly turned her head like a robot, trembling eyelashes as she looked at the masked man, wanting to say something but hesitating. But thinking about the possibility of being transformed made her swallow hard. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Ying laughed upon hearing this, taking her pale hand and speaking gently. "I know you're anxious, but you don't need to be so agitated." Listening to her rapid breathing, she tried hard to bite her lip. He really meant it. No, she didn't want to be transformed. Absolutely not. She looked at the man and cautiously ventured, I don't want to be transformed. Can you not do this?" Upon hearing this, Ying's previously joyful expression was instantly doused with cold water, his face darkening to the point where ink could drip from it. He roughly grabbed her arm, pulling her closer inch by inch. What's wrong? You don't want to be transformed? Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that her hands trembled, leaning back to keep a certain distance from him. She stammered, I'm afraid of snakes. I don't want to become a monster like a snake. Xia Qingzhi, are you disgusted with me? Ying's tone suddenly became irritable, and his expression was extremely unpleasant. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she trembled and immediately started to explain in a flustered manner. I really am afraid of snakes. Listening to her voice that was almost about to cry, he loosened his grip a bit and quietly muttered, How could I forget that she has a phobia of snakes? Then he looked up at her. It's okay to be afraid of snakes. Just get used to them more. Xia Qingzhi saw that he still refused to change his mind and suddenly felt anxious, not knowing what to do. In a panic, she looked at him and said urgently, I don't want to become a monster like you. Upon hearing this, Ying was completely enraged, throwing her onto the bed and clenching his fists in anger. Xia Qingzhi heard the sound made by the shadow's fingers and felt a chill in her heart. It seemed she had said something wrong, so she immediately stood up, trembling as she held his hand, and cautiously apologized while looking up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to provoke you. Xia Qingzhi, have you always found me repulsive? Xia Qingzhi looked at his predatory expression and immediately shook her head in fear, trembling as she explained, I didn't. Ying bent down to look at her face, a faint smirk of mockery lifting the corners of his mouth. What you think no longer matters. Soon, you will become just like me. By then, let's see what qualifications you have to disdain me. He laughed out loud. Xia Qingzhi heard this voice and shrank back in fear, looking at him innocently, shaking her head and stuttering. I beg you, don't turn me into a monster. As long as you promise me, I'm willing to do anything. Upon hearing this, Ying put away his smile, his sharp gaze fixed on her. Even if you don't agree, I have ways to make you do the things you don't want to do. What? Xia Qingzhi felt suffocated by the fear tormenting her upon hearing those words. Seeing her expression, Ying smiled with satisfaction. He bent down to force her to meet his gaze and said coldly, I've already arranged the time for your modification. It's this afternoon. Then he warned her, I'm telling you, don't try anything funny, or I have plenty of ways to torment you. Xia Qingzhi felt a surge of fear from her limbs into her heart upon hearing this. The shadow smiled and stood up to leave. Xia Qingzhi looked at the tall figure of the man, trying to make one last struggle, and immediately rushed over to grab his sleeve. You want to change me so much? Isn't it because you're afraid I'll leave? But I'm already under your control. You don't need it at all, considering our days together. As she said this, her tongue got tangled, feeling a bit anxious. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, still, for the sake of our feelings, please let me go. Ying stopped in his tracks, turned around to grip her hand, bending down to get closer to her. You must be very reluctant to have a relationship with me, right? Are you thinking that being with a monster and being forced to do such things is disgusting? I'm not. Xia Qingzhi shook her head vigorously. That's exactly what you're thinking. Ying pushed her slightly, and Xia Qingzhi almost fell backward. He looked down at her from height, his expression somewhat impatient, saying, Xia Qingzhi, only when you become a monster like me will you not despise me. So, this matter is not up to you. You have to do it, whether you want to or not. Xia Qingzhi felt completely devastated upon hearing this. She stood up and looked up at his impatient face, saying hatefully, If you really dare to treat me this way, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Ying frowned slightly upon hearing this. Whether you forgive me or not doesn't matter. After all, you will never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. It will take at least several thousand years, right? Xia Qingzhi heard this, and a terrifying future flashed in her mind. She shook her head, frightened and ready to run outside. Ying lightly pushed her to the ground, crossing her arms and looking down at her with arrogance. I advise you to be more sensible. Xia Qingzhi looked at her already scraped knee, tears streaming down her face. She raised her head and glared at him resentfully. You are really pathetic. Upon hearing this, Ying was completely enraged. Pathetic? Me? Xia Qingzhi looked at his crazed eyes and immediately turned her head away. But she heard him angrily say, In 2 hours, I will turn you into a pitiful monster just like me. After saying this, he stormed off. Then, she heard a loud bang that startled her. Thinking about the disaster she was about to face, Xia Qingzhi cried out in grievance. I knew I shouldn't have come. Now look what happened. Just then, she heard the sound of the door opening. Assuming it was that pervert, she tensed up, her hair standing on end, and ran to the table to grab a fruit knife. If he forced her, she would kill him. At that moment, the door opened. Chapter 92. Ghosts come to the rescue. Xia Qingzhi's heart was in her throat. The door opened a crack, and a figure rushed in. Upon seeing him, the fruit knife in Xia Qingzhi's hand fell to the ground as she stared at the person in front of her in shock. After swallowing hard, she slowly spoke, How did you come? To save you. Yu's voice remained cold, but it was much more comfortable than that annoying perverting. Let's go. He stepped forward, grabbing Xia Qingzhi's hand and trying to leave the room. They had barely taken a few steps when Xia Qingzhi thought of the liquid chip inside her body and froze in place. Yu turned around, a hint of confusion appearing on his expressionless face. Why aren't you leaving? I can't leave. I'm controlled by a liquid chip from Ing. He might even blow up the chip and kill me. If I leave, he won't let me go. Upon hearing this, Yu's cold eyes showed a different emotion. I'll kill him. Xia Qingzhi heard this and looked up at him. This might be a one-time solution. But then she lowered her head again, feeling very dejected. You can't kill him. He's very high-ranking. Besides, he can't die. So what do you think? I'm willing to cooperate with you. Yu said directly and straightforwardly. Xia Qingzhi felt even more dejected upon hearing this. She shook her head there, feeling quite helpless. After a moment, she looked up at Yu. Her anxious hands clenched tightly around her clothes. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly spoke. Well, Mu said I should first gain Ying's trust. Then I can ask about the time related to the liquid chip, and once I figure it out, I can escape without any worries. This might be the only way. Just tell me how I can help you. He said straightforwardly. Xia Qingzhi stared at him, wanted to say something, but hesitating. How did she know? Mu suddenly appeared, giving you a transparent leaf and saying a few words. Xia Qingzhi, you will definitely gain your freedom. You suddenly stepped forward to encourage her, then was about to leave. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. That voice was the one Xia Qingzhi was most familiar with. She anxiously looked at you, panicking and saying, You quick, hide. Ing is coming. Who are you talking to? Xia Qingzhi froze in fear upon hearing the man's voice. Ing, feeling displeased, kicked open the door, walked towards her, and pulled her hand, dragging her to the edge of the bed. Looking down at the woman in front of him, he pressed his hands on her shoulders. I didn't talk to anyone else. Xia Qingzhi looked at his angry eyes, her hands nervously clutching the bedsheet, her gaze wandering aimlessly, and she stammered. You better not lie to me. Ing loosened his grip on her. He sniffed the air, his expression immediately darkening as he turned to look at the helpless Xia Qingzhi by the bedside. He said sternly, Why is there a man's scent in this room? Xia Qingzhi was taken aback by these words, her fingertips turning pale. Oh no, he wouldn't have found out, right? I'm asking you a question. Xia Qingzhi's heart sank, and she immediately looked at him, stammering to explain. There are no men in the house. You must have smelled wrong. Ing looked at her, his face darkening even more, and stepped forward to grab her hand. Xia Qingzhi let out a pained sound and frowned. You let go of me. Xia Qingzhi. I tell you, my nose is very sensitive. It's not that easy to trick me. Quickly tell me, where is that man? Xia Qingzhi bit her lip and dared not look in his eyes, still insisting on what she had said earlier. No, there's nothing. Ing, angry, shook off her arm, turned his head to smile for a moment, and then looked at her again. Xia Qingzhi, you better pray that you are telling the truth, or you'll have a hard time. Ing turned and began to pace around the room, as if searching for the scent of a man. Xia Qingzhi sat on the bed, feeling somewhat at a loss. At this moment, she anxiously bit her teeth, constantly raising her hand to wipe away the sweat, and closed her eyes to silently pray. Please, don't let them find me. Please don't. The shadow couldn't find that person and completely lost his temper, irritably throwing things around the room. Xia Qingzhi listened to the crackling sounds, trembling in fear and at a loss. She hugged her legs tightly, numbly watching everything in front of her. At this moment, her thoughts of Po surged again. He was so frightening, but would never act this way. At that moment, Ing walked to the blue cabinet and stopped. Xia Qingzhi saw this, and her heart raced uncontrollably. It was hidden there. If he found it, he would surely kill you, and she would be punished as well. What to do? Ing slowly raised his arm, placing his hand on it. In less than a second, the scenery inside would be fully revealed. You would also be discovered. Ing slowly opened the wardrobe, and Xia Qingzhi immediately ran over to block the front of the wardrobe. Facing Ying's fierce gaze, she timidly said, "No, they're my clothes in there, very private things, you can't look." Ying laughed upon hearing this. He stared at her, deliberately teasing. "We're already like this. What is there that I can't see?" After saying that, he reached to pull the wardrobe door. Xia Qingzhi immediately swatted his hand away and shook her head. Ying was completely enraged. "Are you so afraid of me looking inside the cabinet because there's a man hidden in there?" "No." Xia Qingzhi shook her head in panic. Ying naturally looked skeptical and pushed her away. Xia Qingzhi stumbled and fell to the ground. She wanted to get up, but found that her ankle was sprained. She could only watch helplessly as he went to pull the cabinet. "Shadow, my foot hurts," she said in a low voice, trying to buy some time. Shadow ignored her and continued his actions. "Aren't you going to transform me? Let's go now." She really didn't know what excuse to make anymore. Upon hearing this, Shadow's movements came to an abrupt halt. He turned and walked over to her, bending down to gaze at her. "Aren't you unwilling to be transformed?" "I..." Xia Qingzhi stammered, unable to look him in the eye. "Xia Qingzhi, I can see there's something going on in your heart. There must be a man hidden in that cabinet. Just wait until I catch that adulterer. See how I teach you a lesson." After saying this, he turned and headed towards the cabinet. Xia Qingzhi, seeing this, disregarded the injury on her foot and immediately stabbed the fruit knife into Ying's tail. She looked at the scene in front of her, and the knife slipped from her hand in fear and fell to the ground as she stared blankly at the man radiating anger. I didn't mean to." Ying exerted a little force, and the knife was thrown against the wall. After doing all this, he walked towards the cabinet. Xia Qingzhi looked at all of this, feeling very helpless inside. The shadowy hand was placed on it, and the cabinet was about to be opened. Chapter 93. Looking for Trouble. Xia Qingzhi's heart was in her throat. The cabinet was opened, and Ying frantically threw the clothes inside out, searching for the man within. Xia Qingzhi looked at the empty cabinet, placed a hand on her chest, and sighed in relief. "It's okay now, you has already left." Mu suddenly appeared to comfort her. Xia Qingzhi looked at her curiously. "Don't forget, you is an Earth element ability user." Seeing Mu deliberately keeping her in suspense, Xia Qingzhi didn't ask further. Then she thought of a more serious problem and fearfully grabbed Mu's hand. "Mu, what should I do? He's about to take me for transformation. I don't want to become a monster." Mu smiled, bent down and whispered a few words in her ear, and then left. Xia Qingzhi looked at the almost exploding Yu, limping as she went to pick up the clothes on the ground, feeling aggrieved as she spoke. "I told you there's no one here, but you just don't believe me." Ying suddenly turned around, startling Xia Qingzhi a bit. He walked over, grabbing her wrist fiercely, his gaze piercing as he stared at her. "My instincts and sense of smell can't be wrong." "Well, maybe you're just too worried and imagining things." Xia Qingzhi defended herself. Ying, hearing this, furrowed his brows, his expression somewhat ambiguous. He looked down at the scattered clothes and fragments on the floor, impatiently rubbing his forehead. Xia Qingzhi listened to the heavy breathing, watching the rising and falling chest, biting her teeth in confusion. He suddenly met her gaze, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, stirring a faint worry in her heart. "You seem quite eager to transform just now. Since that's the case, to avoid any prolonged delays, let's go now." Ying suddenly spoke. After saying that, he pulled her arm and walked towards the door. Xia Qingzhi mustered the courage to shake off his hand. Ying turned around angrily and glared at her, gritting his teeth and saying, "You dare to defy me." Xia Qingzhi was at a loss upon hearing this. That? I want to see a sea of flowers once before I am transformed." Ying, upon hearing this, showed some impatience. "What sea of flowers? Once you become like me, you can see whatever you want." Xia Qingzhi heard this and rubbed her eyes hard until they were filled with tears, pulling on his sleeve and crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Just for a little while, let me go." Ying stared at her. Xia Qingzhi thought he wouldn't agree, but unexpectedly he nodded. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten her. "You better behave." The two found themselves in a sea of blue flowers. The flowers were beautiful, but Xia Qingzhi really wasn't in the mood. She was flustered and looked around for the cave in the mountain. "Hey, let's go over there and take a look. The view from that angle should be nice." Ying didn't stop her as she pulled him over. When the two saw the scenery inside, their eyes widened. A beautiful big bed was adorned with red flower petals, surrounded by aromatic candles. Xia Qingzhi couldn't help but frown. Isn't Mu just setting her up? Ying suddenly spoke. Did you prepare these especially for me? His voice softened a lot, indicating that he should be in a good mood. Xia Qingzhi awkwardly turned her head to meet his gaze, paused for a moment, and nodded. Was it about what happened before? Ying asked. Was it to set up this surprise? However, he had thought of a reason for her. She nodded. After that, Xia Qingzhi hid outside the cave, listening to the sounds inside, covering her ears. Although she didn't know why Mu wanted her to do this, she believed he wouldn't harm her. That was what her intuition told her. Mu, you need to hurry up. At this moment, her heart was racing, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Sure enough, what she feared came true. She saw a masked man walking towards her from the sea of flowers. What was he here for? Could it be to find Ying? If he brought out something detrimental to her. If Ying knew the truth, he would definitely strangle him. She absolutely couldn't let him discover that Ying was here. The masked man got closer and closer, and Xia Qingzhi quickly stuck a piece of invisibility leaf on her forehead, also sticking a bunch on the cave. The masked man stood at the cave entrance, looking at the empty space, his expression unknown beneath the mask. Xia Qingzhi silently prayed in her heart, hoping nothing would go wrong. It's strange that there was a cave here just now, but how could it disappear in such a short time? He looked around, muttering to himself. Then he lowered his head to look at the silver watch on his wrist, mumbling. But the locator shows that the shadow is indeed in this place. Could there be a mistake? The masked man shook his head and turned to walk in another direction. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She had finally escaped. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed to the heavens. Please, let there be no more mishaps. At that moment, crude language echoed from the cave. Xia Qingzhi stiffly turned her head to look at the masked man. Xia Qingzhi waved her hands anxiously, her face filled with terror. Don't come over. The sound from inside grew louder. Xia Qingzhi regretted and beat her chest in frustration. If she had known earlier, she should have stuck a slip of paper on Ying's mouth that said slip of the tongue, so she wouldn't have embarrassed herself like this. The masked man heard the sounds inside and stared intently with a ghostly gaze. Xia Qingzhi couldn't see the expression of the man under the mask, but it must be quite unpleasant. Well, I'm busy and overwhelmed, and you're enjoying life here. I'm going to disrupt your good time. The masked man was furious and raised his hand to grip. Xia Qingzhi looked at the leaves about to be blown away and hurriedly went to cover them. Ying, come out, he shouted loudly. Little did he know that unless the time was up, the coconut-flavored hypnotic would not wake him, not even if the earth were to be destroyed. However, Xia Qingzhi was unaware of this and rushed inside. Seeing the person on the bed drowsy, she breathed a sigh of relief. The sounds from outside continued, and Xia Qingzhi immediately took a leaf from her space and pressed it against her forehead. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed her. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly at Ying, who had just opened his eyes. Her hand trembled, and a leaf fell to the ground. She smiled awkwardly. Why you woke up so quickly? Ying sat up lazily and looked at her, his voice sounding like he hadn't fully woken up. You changed your clothes pretty fast. Xia Qingzhi didn't know what to say, so she just went along with it. She looked out worriedly at the crazed masked man. How did that guy end up here? Ying's voice was quite displeased. Xia Qingzhi was about to speak when a masked man suddenly interrupted. I'm sorry to disturb you. Xia Qingzhi felt a surge of fear upon hearing these words. Chapter 94. Almost became a monster. Are you looking for something? The masked man looked around at the surroundings and then at Xia Qingzhi's fearful and uneasy expression, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Oh, I called you here for something. Upon hearing his words, Ying asked Xia Qingzhi to step outside temporarily. Xia Qingzhi looked at the smug expression of the masked man, feeling a faint sense of worry in her heart. What if he presents evidence later? Reluctantly, she left the cave, fearing that the masked man would spout nonsense. She immediately stuck a concealment leaf on herself and walked inside. The masked man wanted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. Xia Qingzhi, hiding in the shadows, patted her chest in relief. Fortunately, she had the Xia Qingzhi planted a tree in the space, which had colorful leaves that served different functions each day. The masked man thought he had seen a ghost and angrily left the place. Xia Qingzhi saw him leave and walked in. She watched as the masked man turned to look at her and cautiously spoke up. He didn't say anything, right? Ying was irritated upon hearing this and replied irritably, I don't know. Who knows what he's thinking, ruining my good plans. Xia Qingzhi looked at his eager expression and lowered her head, a bit timidly saying, Can we not go? Although she knew it was unlikely, she still wanted to give it a try. Then she immediately moved closer and sat next to Ying, pulling his arm and looking at him with a feigned weakness. I'm like this, can't you treat me differently? Ying didn't hesitate to refuse directly. Xia Qingzhi was anxious upon hearing this and immediately raised her hand, holding up 4 fingers to vow to him. As long as you don't hurt me, I promise I will never leave you for the rest of my life. Ying took her hand down, gazing deeply at her, and softly said, I do this for our future. Xia Qingzhi was so angry upon hearing this that she couldn't speak. Whatever you say in the future is just for your perverse selfishness. Fine, if you really take me to that place, I won't pay any attention to you anymore. You dare. A furious voice came. Xia Qingzhi shivered in fright. However, she forced herself to calm down and pretended to leave, only to be grabbed by Ying, who pulled her hand and warned her fiercely, Xia Qingzhi, let me tell you, I won't fall for your tricks. After that, he stood up and pulled her arm towards the cave entrance. Xia Qingzhi was tied to the experimental table, looking at the familiar surroundings and the huge pythons in the cage beside her, terrified and screaming. However, she realized she could only make whimpering sounds. Desperately, she looked down and found something stuffed in her mouth. She turned her head and saw a man in a lab coat next to her, skillfully handling a syringe. She didn't need to guess to know who he was. At that moment, Xia Qingzhi's fear reached its peak, and she struggled desperately. Suddenly, he turned around and removed the claw from her mouth, catching her off guard. Looking at the shadow holding the needle, Xia Qingzhi burst into tears from fear. Don't worry, it won't hurt. For the first time, she found his voice so terrifying. Ying, don't do this, I will die. The success rate of this experiment is less than 10%. If I die, no one will be with you. Xia Qingzhi shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I've experimented many times, and your success rate for transformation is at least 50%. Besides, you're an ability user, so your survival rate is at least 70%. Ying stared at the potion oozing from the white glove. Xia Qingzhi stared at her with wide eyes, panic-stricken, as tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Xia Qingzhi felt the coldness on her arm and smelled the disinfectant on him, breaking down in tears. Stop crying. Ying suddenly became a bit impatient and immediately inserted the needle into her arm. Xia Qingzhi felt the liquid entering her body, looked at him, and opened her mouth in fear. Her voice choked. Can you let me go? I feel really uncomfortable. Ying looked at her and cursed. What a drama queen. I only injected anesthetic into your arm, and you can't handle it already. After finishing his words, he turned and walked towards the computer controller. Xia Qingzhi watched him raise his white coat, scared as sweat trickled down her neck. Then he got up and walked in front of the cage, lifting the dazed python and throwing it beside her. Xia Qingzhi looked at the terrifying head beside her, frightened to the point of losing her voice. At that moment, the glass cover lifted. She immediately turned her head to look at the man leaning against the edge of the table, holding the remote control, and tears streamed down her face. What deep hatred could she have with him for him to treat her like this? She would never forgive him in this lifetime. Xia Qingzhi looked at the substance spraying from above and closed her eyes in despair. She tried to use her powers, but found them to be ineffective. In a state of panic and confusion, she looked around and finally noticed the object stuck above. She had seen this before. It was the same thing that had suppressed her powers when Yin Yi was trapped in the cage. Xia Qingzhi gritted her teeth, trembling, thinking of her fate afterwards. Her heart turned to ashes. 2 electric currents came down from above, one hitting the python, while the other was about to strike her. Xia Qingzhi looked at the current in front of her, waking from her numb emotions, and screamed in fright. Suddenly, the laboratory went completely dark. Xia Qingzhi, give me your hand. A voice came from beside her as Mu untied the ropes around her. Xia Qingzhi felt the warmth in front of her and immediately hugged her. Mu, I almost got destroyed by that monster. Mu patted her back, his voice not as indifferent as before, comforting her. Didn't I promise you that I would never let you suffer? Xia Qingzhi sniffed upon hearing this. Although Mu felt a bit disgusted, he still endured it. The cat was so frightened that it trembled, its legs shaking, and immediately began to explain. It seemed that the parts inside the machine had been burnt. Ying raised his hand, and the room lit up again. Xia Qingzhi turned her head to look at the giant snake beside her and was so scared that she fell to the ground. Ying impatiently asked Cat De, "How long will it take to fix this?" Cat De trembled, his round eyes filled with tears, stammering, "At least a month." "Why aren't you going to fix it for me?" Ying's anger flared, and he raised his hand. A fireball shot towards Cat De's 3 silly tufts of hair. Cat De was so frightened that he immediately patted out the flames on top of his head, wearing a hopeless expression. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly spoke up. "Boss, a few people escaped from that space." "What?" Ying gritted his teeth upon hearing this. "Why aren't you going to find them for me?" he shouted. He then quickly walked in front of Xia Qingzhi, disregarding her struggles, and pulled her away. Chapter 95. Poisoning Ying, he sat at the table, looking at the woman standing against the wall, deliberately keeping her distance from him, and in his anger, he raised his hand, causing the cup to shatter on the ground with a loud crash. Xia Qingzhi looked at the water stains on the ground and shivered. "What do you mean?" His furious voice suddenly came. Xia Qingzhi huddled in the corner, her head lowered and trembling. At this moment, Xia Qingzhi was still immersed in the terrifying scene from earlier. Ying saw that she was ignoring him and, angered, stepped forward to grab her arm and scolded her. "Speak. Are you mute?" Xia Qingzhi was startled by the voice and shrugged. At that moment, a malicious thought flashed through her mind. To poison Ying. That way, she would be free. "Xia Qingzhi, I want to eat." Upon hearing her speak, Ying let out a sigh of relief. His temper was not as fierce as before. He released her hand and pointed to the nearby room. "That's the kitchen. Go and make something." Xia Qingzhi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Ignoring the conversation with Ying, she eagerly ran over there. She cooked some porridge and then took out some seeds from her space to accelerate their growth. Once the plants matured, she raised her hand to pick all the poisonous fruits. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at them. These were the most powerful poisonous fruits in her space, and even ability users would find it difficult to escape their toxicity. Xia Qingzhi angrily squeezed the fruit, its juice dripping into the pot as she mumbled in a stammering voice, "Shadow, it's you who forced me. Forced me." Shadow rested her chin on her hand, crossing her legs and impatiently tapping the table. Why wasn't she coming out yet? Could she have run away? That shouldn't be the case. Not to mention that this place was airtight. The liquid chip on her body would prevent her from escaping. At that moment, Xia Qingzhi walked out holding a bowl of porridge and casually placed it on the table, eating it nonchalantly. "Where's mine?" Seeing her eating so leisurely, Shadow felt very displeased. Xia Qingzhi ignored him and continued to eat nonchalantly. Ying, seeing that she was ignoring him, angrily slammed the table. Xia Qingzhi paused her actions, letting out a helpless sigh. Then she got up and brought the porridge over. She looked down at the wrinkles in the bowl, hesitating about whether to give it to him. But thinking about how she almost became a monster, her conscience immediately faded away. She had had enough of these days filled with worry and fear. Without hesitation, she placed a bowl on the table. Ying raised his eyes to look at the 2 bowls of porridge across from him, and with a wave of his long hand, he brought over the porridge she had already drunk. Xia Qingzhi looked at the poisonous porridge in the bowl, immediately reached out to snatch the bowl over, and pushed the poisonous porridge back. She raised her head, trembling eyelashes, and opened her mouth. "This is yours. The one you took earlier was my bowl." Ying Chong stretched out his long arm and snatched it back again, then pushed the poisonous porridge over. He lifted the bowl and finished it in a few sips. He set the bowl down, raised his hand to wipe his mouth, and looked at her with satisfaction. "I prefer drinking from your bowl. This bowl of new porridge is for you." Xia Qingzhi heard these words. Her hand trembled, and the spoon almost slipped from her grip. She slowly raised her head, her gaze landing on the man's face, listening to the pounding of her heart. Her hand nervously gripped the spoon. He wouldn't have found out, would he? "Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating?" Ying asked with concern. Xia Qingzhi looked up at him, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This porridge was poisonous. How could she eat it? But if she didn't eat it, wouldn't that expose the truth to Ying? It really was like lifting a stone to smash her own foot. Xia Qingzhi raised her head and hesitantly spoke. "Well, I don't seem to be that hungry anymore." Ying looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and opened his thin lips. "You wouldn't have poisoned it, would you?" Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she immediately shook her hands and stammered to explain. And no, I didn't poison it. If I had poisoned it, you would have died after drinking that bowl of porridge just now. Who knows if you only poisoned that one bowl? Nian said sarcastically, then locked eyes with her and slowly spoke. How about this? You drink the porridge in front of you, and I will believe you didn't poison it. Xia Qingzhi stared at the porridge in the bowl, her arm trembling, feeling depressed. After a moment of silence, she looked up, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and stammered, I don't seem to be that hungry anymore. Ying heard this and smiled. He got up, moved to her side, picked up the porridge in front of her, snatched the spoon from her hand, scooped a spoonful, gently blew on it, and brought it to her mouth. You need to eat more, otherwise. How will you get through the night? Xia Qingzhi looked at his face, trembling slightly. He must have discovered that she had poisoned him. I've already fed it to you. Why aren't you eating? Ying softened his tone to coax him. Xia Qingzhi watched the porridge hovering in the air, frightened, and immediately grabbed his spoon, then raised her hand to knock over the porridge on the table. She thought that would solve everything, but unexpectedly, the porridge splashed onto the ground, reacted with the surface, turning into a puddle of black liquid, which then formed a pit, bubbling up on top. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes wide in disbelief as she watched everything unfold. It didn't mention that this would corrode the ground. This is it. She hesitated and looked up at the man beside her. As expected, Ying's face was so dark it seemed like ink could drip from it, his fists already tightly clenched, his solid chest muscles heaving up and down. He bent down, gripping her neck, and gritted his teeth, saying, Xia Qingzhi, you really are a venomous woman. How dare you attempt to poison me? Xia Qingzhi felt suffocated and stubbornly said for the first time, Cough. You. How are you any better than me? I don't want to become a monster like you. Yet you insist on forcing me to do it. At that moment, her grievances reached their peak. Fine. Ying released his grip, and Xia Qingzhi stumbled and fell to the ground. He turned around, looking down at her like an emperor. Xia Qingzhi, it seems I've been too good to you lately, which has made you so unruly. Xia Qingzhi looked at the blazing fire in his eyes and suddenly had a bad premonition. The shadow raised his hand. She felt a choking sensation around her neck. 10 minutes later, the punishment was over. But those brief 10 minutes made her feel as if she had been through a different world. Xia Qingzhi looked up at the man whose anger had not yet subsided, trembling in fear. She thought Ying would let her go, but unexpectedly, he grabbed her hand and dragged her to the bed then. Let me go. Xia Qingzhi began to struggle. Hearing the sound of the fabric, she screamed in fear. Just when she thought she couldn't escape this time, she saw Mu appearing behind a shadow. She swung a stick in her hand and struck the shadow's head. The shadow turned to look at the woman in front of it, frowning. Chapter 96. Why hasn't Mu arrived yet? After that, she fainted. Xia Qingzhi saw that Mu had already lit the hallucinogenic drug and stepped forward to pull her out. In the corner of the room, Mu crossed her arms and looked at Xia Qingzhi, who was fiddling with her fingers, hesitating to speak but unable to find the words. Mu rolled her eyes and said, Just say what you want to say. You're making me really uncomfortable like this. Xia Qingzhi heard her voice and immediately looked up to meet Mu's disdainful gaze. Wanted to say something, but hesitating. If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Mu pretended to walk away. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately stepped forward to grab her hand and said, I really don't want to stay by Ying's side. He's too scary. Can I leave? Mu looked her up and down after hearing this, and her expression didn't seem very good. Xia Qingzhi knew that Mu was angry, but she still wanted to stick to her own thoughts. That shadow was a terrifying pervert, and she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be tortured to death before she even got the chance to ask about the liquid chip. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Don't you want to live? Mu asked her. Xia Qingzhi glanced at Mu and walked up the steps, sitting down while hugging her legs, her gaze fixed on the darkness. Her voice filled with desolation. I want to live, but staying by Ying's side, I might as well be dead. At least I wouldn't have to suffer. Mu sat down beside her and turned to meet her profile. Xia Qingzhi was sadly staring at the blue light around her when Mu suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi, do you believe me? Xia Qingzhi heard Mu's words and turned to look at the face that looked exactly like her own. After hesitating for a moment, she blinked and nodded. But how much longer do I have to hold on? I really don't want to stay in this broken place at all. Mu looked at her and lowered his gaze. To be honest with you, if you want to be completely free, you need to gain Ying's trust as soon as possible. Xia Qingzhi listened to her uncertain tone, hesitated for a moment, and slowly opened his mouth. He seemed to not trust others very much. What should I do to quickly gain his trust? Mu was helplessly rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Xia Qingzhi looked at her like this and sighed. Suddenly, she thought of something, raised the corners of her mouth, widened her eyes, and shook her arm. I might have an idea. Do you want to give it a try? Mu looked at her with a dominating tone. Speak quickly. Isn't there a story in ancient times about heroes saving beauties? What if we switch the genders in this story? Upon hearing this, Mu understood immediately. After that, the two whispered a few words to each other and then went their separate ways. Xia Qingzhi nearly said everything she had to say in order to trick Ying into going to the forest arranged by Mu. They stood under the big tree, enjoying the cool breeze. Xia Qingzhi bit her lip, looking around anxiously. Everything was pitch black, and there was nothing around. She suddenly felt a bit worried and kept clapping her hands. Where's Mu Shua? She had been waiting for so long. Why hadn't he appeared yet? Xia Qingzhi. It's been 2 hours. What exactly did you call me here for? An impatient voice suddenly came from the shadow beside her. Xia Qingzhi heard the voice. Her body tensed up. She turned to see the man's face darkening and timidly explained, could you wait a little longer? I still have a lot of things to deal with and no time to stand here with you in the breeze. After saying that, she was about to leave. Xia Qingzhi saw the man take a step forward and immediately looked into the distance, biting her lip, her hand nervously clenching. Mu, where are you? She said anxiously. Just half an hour. Wait another half an hour. The man's expression was angry, and his rapid breathing reached her ears, making her feel uneasy. However, Mu still hadn't appeared, and she had to stop him. The man squinted his eyes, looking at her suspiciously, then suddenly grabbed her wrist and leaned closer to her. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi moved back nervously, keeping a certain distance from him, and deliberately elongated her tone as she spoke. You wouldn't want to find someone to kill me, would you? Hearing this, Xia Qingzhi, whose thoughts had been seen through, was immediately scared and hurriedly explained, I didn't. Ying heard this and coldly snorted, shaking off her hand. It better be like that. No way. Xia Qingzhi blurted out without thinking. Ying heard this and calmed down, looking him up and down. No. Xia Qingzhi frowned and shook her head, looking at his sharp gaze. She awkwardly lowered her head to avoid his eyes. I prepared a special gift for you, but you need to wait. She timidly looked up at him, stuttering as she made excuses. Ying thought she was just being shy, and all his earlier impatience vanished as he stroked his chin, watching her with interest. No need to wait, just take it out now. Xia Qingzhi saw that the man was somewhat impatient, and her mood became even more gloomy. She gritted her teeth and looked towards the still empty distance, helplessly sighing. Where am I supposed to find a gift? To avoid being exposed, she rummaged through the seed vault and found a firefly seed. Ying looked at the black seed in her hand, his mouth twitching, his brows furrowed tightly, and his face dark enough to drip ink. He raised his eyes, pointing at the seed in annoyance, and said in a furious voice, This is the gift you prepared for me. Xia Qingzhi nodded. Then, she waved her hand over the seeds, and the seeds began to grow branches, sprouting one vine after another. Those vines spread everywhere, surrounding the nearby area completely. Soon after, the vines bloomed with flower buds. In an instant, 100 flowers blossomed, creating a beautiful scene. After that, fireflies flew in from all directions. Xia Qingzhi opened her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at such a beautiful scenery. Her mood was no longer dejected, nor was she afraid. This is the gift you prepared for me. Xia Qingzhi heard Ying's voice and turned to look at him. At that moment, there was no expression on Ying's face, but his brows showed a hint of impatience. Xia Qingzhi had reason to suspect that he was just a big straight man who didn't understand romance. Boring. He made a sarcastic remark. After that, he spoke up. After Ying finished speaking, he grabbed her arm and was about to leave. Xia Qingzhi looked around, but Ying still hadn't come. She lowered her head in disappointment. She still wanted to struggle a bit more. How about we take another look? What do you think? Ying looked at her, his tone filled with threat. Xia Qingzhi looked at his expression that seemed to want to eat her, and had no choice but to compromise. They had only taken a few steps when suddenly there was a swoosh, bringing a cool breeze that lifted the hair by her ear. Chapter 97. Gaining trust, she raised her head to look at the side profile of the shadow next to her. Although he was facing away from her, she could clearly feel his anger at that moment. Looking down, she saw that the arrow had already been broken in half by him. Could it be made of wood? Thinking of this, her dejected mood immediately brightened. At that moment, an arrow shot towards the shadow. Xia Qingzhi felt it was a good opportunity, rushed over to shield Ying, and watched helplessly as the arrow pierced her own chest. She frowned, looked down in disbelief at the arrow, and blood began to flow out. Her face showed pain. Mu Mingming had said she wouldn't get hurt, so how could this happen? She then fell to the side. Ying immediately crouched down, looking at her wound, and suddenly exclaimed, "Why are you so foolish? Can't you just dodge when you see an arrow?" Xia Qingzhi felt her wound, healing, and immediately covered it with her hand to avoid Shadow discovering it. So she followed Mu's advice and said, "Ahem, I don't want to see you get hurt. So, are you just going to disregard your own life?" Although Shadow was very touched, she still reprimanded her recklessness. What was it again? She couldn't remember. Just then, arrows came flying again. After comforting her, Shadow stood up and raised her hand to deflect the arrows in the opposite direction. Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to turn to the side and pull out the arrow from her body. The wound quickly healed, returning to its original state. Afraid of being discovered, she took out the props given to her by Mu and dabbed them on the injured area to create the appearance of continuous bleeding. Then, she applied white powder to her face and finished with a pale lip gloss. Everything was ready. Seeing that there wasn't much blood on her body, she wanted to apply some more from a bottle. However, the shadow of Ying Gaoda blocked her view, frightening her into immediately throwing away the items, causing the medicine bottle to roll under the vines. Before she could react, Ying suddenly picked her up, his voice sounding very sad. "Xia Qingzhi, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you." Xia Qingzhi didn't say anything, her hands trembling. Before leaving, she glanced at the dead bodies, shivering. It looked like at least hundreds of people. His combat power was truly frightening. After Xia Qingzhi left, "Mu, and you brought a group of people here." Mu frowned as she looked at the people lying on the ground. "We are late." Just when she thought the plan had failed, her foot suddenly stepped on something, and she bent down to pick it up. Looking at the bottle with a little liquid left in it, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. It seemed she succeeded. But where did these people come from? Mu looked around, staring blankly at the people. "What should we do now?" You suddenly spoke up beside her. Mu turned to look at him and replied lightly. After this incident, Ying's way of speaking to Xia Qingzhi was no longer as aggressive as before, and his temper had improved quite a bit. According to Mu, he had started to trust her. After that, Xia Qingzhi followed the methods Mu taught her, gradually winning his heart. Coupled with the effects of the coconut-flavored psychedelic incense, Ying's attitude towards her had made a complete turnaround compared to before, although he still treated others the same way as always. Xia Qingzhi looked at Ying, who was in a good mood sitting at the desk, and walked over with some fruit. Seizing the opportunity while he was in a good mood, she casually brought up the topic of multiple spaces. "Have you ever heard about the existence of multiple spaces coexisting?" She held the fruit, raised her eyes, and cautiously probed him. This was something Mu had prompted her to ask. Although she didn't know Mu's intentions, she still followed through. Originally, she wanted to ask about the liquid chip, but Mu said that would be too straightforward and might raise his suspicions. "I've heard of it. What's up?" After hearing her words, Ying appeared to have no doubts, and Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief. "So how do you get into these spaces?" Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes suddenly narrowed. "You seem particularly interested in this." Xia Qingzhi hesitated and nodded. She thought he would ignore her, but to her surprise, he actually spoke a few sentences. To switch spaces, different mediums are required. These mediums include both material and consciousness. Shadow explains. Xia Qingzhi felt that he was talking nonsense and quickly changed the subject, looking at him and cautiously speaking. Do you know this because you also have a space?" "Yeah." Xia Qingzhi blinked her eyes and immediately took the opportunity to beg. I haven't seen what other spaces are like. Can you take me to see?" "You want to see?" Ying looked at her with great interest. Xia Qingzhi nodded. "All right, then I'll take you to have a look," she said. Ying agreed. Xia Qingzhi became excited upon hearing this. Just as Ying was about to leave with Xia Qingzhi, Katta clumsily barged in. Ying's expression turned extremely ugly upon being disturbed, and he raised his hand. The three newly grown silly cat ears on Cat disappeared again. Cat Da's lively eyes were filled with grievance. "Speak up, what is it?" Ying said impatiently. Katta glanced at Xia Qingzhi beside him, hesitating whether to speak up. "There is no one else here. Just say it. I'm in a hurry." Ying endured his anger that had no place to vent, and seeing this, Katta immediately spoke up. 1310 escaped. Upon hearing this, Ying's face darkened instantly. Xia Qingzhi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Are we still going?" Ying looked at him and immediately put on a friendly face. "I have something important to attend to. Let's reschedule." After saying that, he hurriedly left with the cat. Xia Qingzhi was dejected. She was so close to discovering the medium through which Ying entered the space. "Xia Qingzhi, catch up with them." The domineering tone of Mu rang in her ears. Xia Qingzhi couldn't provoke Mu, so she had no choice but to follow. As a result, while following, a few people passed in front of her, and Ying and the cat disappeared without a trace. Xia Qingzhi originally wanted to tell Mu, but saw Qiu not far away. It seemed she was worried someone was following her. She had always wanted to get closer to Qiu, but he made her stay by his side every day, leaving her with no chance. It was better to take advantage of the time when Ying wasn't around to build a relationship with Qiu. As a result, when she was passing through an intersection, a few mischievous, mutated children knocked her to the ground and then ran away rudely. Xia Qingzhi shook her head and looked up again. Qiu had long since disappeared. The thought of losing track of someone twice in one day made her very frustrated. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she bumped into a hurried passerby. When she clearly saw the person's face, she widened her eyes in surprise and covered her mouth. Chapter 98, 1310. This person looked exactly like her. "Are you Xia Qingzhi?" This was her first question. Yes. What's wrong?" Xia Qingzhi felt a sense of familiarity, so she truthfully told the person. Upon hearing this, the person's eyes immediately turned vicious. She grabbed Xia Qingzhi's arm, her face like ice. "You're the one I've been looking for. Come with me." Her tone was filled with hatred. Xia Qingzhi had not reacted yet when she was dragged away by the woman. Xia Qingzhi looked at the woman, whose expression was obscured by darkness, feeling a chill down her spine. Why did she have a bad feeling? Do we know you?" The woman said coldly. "Of course you don't know me, but I know everything about you." Xia Qingzhi listened to her gritted teeth voice and shivered. This person clearly wasn't easy to deal with, so she should leave as soon as possible. However, it wasn't that easy to get away. The woman stepped forward and immediately grabbed her arm, causing Xia Qingzhi to let out a pained sound. How could her strength be so great? At that moment, she felt anxious, a kind of indescribable feeling. Xia Qingzhi used all her strength to shake off her hand, her expression not looking good. She looked the woman up and down, cautiously opening her mouth. "Who exactly are you, and why are you treating me like this?" "I am 1310. 1310 said this angrily. Xia Qingzhi was taken aback when she heard this. She recalled that previously, Katta had called her 1315, and her brows furrowed. She looked at the person in front of her whose face was extremely cold. "Do you know 1315? She's just like me, another one of your substitutes." 1315 stared at the knife in her hand and mocked. "What do you mean?" Xia Qingzhi was completely stunned upon hearing this. Her way of speaking was so strange. 1310 was utterly furious after hearing this and immediately stepped forward, turning to press the knife against Xia Qingzhi's neck. "Xia Qingzhi, stop pretending." Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear and hurriedly defended herself. "I didn't." 1310 sneered. "Huh. I could kill you right now to avenge those who have died. What do you think his expression would be if you died?" Her cold laugh turned into a big laugh, and Xia Qingzhi trembled even more. With the dagger at her throat, she didn't dare to move at all. In her current state of panic and confusion, she had completely forgotten that she was invulnerable. "No, did you get the wrong person? I have never offended you at all." Xia Qingzhi couldn't understand it at all. Ever since she woke up, she had inexplicably faced a series of disasters, with one so-called enemy after another coming for her. She used to live like air, with no one paying her any attention. Why had her transparent existence disappeared? 1310 leaned closer to her ear and slowly spoke. "Your existence is a mistake. You are the source of all evil. Xia Qingzhi felt very wronged upon hearing this. Unwillingly, she defended herself. You're talking nonsense. I'm not. 1310 stood up, took out a rope, and tied her to a tree nearby, standing in front of her with a deep gaze. When I woke up, the first thing I saw was Shadow. He treated me well, and we quickly entered the halls of marriage. But later, he got tired of me and sent me for reformation. In order to survive, I fixed his machine. She flew into a rage and brought me to a mysterious space. Do you know what I saw? Xia Qingzhi looked at her and shook her head. 1310 started crying as she spoke. At that moment, I realized that he never loved me. To him, I was just a pathetic substitute, and not even the only one. Xia Qingzhi saw that she was crying a little sadly and suddenly comforted her. You don't cry anymore. Actually, my situation is somewhat similar to yours. Upon hearing this, 1310 raised her hand to wipe away her tears and laughed hysterically. Then she stepped forward, placing a knife against Xia Qingzhi's neck, and coldly said, "How insincere. Just as annoying as a shadow." No, I really mean it," Xia Qingzhi replied. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that she immediately started to explain in a flustered manner. The one he likes is Nian. I'm just a substitute. But she's also a substitute. 1310 said this through gritted teeth. What does it mean? Xia Qingzhi looked at her in confusion upon hearing this. Nian and Xi were the first batch of clones he created. Xia Qingzhi blinked her eyes. Nian and Xi are actually clones? She finally understood why Xi wanted to crazily take revenge on Ying back in the cave. If we follow what 1310 said, then Xi is also her wife? If we reason like this, Ying has had over 1,000 wives in these 10,000 years. But why is he so obsessed with copying one version of himself after another? She doesn't even know him. Is there something she doesn't know about this? Xia Qingzhi, he truly has deep feelings for you, continuously copying you. Xia Qingzhi shook her head. Ever since you appear by his side, he has harbored the thought of exterminating us. 1310 gritted his teeth and continued, but why? I have my own thoughts, will, and feelings. Why am I not worthy of living in this world? And why do you get to decide my life and death? Xia Qingzhi looked at the extremely angry 1310 in front of her, not knowing what to say. What he did was indeed excessive. Moreover, clones are prohibited. How could he repeatedly use her genes to replicate her? Xia Qingzhi, you can only die, and then he won't harm us. So you must die. After that, the knife in her hand approached Xia Qingzhi's throat, and Xia Qingzhi trembled in fear. 1310 glared at her fiercely. All the sources of evil originated from you, and it should also be ended by you. Well, how about we talk this over again? Xia Qingzhi felt a chill on her neck, and her legs went weak with fear. She immediately shouted, "The one who harmed you is Ying, not me. If you want revenge, you should go after her, not me." 1310 ignored her and continued with what he was doing. Help! Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she closed her eyes and shouted for help. 1310 laughed, possibly finding her actions somewhat amusing. Just as she was about to continue, the dagger in her hand suddenly disappeared. Xia Qingzhi slowly opened her eyes when she noticed there was no movement. 1310, with a face full of fear, retreated behind her in fright. Xia Qingzhi looked back. The knife in Shadow's hand had long turned into molten iron, dripping onto the ground and corroding the surrounding plants. Beside him was Katta, and further back was a group of mutants. They wanted to kill her, but it wasn't that easy. Shadow's voice was filled with anger as he raised his hand, and a fireball came rushing this way. 1310 beside him trembled at the sight of the fireball. Chapter 99, Proposing Marriage. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately, and the vines transformed into a shield to block the flames for 1310. 1310 looked at her in confusion. Xia Qingzhi opened her mouth to signal her to run quickly. 1310 paused for a moment before turning to leave. Those people wanted to chase after her, but Xia Qingzhi blocked their way with vines. She didn't even know why she wanted to help her. According to her usual practice, she would keep her distance from those who harmed her. But 1310 made her feel a bit of sympathy. Perhaps it was because there was some connection between them. Xia Qingzhi, what do you mean? A furious voice reached her ears. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes to look at the shadow with furrowed brows and a grim expression, a faint worry stirring in her heart. The vines in her hand vanished without a trace due to her fear. I thought you were going to hurt me, so I called the vines to protect myself. Xia Qingzhi spoke with a clumsy excuse, unsure whether Ying would believe her. Just as she was filled with fear and anxiety, Ying suddenly stepped forward, untangled the vines around her, and pulled her into his embrace. His voice not as irritable as before. How could I possibly hurt you? Xia Qingzhi twitched her lips upon hearing this, thinking how could it be that it wouldn't hurt? She didn't believe it at all. After returning, Xia Qingzhi kept dwelling on the matter of 1310, so she asked Mu. At first, Mu was unwilling to talk about it, but eventually she opened up. Mu said that she and Nian were among the first batch created by Ying. Initially, they were unaware that they were clones and thought they were abandoned twin sisters. Ying treated them well and had never mistreated them. Nian, for some reason, left the wandering tribe, while she remained by Ying's side. She had never thought of leaving because she liked Ying very much. Nian disagreed with the idea of running away at that time. After being caught by Ying, she was locked up. Nian, being her sister, she let Nian go. Later, Ying found Nian and twisted her head off. At that moment, she realized how terrifying the man before her was and wanted to escape from him. How could Ying possibly agree? He forced her to marry him. Not long after their marriage, he actually wanted to modify her. When she asked why, he said it was so they would be a better match. She refused, but Ying forcibly dragged her to the operating table. At the moment she was about to close her eyes, she heard Ying say, "You are just a substitute for Xia Qingzhi. How dare you not listen to me?" Later, the modification failed, and she died on the operating table. Her soul lingered, unwilling to leave. For thousands of years, she watched clone after clone, resembling her, walk into tragedy. They were discarded in a dark space after losing their value to Ying. Eventually, her soul attached itself to an object of Ying's and was taken away. Xia Qingzhi really didn't expect that Ying would be a person with an extremely twisted personality. The key is that this pervert is still infatuated with her, which is truly a frightening thing. Who on earth is he? She has always had little presence, so how could anyone like her? Xia Qingzhi, whether they can escape or not depends on you. Mu's gaze fell on her, speaking earnestly. Xia Qingzhi saw that she had put such a big hat on her and immediately shook her head. I can't do it. Compared to us, he cares about you a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to eliminate us completely because of you. Mu's expression immediately turned cold upon hearing this. Xia Qingzhi, whether you are willing or not, you have to agree. This is a promise you once made to me. Xia Qingzhi finally couldn't resist Mu and nodded in agreement. After thinking of something, she looked up to meet Mu's cold gaze. In order to increase the chances of rescuing them, I need to retrieve the liquid chip first. Otherwise, it will be easy for him to track me. She had this intention in mind. After all, each of them had a liquid chip on them. Mu looked at her and spoke. Xia Qingzhi felt a chill in her heart upon hearing this. If what she said was true, then 1310 might be. Ying really is too terrifying. After finishing her work, she would immediately leave and stay far away from him from then on. Xia Qingzhi came to Ying's room, originally intending to ask about the liquid chip, but Ying interrupted her first. Xia Qingzhi, let's get married. Xia Qingzhi swallowed hard upon hearing this, her eyes wide open in disbelief as she looked at him. Your joke is not funny at all. Do you think I'm joking? Mu Dao replied. Xia Qingzhi looked at him with a serious expression and took a few steps back, leaning against the edge of the table. Her hand were placed on it, feeling at a loss. He seemed to be truly serious. What should she do? After all, she had a husband. How could she marry someone else? But if she disagreed, who knew what Ying would do to her? What if she ended up in the same tragic situation as the others? Hey, can you say something? Ying, who was standing nearby, suddenly became a bit impatient. Taking a deep breath, she furrowed her brow anxiously and hesitated before speaking. You tell me how to remove the liquid chip first, and then I'll consider this matter. Don't even think about it. I will not remove the liquid chip from your body before you turn into a monster like me. Xia Qingzhi felt a surge of anger upon hearing this, and immediately took a few steps back. After seeing his entire silhouette, she stubbornly said, "Then I won't marry you either. You dare." Ying was completely enraged by this. "If you dare to force me, I'll die in front of you." Xia Qingzhi trembled as she spoke harsh words, unwilling to show even the slightest compromise. Ying watched her grit her teeth, tears on the verge of bursting forth. It was because of Lin Pe. Xia Qingzhi looked at his expression that seemed ready to devour her. Her hand trembled in fear. At that moment, The air seemed to freeze. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ying's expression. Speak, have you gone mute? Xia Qingzhi was so scared that her whole body broke out in goosebumps. She raised her head and timidly spoke, I've already married him. Upon hearing this, Ying felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth and asking her, then what does that make our relationship? We don't count, she replied. Xia Qingzhi hesitated and finally said this sentence. Ying was completely infuriated upon hearing this, grabbing her hand and throwing her onto the bed. But you were originally supposed to be my wife. Xia Qingzhi looked through the mask around his eyes and was almost scared to tears. I don't even know you. The shadow paused at this, turned his head, and chuckled softly. Then he looked at her and slowly raised his hand to take off the mask from his face. When the mask fell to the ground and the shadow's face was completely revealed, Xia Qingzhi stared in astonishment at the person in front of her. How could it be him? She never expected to meet him in this way. Chapter 100. The Shadows Passed. Chu Han, she exclaimed. I really didn't expect that after all this time. You still remember me. She felt that he had changed so much. He was nothing like this before. Chu Han was one of her father's many students and also one of his most valued ones. Although his name had the character for cold in it, he was anything but aloof. The impression Chu Han left on her was that of a gentle and refined older brother. He was remarkable, having fought his way up from the bottom to become a rising star in the tech industry all on his own. But how did he end up looking like this now? Xia Qingzhi's gaze followed him down, and when she saw the tale, it seemed like she understood. Chu Han cared a lot about his appearance, supposedly because he was mocked for having a birthmark on half of his face when he was young. Later, his father used high-tech products to help him restore his looks. So, could it be that Chu Han's current personality is a result of the snake tail? How did you become like this? She asked in a very soft voice. Upon hearing this, Ying clenched his fists in anger, his face scrunching up as he glared at her. I become like this, and you share part of the blame. Me? Xia Qingzhi pointed at herself, looking puzzled. Xia Qingzhi, I really dislike your innocent look. Ying suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi was taken aback for a moment. It seemed she hadn't said anything wrong. Ying was so angry that he was grinding his teeth. Xia Qingzhi, after our engagement, you threatened to commit suicide to make your father cancel the engagement, so you could be with Lin Pa. At that time, I was picking out rings and went to the lab to find your father after receiving his call. I had a dispute with him and accidentally triggered a machine, merging with a python in the lab and turning into a monster. Because of this, I was bullied, faced disdain, and had nowhere to hide or go. I went to seek help from your father, only to see you and Lin Pa getting married. At that moment, I hated all of you. Why should you all have happiness while I have to live in darkness? But fortunately, heaven opened its eyes, and a tsunami washed away the filthy human society. Because of this disaster, I unexpectedly awakened my abilities and found many monsters like me who are hostile to humans. Xia Qingzhi felt a sudden pang of guilt upon hearing those words. When her father insisted that she marry Chu Han, she resolutely refused. Her father warned her that if she didn't agree, he would abandon her, and her sister also urged her to comply. Coupled with Lin Po's proposal to break up, she had no choice but to agree. Just when she thought her life would be like this forever, Lin Pa came to apologize to her. But by that time, she was already engaged to Chu Han and was about to get the marriage certificate. If she proposed to cancel the engagement now, it would be unfair to Chu Han. Moreover, neither her sister nor her father would forgive her. Her sister held a very important place in her heart, and she didn't want to make a decision that would disappoint her. In the end, she chose to give up Lin Pa. The day before getting the marriage certificate, it was actually around 3 or 4 in the morning. She wasn't in a good mood, so she went to a bar to drink away her sorrows. At that time, her household registration book was in her bag, which her father had given her. When she finally sobered up, she found a marriage certificate next to her. And to her surprise, her spouse was Lin Pa. She was afraid to let her sister and father know, so she chose an extreme way to force her father to cancel the engagement. Her father, having no choice, agreed. She knew this was unfair to Chu Han, but she still wanted to be with Lin Pa. Lin Pa was the person she had secretly liked for a long time. So, just because of this, do you want to drag me into the abyss and turn me into a monster? You weren't like this before. Ying found this statement somewhat ridiculous. Xia Qingzhi, people change, and I have become this way because all of you are responsible. If I can't have a good life, None of you will. Xia Qingzhi looked at the familiar face in front of her and recalled the gentle and elegant face that used to smile beautifully. However, from his perspective, it seemed reasonable for him to have changed like this. After all, this is the way the world is. When a person is different from everyone around them, they become a serious outlier, leading to exclusion and being bullied without restraint. They would say, "He deserves it. Who told him to be different from us?" Mu sensed her negative thoughts and immediately opened her eyes, relieved to see that there was no dark energy around her. She felt that Xia Qingzhi's negative thoughts were quite serious. For someone with her level of abilities, a slight misstep could destroy the entire world. It seems that she needed to help change her way of thinking going forward. Xia Qingzhi looked at the person in front of her and slowly spoke. Chuhan. I'm sorry, I didn't consider things carefully back then. Her voice was very soft. Then, meeting his handsome face, she added, "But that shouldn't be a reason for you to hurt me recklessly. Shouldn't you atone for this?" Ing asked her angrily. But there are many ways to atone. It's not just about marriage and transformation. But what I want is you, Ing said straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. But I'm already Lin Po's wife. I can't betray him. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head and timidly said this sentence. What a betrayal. Ing was so angry upon hearing this that his fists creaked. If you really cared so much about your so-called chastity, how could you betray me and get together with Lin Po? Now you come to me and say these things. Don't you find it ridiculous? After listening, Xia Qingzhi's head drooped even lower. Do you think that your relationship with me now means you haven't betrayed Lin Po? Xia Qingzhi wanted to argue upon hearing this, but when she thought about admitting the consequences brought by the illusionary fragrance, she swallowed her words. Xia Qingzhi, whether you like it or not, you must marry in this situation. This is what you owe me. Xia Qingzhi frowned in anger upon hearing this. After finishing her words, Ing flicked her sleeves and turned to leave the room. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him leave. What should she do next? Just as she was thinking about what to do, the door suddenly opened. The cat Dazhao walked in, licking its paws, and said to Xia Qingzhi, "The leader asked me to tell you that the wedding will take place 3 days from now. Oh, and your transformation surgery will also be conducted 3 days later." Xia Qingzhi was stunned when she heard this. The machine is fixed? Of course. This time, it was the leader who personally took action. After finishing the conversation, she left this place. Xia Qingzhi looked at the door in despair. This meant she had to finish everything within 3 days. But could all of this really be done in such a short time? Chapter 101, Kidnapping the Cat. Xia Qingzhi and Mu felt that it was unlikely to take action directly against Ing. Therefore, they decided to target the people around him. From their observations, one person who was definitely close to Ing was Katta. In order to obtain the whereabouts of the liquid chip, Xia Qingzhi and Ing conspired to tie up Katta. In some unknown corner, Katta was lying tied up on a platform. Xia Qingzhi and Ing, in order to prevent him from finding out directly on their foreheads, which have a longer duration, Xia Qingzhi thought about the troublesome matter of marriage, stared at the cat in front of her, and spoke directly in a deep masculine voice. "Quickly tell me, how do I unlock the liquid chip?" The cat struggled with its round big eyes, looking around at the source of the voice, and refused without hesitation. "Although I don't know who you are, it is absolutely impossible to get information about the liquid chip from me." What a tough mouth. Another furious voice sounded from his side. "It seems we need to make you suffer a bit. What do you want to do?" The cat, hearing the unknown voice, looked around anxiously and struggled hard. "Don't you know who I am? I am a key figure beside the leader of the shadow. If you hurt me, the leader will definitely not let you go." Although it was clearly terrified, it still tried to sound tough. "So how should we torture him? Pull out his tongue? Cut off his limbs? Or turn him into a big rat?" Mu Dao. The cat trembled in fear upon hearing these somewhat familiar words. "Please let me go. I don't know anything about the liquid chip." Mu chuckled upon hearing this. "You really are stubborn." Xia Qingzhi thought about how she would soon become obedient like a snake. Her brows tightly knitted together. She looked at Mu. What if he doesn't say anything? Whatever he's afraid of, we'll just bring it on. Xia Qingzhi looked at her unclear expression and gasped. She couldn't possibly be planning to go all out, could she? But when she saw Mu using a feather to tickle the cat, Xia Qingzhi was dumbfounded. She swallowed hard. This punishment was really too light. At that moment, a consciousness came with an image. According to the duration of the drug's effect, Ying was about to wake up. She suddenly felt a bit anxious, clenched her hands, glanced at the cat, and walked over to Mu, bending down to whisper the situation in her ear. After hearing this, Mu frowned. Xia Qingzhi was also worried about the same thing. If she didn't find out about the liquid ship before Ying woke up, there wouldn't be any chance afterward. Moreover, when he woke up and she wasn't by his side, he would discover the truth that she had deceived him. With Ying's twisted personality, who knows what might happen? So they had to make Cat speak quickly. Ha ha meow, you all stop it. Cat laughed so hard that tears streamed down. Hurry and tell us the method to extract the liquid chip. Cat shook his head vigorously, laughing. No way. I won't betray my leader. Mu, hearing this, got even angrier and increased the pressure. You really are loyal. Ha ha ha, of course. Let go of me. Xia Qingzhi stared at the cat-headed person in front of her, stamping her feet in frustration. After thinking of something, she took the opportunity when Mu was not paying attention to leave. When Mu looked up and found that Xia Qingzhi was gone, he felt puzzled. Just as he was about to lower his head, he saw Xia Qingzhi holding a mouse in her hand. At some point, the cat had brought in a shadow, and as a result, a mouse ran into the room, scaring him so much that he immediately climbed up to the eaves, trembling while holding on to a crystal pillar. It was still her who chased the mouse away. Who would have thought that a dignified cat would be afraid of a mouse that was hundreds of times smaller than him? The cat looked at the mouse floating in the air, squeaking, and screamed in fear. He turned his face away, scared to the point of turning red. Meow. Get away. Quickly take it away. Xia Qingzhi would not listen to him. She took the mouse and moved it to the other side, facing him. Just tell me, what is the method to extract the liquid chip? As long as you say it, I will let you go. Xia Qingzhi weakly threatened the person in front of her. Upon hearing this, Mao De appeared despondent, stubbornly gritting his teeth as two streams of tears flowed down his temples. Xia Qingzhi looked at him with some confusion. She hadn't done anything yet, so why was he putting on a look as if he were ready to face death? At this moment, her instincts warned her again that Ying would wake up in 10 minutes. Xia Qingzhi was so frightened that her legs trembled. In a panic, she shouted at the cat, "Hurry up and speak. For the sake of Cat Da, I would rather die than submit." Xia Qingzhi was completely anxious and placed the mouse on his head. The cat was so scared that it trembled all over. However, even so, it did not betray its good leader shadow. Xia Qingzhi was so anxious that she gritted her teeth. Mu stopped his actions, stood up, and sarcastically said to the terrified cat, "You really are a pathetic creature." Xia Qingzhi was panicking as she bit her fingers, unable to figure out what was going on. What should she do? There were only 3 minutes left. If she couldn't find the answer this time, she might really turn into a snake monster. At this moment, she was so anxious that her clothes were wrinkled, her face was flushed, and beads of sweat were dripping from her forehead. Xia Qingzhi was completely anxious upon hearing this. There were only a few minutes left, and she was sure she could come up with a solution. Do you really think you can find out something in just a few minutes? If you're not afraid of him knowing the truth, then you might as well stay here. Xia Qingzhi was unwilling to give up this opportunity and looked around helplessly. We should. Before Mu could finish speaking, Xia Qingzhi interrupted, saying, I have thought of a way. However, a hint of worry appeared on Mu's usually calm face. Let's give it a try. What if it works? Xia Qingzhi said anxiously. Mu sighed and nodded. She thought Xia Qingzhi would come up with some good solution, but unexpectedly, she took out something that Mu had never seen before. Although she didn't know what it was obvious that it was a toy. Xia Qingzhi walked up to Cat Da and placed the cat toy in front of him. Cat Da stretched out his paws and made a meowing sound, sounding very happy. Xia Qingzhi took away the cat teaser, and the cat immediately became unhappy. Tell me how to extract the liquid chip, and this will be yours, she said, with her hands behind her back. Under the temptation of the cat teaser, the cat collapsed and betrayed Ying. Yes, it's the leader's blood. Before the cat could finish speaking, Mu interrupted. Xia Qingzhi thought she had found the answer, nodded, threw the cat teaser to Cat Da, and then left. At this moment, Ying had already woken up. Chapter 102. Trying every means to obtain Ying's blood. Where did it go? Xia Qingzhi panted as she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, frowning. To avoid raising her suspicion, she approached him timidly and bent down to explain, I woke up and saw a shadow in the room, so I chased after it. Xia Qingzhi fabricated a ridiculous excuse. This excuse was so poorly constructed that even she didn't believe it. You didn't lie to me, did you? The voice of Ying sounded somewhat abnormal. Xia Qingzhi looked at his expression, feeling a bit frightened in her heart, and immediately nodded. I bet you wouldn't dare, Ying suddenly said smugly. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Wait, come here. Ying's gaze lingered on her neck. Xia Qingzhi hadn't reacted, yet when Ying pulled her to the edge of the bed, Xia Qingzhi felt the overwhelming masculine scent coming toward her, causing her to shiver in fear. She forced herself to calm down and awkwardly turned her head to give him an embarrassed smile. What's wrong? At that moment, her heart was racing uncontrollably, and her lips were tense, almost ready to be bitten through. The expression on Ying's face was ambiguous, making it hard to discern his emotions. Although Xia Qingzhi couldn't see clearly, she could still sense the anger about to erupt from him. What had she done to provoke him? Ying's gaze dropped down to her neck, and his tone became irritable. What about the marks on your neck? Xia Qingzhi's expression turned pale upon hearing this, and she immediately touched her neck, her heart pounding. Xia Qingzhi, you wouldn't be hiding something from me, would you? Taking advantage of her daze, Ying grabbed her arm and forced her to look him in the eyes. Xia Qingzhi looked at the flames about to ignite in his eyes, frightened and her gaze darting around, her eyelashes trembling incessantly. What should she do? How should she explain? Or should she say that between us? Hearing the truth about to come out of Ying's mouth, Xia Qingzhi was scared and immediately spoke up to defend herself. It was me who intentionally got rid of it. Upon hearing this, Ying indeed shifted his focus, but his face was darker than before, clearly showing how angry he was. Xia Qingzhi, give me a reason. Hearing his furious and irritable voice, she anxiously lowered her head, staring at her fingers, and timidly said, I thought it would look good if someone saw it, so I got rid of it. Upon hearing this, Ying completely lost his temper. What, you find me disgusting? Xia Qingzhi was startled and raised her head to look at him, immediately shaking her head. No, I didn't. I just feel that since we are not married yet, going out like this will lead to gossip. Upon hearing this, Ying suddenly felt a little relieved. In that case, let's move our wedding up by a day. Xia Qingzhi was taken aback by these words, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. No, that's not necessary. Let's stick to what we had before. After all, that day was a good day, she said anxiously. All right, then I'll go with your suggestion. Ying's tone suddenly became a bit softer. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping a catastrophe. With less than 2 days until the wedding, Xia Qingzhi and Mu planned to find a way to obtain Shadow's blood. Xia Qingzhi stood at the door, and, after seeing the person inside leave, she knocked on the door. Ying saw her and suddenly smiled, playfully looking at her. It's only been a little while since we last met, and you're already so eager to see me? Xia Qingzhi hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down opposite him at the table. Looking at him, she didn't know how to start. You look like you have a lot on your mind, Ying suddenly spoke up. Xia Qingzhi stared at the item in her hand, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Oh, right, I plan to invite Lin Po to our wedding, Ying suddenly said. Xia Qingzhi heard this and looked at him in disbelief with wide eyes. She was restless, sitting and lying down. How could you invite him? Of course, it's to let him witness our wedding. Ying's gaze was deeply fixed on her. No way. Xia Qingzhi urgently refused. Xia Qingzhi, this matter is settled. Ying informed her. Xia Qingzhi thought of the desolate appearance of Po, and her earlier hesitation disappeared. She wanted freedom. She wanted to distance herself from this madman. That you? Do you know your blood type? Xia Qingzhi was so anxious that she couldn't even speak properly. What's wrong? Ying, hearing this, looked at her warily. Xia Qingzhi suppressed the fear in her heart. I want to know, and by the way, help is calculated. You actually believe in this? Ying was successfully led astray by her. Well, you already have supernatural abilities, so this should be true as well, right? By the way, you haven't told me your blood type. I don't know, Ying replied somewhat impatiently. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Finally, heaven was on her side. How about I help you test it? I have the tools, she said eagerly. It seems like you really want my blood? Ying narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I'm also doing this for our future. Xia Qingzhi looked into his eyes, explaining fearfully. Mu suddenly said, no need to measure. Your future is destined to be entangled with me. Hearing this, Xia Qingzhi felt like she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. But considering her situation afterward, she didn't give up and continued to plead with him. Why don't you give it a try? It really works. Just this once. Ing suddenly frowned and directly asked her, Xia Qingzhi, tell me the truth. Do you really want to know my blood type, or do you simply want my blood? Xia Qingzhi trembled a little upon hearing this. His vigilance was truly too strong. I really just want what's best for us in the future. Ing looked at her flustered and helpless expression, leaned down to meet her gaze. Xia Qingzhi, I tell you, if you dare to deceive me, you're as good as dead. Xia Qingzhi listened to the threatening voice and immediately looked up to meet his eyes, shaking her hands repeatedly. How could I dare? Then she realized something, and the feeling of fear faded significantly. So, does that mean you agree to me drawing blood? Xia Qingzhi was a bit excited. Ing looked at her with a proud expression and said, I never said that. Xia Qingzhi was once again doused with a bucket of cold water, and a sense of grievance welled up within her. All she wanted was his blood. Why was it so difficult? What should she do? Without the blood, she couldn't unlock the chip. If she couldn't unlock the chip, she couldn't save them, and she would also become a monster. At that moment, she felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. She looked up at the man leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, enjoying her expression, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 103. Obtaining Shadow's blood. Shadow seemed to find it boring and left. Less than 48 hours until the wedding. The plan to take the blood type had failed, and Xia Qingzhi and Mu could only think of another way. That night, when Shadow came, they set up various traps in the room, all of which were quite ruthless. Xia Qingzhi couldn't believe it. With so many weapons, they still couldn't obtain Shadow's blood. She sat on the bed, listening to the increasingly close sounds, nervously gripping the blanket, her eyes fixed on the door that was about to open, feeling a vague sense of unease. This time it must succeed. Shadow pushed the door open, and suddenly a metal pipe fell from above. He quickly reacted and dodged to the side. Xia Qingzhi looked at the wedding dress in his hands and felt uneasy. Xia Qingzhi, what do you mean? The expression on Ying's face looked extremely unpleasant. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes, blinking repeatedly, and stammered, This is my hometown's custom. Only by going through these can you prove that you're truly sincere about me. Her gaze dropped, and she saw the hunting trap he had set with his tail, suddenly feeling a bit excited. Shadow was startled to hear this. Xia Qingzhi felt a sudden disappointment as she saw the tail moving further away from the hunting trap. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit more. Ing followed her gaze and looked back. When he saw what was behind him, he smiled and looked at Xia Qingzhi. Unexpectedly, you really care about me, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, a hidden weapon rushed towards him, but Ing easily dodged it by bending down. Before long, Ing had neutralized all the weapons, and not a single wound was visible on him. There wasn't even a drop of blood. Xia Qingzhi was completely numb. Ing walked over with the wedding dress, looking down at her. This is the wedding dress I specially ordered for you after our engagement 10,000 years ago. Try it on. Xia Qingzhi looked up dejectedly at the ancient relic in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. Seeing her lifeless expression, Ing couldn't help but feel annoyed. Change your wedding dress, and you're still feeling wronged. Xia Qingzhi, you don't want to change, right? Since you're unwilling, then I'll help you. After saying that, he reached out his hand towards her. Faced with his displeased expression, she stammered, I think I'll do it myself. Ing withdrew his hand and impatiently shouted at her, Hurry up. Xia Qingzhi looked at his appearance and suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to have married Lin Pe. She trembled as she took the heavy wedding dress and hesitated before placing it on the bed. Ing stood there with his arms crossed, staring at her. Xia Qingzhi felt the gaze beside her, slowly looked up, and spoke in a distant yet polite tone. I need to change clothes. Could you step outside for a moment? Ing, upon hearing this, clenched his fists in frustration. I've seen every part of you. Just hurry up and change. Xia Qingzhi heard this, and her hand trembled, causing the wedding dress to fall to the ground. She cautiously raised her head to glance at the dark-faced person in front of her, whose expression was so grim it seemed like ink could drip from it. She immediately bent down to pick up the wedding dress, brushing off the dust with her hands. While she was contemplating how to avoid Ing, a knock on the door from outside saved her. Katta walked in and whispered a few words into Ying's ear before leaving. Xia Qingzhi looked at the closed door and breathed a sigh of relief. There were 24 hours left until the wedding. Mu had no way out, and Xia Qingzhi was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the room. She stopped in her tracks, looked at Mu sitting on the bed, and spoke urgently. Mu, have you thought of a way? I don't want to marry Ying. Mu furrowed his brows, his expression showing a hint of irritation. Can't you see I'm thinking? They really couldn't come up with a solution and could only resort to the most dangerous move. Xia Qingzhi and Mu arrived at the door of Shadow. After confirming he was inside through the window, they blew the hallucinogenic drug inside. Soon, Shadow passed out. Xia Qingzhi and Mu entered inside, taking advantage of the fact that those people were fainted on the ground, and wrapped him up with tree vines. All of this was seen by the masked man. He raised the corners of his mouth with interest and followed them. They had always used the drug on Ying. However, Mu informed him that although the coconut brand hallucinogenic incense wouldn't easily wake him up, this was based on the absence of external harm. They were now going to take Ying's blood, which could very likely wake him up. Therefore, they had to draw the blood before he woke up. Otherwise, due to his character, Xia Qingzhi would definitely face retaliation. Xia Qingzhi held a dagger, trembling as she opened his shirt, revealing the firm muscles underneath. Then she held her breath and closed her eyes, ready to make the cut. Suddenly, Mu spoke up. Oh no, someone's coming outside. Xia Qingzhi saw this and hurriedly dropped the dagger in her hand onto the ground. Mu looked at her helpless expression and took the opportunity to pull out leaves from the space, sticking them on them. The masked man walked into the messy room, clapping his hands and coughing as he looked around, searching for something. Strange. I clearly saw them here. How could they disappear so quickly? Xia Qingzhi looked at the people in the room, her heart pounding, and her nerves were stretched to the limit. She muttered quietly, please, please, don't let him see any clues. The masked man stopped suddenly in front of Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi looked at the person in front of her, too scared to move, holding her breath for fear of being discovered by him. Xia Qingzhi's face turned red, but the masked man had no intention of leaving. She really couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to open her mouth to breathe, immediately raising her hand to cover it. Did I just hear a breath? He muttered to himself. Although his voice was very elegant, it made her tremble at that moment. It must be that I heard it wrong. The masked man chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned to leave. Xia Qingzhi was so scared that she collapsed on the ground after seeing him leave completely, feeling a sense of relief. Without having time to adjust her emotions, she immediately got up, took out a dagger, and went to slash his arm. Xia Qingzhi looked up at Ying, who had not yet woken up, let out a sigh of relief, and continued her actions. To her surprise, Ying's wounds healed quickly, just like her own, resulting in her being unable to draw much blood after an hour. Xia Qingzhi thought it made sense and immediately left with Mu. After they left, Ying opened his eyes, his chest rising and falling, his hands clenched tightly, and the surrounding plants were wilting from the heat. He got up and looked outside, his eyes filled with immense hatred. Just as he was about to leave, the masked man suddenly walked in. What are you doing here? He said irritably. Of course, I'm here to show you something good. The masked man replied with a smile. Chapter 104. Seeking help from Xiao in the room. Xia Qingzhi rested her head on her hand, staring at the blood in front of her. Mu, how exactly is this supposed to be used? Drink it, Mu said as he stepped forward, disregarding Xia Qingzhi's struggles, pried her mouth open and pouring a little bit of blood into her. Xia Qingzhi smelled the rusted scent and almost threw up. Originally, Mu wanted to stimulate Ying with Xia Qingzhi to see if the chip had been resolved, but thinking about the potential consequences, she abandoned that idea. However, she had another method. Xia Qingzhi's consciousness, connecting with her body through her eyes, discovered that the liquid chip had not been eliminated. It was then that she realized they had been deceived by Katta. Mu gritted her teeth in anger and instructed Xia Qingzhi to stay there while she went to confront Katta. Xia Qingzhi looked at the approaching time, feeling an inexplicable panic in her heart. What should she do? When she reached the entrance of the cat door, she really wanted to slip inside, but her arm was grabbed by someone. She turned her head and saw the man in front of her, hatred surging from the depths of her heart. She raised her hand, intending to use the vines to entangle him. However, with just a little effort, the vines on her body shattered. Soon after, she lost consciousness. But no matter how long she waited, she still did not see her figure. Xia Qingzhi placed her hand on her chest, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. She thought, could something have happened to her? So she tried to contact you, asking him to tie her up and search for Mu. After listening, you immediately set off. Xia Qingzhi felt that she couldn't just sit and wait. Ignoring the chip in her body, she went to find Qiu, hoping to gain some clues from her. According to Ying, Qiu was also her father's student and a friend of her sister's, so perhaps she would know something. However, she had no close relationship with Qiu, so how could Qiu possibly share such important information with her? After careful consideration, she decided it was necessary to go. Qiu was quite surprised to see her. Xia Qingzhi sat on the sofa, and Qiu brought over tea. Xia Qingzhi looked up at her and hesitantly took the cup from Qiu's hand. Qiu sat opposite her, crossing her arms and sizing her up with a cold tone. The wedding is tomorrow during the day. What are you doing out here at this time? Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, looking at the cup she was holding, hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand to look at her. I have some questions I want to ask you. Go ahead, what is it? Qiu was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. It's just that, do you know about liquid chips? She stammered. Qiu looked at her suspiciously. Why are you asking this? Xia Qingzhi felt that time was pressing, so she got straight to the point. I have a friend who has been infected by a liquid chip and is being controlled. I want to save her. That person is you, right? Qiu didn't hesitate to expose her. Xia Qingzhi was stunned by these words and looked at her blankly, saying timidly, Why you? How do you know? I heard your sister talk about you. She mentioned the things between you and Lin Per. If what she said is true, you wouldn't want to marry someone you don't like. So I guess that you must be controlled by him. She picked up her tea, took a sip, and continued. What you just said made me understand the answer. So can you tell me how? I really don't want to marry him, nor do I want to be turned into a monster by him. Xia Qingzhi put down the cup in her hand and excitedly grasped her hand. Qiu's gaze lingered on Xia Qingzhi's hand for a moment before slowly meeting her eyes. Her tempting red lips parted. No, it can't be. Xia Qingzhi listened to such resolute words, her heart feeling cold. She raised her face in disappointment to meet hers and asked in confusion, Can you give me a reason? No reason, Qiu replied. Xia Qingzhi felt an immense disappointment upon hearing this. However, she was unwilling to give up just like that and brought up the corn basket from under the table. She looked at her with balloon-like eyes. I'll give you these. Can you help me? Qiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the corn. This was a plant from 10,000 years ago, and it was also her favorite thing. The thought of food scarcity crossed her mind, although she didn't need food to fill her stomach. The deliciousness from 10,000 years ago was still hard for her to forget. She had seen it before in the Lihe tribe, and to see it again today was truly exciting. She looked up at Xia Qingzhi, who appeared pitiful, and her heart suddenly softened a bit. In truth, it was mostly because of the corn. Let me think about it. Xia Qingzhi saw that she was somewhat relenting, her face full of excitement, and said with a smile, Well, I have a lot of this. As long as you tell me how to take out the liquid chip, I'll give you all of it. Qiu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The thought that a few words could exchange for something she liked seemed very worthwhile. You said it, so I won't be polite, Qiu said, feeling a bit excited. Xia Qingzhi saw the opportunity and nodded vigorously. Qiu smiled. She raised her arm and clapped her hands. In an instant, 10 large baskets appeared in front of Xia Qingzhi. The baskets were taller than a person and nearly a person's width. Xia Qingzhi, as long as you fill these baskets, I will tell you how to extract the liquid chip. Xia Qingzhi looked at the baskets filled to the brim in the room and swallowed hard. But thinking about the difficulties she was about to face, she didn't hesitate to take out the remaining food in the space. Qiu hung in the air, looking at the food above, utterly thrilled. Corn, potatoes, eggplants, tomatoes. There was quite a lot. Xia Qingzhi looked at the food in front of her, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Now, she had completely become a pauper. Qiu flew down to fulfill his promise and talked about the liquid chip. According to Qiu, the liquid chip was no different from the poisonous goo from 10,000 years ago. Whoever's blood was added to the liquid chip, those controlled by the chip would listen to that person. If they disobeyed, they would be punished. However, the liquid chip had a medium, and as long as it was destroyed, the chip's effect would disappear. So what was that medium? Qiu opened the screen to show a photo of the medium, which turned out to be a blue tree. Xia Qingzhi stared at the big tree in front of her, feeling an inexplicable sense of of familiarity. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place. By the way, how can that medium be removed? Xia Qingzhi faced her and continued, dig a hole in the tree. Then put the blood of the controller inside. And that's it. Xiao spoke up. Xia Qingzhi got the answer and wanted to go find you immediately. But when she reached the door, she thought of something and asked her, can you tell me where my sister is now? Xiao, while counting the food, casually replied, you should have asked Linpo about that. Actually, my situation is the same as his. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing this. Chapter 105. The Shadow Knows the Truth. Xiao suddenly raised her head to look at her and comforted her, saying, although I can't tell you where she is, I want to let you know that she is doing well. If you really want to see her, then strive to become a strong existence. She stopped her actions, walked in front of Xia Qingzhi, raised her hand, and patted her shoulder, looking her up and down. There's another way, and that is to find Nian. She can enter that place, and her strength is definitely not simple. Perhaps she can take you to see her. But Mu had said that the shadow had already killed her. Xia Qingzhi looked up, absent-mindedly fiddling with her fingers. Xiao shrugged and shook his head. Unable to find out the reason, she had no choice but to leave Xiao's home. On the way, she kept her head down, kicking stones, when suddenly she bumped into something hard, causing her to touch her forehead in pain and look up. When she saw the person in front of her, she was so frightened that she immediately took a few steps back, fear surging through her body. Her eyelids flickered, her hands moved restlessly, and she bit her teeth, unsure of what to do for a moment. Xia Qingzhi, you have been deceiving me all along. Hearing Ying's furious voice, Xia Qingzhi was stunned. He couldn't possibly know about the coconut-flavored illusion incense, could he? Thinking of this, she furrowed her brows in fear and turned to run away. But before she could take a few steps, she was grabbed by Ying. Ying pulled her into the laboratory. Xia Qingzhi looked at the familiar room and the large python trembling in the corner, tears streaming down her face. If you dare to deceive me, I'll make you pay the price. The shadow held a white coat, the needle in his hand dripping with water. You can't treat me like this. Moo, come out and save me. Stop looking. She can't hear you now. The shadow suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Xia Qingzhi was stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, her intuition was correct. Something had happened to Mu Zhen. This meant that she would never see her again. Xia Qingzhi heard this and opened her mouth in panic. Gritting her teeth, her voice lacking confidence. What have you done to her? Thinking of all the moments with Mu, her tears flowed even more fiercely. I have locked her up in a place, and soon her presence will vanish without a trace. Xia Qingzhi listened to such twisted words and indignantly said, you are simply a devil. Who asked her to team up with you to deceive me? She angrily threw away the syringe in her hand and charged towards her. Xia Qingzhi, you should think about yourself first. Xia Qingzhi looked up at the man who was so close in front of her, listening to his hurried breathing, trembling with fear as she said, what do you mean? You betrayed me, so I have to give you some punishment, right? The shadow was amused by her anger. Xia Qingzhi still didn't understand the meaning behind his words when the suffocating feeling around her neck hit her the next moment. The pain rendered her speechless, and she collapsed to the ground. It felt like the entire world had become blurry. Ying glanced at her with disdain before turning and walking towards the control panel. Xia Qingzhi struggled to look at Ying, seeing the progress bar on the screen through his white coat, with 20% left. What should she do? Was she really unable to escape the fate of becoming a monster? Ying suddenly turned around and walked towards her. Xia Qingzhi, as long as you beg me, I will let you go. Xia Qingzhi looked at his proud expression and, with a determined heart, shut her mouth and said nothing. She knew that even if he released her, her final outcome wouldn't be any better. Rather than this, it would be better to be dead. Xia Qingzhi, how come I never noticed this stubborn side of you? You spineless coward. Ying, seeing that she refused to obediently submit, was so angry that he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth while cursing her. It seems that I was too gentle. Ying raised his hand, and Xia Qingzhi felt pain so intense it was almost suffocating. Xia Qingzhi, I ask you, are you going to admit your mistake or not? Ying spoke again, his voice like an Azura from hell. Xia Qingzhi ignored him, struggling with her hands around her neck. Xia Qingzhi, do you think I can't do anything to you like this? Mu raised his hand, and a bottle appeared in his hand. Xia Qingzhi looked up and felt the fading wood inside, anxiously reaching out and making a weak sound. Let her go, please. The shadow looked at her with malicious amusement. Xia Qingzhi looked at the struggling Mu inside and, enduring the pain, crawled in front of him and pleaded, let her go. Ing suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Now I understand why each of you likes to cover for each other one by one. It's all because of you. Mu stared at her with great interest. Let her go. Xia Qingzhi supported herself on the ground with both hands, looking at the water stains dripping onto the floor, weakly speaking. Shadow's furious voice interrupted her. I have no intention of letting her go, and I never promised you that I would. You. Xia Qingzhi raised her head, looking at him in exasperation. Then she realized something and reached for her neck. She was fine. You successfully did it. After coming out from Chio, she immediately found you and handed over the blood and the method to him. Taking advantage of Shadow's distraction, Xia Qingzhi quickly got up, snatched the bottle from his hand, and released the wood inside. Shadow looked at her in disbelief, his face contorted with rage. You. Xia Qingzhi looked at him in confusion and said nothing. She raised her hand and immediately tied him up. Xia Qingzhi, do you think you can bind me with just these broken vines? That's simply a delusion. Ing suddenly laughed and began to struggle, only to find that the vines not only didn't break, but instead tightened even more. These are not ordinary vines. They are weapons specially developed by Mu and me to target you. Xia Qingzhi looked at the shadow in front of her, bound like a rice dumpling, and weakly explained, I didn't expect it to succeed either. After saying this, she walked towards the control panel. The shadow immediately panicked and shouted at her, Xia Qingzhi, what are you trying to do? Stop right now. Hearing the man's furious voice, Xia Qingzhi slowly spoke. Because of this machine, you have harmed so many people. Now I'm going to destroy this program, so you won't be able to control others anymore. In the future, I won't have to worry about becoming a snake monster. Xia Qingzhi, you dare. The shadow struggled desperately, but it was of no use. He could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. Xia Qingzhi certainly knew he was anxious. Because this program was designed by her father, without her father's manuscript, no matter how capable he was, he couldn't replicate it. Soon, all of this would come to an end. Xia Qingzhi. Xia Qingzhi's voice was stunned. Chapter 106, Weapon Evolution. The shadow actually broke through the vines. Xia Qingzhi stiffly turned around, her expression filled with anger and a predatory intensity. At that moment, she realized she was doomed. But when she saw that the program's destruction progress was less than 1% from completion, she felt very unwilling. It was just a little bit away from disappearing. With a fierce operation from Ing, the program was restored and the synthesis progress bar reached 100%. Xia Qingzhi's hands were flustered and she didn't know where to put them, feeling at a loss as she stared blankly at everything happening. Ing rose from the control panel and walked in front of her, grabbing her arm and trying to pull her towards the operating table. No matter how hard Xia Qingzhi struggled, it was of no use. She was restrained on the operating table, and the glaring lights made her eyes hurt a little. She thought this would be her fate when you suddenly appeared in the room and took her hand, pulling her away from the operating table. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly at the person in front of her. Xia Qingzhi, you go disrupt the program, and I'll hold him off. Her thin lips parted. Her voice as cold as ever. Ing saw his plan being thwarted and looked at the man in front of him, his face turning ashen with anger. He raised his head and gritted his teeth, saying, Dare to ruin my good deed, and I will make you pay a painful price. Ing looked at Xia Qingzhi's actions, his expression darkening as he immediately moved forward, only to be stopped in place by you. Xia Qingzhi took this opportunity to start operating on the screen. The progress of the program's logout was approaching 80%. Seeking death, the furious voice of Ing came, followed by the sound of fighting behind her. But due to the situation in front of her, she could only force herself to grit her teeth and hold on. The logout progress of the program had reached 95%. Behind her, Ying's gritted teeth roar came. Xia Qingzhi, stop. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Xia Qingzhi glanced at the screen and turned to look at the shadow behind her. The shadow had a terrifyingly fierce expression, which made her feel scared. Flames were burning in his hands. Looking up in that direction, she saw the shadow suspended in midair, with blood at the corner of his mouth, a pale face, and beads of sweat densely covering his forehead. He was surrounded by red flames. He was going to roast the ghost. Xia Qingzhi was anxious now and immediately stammered at him. You let him go? Upon hearing this, Ying's expression darkened to the point where it seemed like ink could drip from his face. You stop the destruction program first, or I'll turn him into a human target. Xia Qingzhi heard this and turned to look at the progress bar, which was close to 98% destroyed. She gritted her teeth, feeling very conflicted. Once this broken program was destroyed, she wouldn't have to worry about turning into a monster anymore. But then, what would happen to you? After all, he had risked everything to save her. She didn't have much time to think and had to make a decision quickly. In the end, she chose to save you. Xia Qingzhi looked up, her gaze meeting the shadow, and spoke slowly. I hope you keep your word. After finishing, she walked to the control panel, hesitatingly placing her hand on the screen. Suddenly, she heard a faint voice. Xia Qingzhi, I can hold on a bit longer. Hurry and destroy the program. It's not just for you, but also for those ordinary people who have been transformed into monsters. Xia Qingzhi looked up at the progress, which was at 99%. Gritting her teeth, she thought, just a little more. I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll kill him right now. The voice of Shadow came through. Xia Qingzhi, don't stop. The voice of Ghost followed. The two voices made her head buzz with a ringing sound. Is the program destruction progress at 100%? Xia Qingzhi stared at the screen in disbelief. Before she could cheer with joy, she heard a furious voice coming from behind. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Xia Qingzhi heard this and immediately turned around, her eyes wide open, covering her mouth in disbelief as she watched everything unfold. He was being burned by the fierce flames, and grotesque wounds began to appear on his body, his miserable cries echoing through the sky. Xia Qingzhi, don't just stand there. Hurry and save him. Mu suddenly appeared, weakly reminding her. But the power of Ying was simply too strong. She was no match for it, and could only watch helplessly as he was harmed. Anxiously, she didn't know what to do and wanted to summon the seed from before when she was in the spirit state, quickly calling it forth. A huge mushroom umbrella floated above Ying, and it started to rain. Ying was drenched like a drowned rat, and the surrounding flames went out one by one. You fell from the sky, and seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately used vines to protect him. The insulted Ying glared at her with hatred. Xia Qingzhi, get that broken thing off me, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Xia Qingzhi's gaze was fully focused on you, too lazy to pay attention to him. Mu had said that this plant of hers was a divine seed. Although her abilities did not reach the divine level, this seed possessed divine capabilities. Xia Qingzhi looked at you, who was covered in burns, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up like this. She raised her head and silently looked at him. You can rest assured, I will definitely help you restore your appearance. Ying watched their mutual sympathy, feeling a strange fire ignite within him. He raised his hand and tried many times, and finally the flames ignited. The mushroom umbrella turned into a burnt mushroom and fell to the ground. Xia Qingzhi heard a bang and turned around in shock, unable to speak in surprise. Isn't it a divine seed? How could it be burnt? Xia Qingzhi, you can't be that god, right? Ying suddenly spoke up. You're talking nonsense. I'm not. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi immediately denied it anxiously. Ying, with a face full of disbelief, exclaimed angrily. This kind of thing is divine level. It's impossible to manipulate it without divine level abilities. Then he raised his hand, grinned, and stared at the flame burning in his hand before looking at her. Let me try the power of a god. After saying that, a fireball rushed towards her, and a small triangle suddenly appeared in his hand. It quickly grew into purple-blue vines, forming powerful green shields to block this attack for her. Xia Qingzhi looked up in disbelief at the beautiful vine in front of her, stunned and not knowing what to say. This is your weapon, the Xylan Vine Whip. Mu appeared suddenly. Duel with him, or he will never let you go. Xia Qingzhi tightened her grip on the whip, turned her head to look at the heavily injured Shadow, and gritted her teeth. She swung the whip toward Shadow, but it was caught by Shadow in an instant. Xia Qingzhi stared blankly as the whip in her hand was pulled away. Don't just stand there, quickly hold him back. Mu'erid. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand, and the vines coming from afar bounding. Seeing her unable to move, she quickly snatched the whip and took you away. Just before leaving, Ying's furious voice echoed. I will never let you go. Chapter 107. falling into Qiu's hands. Xia Qingzhi and Mu supported Yu as they stealthily made their way to the exit, but they found that it was heavily guarded with many people. There were also many high-tech machines at the entrance, all related to supernatural abilities. The chance of escaping was almost non-existent. She turned her head and saw the bulletin board next to her, which had colorful photos of her, and Yu posted on it. Below the images was a notice declaring them wanted. This was the end for them. Xia Qingzhi's mood immediately sank. It's her. A voice came from afar. Xia Qingzhi looked up as those people rushed towards her with weapons. She realized that the situation was dire and immediately helped Yu leave the place. As a result, she fell into Qiu's hands. Qiu stood there, looking cold and aloof, gazing at Xia Qingzhi, who was surrounded by people, exuding an air of a powerful woman. Xia Qingzhi, what a sight, we meet again. Then she turned to the person next to her and said, go calling. Xia Qingzhi clearly heard this sentence, and suddenly the terrifying figure of that person appeared in her mind. She anxiously spoke up to plead with her, Qiu, I beg you not to hand us over. Otherwise, with Ying's vengeful personality, we will definitely die. Upon hearing this, Qiu made the person next to her stop and looked at Xia Qingzhi with confusion in her eyes. Isn't he quite good to you? Xia Qingzhi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth upon hearing this. Is treating her well about tormenting her with liquid chips? Is treating her well about transforming her into a monster against her will? She doesn't need such kindness. Hee. Xia Qingzhi lowered her head, looking around anxiously, racking her brain for the right words. Then she looked up and said to her, he has psychological issues. If I fall into his hands, I won't die, but will go insane. Her tone grew increasingly intense as she accused the man named Ying. Qiu listened to her words, her expression unchanged. But what does that have to do with me? I'm just responsible for getting things done, not qualified to decide whether to let you go. After that, she raised her hand, and the people beside her were about to leave. For the sake of my sister, could you not hand us over? She pressed her palms together, frowned, and kept bowing to her, looking quite comical. Qiu tossed her hair back, one eye coldly watching her. Do you think this counts as moral coercion? Xia Qingzhi was taken aback upon hearing this. She might not be wrong, but Qiu Yue is currently the only strong support she can rely on. Qiu Yue continued to speak. I owe her a favor, but I don't owe you anything. Even if you are her sister, it has nothing to do with me. Xia Qingzhi felt like she was splashed with a bucket of cold water upon hearing this, looking at her with some sadness. But there seemed to be nothing wrong with Qiu's words. They were not related, so why should anyone help her? My task is complete, and whether you live or die is none of my business. Qiu turned around gracefully and patted the shoulder of the person next to her. That person walked towards the exit. Qiu crossed her arms and turned to look at her, her expression ambiguous, and the corner of her mouth twitched. How did I almost forget that you have special abilities? Xia Qingzhi looked at the object in her hand and suddenly had a bad feeling. Her feet unconsciously stepped back, and the person behind her took the opportunity to control her. What are you going to do? She stammered, her eyes filled with panic. Qiu stood in front of her and said, suppress your abilities. Then he raised his arm, and Xia Qingzhi felt something being stamped on her forehead. She raised her hand to summon the vines, but no matter what method she used, the vines wouldn't come out, leaving her in a cold sweat. Qiu looked at her and smiled. Xia Qingzhi, you really are amusing like this. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. After saying that, he turned to the person beside him and said a few words. Although Xia Qingzhi couldn't hear clearly, she knew she was calling for someone. Thinking about the tragedy that might happen after being taken away by Ying, she was so frightened that she trembled, a chill sweeping through her limbs and into her heart. In her desperation, she immediately turned to Qiu and said, as long as you don't hand me over, I will agree to any conditions you have. Xia Qingzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. After Xia Qingzhi helped you treat her wound, Qiu called her over. She approached the sofa and saw you playing with a half-piece of jade pendant, recognizing the exquisite and familiar patterns on it, her face filled with surprise. This was their family's heirloom jade pendant. However, how could Qiu have her sister's jade pendant? She really wanted to ask, but then there was a loud knocking sound at the door. Shortly after, a voice rang out. Lord Qiu, the leader wants us to search the house. Please open the door. Xia Qingzhi heard the sounds from outside, her heart leaping into her throat. She couldn't help but frown. How could they have found her so quickly? Then her gaze fell on Xiao, her hand resting on her chest, a faint worry rising in her heart. She wondered if Xiao would expose her and you. Xiao suddenly looked up at her. Aren't you going to hide? Xia Qingzhi heard the sound and glanced at Xiao, whose emotions were unclear, with a complex expression before running upstairs. She first arranged you in a space and then put an invisibility leaf and a scent-masking leaf on her forehead, hiding in the shadows to observe secretly. As long as the situation wasn't right, she would run away immediately. She didn't have any abilities when she ran out. Who knew what unfortunate events she might encounter? So, it was better to wait and see. Lord Xiao, do you see the two people in the photo? Katta placed the photo in front of Xiao, pointing at Xia Qingzhi and you in it. Xia Qingzhi looked at Xiao. At that moment, her heart was in her throat, and her hands nervously clenched her clothes, fearing that she would say it out loud. Xiao took the photo, pretended to examine it carefully, and then shook her head. Xia Qingzhi felt completely relieved upon hearing this. She didn't expect Xiao to be quite reliable, did she? It's really interesting how you managed to find someone like me. She heard Xiao say, What? Do you suspect I'm hiding a wanted criminal? Xiao looked at him calmly with crossed arms. I dare not, but the leader told us not to miss any corner of you. Mao De repeated the order for Ming. What if I don't? Xiao replied willfully. Lord Xiao, please don't make things difficult for us. Mao De suddenly became anxious. Just as the two were at a standstill, Ing walked in. Chapter 108. Almost caught. Wow, what a rare guest. It's your first time visiting me after all this time. Xiao sat there motionless, lazily looking at him and pretending to be enthusiastic. Is she hiding here? Ing asked impatiently, clenching his fist. Do you believe me if I say no? Xiao remained calm. Upon hearing this, Ing looked up and glanced around. After seeing nothing, he quietly stuck his head out to observe outside. I'll ask you one more time. Where have you hidden Xia Qingzhi? Ing, unable to contain his anger, slammed his hand on the table, which immediately broke in half. Xia Qingzhi was startled. In contrast, Xiao remained calm. She raised her gaze mockingly at Ing. You really have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. I don't want to repeat myself. Ying's tone clearly showed he was losing patience. I've already said she's not here. Can't you understand? Xiao didn't indulge the rude man before her at all. Ing was completely enraged upon hearing this. I've searched the entire tribe and can't find her. Where else could she be other than here? Xiao returned to her usual aloof demeanor, looking at him with a faint gaze. Maybe she escaped. Ing shouted at her in anger, Don't talk about her. I've set up this place so that not even a mosquito can get through. Xiao, if you don't hand her over, I'll smash this place. Xiao appeared indifferent, casually replying, This is your property. Feel free to smash it. I'm just borrowing it. Hearing this, Ying's face turned red with anger, gritting his teeth as he glared at her. You're right. This is my property. I can do whatever I want. Then he turned to the people behind him and shouted furiously, What are you standing there for? Search. If you can't find her, you'll regret it. Xia Qingzhi listened to the sounds coming from the ground, immediately ran inside, and hid in a corner that was not easy to be discovered, trembling. Soon, the group of people searched over to her side. Xia Qingzhi looked at the person who was so close that she didn't dare to breathe. The cat approached her, sniffing with its nose, and eventually walked right in front of her, then stopped. Two round, shiny eyes were staring at her. Xia Qingzhi's heart was racing at this moment. She wouldn't be discovered, would she? The cat's big eyes were spinning nonstop. At this moment, Ing walked over. Xia Qingzhi saw him, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her hands nervously touching the wall behind her. She could only silently pray in her heart. Did you find him? Ing asked. The cat stared blankly at Xia Qingzhi in front of him, remaining silent. Xia Qingzhi looked at him and had a strong intuition. Katta shouldn't have seen her. Katta, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Ing scolded him. Xia Qingzhi looked into his eyes, feeling helpless and at a loss. Katta turned to look at Shadow, stammering respectfully. You haven't found it yet. Why aren't you looking? Shadow, hearing this, was furious and cursed loudly, then glared at him. If you dare to slack off again, I'll burn off your 3 silly hairs. Yes. Katta was so scared that he immediately ran away. Shadow glanced around angrily and left in a huff. Xia Qingzhi saw that there was no one around. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Soon after, a voice came from below. Let's go. Then, a series of crackling sounds followed. Xia Qingzhi asked Mu if the cat just saw her. Mu replied, "This can be considered as repaying my kindness." "What does it mean?" Xia Qingzhi asked him. "I have helped him before." Mu said faintly. Just when Xia Qingzhi wanted to ask something else, Qiu walked over. "He has left. Let's go down together." Xia Qingzhi looked at her in surprise, then followed her downstairs. After that, Qiu handed the jade pendant to her. Xia Qingzhi looked at the object in her hand, puzzled as she turned to her. "What do you mean by this?" "This is very important. You must keep it safe. This is your salvation, the price you need to pay," Qiu said. Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to touch the exquisite texture above, fell silent for a moment, and then looked up at her. "Is this from your sister?" Qiu didn't want to tell her too much. "Don't ask so many questions. You just need to follow what I say. Knowing too much about certain things won't do you any good." Xia Qingzhi saw her say this and didn't want to ask too much, so she carefully put it away and placed it together with another jade pendant. After that, she heard Qiu say, "You should leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't guarantee they won't come back." Xia Qingzhi lowered her gaze upon hearing this. Logically speaking, she was now free, and leaving here would be the best choice. However, she had promised Mu that she would rescue them. At first, she agreed to help Mu because of the hypnosis technique of the wood element. She initially intended to use it to hypnotize Qiu, but it seemed unnecessary now. Yet, thinking about the experiences here, she suddenly felt a deep sympathy for the clones who shared her appearance. "Can you give us a little more time?" Xia Qingzhi looked at the ball and cautiously made her request. "You were seriously injured, and it would be easy to expose him if she tried to take him away." "Okay," Qiu agreed, then added, "But next time you get caught, it won't have anything to do with me." Xia Qingzhi saw her agree, and her mouth curved into a smile that reached her ears, nodding continuously. Just as she was about to go upstairs, she heard Qiu's voice behind her. "The mark on your head will come off if you wash it with water." Xia Qingzhi felt somewhat touched by these words. Although she appeared to be a cool and aloof woman and was not on the same side as him, she was actually quite nice. At that moment, under the effect of Mu's special medicine, Yu's burn-scarred appearance had returned to normal, and the wounds on her body had healed significantly. Mu came to discuss with her the plan to rescue those clones. Xia Qingzhi looked at Yi with some concern, her eyelashes fluttering as she hesitated to speak. "We don't have the address of the space right now. How are we supposed to find them?" "I'm not going, okay?" Mu raised his head and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I promise I won't let you down this time." After you recovered, the three of them planned to disguise themselves to kidnap Katta, because Mu said he was the only one besides Ing who had been there. Xia Qingzhi followed the clues from the leaf and arrived at the prison of the tribe. This prison, if one could call it that, was even more luxurious than a castle. Taking advantage of the moment when people were coming out, the three of them slipped inside. While searching for the big cat, Xia Qingzhi unexpectedly saw a familiar person and immediately ran over. Looking at the person covered in wounds, she felt a bit uneasy. The person saw her, lifted their head, and had a look of surprise on their face. Gigi, Chapter 109, Rescue the Soul and Leave. "Soul, how did you end up here?" Xia Qingzhi stepped forward to pull at the iron chain that bound him, her face flushed with anxiety. He raised his gaze to the person in front of him and grinned. "I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. What time is it? And you're still smiling here." Xia Qingzhi's gaze fell on him, frowning as she reproached his optimism, then repeated the question from before. "By the way, why did you appear?" "Ing sent me an invitation, inviting me to attend the wedding between you and him." Xia Qingzhi heard this and immediately explained in a panic. He forced me. I never thought about marrying him." Was smiled indulgently at her anxious expression. "Gigi, of course I believe you. I was just worried something might happen to you. That's why I came to the wandering tribe. I just didn't expect that he was already lying in wait so early. I couldn't fight him, so I ended up being locked up here." He spoke with an air of nonchalance. "First, save him." Suddenly, you beside them interjected coldly. "Right, first save you." Xia Qingzhi immediately went to find the iron chain, but there was not a single flaw to be found. At this moment, you beside her spoke up. "The shadow is coming soon." Xia Qingzhi immediately panicked upon hearing this. Looking at the things in front of her, she felt a bit at a loss. Pa looked at her flustered appearance and quickly said, "Gigi, hurry up and go. I still have some use to him. He won't do anything to me. But once you fall into his hands, there will be no good outcome for you." Xia Qingzhi raised her head to look at him, her hands trembling as she stubbornly spoke. "No, I'm gonna save you and get you out of here. Xi, trust me, I will be fine. I will definitely escape and reunite with you. Xia Qingzhi raised her eyes to look at the whip scars crisscrossing his body, unable to speak from the sadness. But if I don't save you and leave, even if he doesn't kill you, you will be left disabled. I must save you, she vowed fiercely. Then she immediately ran into the seed vault to look for seeds, finding a plant that could melt iron bars. She took it out right away to save him. Xia Qingzhi, you must hurry. Ying is still 30 meters away from here, you reminded him. Xia Qingzhi heard this and hurriedly activated the seeds. Soon, the seeds bloomed with yellow buds. When the buds opened, yellow liquid flowed onto the iron chains, slowly melting them. As a result, her legs and left hand were freed. Just as she was melting the other handcuff, a voice suddenly came from the shadows. This is bad. Xia Qingzhi looked anxiously at the bracelet that was about to break, turning her head in a hurry, her face changing drastically. Xia Qingzhi, you really are hard to find. The shadow appeared at the door, followed by his subordinates. At this moment, he had a serious expression, his brows tightly knit, and the flames in his eyes were enough to show how angry he was. Xia Qingzhi saw her, hesitating and not knowing what to say, just slowly retreating. She was now terrified of the shadow. Seeing Xia Qingzhi's fearful expression, he let out a sigh. Then he raised his head to look at the shadow and calmly said, how about this? You let her go, and I will tell you what you want to know. The shadow tilted its head, staring at the flames in its hand. Xia Qingzhi, I must have you. Then it looked up at him. I will find a way to make you speak about those things sooner or later. After the shadow finished speaking, its gaze turned towards Xia Qingzhi, filled with fury. Are you coming over yourself? Or should I come over and invite you? Xia Qingzhi felt a primal fear upon hearing that voice. Ying, seeing the situation, strode towards her in anger. Just as he was about to catch her, a dirt wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Ying looked at the obstructive barrier and turned his head to glare at the real culprit, gritting his teeth in fury. You really have a strong life. We didn't get burned to death even like this. Xia Qingzhi took the opportunity to immediately turn around and grab the iron chains. Thinking they could control her was simply overestimating themselves. Ying gently clenched her hand, and the earth barrier immediately shattered into pieces. However, the iron chains of the soul still hadn't been undone. Nevertheless, Ying was not in a hurry about the person in front of her. Instead, she raised her hand to deal with you. Xia Qingzhi saw this and immediately reached out, using her weapon to block for him. Ying looked at the object in front of him and turned his head, glaring at her angrily. Xia Qingzhi, you are really something. Xia Qingzhi ignored him and focused on the iron chain that was making a creaking sound. Ying, angered, raised a hand and shot a fireball at you. Ying couldn't take it anymore and clenched his fist, swinging it toward the barrier. His fist hit it, and the weapon immediately shattered into pieces. Ying looked at you with a smug expression. Just as he raised his hand to teach you a lesson, he felt his body being bound by something. Looking down, he discovered it was a vine. He raised his head to look sideways. Xia Qingzhi supported Pa, while her other hand hovered in the air. You took this opportunity to move closer to Xia Qingzhi. Hey, we should hurry. This vine won't hold for long. You and Pa nodded simultaneously and then left the place. As they were leaving, a deafening sound came from behind. Xia Qingzhi, Lin Pa, you didn't wait for me. They took Lin Pa and hid in Xiu's place. Because of the invisible leaves, they were not discovered. However, Xia Qingzhi was troubled by another matter. Mu was someone who always kept his word, until Mu received a letter. Xia Qingzhi looked at Mu, who had a worried expression on her face, and asked her what was wrong. Mu said that he couldn't find her and was going crazy, venting her anger on them. Before long, those people would be completely eliminated. Xia Qingzhi was also very anxious upon hearing about this matter, but there was nothing she could do for the time being. So, she went to find Pa. In her eyes, Lin Pa was someone who knew everything. She told Pa about Mu's situation, and Pa stood up for them. Who would have thought that Chu Han was so twisted? How could she forget that a genius taken to the extreme could also become a madman? Xi, how do you plan to save them? Pa said with righteous indignation. We originally wanted to find the space where they were held, but there have always been obstacles. According to Mu, they are about to be destroyed. Xia Qingzhi frowned and said, so you guys are looking for space, huh? Pa Qing, floating lightly, chimed in, do you have a way? Xia Qingzhi heard Yu's voice and excitedly tugged at his clothes. Pa nodded in agreement. He added that they just needed Mu's help. Xia Qingzhi immediately went to find Mu upon hearing this. When Mu learned the news, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. They hurried to find Pa, only to discover that he was being held by 1310 with a grip around his neck. Chapter 110. Collective Destruction. You quickly let him go. Xia Qingzhi frowned. Her hand paused in the air, looking quite worried. I can let him go, but you must go with me to Xiying, 1310 said. Xia Qingzhi felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing that name, hesitating as she stood there, not saying a word. It seems you are unwilling, so I can only— Wait a minute. Xia Qingzhi interrupted her, stammering, I know your intentions, but if I hand myself over, he won't let you go either. I have a better idea. Just as 1310 was about to speak, Pa suddenly turned around, pinned her to the ground, and raised her hand. You want to kill me? But it won't be that easy. Xia Qingzhi noticed that Po's expression was a bit off, so she immediately stepped forward to organize her. Pa, don't hurt her. Upon hearing Xia Qingzhi's voice, Pa stopped her actions. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi pulled 1310 up and said seriously to her, We need to go save them, so we shouldn't become enemies. 1310 looked at her warily, and Xia Qingzhi had no choice but to call out Mu. 1310 looked at the person in front of her who looked exactly like her and showed little surprise. After Mu explained, 1310 agreed. Since that's the case, I'll begin. After Pa finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a huge water mirror appeared in front of them, with the water forming a whirlpool, as if leading to a busy world. He turned to look at Mu and grinned. Get ready, we'll start now. Mu nodded. Xia Qingzhi glanced at 1310 beside her, then stepped forward and grabbed Po's sleeve. I think 1310 is more suitable. Pa stopped his movement, turned to look at her, confusion in his eyes. Why do you say that? Xia Qingzhi turned her head to glance at Mu, then looked at 1310 again. 1310 had just escaped not long ago, making her more capable of helping us determine our location. What you said seems reasonable. Pa smiled lightly, then turned to 1310 and calmly said, I need you to connect to the memory space now, and I hope you don't mind. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. 1310 didn't speak, so Pa took her silence as consent. He raised his hand, and strands like water gradually elongated from his palm, connecting to the center of 1310's forehead. This was a new ability Pa had gained at the Yang level. He could use water as a medium to reach any place in a person's memory based on their recollections, including traversing space. He wondered if this ability could help her find her sister. It should be possible, let's go. Thus, the five of them stepped into the water mirror. They entered a long time-space tunnel. Xia Qingzhi was stunned by the scene before her, an endless expanse of black, dotted with colorful fluorescent clouds. They had been walking for a long time and finally saw a white dawn. That should be the space of the cloned beings. Let's hurry. He suddenly spoke up, so a group of people ran towards it. Xia Qingzhi and the others passed through the white barrier and arrived at their final destination. She looked around at the blood-red surroundings and leaned back against Pa. Why does it look so eerie here? 1310 looked at the familiar place and immediately ran forward. Xia Qingzhi and the others followed along. They passed through the red thorn flowers and arrived by the water's edge. In the center of the water, there was a very large leaf on which a house was built with red thorns. They are there. 1310 pointed with her finger. Xia Qingzhi looked down at the red water, frightened, and stepped back. What kind of place is this? Why is everything red? How we get through? Xia Qingzhi raised her head and asked 1310. 1310 didn't say anything, lifted her skirt, and stepped into the water, which was only knee-deep. Then she walked over effortlessly. Seeing this, Xia Qingzhi also wanted to give it a try, but was stopped by Mu. This water acts as an alarm. If you go down, you might disturbing. As long as a stranger steps in here, it will basically trigger the alarm. What should we do then? Xia Qingzhi turned to ask her. Mu disappeared for a moment and then appeared again. Xia Qingzhi looked at the broom in her hand and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Pointing at it, she locked eyes with Mu. You can't be planning to ride this over, right? What else? Mu tossed her a broom. Xia Qingzhi looked at it a little shyly. Zhi, come up. She followed the sound of the voice. Pa and Ing were walking on the earthen bridge, which started from this side and was gradually extending. Xia Qingzhi immediately threw away the broom in her hand and ran over. Soon, a group of people built a bridge to reach the center of the river. When Xia Qingzhi saw the people before her, she was surprised and covered her chin. The people here either had missing arms and legs or had snake tails for lower bodies. 1310 introduced from the side. Those with missing limbs are failed clones, while those with snake tails are successful experiments. Xia Qingzhi looked around at so many identical faces and suddenly felt it was somewhat. At this moment, 1310 spoke up. Everyone, we can escape now. She looked very happy, completely different from her previous cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and began to discuss. Just then, Moose suddenly became tense. Everyone, hurry up, the shadow is coming. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed towards the water mirror. However, when they got there, it seemed like something was blocking them, and they just couldn't step inside. Xia Qingzhi looked on in confusion. At that moment, a clone with a tail for its lower body approached and said in a wheezy voice, "Since we have been locked up here, we can never get out again." Xia Qingzhi looked at her in disbelief upon hearing this. What does it mean? How did 1310 get out? The clone explained that 1310 was able to leave because she hadn't been here for long. Most people here have already been here for over 50 years, so they can't get out. Xia Qingzhi looked at the disappointed expression of the clone and felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Shadow created them but didn't treat them well. He really is a madman. Strange, how did Shadow leave? Suddenly, you interjected. As soon as the words fell, the space began to shake violently. Is there an earthquake? Po stumbled and almost lost her balance. Xia Qingzhi suddenly thought of something and urgently turned to Po, saying, "The shadow wants to destroy this place." Po was shocked upon hearing this. As the ground shook and the mountains trembled, the crowd was thrown into chaos, and wails echoed through the sky. "We don't want to die. We don't want to die. Hurry up." Po pulled Xia Qingzhi toward the door, while the shadow chased after them. He saw Mu standing there in a daze and immediately went up to drag her along. 1310 hesitated as he reached the door and looked back. 1310, hurry up. Xia Qingzhi reached out to pull her. 1310 withdrew her hand and took a few steps back. Chapter 111, The Leader's Coup. She shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "I want to be with them. Perhaps we shouldn't exist." After saying this, she ran towards the back. Xia Qingzhi wanted to reach out to pull her, but the sky suddenly collapsed. She stood there in a daze, watching. Upon seeing this, Po pulled her away. Xia Qingzhi often couldn't sleep well when she thought about the matters of the wandering tribe. Because of the incident with 1310, she hadn't spoken to them for a long time. But life continued. After returning to the tribe, the leaders of the 81 clans were at a loss and sought Po to discuss the re-election of a leader. Po also had plans for the tribe to develop. It must have some good managers. A group of people sat under a big tree, holding a meeting. What do the clan leaders think? Po didn't express his thoughts, but wanted to test everyone's attitude. At this moment, the leader of the first clan stood up, patting his chest and recommending himself. "Elder, let me do it. I promise to manage the tribe in an orderly manner." Hearing this, the others were immediately displeased and stood up to argue. For a moment, the noisy voices of the clan leaders echoed through the sky, making Po's head throb. Seeing them arguing endlessly, Xia Qingzhi raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Upon hearing Po's words, everyone looked at him and asked in unison, "Elder, who do you think is suitable? If you ask me, for the tribe to further develop. We need some fresh blood. Perhaps the leader can be chosen from the young people." The clan leaders were displeased upon hearing this. "Leader, what do you mean? Are you saying we old bones are useless?" The leader of the first clan stood up, unwilling to accept this. "I think you're misunderstanding. I'm doing this for the benefit of the tribe." Once this was said, the first clan leader became even more displeased. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Ji stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and smiled at Po. "Elder, do you have someone in mind?" Po didn't keep them guessing and went straight to the point. "What do you think of Li Yu?" Lu Ji stroked his beard and smiled. "From what Elder said, are you considering making Li Yu the leader?" Po asked him back with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of probing. "What do you think?" The leader of the first clan, hearing this, was so angry he could blow up. "Li Yu, him, can he be the leader?" "Why not?" Po looked at him calmly. The leader of the first clan waved his hand, turning his head aside with a dissatisfied expression. "I don't agree with this." "Yes, how can Li Yu become the leader? He's too young." "Yes, yes." The people below murmured. Po furrowed his brows at their words, his tone unhappy. "If that's the case, Let him temporarily act as the leader until we find a suitable person. The leader of the first clan immediately stood up, frowning and trying to stop this. No way. But spoke to stop him. It's settled then. The leader of the first clan stood up eagerly. Choosing a leader is a big deal and must have the agreement of half the tribe. Seeing his plan blocked, Pa brought up his identity as an elder. But they didn't buy it, saying he was too young and hadn't thought things through. Hearing these words, Pa suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If it weren't for the need to rule the ability users in the tribe, he wouldn't bother managing it. The pendant left to him by the sage was actually the key to ruling the ability users of the Li River tribe. But to use it, 2 conditions must be met. Condition 1. Gather the blood of Zhu Long, Phoenix, Xian Wu, and Bai Hu to unlock the restraints on the ability users. Condition 2. Develop the tribe, improve people's happiness, and gain the support of the majority. Then the ability users will follow him. Originally, he didn't plan to develop the tribe, but now he had to do so. With these 100,000 ability users, he might be able to compete with the leader of the Flame City. At this moment, he felt somewhat displeased, but maintained his usual calm demeanor. What do you all think about who should be the leader? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 81 clans rushed to claim the position of leader. Pa covered his ears from a noise, raising his eyes to see the leader coming with a large group of people. Choosing a leader should involve everyone's participation to ensure fairness. Pa looked at the portly leader, feeling irritated as he rubbed his forehead. This person looked like he was just looking for trouble. The clan leaders turned to him, saying in unison, "You're not the leader anymore. What are you doing here?" The leader, with his big belly, put his hands on his hips. "Of course, I'm here to run for leader. Do you have the qualifications for that?" The leader of the first clan stood up, glaring at him in indignation. "The leader is our hero. We support him to be the leader." "Yes, support the leader." People murmured. Pa heard this and sneered. "I have to say, this leader does have some skill in inciting people's hearts." He looked at everyone, curling the corners of his mouth. "Tell me, what merits does he have to be this leader? In short, for the good of the tribe, he must be eliminated, otherwise the Li River tribe will eventually be destroyed by him and the wandering tribe colluding together. If it weren't for him handing over Yan Yi, we would have been doomed long ago." Someone from below stood up and said. Pa laughed angrily upon hearing this. Is that considered merit? If so, Xia Qingzhi can also be counted. After all, she is the one who created this protective base. How you, Yan Yi, Lu Xiang, they should also have merits. If it weren't for them, you would have been dead long ago. Now, you actually want to support a leader who sacrifices women to take the blame. Isn't that too ridiculous? Everyone looked at each other upon hearing this. Yes, he seems to be right. However, those people did indeed leave because of the leader. Seeing everyone hesitating, the leader immediately raised his hand to call out to them. As long as I become the leader, I will ensure everyone lives a prosperous life. Upon hearing this, everyone shouted their support for the leader. Pa calmly watched them make a fuss, then walked up to the leader and grinned. By the way, how long does the leader plan to achieve this goal? The leader's face immediately darkened at these words, and he turned to look at everyone. Pa crossed his arms and said calmly. Just when he thought the leader would back down, unexpectedly, the leader suddenly spoke. I promise everyone, as long as I am the leader for a day, everyone will be without worries for a day. Upon hearing this, Po's mouth stretched back to his ears. It seems the position of leader is yours alone. Elder, how can you? The leader of the first clan hadn't finished speaking when Pa interrupted. Leader of the first clan, can you solve the food and clothing problems of everyone in the tribe? The leader of the first clan fell silent upon hearing this. Thus, the leader regained his previous position. He was surrounded by cheers from everyone. Pa leaned against a tree, looking at the dejected leader, and smiled. The leader had barely settled into his position when he suddenly died the next day, the cause being drowning in the toilet. Taking this opportunity, Pa supported you to rise to power, but the elders strongly opposed it. Pa made a promise with them. 3 years later, he would surely develop and strengthen the tribe, which made the elders relent. Although Xia Qingzhi was eager to see her sister, she considered her own abilities and chose to stay in the tribe to help Pa. As for the egg, it never hatched and was considered a dead egg. 3 years later, Pa and you developed and strengthened the tribe, fulfilling their promise to the elders and completing the task assigned by the sage. with the help of the crystal mine. All the ability users in the Liha tribe raised their levels to the Chun rank. And you led everyone to find Qian City and engaged in combat with the people inside. After 7 days and nights of fierce battles, Po emerged victorious. The first thing Po did after his victory was to find Shang-Chi. When Shang-Chi saw him, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Lin Po, for the sake of our shared father, please spare me. Po smiled. Shang-Chi, you killed him. You must pay with your life. After saying this, he raised his hand and waved gently, causing Shang-Chi to die suddenly. Xia Qingzhi finally met her sister Xia Qingzhi as she wished, and the two embraced and wept. Xia Qingzhi cried and told her that their father had died, and it was Shang-Chi who killed him to activate the tsunami device. Xia Qingzhi originally wanted to take revenge, but Lin Po came to tell her that Shang-Chi was dead. The world has returned to peace. One day, Xia Qingzhi sought out her sister and discovered the existence of Nian. At the same time, they revealed a shocking secret to her. The crystal mine can reverse time and restore everything to its original state, but it requires the power of a god. Xia Qingzhi thought for a moment and told Xia Qingzhi about her divine powers. Xia Qingzhi was completely stunned. She never expected that her usually unremarkable sister possessed such powerful abilities. They chose a suitable day, and Xia Qingzhi closed her eyes, using the power of the crystal to summon the time-space gate. However, after several attempts, they all ended in failure. Xia Qingzhi looked at her sister. It seemed like it wasn't going well. She didn't expect her father to be busy in the kitchen, and Xia Qingzhi was stunned. Xia Qingzhi stepped forward and said, "Sister, the Shang family is finished." Lin Po walked in carrying dishes and said, "You're awake." The family of 4 happily enjoyed their New Year's Eve dinner. And as the clock struck 12, brilliant fireworks burst in the sky. In another world, you became a king-like existence, but he was not happy at all. Ying lived in darkness all day, ending up depressed. 3 years later, Xia Qingzhi and Lin Po brought their son to see Father Xia. Xia Qingzhi and Shou also came, and everyone gathered together, creating a lively atmosphere. The New Year bell rang again, and in a brightly lit house, joyful laughter could be heard. The end.